The Perfect Supreme Chapter 4707 to Chapter 4792. Time passed quietly. After an unknown period of time, Lin Ling sensed that the Wind Dragon's talent had reached 8th grade Intermediate God and the Heavenly Dragon's bone had reached 9th grade Intermediate God. He finally sensed that the life force under the pool had begun to weaken. As for the other talents, their progress was slow because of their potential. After a long time, Lin Ling stood up and stared at the wheel under the pool. He realized that the wheel had gradually turned into dust, as if all its life force had been exhausted. An ancient treasure had disappeared just like that. If the ancient giant gods were here, they would be heartbroken. After all, if the wheel of life was not absorbed, the endless life force could heal the injuries left behind by the battle between the gods. However, once it was used up, the wheel of life would be useless. What a powerful life force! Lin Ling was still standing above the pool. He sensed that there was a mysterious force rolling in his body, making him feel extremely relaxed. The feeling of being shackled in the past seemed to have disappeared. With a slight movement, Lin Ling appeared beside the pool. His hands were behind his back and his eyes were like lightning, giving off the feeling of a supreme god. "Senior, I'm out." Looking at the endless green mountains, Lin Ling smiled and said, "Hee hee, I've waited for 10 years. Come to me." The voice sounded as if it came from the highest mountain. Lin Ling took a step forward and shot toward the peak. Then, he began to search. However, the peak was very mysterious. He did not see any giant gods. "Fool, he's below." The voice suddenly scolded Lin Ling jokingly. This made Lin Ling's eyes sweep over, and then his pupils violently trembled. The Great Sage, Heaven's Equal? Lin Ling was obviously shocked. Under the green mountains, a monkey was suppressed there. One of its arms and head was exposed. At this moment, it was looking at Lin Ling with a smile. Looking at the shape of the giant mountain, it was very similar to the Five-Finger Mountain. The difference was that at the middle of the 5 fingers, there was an additional green lotus lamp made of stone. "Wow, as expected of Lord Prison. You actually know who I am." Under the green mountains, the monkey also let out a cry of surprise. This. Lin Ling was flabbergasted and speechless for a long time. In the end, he could only say 2 words, F***ck. He came from the world of Xianxia and was very familiar with ancient myths and legends. He knew that the Great Sage, Heaven's Equal, must exist in this universe. It was just that all this time, he had never heard of the legend of such a giant god. He thought that this kind of giant god had already died in the long river of time, but he never thought that it would appear in front of him. As expected of Lord Prison. You control the prison, and even know about Third Lord's background. At this time, the monkey at the foot of the mountain said again. He obviously thought that Lin Ling knew his origin through the square prison. What he didn't know was that almost everyone in Huaxia knew about the Great Sage, Heaven's Equal. I never thought that I would have the fortune to meet Senior Great Sage in this lifetime. Lin Ling quickly landed at the foot of the mountain and cupped his hands in greeting. He had always admired this legendary figure, especially when the Great Sage, Heaven's Equal, said that he would take turns to be the emperor next year. This was also one of Lin Ling's principles of life. "Haha, I didn't waste my clone to save you in vain." The monkey also let out a hearty laugh. Lin Ling then realized that the Great Sage, Heaven's Equal, was Patriarch Bodhi's disciple, and he, Lin Ling, had obtained Patriarch Bodhi's Bodhi verification divine skill. No wonder the Great Sage, Heaven's Equal, called him junior brother. "By the way, do you have anything to eat or drink? It's best if it's good wine. I haven't eaten or drunk for many years." The monkey said to Lin Ling. Lin Ling was always prepared. With wine. He quickly took it out, sat at the foot of the mountain, and poured wine for the monkey. The 2 of them drank to their heart's content. "Brother Monkey, I won't treat you as an outsider. This cup of wine, I, Lin Ling, will drink first." "That's a true hero. Just because you called me Brother Monkey, I, old son, will recognize you as my brother." The 2 of them did not treat each other as outsiders. Lin Ling was so familiar with the Great Sage, Heaven's Equal. Firstly, he came from Huaxia and had long yearned for ancient legends. Secondly, the Great Sage, Heaven's Equal, was from the same sect as him, and he had even saved him. "By the way, Brother Monkey, where is this place?" Lin Ling asked again after drinking a few cups of wine. Silly, this is your square prison. I'm already called third supremacy, so I'm naturally imprisoned here. The old man next door is Xianxia, the monkey said, rolling his eyes. Ah. Lin Ling was completely shocked, however, on second thought, he felt that it was normal. Because in the entire square prison, the only place he couldn't detect was where third supremacy was. Moreover, he had come to investigate previously, but he couldn't find anything. This world is very extraordinary. Don't be fooled by the fragrant flowers and chirping birds here. In fact, it's a world of fire outside, the monkey said again. This reminded Lin Ling of the 3 cells back then, and one of them was indeed full of divine fire. I'm the Lord Prison. I should be able to release Brother Monkey, right? Lin Ling took out a jade slip to check. No, even if you can release me temporarily, I still can't leave the square prison. Moreover, the most important thing is the 5-finger mountain on me. This is already beyond your jurisdiction, the monkey shook his head. 5-finger mountain? Could it be Buddha God Gautama? Lin Ling frowned. No, that old man can't even protect himself now. It's Buddha Dipankara. The monkey said with a smile. This also made Lin Ling sweep his gaze and realize that there was an additional green lotus lamp on the 5-finger mountain. Then can I save you? How can I save you? Lin Ling asked hurriedly. The monkey looked at Lin Ling, touched, but still shook his head. With your current strength, you can't even resist the laws of the universe. How can you save me? Brother, you're too considerate. Don't worry. Although I'm suppressed here, the square prison is on you. That's enough. I believe that old man Dipankara is also here. He searched everywhere for me, but in the end, he didn't know where the prison went. Back then, after the divine world shattered, the heavenly Tao collapsed. Everything was in chaos. The square prison also escaped the control of the gods. However, if Master was here, he could help me. Unfortunately, Master said long ago that he wouldn't interfere in my matters. Sigh, that's a pity. The monkey kept talking, making Lin Ling shake his head helplessly. Let's talk about it when you become stronger. Regardless, I, old son, have benefited from knowing a brother like you. In this life, I, old son, have countless brothers, but you are one of them who dares to resist the laws of the universe. The monkey raised his wine cup, clinked it with Lin Ling's, and drank in large mouthfuls. Come, Lin Ling also recalled that during the battle with the bronze door, the mysterious figure had once said that he was also someone who resisted the laws of the universe. Brother, you've been here for 10 years. It's time for you to leave. I think Master is waiting for you. If you have the chance to see Master, you must tell him that I miss him very much. The monkey was a little drunk and was more talkative. But I think he already knows, hee. That's because I still have a doppelganger with Master. Right, if you want to leave this place, you have to break through the outermost Kunlun divine fire. I'll teach you a method. You should be able to break out. Hearing that, Lin Ling frowned. Kunlun divine fire? Of course. Otherwise, how can an ordinary divine fire stop me? Let me tell you, when I went out to help you previously, I had to expend a doppelganger to do so. Now, I'll show you. The monkey plucked out a hair and blew it gently, rumble. In front of Lin Ling, a gigantic ape appeared and grew continuously. It was indomitable and incomparably ferocious. This was the real god of war. The strength of this body was something Lin Ling had seen in his life. It was probably not much weaker than the 5 thearchs, however, this was just one of the doppelganger of the great sage, heaven's equal. You have the same aura as me. I'm guessing that back then, Master placed a 5-colored divine stone on you. Although it's not much, you can be considered to be of the same origin as me. How about I teach you a set of bronze wall and iron bones? Or I can teach you the 8-9 mysteries? However, if you want to cultivate this powerful physical body technique, you have to give up all your previous techniques. The huge ape looked down at Lin Ling and grinned. Brother Monkey, there's no need for that. My physical body technique is not bad. It's suitable for me. Lin Ling thought for a while and shook his head with a smile. His physical body technique was the Pangu strike. It was also very powerful. If he could find the Pangu's physical body technique, Lin Ling would be able to transform into a Pangu. Alright then. The giant ape didn't force him because he also sensed that Lin Ling's body had a very ancient power that he couldn't see through. My boy, you have ancient divine abilities. Not only do you have the energy of my five-colored godstone, you also have other divine abilities. In the future, you'll definitely be a god of an era. Now, I'll teach you the art of cloning. The giant ape laughed and took a step forward. Countless avatars of the giant ape walked out. It was as if there were countless giants standing under the green mountain. Watch carefully. All of the giant apes pointed at Lin Ling, and countless rays of light shot into Lin Ling's body. In Lin Ling's mind, a divine ability suddenly appeared, avatar of the true body. In fact, throughout the many eras of the universe, there were many gods who were adept at using external incarnations. There were also many types of divine abilities, including Lin Ling's nascent soul Great Tao physique. The nascent soul Great Tao body would sprout once every 3,000 years, bloom once every 3,000 years, and bear fruit once every 3,000 years. Lin Ling had once cultivated to the realm of 3,000 years of germination. Now, with the guidance of the giant ape, Lin Ling's external incarnations were constantly growing and gradually blossoming. External incarnations of the true body are actually different methods of achieving the same result. Although your cultivation is different, what I've taught you is similar. After all, among the gods, when it comes to cloning, I, old son, am definitely ranked at the top. The giant ape disappeared quietly, and under the huge mountain, the monkey said proudly. Lin Ling stood there quietly, and light flowed in his mind. After an unknown period of time, a figure walked out, followed by a second and a third. Gradually, it reached 6000. The nascent soul Great Tao physique had completely blossomed, and there were 6,000 avatars. Moreover, these avatars had 99% of Lin Ling's strength. Apart from the hidden killer moves like the Panga Strike and the three extremes of the universe, they had everything else. Fellow Taoist. All of the avatars looked at Lin Ling and smiled. Most importantly, the avatar's consciousness was getting stronger and stronger, and they could already comprehend the great Tao of the universe. Fellow Taoist. Lin Ling's true body also cupped his hands and smiled at the crowd. As long as the true body didn't die, these avatars would never die. Brother Monkey, I'm leaving. I'll come and see you next time. Lin Ling looked at the great sage, heaven's equal, and said, go. Remember to bring more wine and meat next time. At the foot of the mountain, the monkey waved at Lin Ling, and Lin Ling smiled and nodded. With a step, he flew into the distance with his 6,000 avatars. From afar, it was a shocking sight. That was because there were 6,000 mid-stage mid-gods. Their combined battle prowess was absolutely terrifying. Rumble, after half a day, scorching flames began to appear in front of them. It was the Kunlun divine fire. This fire came from Mount Kunlun, and it was one of the first flames in the universe. It was incomparably ancient. When Lin Ling arrived with his avatars, a wisp of flame ignited one of the avatars. What a powerful Kunlun divine fire! Lin Ling was secretly shocked. However, he had many avatars, and it should be enough to support him to leave. Bang, 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 more and more avatars exploded. In the end, 3,000 avatars had turned into ashes, and the remaining 3,000 avatars protected Lin Ling as they continued to charge forward. Fellow Taoist, we're almost there. The avatars also spoke in unison. Lin Ling saw that the most vigorous divine fire had appeared in front of him, as if it was burning heaven and earth, preventing anyone from leaving. Fellow Taoists, charge. Lin Ling looked at the crowd and nodded. Rumble, a large number of avatars were burned and turned into ashes. However, when Lin Ling rushed out of the towering flames, everything finally disappeared. Looking around, there were only 3 avatars left. Lin Ling was now in the square prison. Fellow Taoist Lin, congratulations on your return. In the prison next to him, a smile came at the same time. It was Xianxia. At this moment, he had an unfathomable smile on his face. Fellow Taoist Lin, congratulations on defeating the great law of the universe. Although that woman didn't survive, at least she reincarnated. Fellow Taoist Lin is also the first intermediate god to reincarnate. Strength to defeat the great law of the universe. Thank you, senior. Lin Ling bowed slightly. If Xianxia hadn't reminded him to fight with all his strength, Lin Ling might not have ended up like this. By the way, please take care of my disciple, the Yellow Emperor. Xianxia said. Take care of him? He should be the one taking care of me. Lin Ling couldn't help but shake his head. Haha, in the future, he will have many things to entrust to fellow Daoist Lin. Moreover, if fellow Daoist Lin wants to grow in the Dao realm, you will need many opportunities. I can help fellow Daoist Lin. Xianxia said. That's good. If I can help with the Yellow Emperor, I will definitely help. I have some matters to attend to, so I will leave first. I will visit Senior again next time. Lin Ling nodded politely. After cupping his hands in salute, he left without stopping to rest. Now, he wanted to return to Yu immediately. He guessed that Emperor Yao and the others hadn't caught him. Perhaps they would attack Yu. After a while, when Lin Ling reappeared, he found himself in the Godfall Void. There were several gods around him, looking curiously at the square stone stele. When they saw Lin Ling, they were all shocked. Where did this guy come from? What's going on? Hey, who are you? Where's that stone tablet treasure? The gods were shocked at first, but they gradually came to their senses. They came from another continent and passed by the god meteorite void. Then, they saw an ancient stone tablet floating in the void. At first, they thought it was a meteorite, but after investigating it for a long time, they realized it was extraordinary. Just when they thought they had found a treasure, the stone tablet suddenly disappeared, and a cold man walked out. This was infuriating. After all, they had been investigating the stone tablet for a total of 3 days. Boy, where's my treasure? The more they thought about it, the angrier they became. One of the elders said coldly, hand it over. I don't know how you stole our treasure, but if you don't hand it over, the protection of the Tao state will be useless against you. The others spoke one after another. In their opinion, Lin Ling must have stolen their treasure. At this moment, Lin Ling glanced at them and looked around. His gaze fell on the volcano in the distance, but it had become a void. This reminded him of the battle of the great laws of the universe not long ago. Little Ning. Lin Ling sighed in his heart, but soon, he smiled. At least, Ning Qingxin's soul was not scattered and dissipated in the universe forever. That was enough. I hope you can return to the era after reincarnating. Lin Ling wished Ning Qingxin well. Every moment of accompanying Ning Qingxin in the volcano floated in his mind. That time was also one of the most peaceful days of his life. There was no battle, only peace and tranquility, because Ning Qingxin was very pure, and she was not scheming at all. Being with her seemed to cleanse Lin Ling's heart. Now, seeing Ning Qingxin embark on the journey of life again, Lin Ling was happy for her. He hoped she could have a new life and have more enlightenment. Lin Ling did not have any romantic feelings for Ning Qingxin. He only felt that they were like-minded. Hey, boy, did you hear what we said? Upon seeing that Lin Ling had ignored them and was instead looking at the void with a sigh, the god's fury seemed to have been ignited. Alright, this is the first time I, Chen-Wan-san, have met someone who dares to ignore me. A tall and sturdy man shouted angrily as flames erupted from his body. However, even though the others were furious, they felt that it was slightly strange as well. For some unknown reason, they sensed an extraordinary aura of age emanating from this cold and indifferent man. It was as if this man was the heavenly Tao, the universe, and he was filled with endless hardships and glory. One had to know that they were not new deities. They had experienced the age of the gods and even reincarnated to cultivate again. They had long since become accustomed to the ups and downs of life. But that kind of vicissitudes paled in comparison to this man. Of course, this feeling quickly disappeared, making them think that it was an illusion. What are you guys talking about? At this moment, Lin Ling looked at the crowd. F***CK. Everyone roared at the same time. Sure enough, this guy was ignoring them. What they said before was all in vain. Where did you steal our treasures? The old man shouted angrily. Treasure? Stolen? Lin Ling frowned and suddenly shook his head with a smile. Are they talking about the square prison? What a joke. When did this treasure become theirs? I'll give you 3 breaths of time. If you don't kneel down and call me grandpa and hand over the treasure, I'll take away one of your Tao realm protection. Not giving Lin Ling any more chances, the old man erupted with powerful divine origin energy, intending to teach Lin Ling a lesson. The others did the same. their faces ferocious. Lin Ling shook his head and also unleashed the strength of a mid-level mid-deity. With a twitch of his brows, a large number of doppelgangers walked out from behind him. The most terrifying thing was that these doppelgangers were all mid-level mid-deities. In the blink of an eye, 6,000 mid-level mid-deities surrounded the few of them. I'm from the age of the gods. The few deities wanted to announce their origins and make Lin Ling kneel down and lick their toes. However, the last sentence could not be said even after shouting for a long time. Mid-level mid-deities? And there are so many of you? There are only 6 of us. How are we going to fight this? In the blink of an eye, the few deities were so scared that their noses were running and their bodies were trembling. Moreover, they were cursing in their hearts. What kind of joke is this? How did the sneaky young man become so strong in the blink of an eye? One should know that the 6 of them were only early-level mid-deities. It was precisely because the evil spider god had disappeared that they entered the godfall void for the first time. Therefore, they did not expect that there would be such a strong expert in the godfall void. Do you still want my treasure? Lin Ling looked at them with a smile. No, you can steal it. That's your ability, senior. The old man in the lead kept waving his hands, his legs trembling violently. Steal? Lin Ling frowned. No, that treasure belongs to you, senior. I said the wrong thing. The old man was stunned and quickly gave himself 3 hard slaps. Smack, smack, smack. The sound was crisp, but after the old man slapped himself, he still looked at Lin Ling with a smile. Get lost. Lin Ling shook his head. He could not be bothered to argue with them. Thank you, senior. Thank you. The 6 deities almost knelt down and kowtowed. However, after taking a few steps, they suddenly looked at Lin Ling with tears in their eyes. Senior, there are so many people blocking our way. We can't get out. 6,000 mid-stage mid-gods had surrounded them so tightly that not even a fly could escape, let alone the 3 of them. Most importantly, these 6,000 deities were very cold, as if they were the god of slaughter. I forgot. Fellow Taoists, let them leave. Lin Ling nodded and said to the doppelgangers around him. The doppelgangers made way for them, but their faces were still cold. The 6 deities walked through the sea of people, trembling as they walked. It was just a short distance, but it was as if they had walked a lifetime. It was only after they had completely left that they dared to speed up and escape with all their might. That scared me to death. The burly man called Xianxia said as he patted his chest. It's so scary. It feels like we're walking on the edge of a blade. If those people had attacked us, we would have gone to hell. Stop talking nonsense. Let's run. Like frightened rabbits, they fled into the distance. Lin Ling ignored them. He looked at all the doppelgangers and said, Fellow cultivators, go and pursue your own great Tao. Fellow cultivator Lin Ling, we'll meet again. All the doppelgangers cupped their fists and bowed to Lin Ling. Then, they shot off in all directions. These doppelgangers had their own consciousness and could cultivate on their own. If their strength increased, they could return a portion to Lin Ling. Then, Lin Ling's strength would definitely increase greatly. This was one of the methods that the great sage, Heaven's Equal, had taught Lin Ling. Last time in the God Meteor Fall Void, Emperor Shun brought people to hunt me down, but I managed to escape. They will definitely be unwilling to give up and will definitely look for me everywhere. I am most afraid that they will find Yu. Lin Ling looked into the distance, took a step, and left the God Meteor Fall Void. At this moment, there were indeed many gods around the island, and they were also looking for Yu and the rest. The origin of these gods was naturally Emperor Yao, Emperor Shun, and the 3 divine sects of White Mountain found it difficult to find traces of Lin Ling and the rest. However, Emperor Yao was different. He knew that Lin Ling came from the nearby area, therefore, after failing to catch Lin Ling and the rest in the God Meteor Fall Void, Emperor Shun also paid attention to the nearby area. He even sent out an expert, the late-stage mid-god Xianxia old man. This old man came from ancient times, and it was said that he was transformed from the jade zither that ancient goddess Nuwa once played. He had received guidance from the great Tao and was extremely powerful. He led countless powerful deities to search the nearby area. I am sure that they are here. Everyone has been looking for them for a long time, but we still haven't found them. This means that they have hidden themselves very well. Xianxia old man carried an ancient zither on his back and looked at the gods indifferently as he spoke. These gods were very powerful, and they were all mid-stage mid-gods. No matter, we will find them. I am most afraid that Lin Ling has hidden himself. If he does not dare to come back after seeing that we have caught his people, then it will be troublesome. One of the gods said coldly. He was the giant god White Tiger. That is all we can do now. If Lin Ling really does not dare to come back, then we can only say that he is a coward. The old man nodded. After that, the gods spread out again and began to search everywhere. At this moment, far to the southeast of the island, there was a surging river, but on the other side of the river, there was a valley. The valley was huge, and the inside was like a city. However, there was a barrier on the surface that blocked everything. Looking at the rolling river again, there were cosmic beasts rolling in the river, and this caused no one to discover the valley. Senior Luo Fu, this is our entire Leigong Hall. There were quite a number of people in the bustling city. On the main street, several people were walking slowly with a middle-aged man. Those people were Yu Yu and the others. The one who spoke was Lei Gong. Lei Gong had returned from the God Meteorite Void. Because he wasn't able to help Lin Ling last time, he felt very guilty and volunteered to come back and protect Lei Gong's hall. Beside Lei Gong were Saint Gi, Treasure God Nanhua Fingyu, Pure Maiden White Water, and the others. Not bad, your Lei Gong hall is very strong. The middle-aged man had his hands behind his back as he spoke with a faint smile. He was tall and had a light beard on his face. His brows were like swords and his eyes were like stars. His bearing was extremely extraordinary. His name was Luo Fuzi. He was a late-stage mid-god expert. Most importantly, he had a powerful background. He was a subordinate of Di Jun, one of the 5 emperors. He was here today because he was invited by Lei Gong. When Lei Gong entered a secret realm in the Dao realm, he met Luo Fuzi in the secret realm. They worked together to pass through some dangerous places and became good friends. Now that the Lightning God Palace knew that the Lightning God Palace had offended Emperor Shun and Emperor Yao, he wanted to find a strong backer for the Lightning God Palace. When he thought of the fact that Luo Fuzi had the backing of the 5 monarchs, he decided to invite him over. In his opinion, as long as Lei Gong Hall joined Di Jun's tomb, Emperor Yao and the others wouldn't dare to act recklessly. Your overall strength is very strong. I think Lord Di Jun will be very interested in you. As for the enemies you've offended, it's not that I, Luo Fuzi, am exaggerating. In the entire Dao realm, there are very few people who can make Lord Di Jun wary. Luo Fuzi smiled faintly. That's great. Hearing this, Yu Yu and the others laughed. However, Treasure God Nanhua Fingyu and Pure Lady Bai shook their heads secretly. They didn't seem to believe it. Giant Ghost and Emperor Zhonggang frowned. Would Di Jun offend Emperor Yao and the others for them? They obviously didn't believe it. However, they could only try their best in the current situation. I wonder where Lord Di Jun is now. Why don't we go and find him now? Shungi suddenly smiled. It was too dangerous to stay here. It was better to leave. It was obvious that he trusted Luo Fuzi. After all, he was a friend of Lord Lei Gong. Alright, you guys get ready and set off immediately. Luo Fuzi looked at Shungi. In fact, in the entire hall of Lei Gong, Shungi was the one who moved him the most. After all, Lei Gong said that Shungi was the descendant of the Eastern Emperor Tai and had the Eastern Emperor Tai Bell. Lord Di Jun would definitely be interested in someone like him. Alright, let's get ready and leave immediately. We don't want anything here. Seeing that Luo Fuzi had agreed, Shungi and Lei Gong were overjoyed and quickly said to everyone. They had lived here for quite some time, and it could be considered their first residence in the Dao realm. They were reluctant to give up everything and leave. However, when they thought of Emperor Yao and the other experts, they decided to leave with Luo Fuzi. Haha, I found you. Suddenly, a loud shout rang out, shaking the entire valley. Rumble. Many houses in the valley were shattered by the sound. In the river far away from the valley, a large number of gods flew past. When they encountered the cosmic crocodiles, they stomped their feet and a powerful divine energy exploded, crushing the cosmic crocodiles into dust. Facing the cosmic crocodiles, they only needed to stomp lightly to kill them. This showed how strong they were. Oh no, they found this place. Lei Gong and the others' faces changed. They knew that Emperor Yao's people were looking for them, however, they didn't expect that they would find them in the end. If they were a moment later, they would have left this place. Rumble. Next, the valley was torn apart by a powerful force, revealing a large open space. A large number of gods walked over. Who are you? How dare you? Luo Fuzi's face turned cold. He said to Lei Gong and the others, don't worry. With me here, no one can touch you. After saying that, he led Lei Gong and the others to welcome them. It's them. That's Xianxia. At the same time, White Tiger and the others appeared in front of them. White Tiger pointed at Xianxia. He obviously recognized Xianxia. They really hid well. They hid on the other side of the Dao River and built a cave residence. With the divine barrier outside the valley, it's impossible to find them without getting close. An old man carrying a zither walked out slowly. It was Sound Nest Elder. His gaze swept across and finally fell on the few of them. Where is Lei Gong Linling? Xianxia old man said calmly. Lei Gong Linling is not here. You are not welcome here. Scram. Lei Gong did not back down. Ha ha ha, the three of you are quite strong. Unfortunately, you are still too weak for me. Now, I will give you a chance. Call Lei Gong Linling back, and I will spare your lives. The Sound Nest old man said faintly and looked at the gods behind him. The gods immediately nodded. They nodded. Seeing this, Sound Nest old man said again, don't think that you can leave this place with the help of the Dao state fragments. Let me tell you, the protection of the Dao state is useless against me. Sky Observation Pure Thunder Array. Luo Fuzi suddenly raised his head and said with a frown. The sky around the valley suddenly became majestic as though it was endless. This was a powerful divine boundary array. It required a lot of treasures to set up, and those treasures were only available to those in the Dao Requital realm. The array was not powerful. It was not a killing array, a defensive array, or an illusion array. It only had one effect, and that was to block the protection of the Dao state. Generally, those who could set up such a divine array all had great backgrounds, because this array consumed too many Dao state fragments. Ordinary people would not be willing to use them. If they had the fragments, they would have exchanged them for treasures to cultivate. You have a good eye. Sound Nest old man nodded proudly. Now, are you going to wait to be captured, or are you going to die? If you are killed in this array, you will be dead for real. His words were full of threat, and Lei Gong and the others were shocked. They could not help but look at Luo Fuzi. No matter. I am here. Luo Fuzi nodded at Lei Gong and the others to reassure them. Then, he looked at Sound Nest old man and said, fellow Daoist, why do you have to force us? How about giving me some face? I am Luo Fuzi. He did not expect this group of people to have a greater background than he thought. After all, the Sky Observation Pure Thunder Array was enough to explain everything. Luo Fuzi? I don't know him. Giant God White Tiger and the others shook their heads in disdain. Maybe you don't know Luo Fuzi, but there's a name you definitely know. Luo Fuzi was not angry, and said indifferently, Lord Dijun. The giant God White Tiger and the rest had a slight change in their expressions. This also made Luo Fuzi smile faintly. These people were ultimately afraid of Lord Dijun. Ha ha ha. But in the next moment, the White Tiger giant god and the others burst out laughing. The Sound Nest elder pointed at Luo Fuzi and said with disdain, I was wondering who you were. So it's the 5 emperors, Dijun. Although the 5 emperors are not to be trifled with, didn't they tell you that we are Emperor Yao's people? What? Emperor Yao? Luo Fuzi's expression changed. On this point, Lei Gong and the others really didn't mention it. They originally planned to mention it after they left. Moreover, they are not only the people Emperor Yao wants to capture, but also Emperor Shun and the 3 divine gates of White Mountain. Xianxia added. This. Luo Fuzi's pupils trembled. Even if it was a great emperor, Lord Dijun might not appear to help, let alone Emperor Shun and the 3 divine gates of White Mountain. There was no way he could help at all. One had to know that although he was Emperor Jun's man, he was only a minor god under his tomb. He didn't have much authority to speak. Lei Gong, you and I are friends. I didn't expect you to almost get me killed. Luo Fuzi immediately looked at Lei Gong and complained. Lei Gong frowned instantly. Luo Fuzi, you and I have been through thick and thin together in the Dao realm. During the crisis in the secret realm, if you and I didn't support each other, we would have died in the secret realm. I thought that our friendship was enough to prove everything. Now you say that I got you killed? Shut up. Luo Fuzi's face turned green and red. He shouted angrily, if you had offended anyone else, I, Luo Fuzi, could have protected you. But you have offended the 5 emperors, and 2 of them. In the entire Dao realm, who would dare to protect you? Also, in the entire Dao realm, who would be crazy enough to offend 2 lords at the same time, human leaders? Don't say any more. If you don't dare, then you don't dare. Why are you looking for excuses? You can leave now. Our friendship is over. Lei Gong waved his hand and angrily stopped Luo Fuzi's unnecessary words. In fact, when they met in the secret realm and almost died, it was mostly Lei Gong who saved Luo Fuzi. Otherwise, with Lei Gong's character, he wouldn't have asked Luo Fuzi for help. However, he didn't expect that Luo Fuzi, who seemed to be his friend through life and death, would immediately stand by and watch in the face of a strong enemy. Humph, I helped you out of kindness, but I didn't expect you to treat me like a cabbage. Fine, settle this matter yourself. Luo Fuzi knew that he was in the wrong, but he didn't want to lose face, so he snorted coldly. Senior Luo Fuzi, scram. Our Lei Gong Hall doesn't need your help. Moreover, you said before that there was someone in the Dao realm who was crazy enough to offend 2 human leaders. I'm sorry, but there really is someone who is that crazy. At this time, Treasure God Nanhua Fingyu laughed mockingly. This person is our current Lei Gong Hall's Lei Gong Linling. You're a coward who's afraid of death, but don't treat everyone like you, coward. Whitewater Pure Maiden also spoke. Previously, they had been very polite to Luo Fuzi, almost to the point of flattering him. In the end, the other party was a person who looked strong on the outside but was weak on the inside. Of course, throughout the entire process, they didn't have any expectations for Luo Fuzi. Everything was just giving face to Lei Gong. Ha ha ha, I don't know how strong your so-called Lei Gong Linling is, but in my opinion, he's probably just a small god. Now, I want to see how you will deal with Emperor Yao and the others. Luo Fuzi laughed loudly and walked toward Sound Nest Elder. At the same time, he said, fellow Taoists, I won't interfere in this matter. Instead, I want to see how strong they are. That's good. Sound Nest Elder gave face to Di Jun, so he ignored Luo Fuzi. Coward. Seeing Luo Fuzi with Sound Nest Elder and the others in the blink of an eye, the people in Lei Gong Hall mocked and scolded even more. Lei Gong looked at the crowd guiltily. He felt extremely embarrassed to have such a friend. Lei Gong, you treat people with sincerity, but that doesn't mean others are the same. Don't take it to heart. Saint Guy advised, then laughed. When Linling returns, they will regret it, including that Luo Fuzi. Although Linling's lifespan was exhausted, they all believed that Linling wasn't dead, especially Saint Guy. He had walked through the Dao realm miasma with Linling, and knew Linling's origins. Therefore, he didn't believe that Linling would fall in the Dao realm. Lei Gong Linling isn't here, right? At this time, Sound Nest Elder looked at Lei Gong and the others. I'll give you a chance. Let the 3 of you come out and fight. If you win, you can leave. If you lose, hand over Linling immediately. Third battle? Alright, I'll be the first. Alright. Hearing Sound Nest Old Man's words, Lei Gong also walked out. He felt that he had lost face previously, so he wanted to make up for it now. Your strength is not bad. Alright, I'll fight you. Sound Nest Old Man looked at Lei Gong indifferently and walked out. Behind him, the jade zither was held up. The moment the zither appeared, it shone brightly, and countless illusions of life lingered in the light. It was very mysterious. This zither seemed to have produced the smoke and dust of millions of people. Sound Nest Old Man stood quietly behind the jade zither, as steady as a rock. Lei Gong's eyes narrowed. Although Sound Nest Old Man was at the same level as him, he could feel a powerful aura emanating from the latter's body. This aura was so strong that it was like the strongest god in ancient times. Xingyi and the rest slowed down their breathing. They were all curious about the strength of this Sound Nest Old Man and whether he could fight Lei Gong. Music score. Sound Nest Old Man said indifferently. With a wave of his right hand, an ancient music score appeared. It was like a piece of cloth that he held with both hands. You are not qualified for me to use my divine zither. He left behind a sentence, and his figure suddenly disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already in front of Lei Gong. Whoosh, the music score was like a river, sweeping towards Lei Gong's head. The seemingly soft music score was mixed with a heart-palpitating power. See reversing lightning incantation. Lei Gong's expression changed. He opened his hands, and lightning appeared. It turned into a lightning trident to block Sound Nest Old Man's attack. Boom, the lightning trident and music score collided. The entire valley exploded, and terrifying divine energy roared. Endless lightning bloomed from Lei Gong's body. His divine energy had reached the level of 5,000, moreover, there was an indescribable power that swallowed and spat out. However, this power was very weak, so it was not obvious. This power was the power of the world's will. Bang! Bang, bang! Under this faintly discernible power of the world's will, the music score seemed to be attacked by a gale. It was actually showing signs of being blown askew. We are both late-stage mid-gods, but you can't suppress me with your strength. Sensing this, Lei Gong sneered. You're not strong, but you sure talk big. The Sound Nest Old Man's lips curled into a disdainful smile. Suddenly, a ferocious divine force burst out from his body, reaching the 8,000 mark. What? Lei Gong's eyes narrowed. Crash. After the incomparably terrifying divine power was activated, the previously soft music score was like a waterfall, but also like a large blade. It actually forcibly resisted the lightning trident. 8,000 strands of the power of divinity against 5,000. The result could be imagined. The fork, which was filled with terrifying lightning, shattered in an instant. A large hand suddenly reached out and grabbed Lei Gong's neck through the void. Then, it smashed him to the ground. Boom. This smash was like the collapse of heaven and earth. We're both late-stage mid-gods, but you're far too weak compared to me. I forgot to tell you that I have a 9th-rank god embryo. The amount of divine energy I can raise is far beyond your imagination. Sound Nest Old Man said disdainfully as he held Lei Gong's neck in a death grip. Previously, he had white hair and seemed to be a person of virtue and prestige. But who would have thought that after he attacked, his ferocious methods would be so terrifying? Lei Gong! Saint Guy anxiously shouted from afar. There were two people he respected the most in his life. One was Lin Ling, and the other was Lei Gong. Dong Huang Tai Bell. His hands moved rapidly as if opening the door to the divine realm. Then, an ancient bronze bell came crashing down on Sound Nest Old Man. Dong Huang Tai Bell. The eyes of treasure god Nanhua Fingyu and the others lit up. Saint Guy was the strongest god among them, and Sound Nest Old Man had a powerful background, so he didn't put Saint Guy in his eyes. Perhaps Saint Guy had a chance to defeat him. Dong Huang Tai Bell. At this moment, Sound Nest Old Man's expression was solemn. He gave up on Lei Gong and drifted away. He landed lightly on the jade zither in the distance and sat down cross-legged with his eyes slightly closed. At this moment, he seemed to have turned into a boulder. Sound Nest Old Man is afraid of the Dong Huang Bell. Bai Shui and the others saw something and were overjoyed. It was as if they saw the dawn of victory. But at this moment, Sound Nest Old Man gently flicked his fingers and a melody floated out. The melody was very beautiful and even pleasing to the eyes. When it fell into the ears of the others, not only did they not feel any pressure, they even felt that there were signs of a breakthrough, but when it fell into Saint Guy's ears, everything changed. It was as if he had entered some kind of illusion, and he had no control over his body. He couldn't control the Dong Huang Bell. Rumble, the Dong Huang Bell in the sky began to wobble. When it fell, it hit Lei Gong, causing Lei Gong to spit out a mouthful of blood and suffer heavy injuries. Saint Guy, you. Such a strange scene undoubtedly caused treasure god Nanhua Fingyu and the others to change their expressions. No, something's wrong with Saint Guy. God Emperor Jean Steele stared at Saint Guy and found that Saint Guy was sitting cross-legged as if he was resisting something. Could it be Sound Nest Old Man? Suddenly, God Emperor Jean Steele looked at Sound Nest Old Man and guessed what was going on. What kind of technique is this? Treasure god Nanhua Fingyu and the others reacted in shock. Saint Guy had the protection of the Dong Huang Bell, so normal techniques couldn't affect him at all. But now, he seemed to be attacked. Moreover, it was against Lei Gong. One had to know that Lei Gong was the person Saint Guy respected the most. God stares. At this moment, Saint Guy spat out a mouthful of blood and opened his eyes with difficulty. He was still in some kind of illusion, but his body was being controlled, which caused the Donhuan bell to attack Lei Gong, and to control his body, only the God stairs had the power to do so. Moreover, the God stairs must be very powerful, with a 9th-grade mid-god divine fetus and the God stairs. It was no wonder that sound-nest old man was so confident. Of course, Saint Guy was only an early-stage mid-god. If he was a mid-stage mid-god, sound-nest old man might not be able to defeat him. Boom. At this moment, the Donghuang Tai bell slammed down again, and Lei Gong was severely injured. He looked like he was on his last breath and had completely fainted. Lei Gong! Everyone shouted and rushed over to the Thunder God's side, wanting to help. No one is to go. But soon, Saint Guy's voice sounded, stopping everyone from helping, because he knew that if they got close, they would be attacked by the Donhuang bell, and then things would be even more troublesome. Now, Saint Guy could only control himself to prevent the Donhuang bell from attacking his own people, which meant that he had lost. Who is the third one? At this moment, Sound Nest Old Man spoke. His words made Treasure God Nanwufingyu and the others frown. The third one, even the strongest Saint Guy and Lei Gong had been defeated. How were they supposed to fight? This was because their Lei Gong Grand Hall still had an expert who had not returned. It was Lei Gong Lin Ling. However, Lin Ling had disappeared into the God Cloud's void. Whether he could return in time was still unknown. Moreover, even Xingyi had been defeated. Even if Lin Ling returned, what could he do? In everyone's opinion, the strongest person in Lei Gong Grand Hall was Xingyi. Lin Ling's strength was comparable to Lei Gong's, but even Xingyi had been defeated. Could Lin Ling win? In an instant, everyone had mixed feelings. They hoped that Lin Ling could rush back, but they also hoped that Lin Ling would not return. I know that you are stalling for time. At this time, Inchao Old Man spoke. Without waiting for Nanwufingyu and the others to speak, he continued, with your strength, even if I don't do anything, the White Tiger Giant God and the others can slaughter you. Now, the protection of the Dao realm is useless against you. Your overall strength is no match for us. How can you fight us? Nanwufingyu and the others were silent as they clenched their fists. Kiki, a bunch of ignorant people. You don't even know the strength of the 5 emperors. Luo Fuzi spoke as if he was with Inchao Old Man and the others. In fact, he had been scolded by Lei Gong and was in a bad mood. Now that Lei Gong and the others had been defeated, he was naturally happy. At least he wanted to let Lei Gong and the others know that it was not that he did not want to help, but that Emperor Yao could not resist at all, including him. On the other hand, Lei Gong and the others had asked Luo Fuzi to help. This was Luo Fuzi being unjust. Luo Fuzi, we are indeed ignorant people, but we are still better than a coward like you. It was Lei Gong's biggest mistake to know you. Oh right, don't say that you know Lei Gong. That's an insult to Lei Gong. Nanwufingyu mocked when he saw Luo Fuzi gloating. You are about to die, and you still dare to be stubborn. Veins appeared on Luo Fuzi's forehead as he looked at Inchao Old Man and said, in my opinion, these trash should be slaughtered to show the might of the 5 emperors. This person was narrow-minded. After feeling humiliated, he asked Inchao Old Man to kill them all. Kiki, just a bunch of ants. What sense of accomplishment would there be in killing them? However, Sound Nest Old Man shook his head. I can give you a chance. Call Thunder God Lin Ling out. You won't have to die. Other than Saint Guy, his other goal was Lin Ling. Since he did not see them, he did not want to kill them. Because if he killed all these people, Lin Ling would not appear. Whitewater Pure Maiden said immediately. I don't care. From now on, I will kill one person every 2 hours until I kill all of you. You better pray that Lin Ling comes back. Otherwise, you will all die here. Inchao Old Man said coldly and left, disappearing from the valley. White Tiger and the others sneered at the people in Lei Gong's hall. Did you hear that? Kill one person every 2 hours. Remember, after you die, there will be no Dao realm protection. It will be true death. Think about it, this is a Dao realm. You need thousands of opportunities to enter. Are you going to sacrifice everyone for one Lin Ling? Call Lin Ling back obediently. When they said this, their eyes were full of disdain, as if they were looking at lambs waiting to be slaughtered. Nanwufengyu and the others came from the void of the 9 states. They were all indomitable figures. How could they take this lying down? Dream on. White Maiden roared and looked at Yu and the others. Since we can't escape death, why don't we fight with all our strength? Kill one person. What do you think? I think so. Sakura and the young demon lord nodded. They didn't think that Lin Ling could deal with these people and didn't want to be used as hostages to threaten Lin Ling. Thus, they wanted to die in battle so that Lin Ling could leave this place. He would avenge them in the future. Okay. Nanwufengyu nodded. He didn't want to involve Lin Ling either. The others nodded as well. No. However, Yu stopped everyone. This is because of Lin Ling. I don't want everyone to die here. I think Lin Ling doesn't want to see this scene either. But... White Maiden frowned and wanted to say something, but Yu interrupted her. Believe in Lin Ling. If he can come back, he will definitely win. Think about it, in the rainforest, in the void of the 9 states, in the Dao realm, Lin Ling has given us so many surprises. Now, he will definitely give us another one. We will be pleasantly surprised this time. Hearing this, everyone fell silent. They couldn't deny that Yu was right. However, logic told them that Lin Ling couldn't win against these gods. Okay, I'll bet. Nanwufengyu gritted his teeth and made his decision. While they were talking, Giant White Tiger and the others were waiting with smiles on their faces, calculating the time. After an indeterminate amount of time, the White Tiger giant god suddenly frowned. The way I see it, these people won't call Lin Ling back at all. Damn it, they must be treating us like idiots. Giant White Tiger, it's not time yet. Don't be impatient. Next to him, a god smiled and shook his head. Back in Emperor Yao's territory, Lin Ling and Xingyi killed so many gods of Emperor Yao. Why should we be so nice to them? Since there's still an hour, let's start torturing them. Body, soul, everything. Giant White Tiger smiled savagely. If anyone is tortured to death first, they can only blame their bad luck. Master, this is a great idea. Next to him, a young man nodded with a smile. He was the White Tiger Overseer Divine Lord. Back in Emperor Yao's territory, he was killed twice by Lin Ling, and even lost the protection of the Dao realm. Now, he wanted nothing more than to grind Lin Ling's bones to dust. Don't worry, disciple, I'll make Lin Ling pay a heavy price. Giant White Tiger nodded at his disciple. In truth, he hated Lin Ling to the bone. He had wasted a lot of time in the God's Fall void, but not only did he fail to catch Lin Ling, but he had also been following Lin Ling and eating Lin Ling's fart. When had he, Giant White Tiger, ever suffered such a great loss in his cultivation? That's good too. Although it's one person every 2 hours, torturing someone won't kill them so quickly. When they're about to die, time will be up. The gods nodded. 12 of you, come out. Now, kneel and kowtow. Whoever kneels and kowtows the fastest will not be tortured for the time being. After getting the gods' agreement, Giant White Tiger looked at the people in Lei Gong's hall and rubbed his chin, looking forward to seeing the people in Lei Gong's hall scramble to kneel and kowtow. I'll do it. Don't fight with me, I'll do it. 12 people? That's too few. Remember, you must call my name. Such a scene enraged Giant God White Tiger and the rest. This was not something they wanted to see. Damn it, what kind of bewitching potion did Lin Ling give them to make them so fearless of death? Or did they think that their purgatory torture was child's play? As one of the leaders of Lei Gong's hall, I'll go first. Treasure God Nanwufengyu blocked the rest and spoke first. Stop fighting, I'm Lin Ling's servant. I'll bear this torture. Whitewater Pure Girl, you're a woman after all. I'll take your place. Emperor God John Steel, Giant Ghost, and the rest also walked out one after another. Then, seeing that the others were unwilling to give up, they said, don't worry, we're the first 12. After we die, it'll be your turn next. As soon as he said that, Sakura and the others were willing to give up and didn't continue to argue. Yu and Anuere looked at each other, their eyes wet. Lin Ling, what did he do to deserve these people to accompany him in death? Lin Ling had no regrets in life to have these brothers and companions by his side. This is Lin Ling's charm. Lin Ling treats his enemies fiercely, but he treats his friends well. That's why they're willing to be humiliated for Lin Ling. Xianxia suddenly laughed, feeling inexplicably touched and proud. Let's see how arrogant you can be. At this moment, the white tiger giant god coldly snorted. He walked out with several gods and unleashed his powerful god essence, turning it into sharp blades. If you dare resist, we'll kill everyone immediately. The white tiger supervising soldier divine lord said sinisterly. In fact, even if he didn't say anything, the people of Lei Gong's hall would never resist. It wasn't that they were afraid of these people, but that they didn't want to implicate their own people. Cut them. Giant god white tiger roared and controlled the divine essence blades to cut at treasure god Nanwufingyu and the rest. Furthermore, there were also soul force blades that were cutting into their souls. It was like the most terrifying purgatory in the underworld, causing the blood and bones of treasure god Nanwufingyu and the others to fall to the ground. Ah! Come on, let's see how powerful you are. Whoever goes soft is a coward. Haha, too weak. Are you trying to tickle me? Giant Ghost, Emperor God Zhonggang, and the others roared as their eyes turned red, their bodies were drenched in blood, and even their souls were trembling. Their flesh and bones were separated, but they didn't die. Tragic, incomparably miserable. In the distance, Yu and the others clenched their fists. They couldn't bear to watch. Everyone. Shungi struggled to open his eyes and groaned in pain, but he couldn't do anything to help. Haha, does it feel good? Does it hurt? Whose eyes are these? The white tiger supervising divine monarch swaggered over and pulled out Nanwufingyu's eyes. Extremely cruel. As long as a god didn't die, they could recover their lost flesh and blood, but the pain of losing flesh and blood was unavoidable. Lei Gong, are you awake? Look at your friends. Ha ha ha, where's Lin Ling? Tell him to get his ass back here. If he's late, they won't be able to hold on much longer. Giant god white tiger walked up to Lei Gong, grabbed a piece of meat, and began to chew on it. It was Emperor God Zhonggang's meat. Although the meat of a god couldn't compare to a treasure of heaven and earth, it was still a great supplement. Yummy, yummy, yummy. Giant god white tiger laughed as he ate. Lei Gong had already woken up. Seeing this scene, his body trembled and his eyes moistened. He hated that he was too weak, or these heartless people wouldn't be able to act so arrogantly. Lei Gong, do you still dare to be smug in front of me? Humph, even I can't protect you. Who in the entire Dao realm can? Also, you said that your Lin Ling dared to provoke Emperor Yao. Haha, now do you know the consequences of provoking Emperor Yao? Luo Fuzi saw Lei Gong's dejected state, and his face twisted in anger. He was venting his anger. Lei Gong and the others had their fill of cursing, but now, did they still have the energy to do so? Haha, these people dare to mess around in Emperor Yao's territory? They don't know what's good for them. Last time, we were just giving face to Ancestor Red Cloud. This time, who can save them? I think that Lei Gong Lin Ling won't dare to come back. Such a sad scene, even his legs will turn to jelly. The gods around smiled coldly. There were many of them, and there were many gods outside the valley. Whoosh. However, at this moment, a roaring sound came from the river in the distance. The water rippled as if there was an ancient giant beast running on the river. At the same time, a large number of universe alligators rushed out. However, just as they rushed out of the water, they were immediately killed by an unknown force and turned into minced meat. What powerful strength! Who is it? The gods outside the valley frowned as they stared at the water ripples. Only then did they realize that it was a young man in a blue robe. This young man looked very young, but his strength was unfathomable. Most importantly, his face was cold, and his aura was as if he came from the underworld. Just one look was enough to make the gods tremble in fear. Who is this person? An old man frowned. He had the strength of a mid-stage mid-god, but even he felt great pressure. This showed how powerful the person who had come was. He looks familiar. I think I've seen him somewhere before. Suddenly, one of the gods frowned and pondered for a moment. Finally, his expression changed greatly. He is Lei Gong Lin Ling. One should know that Emperor Yao's territory was very big, and there were countless gods. Lin Ling was only one of them when he caused havoc in Emperor Yao's territory. Therefore, he was the only one who could recognize Lin Ling. Lei Gong Linling? He's back? The other gods were stunned for a moment, then they sneered and were about to inform the other gods in the valley. However, at this moment, a large hand reached over and suddenly grabbed one of them, fiercely clenching it. Bang! The sound of a balloon bursting was heard, and that god was crushed into pieces. The funny thing was that they had activated the Sky Observation Thunder Array to make Yu and the others lose the protection of the Tao state. However, they never expected that the array would be the culprit behind their deaths. This was because they were killed without even using the protection of the Tao state. You. The eyes of the remaining three gods narrowed as they stared at the newcomer in disbelief. The newcomer walked over. His speed seemed slow, but he appeared in front of them in the blink of an eye. Two big hands stretched out gently. Swoosh, one of the gods was torn in half by the hands. Endless blood and flesh spilled out and dyed the ground red, tearing a god apart. The remaining two gods' legs went soft, and they sat on the ground. This person was too strong. He killed a mid-stage middle god with just his hands. Bang! The newcomer took a step forward like a giant's leg. A powerful pressure fell on the head of one of them, crushing him into meat paste. The other was grabbed by the neck and dragged into the valley like a dead dog. Bang! Then, a head fell into the valley, shocking the valley. I, Lin Ling, am here. As the voice drifted out, it attracted countless gazes. Everyone looked at the man who slowly walked in, and at this moment, their expressions changed. The gods from Emperor Yao all narrowed their eyes, especially those who saw Lin Ling for the first time. They frowned. This was the Lin Ling that made Emperor Yao so angry? He looked very ordinary. As for Giant God White Tiger and Divine Lord White Tiger, their eyes flashed fiercely, and they almost laughed out loud. To them, Lin Ling had finally returned. One must know that in the God Meteorite Void, they had been chasing Lin Ling until they were badly battered, but they couldn't even catch a glimpse of his shadow. Now, Lin Ling had finally walked right into their trap. I've long felt that there was no need to chase Lin Ling. It's better to let him walk right into our trap. Giant God White Tiger said indifferently. Lin Ling ignored them and walked straight towards Treasure God Nanwafingyu and the others. When he saw their bloody scene, his heart sank to the bottom. In fact, before he returned, Yu had already informed him, which caused him to quicken his pace. At that time, Yu didn't know if Lin Ling was still alive or where he was. She was just reminding Lin Ling. Lin Ling. Treasure God Nanwafingyu and the others also looked at Lin Ling. Although they were very weak, they still forced a smile. However, their faces were disfigured, so their smiles were a little ferocious. Big brother, young Master Yao, bring them back. Lin Ling nodded to them, then looked at Lei Gong's hall and said. Sakura and the others quickly carried Treasure God Nanwafingyu and the others away, and Lin Ling turned to Giant God White Tiger and the others. He knew very well that if he had come a little later, everyone in Lei Gong's hall would have died. Giant God White Tiger and the others wouldn't have shown mercy. Don't worry, I will slaughter all of you. Lin Ling said word by word, his voice filled with killing intent. As soon as he said this, everyone in Lei Gong's great hall laughed. Their Lei Gong had returned, and they now had a pillar of support. Lin Ling, their leader, is Sound Nest Old Man. He is a late-stage mid-god expert and has the powerful divine steps. You must be careful. Saint Guy opened his eyes with great difficulty and reminded. I know. Lin Ling nodded. With his soul force, he could naturally sense a powerful aura not too far away. But to him, it was nothing more than that. His gaze was fixed on the White Tiger Giant God and the others, and a chilling murderous intent erupted from him without restraint. He was still brooding over Ning Qingxin's death. Coupled with what happened in Lei Gong's palace, he couldn't wait to kill Emperor Yao and the others. White Tiger Divine Monarch. Suddenly, Lin Ling stared at a familiar face. It was this person who started the feud between him and Emperor Yao. He didn't expect that this person would dare to appear in front of him. Hehe, you are finally back. The last time you killed me, I lost the protection of 2 Dao realm experts. I have always remembered this grudge. The White Tiger Divine Monarch smiled sinisterly at Lin Ling. With so many powerful gods around, he naturally didn't fear Lin Ling. You don't have to remember it for too long. Lin Ling walked over step by step. Is it because you are about to die that I have to forget about you? The White Tiger Divine Monarch shrugged. No, it is because you are about to die. After Lin Ling said those words, he suddenly disappeared. His speed was too fast, and no one present could react in time. One must know that Lin Ling was now a mid-stage mid-god with 7 dantians. His strength wasn't something these people could see through. Bang! A palm suddenly reached out and grabbed the neck of the white tiger supervising Divine Lord. Lin Ling, you. The white tiger Divine Monarch was just a low god. The gap between him and Lin Ling was too big. He couldn't fight against Lin Ling at all. His other hand reached out and grabbed the white tiger Divine Monarch's chest. Then, he tore it apart. Swoosh, fresh blood splattered like water. The skin under the white tiger Divine Monarch's chest was torn off, and Lin Ling was holding a piece of human skin. Looking at the white tiger Divine Monarch, the flesh on the front half of his body was clearly visible. It was terrifying. Ah! The white tiger Divine Monarch cried out in pain. Although he was a god, he had never suffered such torture. Lin Ling placed his hand on the white tiger Divine Monarch's back and tore it apart. 2 pieces of human skin fell to the ground, and the white tiger Divine Monarch was completely covered in blood. Master, master! He shouted anxiously. He was in so much pain that tears of blood flowed out. As the change happened too quickly, he didn't even have time to react. He also didn't expect Lin Ling's methods to be so cruel. Even the pupils of Emperor Yao's deity were trembling. They also didn't have time to react. They also didn't expect Lin Ling to attack so quickly. Now that they saw the white tiger Divine Monarch covered in blood, they inexplicably felt a chill in their hearts. They felt that torturing others was fun, but when their own people were tortured, it was a nightmare. Perhaps, when their own people were tortured, it made them feel like they were being tortured as well. Lin Ling, how dare you touch my disciple? The white tiger Divine Monarch cursed, gnashing his teeth in anger. Lin Ling was too fast. By the time he noticed, the white tiger Divine Monarch had already been captured. Now, he didn't dare to attack for fear of breaking the vases. This is just the appetizer. After the skin, it's time for the tendons. Lin Ling sneered. With a slight movement of his palm, he swiped the white tiger Divine Monarch's body. All of his meridians were pulled out. One by one, they were thrown to the ground by Lin Ling like hairs. Ah! Every time a vein was pulled out, the white tiger Divine Monarch groaned, his entire body trembling in pain. However, he was a god, and he couldn't die. Lin Ling. The white tiger Divine Monarch trembled and spat out a sentence. Don't panic. After the skin and tendons, it's time for the bones. Lin Ling sneered. When they tortured treasure god Nanwafingyu, didn't they panic? Lin Ling waved his right hand and rubbed the white tiger Divine Monarch's body. Fresh blood dripped. A large number of bones were pulled out and thrown to the ground. Ah, Lin Ling, kill me, kill me. The white tiger Divine Monarch was in even more pain. The surrounding gods also inexplicably shuddered. After I torture your soul, you can slowly die. Lin Ling's eyes turned cold. Powerful soul force surged into the white tiger Divine Monarch's body. Like ants, it devoured the Divine Monarch's soul bit by bit. Bang! Then, the white tiger Divine Monarch was thrown to the ground by Lin Ling. At this moment, he was like mud, his entire body twitching non-stop. He never imagined that when he followed his master here to see Lin Ling being tortured, he would be the one being tortured. Most importantly, after being skinned, tendons pulled, bones eroded, and soul tortured, he didn't die. In fact, at this moment, his perception of the outside world was 100 times clearer than usual. But the more it was like this, the more pain he felt. He couldn't even beg for death. That calm voice, for some reason, gave all the gods a huge pressure, as though they were looking at a superior god. This is Lin Ling. Luo Fuzi frowned. At first, he thought that Lin Ling was some kind of trash, but now that he saw him, he knew what a domineering character he was. No wonder this person dared to offend Emperor Yao. However, being domineering and ruthless was not enough to dominate everything. In the Tao realm, strength was everything. Lin Ling. The white tiger god's face was filled with murderous intent. Don't worry, you will be the last to die. I want you to die in despair. Lin Ling did not even look at him. He disappeared from where he was, as though he was shuttling between time and space. Bang! When he appeared again, he was in front of a god. He grabbed the god's chest and pulled out the god's deity heart. Not good, my Tao realm is protecting me. That god endured the pain and exclaimed. He realized how terrifying it was to not have the protection of the Tao realm. More importantly, they were the ones who made the protection of the Tao realm disappear. Bang, Lin Ling crushed the deity heart. With a plop, that god died. Killing a mid-stage middle god was as easy as chopping vegetables. In fact, Lin Ling did not even need to use the third stage of innate fusion. Die, with a slap, the terrifying godly energy roared. Two gods were smashed into meat patties. Lin Ling had 7 great dantians and 7 great talents. After breaking through one Dan realm, the power of divinity he gained was simply too great, overpowered, completely overpowered. The white tiger god's face changed. He wanted to stop Lin Ling, but he was shocked to find that he could not catch up to Lin Ling's speed. Moreover, Lin Ling had a powerful aura that made it difficult for him to get close. Lin Ling had broken through. He finally realized a terrifying reality. Back in Emperor Yao's territory, Lin Ling was just a small god. If not for Ancestor Red Cloud, he could have killed Lin Ling as easily as killing a chicken, but now, Lin Ling actually gave him a huge sense of pressure. How terrifying. Other people broke through realms in millions of years, but Lin Ling actually took less than 1,000 years. What about 1,000,000 years later? The giant god White Tiger found it hard to imagine. In his eyes, Lin Ling was still slaughtering the deities. In fact, throughout the entire process, Lin Ling's expression was cold and detached, and he hadn't said a single word. It was as if slaughtering gods was as simple as eating a meal. The most frightening thing was that Lin Ling's explosive means were not strong, but everything was smooth, so coordinated, so orderly. Run! Hurry up and run! The deities also panicked and wanted to escape from here. They did not expect Lin Ling to be so different from the rumors. He was actually so much stronger than them. Looking at Yu and the rest, they were also astonished. Although they knew that Lin Ling wasn't any weaker than these gods, they didn't expect him to be so much stronger. It was practically a one-sided suppression, completely defenseless. That was the best way to describe those gods. Boom, Lin Ling didn't even use the tyrannical song sword. He just relied on his fists. It was extremely easy for him to destroy a god's divine essence and body with every punch. Caught you. At this point, the giant white tiger, who had been quietly waiting for an opportunity, finally appeared behind Lin Ling. Powerful power of divinity erupted and suppressed Lin Ling. Rumble. It was as if the whole ground was shaking. However, Lin Ling took the giant white tiger's attack head-on and came out unscathed. Don't worry, I said that you'll be the last to die. So, enjoy their deaths. Lin Ling didn't even look behind him as he vanished on the spot. This. The giant white tiger maintained his attacking posture, but his back was already drenched. The difference was too great. Despair finally rose in his heart. An hour later, dozens of mid-level mid-deities were all dead. The whole valley was covered in divine blood and divine bones. It was so quiet that it was like hell. The only ones still standing were the giant white tiger and Luo Fuzi. They were silent, and their pupils were trembling. Even Luo Fuzi, a late-level mid-level deity, felt his heart thumping non-stop at this moment. Still not coming out? Sound Nest Elder. Lin Ling stood quietly among the countless corpses. His clothes were dyed red by divine blood, but he didn't seem to feel it. Instead, he looked into the distance and said. His expression was still calm. There was only indifference and no emotion on his face. It was as if killing dozens of mid-level deities was nothing out of the ordinary, yet, this gave the giant white tiger and the rest tremendous pressure instead. Mid-level deities were no ordinary gods. Even in the Tao realm, they were mid-level strength. Each of them had cultivated for 1,000,000 years. For such experts to be killed so easily, could it be that this Lin Ling was once an ancient giant god? Your Lei Gong Lin Ling. Finally, a calm voice slowly drifted over. The Sound Nest Elder walked over from afar. You've been watching for so long just to see my strength. Now, you're afraid. Lin Ling looked at the Sound Nest Elder and said. He already knew that this person was here, and he also knew that this person had witnessed his massacre. The reason why this person didn't appear was obviously because he was afraid of Lin Ling. I didn't expect you to be so strong. The Sound Nest Elder nodded solemnly. In the beginning, he didn't think much of Lin Ling's massacre, thinking that the giant white tiger and the rest could handle it. But later, he realized that it was wishful thinking. The giant white tiger was scared silly, even he was scared out of his wits. "You're the one who defeated Lei Gong and Saint Guy?" Lin Ling asked again. "Yes, I'm a late-level mid-level deity." The Sound Nest Elder nodded. "Good. You're the next to die. Now, you're ready." Lin Ling didn't waste any more words. He walked out, seemingly slow, but in the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of the Sound Nest Elder and lightly punched out. Lin Ling. This scene caused Saint Guy and Lei Gong's expressions to change drastically. The Sound Nest Elder wasn't an ordinary late-level mid-level deity. He had the steps of the gods and a 9th-grade divine fetus. Lin Ling was too reckless to take the initiative to come to him. One must know that Lei Gong was also a late-level mid-level deity, but he couldn't even withstand a single blow from the Sound Nest Elder. "Haha, you're too impulsive." The Sound Nest Elder was surprised by Lin Ling's choice. He took out the music score in his hand and 80 million strands of divine energy suppressed. In his opinion, Lin Ling was only a mid-level deity. Although he was strong, how could he resist his 80 million strands of divine energy? 80 million strands of divine energy was a rare existence even among late-level mid-level deities. Rumble, the music score was like a waterfall, sweeping out. Terrifying energy rushed into the sky, causing the primordial aura in the sky to tremble. Whoosh, countless people were sent flying by the powerful impact. If not for the fact that the Sound Nest Elder's target was Lin Ling, the energy would have been enough to kill Yu and the rest. "Haha, this time, you're all dead." Lin Ling had used the earth-splitting technique. Divine energy was ineffective against him. What? Luo Fuzi roared in shock. "Damn it." Sound Nest Old Man also roared. A mid-stage mid-god could withstand 80 million strands of divine energy and come out unscathed. Facing Lin Ling, a mid-stage mid-god, he did not need to use any tricks. As the saying goes, one can defeat 10. That was enough. However, it had no effect at all. "Withdraw, Song of Mountains and Rivers." Sound Nest Old Man roared and activated all of his divine energy, reaching the limit of 90 million strands of divine energy. The music scores seemed to have a spirit of their own. They immediately contracted and bound Lin Ling tightly. However, 90 million strands of divine energy was ineffective against Lin Ling. "Grey robe." Lin Ling roared and the third stage of the innate fusion technique appeared. His divine energy was 30 million, and after the third stage of the innate fusion technique, it reached 50 million. As for his physical strength, it was 20 million strands of divine energy. After the innate fusion technique, it reached 50 million strands of divine energy. One was divine energy, and the other was physical strength. Both had reached 5,000 strands of divine energy. Previously, he had 2,000 strands of divine energy. Now, he had 2,000 strands of it. This was because he had cultivated all 7 danchans at the same time. After breaking through one dan, all of his domains had been upgraded. His speed was 7 times that of other gods, with 2,000 strands of divine energy. It was not difficult for him to resist 90 million strands of divine energy. Swoosh, with a rumble, the ancient music score was torn apart by Lin Ling's hands and thrown to the ground, causing the ground to crack. "This kid." Lei Gong was shocked. Previously, he had battled Sound Nest Old Man, so he knew how terrifying the music score was. However, it was torn apart by Lin Ling. When did Lin Ling increase his strength so much? Moreover, Lin Ling was only a mid-stage mid-god. What would happen if he reached late-stage mid-god? Lei Gong did not dare to imagine. Of course, he was shocked. After all, when Lin Ling battled with the Bronze Gate, he was only an early-stage mid-god. Therefore, this was the first time he saw Lin Ling explode with mid-stage mid-god strength. "You." Sound Nest Old Man's pupils were trembling, his back was drenched in cold sweat. He thought that Lin Ling was already very scary, but after seeing Lin Ling's strength explode, he felt that this horror had reached a new level. He immediately floated backwards, and a jade zither appeared. With a slight movement of his hands, countless illusions of life appeared. This was the steps of the gods. "Lin Ling, you underestimate me too much. I have the 9 heavens jade zither once played by the ancient goddess Mua, and I have the god's steps. You are no match for me. Do you know how Saint Guy lost? He lost because of my divine steps." Sound Nest Elder roared hysterically after flicking his hands. It's just using music to control other people's souls into illusions and then dominate their bodies. Playing such tricks, I'm your ancestor. Lin Ling instantly saw through Sound Nest Elder's divine steps. In truth, these steps of the gods were the same as the steps of wisdom. They were both sealing techniques, however, Lin Ling had cultivated the steps of wisdom for many years, and his soul force was extremely powerful. Everyone had the same steps of the gods, and Lin Ling was not afraid of anyone. The steps of wisdom. Lin Ling took a step forward, and a terrifying soul force surged out like a wave, rumble. Although it couldn't break Sound Nest Elder's steps of the gods, it affected him. His steps of the gods were in chaos, and he couldn't play it calmly. Not good. You also have the steps of the gods, and among the 6 realms, elementary, Tao sense, dominator, primary, ancient, and Taisha eternal. Yours is Taisha eternal. Sound Nest Elder's heart exploded in disbelief. He never imagined that Lin Ling would have so many methods, and all of them were so ancient. Saint Yunyi was now awake. He looked at Lin Ling in shock, not expecting Lin Ling to be able to break Sound Nest Elder's method. My lord is even stronger than me. Saint Yunyi finally came to a conclusion. Everyone in the area was shocked by Lin Ling's strength, and they were speechless for a long time. The White Tiger Giant God and Luo Fuzi were trembling, their eyes flickering. It's a waste for Nuwa Zither to fall into your hands. Lin Ling walked forward step by step and used Split the Heavens, slashing out viciously. Rumble. The Jade Zither in front of the Sound Nest Old Man was actually split into 2 halves. Sound Nest Elder was still sitting there, but he was stunned, dumbfounded, and even dazed. The treasure of an ancient giant god was also split in half, although the Zither wasn't a chaos divine artifact, because Nuwa had played it before, it was no small matter. After he obtained it, he treated it like a treasure, but now, it was destroyed. This Lin Ling was simply omnipotent. Looks like you don't have any more tricks. Originally, I wanted you to go back and tell Emperor Yao that if you want to fight, come personally. But now, forget it, because I can't bear to let you leave alive. Lin Ling stood in front of Sound Nest Elder, looking down at him. His soft voice and disdainful eyes made Sound Nest Elder feel as if he was looking at Emperor Yao. Sound Nest Elder wanted to say something, because he thought it was just a small mission, but he didn't expect to kick an iron plate. This Lin Ling's strength was beyond imagination. Xiao, blood flashed, and the tyrant song was finally unsheathed. The sword slashed across Sound Nest Old Man's neck, and a head fell off. Fresh blood spurted out from Sound Nest Old Man's neck like a volcanic eruption. Dead, a powerful late-stage mid-god had fallen here. One had to know that Sound Nest Elder had brought a large number of gods to capture Lin Ling and resist Lei Gong Hall, but the entire Lei Gong Hall was powerless to resist. Instead, Lin Ling single-handedly uprooted them and slaughtered them all. Now, there were only 2 left, White Tiger and Luo Fuzi. Their faces were pale. At this point, they didn't have any thoughts of resistance, the only thing they had in their hearts was despair. White Tiger. Lin Ling also looked at the giant White Tiger god. This was a god who had once looked down on him, but now, he was trembling in fear before him. Are you afraid? Are you regretting coming here? Are you regretting that you set up a divine barrier, causing the protection of the Tao realm to be ineffective? Are you regretting that you didn't kill me when we were in Emperor Yao's territory? Lin Ling walked towards White Tiger step by step. His every word was exactly what White Tiger was thinking, and everything was exactly the same. If he had killed Lin Ling in Emperor Yao's territory, he wouldn't be where he was today. Unfortunately, he didn't expect that Lin Ling would become so strong not long after. I regret it. White Tiger gritted his teeth, but his eyes were dim, and he had completely lost the power to resist. I forgot to tell you that Goddess Tianxi is also dead. Now, you shall accompany her on the road to hell. Lin Ling slashed out with his sword, and the tyrannical power cut White Tiger into pieces. Who are you? At this time, Lin Ling looked at Luo Fuzi. With just a glance, Luo Fuzi's body trembled, and he quietly took a step back. After experiencing Lin Ling's massacre, Luo Fuzi was completely afraid of Lin Ling. Well, I'm not Emperor Yao's man. Luo Fuzi hurriedly explained and then planned to leave. He quietly turned around and took a step forward. This short step was like the most important step in his life to him. He never thought that after becoming Di Jun's man, there would be a day when he would be afraid. Moreover, when he thought of how high and mighty he was in front of Lei Gong and the others, he was so ashamed that he wished he could dig a hole and hide in it. With his strength, he wanted to protect Lei Gong's hall. He was overestimating himself. Lin Ling frowned slightly and was puzzled by this person. However, this person was not Emperor Yao's man, so he could not be bothered with him. However, at this time, a voice transmission came. It was Yu Yu's voice. Lin Ling listened quietly, then looked at Luo Fuzi and said indifferently, "Wait." With just one sentence, Luo Fuzi felt as if he was struck by lightning. He even panicked and sat on the ground. Don't kill me." He let out a panicked voice, and then his pants were wet. Yu Yu and the others stared at Luo Fuzi and could not help but laugh sarcastically. They did not expect Luo Fuzi to be so frightened. "You're Lei Gong's friend?" Lin Ling looked at Luo Fuzi and asked. Yu Yu had already told him everything about Luo Fuzi's arrival. Yes, I'm Lei Gong's friend." Luo Fuzi did not dare to look at Lin Ling. "You said you would help us before, but then you went back on your words and even joined forces with Yinqiao Elder to deal with me?" Lin Ling said again, his voice cold. "My lord, I didn't attack Lei Gong and the others. You've wronged me. I was wrong. I should have continued to stand on Lei Gong's side." Luo Fuzi anxiously waved his hand. His forehead was already covered in cold sweat. "If I wasn't a match for Sound Nest Elder and the others, what would you have done?" Lin Ling said again. "This." Luo Fuzi opened his mouth because this was an obvious answer. He would definitely mock and rejoice in other people's misfortune, and even hit them when they were down. "I heard that Lei Gong saved your life once. How can you treat him like this?" Lin Ling's eyes flashed with a cold light. He hated this kind of ungrateful person the most. Spare me. I'm Di Jun's man. Di Jun is one of the 5 emperors." Luo Fuzi was completely afraid of Lin Ling, so he could only use his backer. Unfortunately, Lin Ling shook his head mockingly. 5 emperors? The Sound Nest Old Man and the others weren't from the 5 emperors? This. Luo Fuzi was stunned. The Sound Nest Old Man and the others were also from the 5 emperors, but what happened in the end? Didn't they still die? This Lin Ling didn't even put Emperor Yao in his eyes. "You've already offended Emperor Yao. Don't tell me you want to offend Di Jun too?" In the Dao realm, offending 2 human leaders at the same time. "Aren't you digging your own grave?" Luo Fuzi suddenly thought of something, and his confidence increased by a notch. Lin Ling suddenly smiled sarcastically. "Not only Emperor Yao, I've also offended Emperor Shun. What's the big deal if there's another Emperor Jun? Moreover, I remember that under Emperor Jun's tomb, there were a few guys called the 3 provinces' old ancestors. They seem to have been killed by me." Ah. Luo Fuzi's newly born confidence instantly disappeared. His expression was as if he had seen a monster. Where did this Lin Ling come from? Why did he dare to offend 3 human leaders at the same time? He's crazy. Lei Gong's character is loyal and righteous. Unfortunately, sometimes, he trusts others too much. Although this is his business and I shouldn't interfere, as half of his disciple, I can't bear to see him being deceived. Lin Ling's body was filled with murderous intent. "If you want me to be an ugly person, I'm willing to do it." Universe 3 Extreme Destruction, Demon Subduing Destruction. The cosmic ray was like a cage, sealing the universe and suppressing Luo Fuzi. No. Before Luo Fuzi could say anything, his soul was cut to death. With the strength of a late-stage mid-god, he still couldn't block one move from Lin Ling. After doing this, Lin Ling finally felt a sense of fatigue. He had killed 2 late-stage mid-gods in succession and fought dozens of middle-stage mid-gods. He had reached his limit. His soul energy, divine energy, and even his physical strength had been greatly consumed. "Lin Ling. My lord." At this moment, everyone in Lei Gong's hall looked at Lin Ling, their eyes moist. Luo Fuzi didn't care about their friendship and instead hit Lei Gong when he was down. They felt bad for Lei Gong for having such a friend, but in the end, he was Lei Gong's friend. It wasn't good for them to interfere. However, Lin Ling interfered. He helped Lei Gong get rid of this friend because Lin Ling knew that Luo Fuzi had completely broken off relations with Lei Gong. In the future, he would definitely harm Lei Gong if he had the chance. and for Lei Gong's safety, Lin Ling was willing to be the ugly person. This was their Lord Lei Gong of Lei Gong's hall. There are some treasures here. Take them to recover. Lin Ling hurried over and took out some treasures to heal Treasure God Nanwufingyu and the others. Treasure God Nanwufingyu and the others had been tortured, but they were still gods. As long as they spent some time, they could recover. However, if Lin Ling had returned a step later, it would have been hard to say. My lord, I'm useless. At this moment, Xianxia stood up and looked guiltily at Lin Ling. The enemy had arrived, and he couldn't help much. If it wasn't for Lin Ling, they would have all died, and he, Xianxia, was the #1 general of Lei Gong's hall. My lord, I'm useless too. Young Qilin also bowed to Lin Ling. Haha, this has nothing to do with you. After all, how long have you been in the Dao realm? And how long have the enemies been in the Dao realm? Not to mention, the enemies are the 5 emperors. It's normal that you can't beat them. Even old monsters who have cultivated in the Dao realm for millions of years can't beat the 5 emperors. Lin Ling advised with a smile, and I believe that you will soon gain a firm foothold in the Dao realm. Xianxia and the others nodded heavily. They were only early-stage mid-gods now. Naturally, they couldn't compare to those old monsters. But if they stepped into mid-stage mid-god, it would be hard to say, especially Xianxia. His potential was the most terrifying. After breaking through, he would definitely be able to kill those above his level like Lin Ling. Now, Emperor Yao has found us. If Elder Chao and the others haven't returned, Emperor Yao will probably send more experts here. So let's leave this place. Lin Ling looked around and said. Although his strength had increased greatly, it was still impossible for him to fight against Emperor Yao and Emperor Shun. All right. Lei Gong Lin Ling, right? My lord is looking for you. The old man stopped in his tracks and looked at Lin Ling calmly. Lin Ling and the others had just left the valley when they were suddenly stopped. They all frowned. One had to know that they had not been in the Dao realm for long and did not know many people. Who would take the initiative to look for them? Who is your lord? Lin Ling could not help but ask. He only knew Goddess Yuing and the Yellow Emperor in the Dao realm. He was not familiar with anyone else. There is a letter of challenge here. Just accept it. The old man sized up Lin Ling, seeing that Lin Ling was young and that the people around him were not strong. He immediately shook his head. A letter of challenge was thrown over, and Lin Ling accepted it. Lei Gong Lin Ling, I have heard a lot about you. I will be waiting for you in Lingxiao City. Please come and spar with me. The words in the letter of challenge were domineering, as if Lin Ling had to go. However, it was signed off by Emperor Dong Hua, so it was him. Lin Ling suddenly understood. The last time he went to look for the Xianxia of the universe, he had caused Emperor Dong Hua and the others to return empty-handed. These people must hate Lin Ling to death. However, Lin Ling did not expect that this person would be able to find him. Your Excellency Lin Ling, I heard that you have offended Emperor Shun and Emperor Yao. You are in an extremely dangerous situation. If these 2 human leaders know that you are here, I wonder what the consequences will be? Seeing that Lin Ling did not speak, the old man said calmly, however, my lord is very easy to talk to. As long as Your Excellency Lin Ling goes, the 2 human leaders will not know that Your Excellency Lin Ling is here. This sentence was full of threats. Lei Gong Lin Ling was now somewhat famous in the Dao realm. It was said that he had offended Emperor Shun and other experts. Emperor Dong Hua naturally knew about this, therefore, if Lin Ling did not go, then Emperor Dong Hua would tell Emperor Shun and the others about Lin Ling's whereabouts. This was Emperor Dong Hua's confidence. What do you think? The old man seemed to know that Lin Ling would definitely go. Unfortunately, he did not know that Emperor Yao had already come looking for him, and that a late-stage mid-level expert had fallen here. Otherwise, Emperor Dong Hua would definitely not dare to send someone to invite Lin Ling. Lingxiao City? Lin Ling did not answer whether he was going or not, but asked curiously. After the Lingxiao Palace in the era of the gods was destroyed, someone moved it to the Dao realm and turned it into Lingxiao City. This city is a divine city. Back then, many gods from the era of the gods were nostalgic, so they liked to gather here. It's normal that you don't know. With your background, you probably didn't go there back then. Let's go to Lingxiao Palace. The old man said proudly. I see. Lin Ling nodded in realization. Are you going now or not? The old man asked again, his expression becoming somewhat impatient. Of course, why not? Lin Ling sneered, then nodded at Saint Gui. Saint Gui understood Lin Ling's meaning, and without another word, the Donghuang bell suppressed the old man, a terrifying aura pressed down, causing the old man's originally aloof expression to instantly change greatly. What a terrifying aura, what was this? According to Emperor Donghua's words, Lei Gong Lin Ling was just an unknown god. Back then, he was also unknown, so he did not take Lin Ling seriously at all, but who knew that Lin Ling's people were so strong? Lin Ling, what are you trying to do? I'm just passing a message on behalf of Emperor Donghua. The old man's face was filled with fear. Passing a message? Lin Ling looked at the old man with disdain. Since he has issued a challenge, it means that Emperor Donghua doesn't like me. I've never been nice to my enemies, and it's the same for those who pass on a message. You. The old man's lungs were about to explode. This Lin Ling was too unruly. Kneel here obediently and wait for me to return before you leave. Lin Ling left with these words and left with the crowd. I really don't understand. You're just a piece of trash passing on a message. Who gave you the guts to be so arrogant? Saint Gui sneered, then activated the Donghuang bell to suppress the old man. Rumble, the ground rumbled. The Donghuang bell wasn't something that the old man could withstand. It crushed him to pieces, but it wasn't life-threatening. Therefore, the protection of the Dao realm didn't appear. The phantom of an ancient bell appeared on the ground and rumbled, suppressing the old man so much that he couldn't turn around. Lin Ling. The old man spat out blood and roared. Unfortunately, Lin Ling and the rest were already far away. He immediately knew that he wouldn't be able to escape from this suppression for at least 100 years. After all, he was just an early-stage mid-god. Most importantly, it would be difficult for him to commit suicide while being suppressed. Clown. Saint Gui held the Donghuang bell in one hand and looked at it with disdain before chasing after Lin Ling and the rest. In his opinion, a mere messenger dared to be so arrogant. If not for the fact that Lin Ling only wanted him to teach him a lesson, he would have sent that old man back to his hometown. Big brother Ling, where's Firmament City? Yu Yu asked curiously as she followed Lin Ling. This was the first time she had traveled so far after leaving the island. After all, they didn't have the strength to travel so far in the past. But now, Lin Ling's strength was different from before. Although he couldn't fight against Emperor Yao, he wasn't afraid of ordinary gods. I'm not too sure, but I think the letter of challenge will point us in the direction. Lin Ling said to Yu Yu with a smile. Lin Ling, who's Emperor Donghua? He seems very powerful. Is it really okay for us to go like this? And Yuer thought of something and asked worriedly. He's just a villain. Lin Ling shook his head. If it was before, I might not be his match. But now, he's nothing in my eyes. Emperor Donghua was just a late-stage mid-god. It wasn't like Lin Ling hadn't killed such a god before. Lin Ling's strength has increased tremendously after breaking through. Longyang was also in the crowd. Her eyes were filled with complicated emotions. She and the 10 orthodoxies knew about Emperor Donghua. Back in the abyss, these experts were so powerful that they couldn't fight against them. But after returning from the abyss, Lin Ling was no longer afraid of these experts. Of course, if they hadn't experienced the valley incident, they would have thought it was a fool's dream. But in the valley battle, the late-stage mid-god Sound Nest Elder was chopped up like a vegetable and couldn't withstand a single blow. This made them realize that Emperor Donghua might not be Lin Ling's match. According to the letter of challenge, Lin Ling and the others headed east. At this moment, in the far east, rays of light shot up into the sky. Purple chi from the east, in the distance, a large number of rainbows streaked across the sky. Then, they landed on the ground and entered the city. These were all gods from several eras. Looking at Firmament City, it was majestic and sacred. In front of the huge city gate, a plaque hung there with the words Firmament Palace of the King written on it. For many gods, especially those from the era of the gods, the Lingxiao Palace contained their memories, allowing them to feel the feeling of the era of the gods. Therefore, whenever they were free, they would gather in the city and reminisce about the past. Therefore, countless powerful gods from the era of the gods had gathered in this city. My lord, Lei Gong Linling is probably coming, and Emperor Donghua has been waiting for a long time. At this moment, in a restaurant in the Lingxiao Palace, a man in armor cupped his hands and bowed. There was a table in front of him, and a middle-aged man with sharp eyebrows and bright eyes was sitting there. This person was drinking lightly, but his every move seemed to carry the laws of the universe with it. It was very powerful. Behind him, the sun and moon were majestic, protecting the ancestors. He was one of the 5 emperors, Great Emperor Xianxia. Legend had it that Great Emperor Xuanxiu's mother saw the Alcade star and comprehended the laws of the universe, giving birth to Xuanxiu. Therefore, Xuanxiu was born with a golden spoon in his mouth and created a civilization in the ancient era. Although he couldn't be compared to seniors like the Yellow Emperor, he still had some outstanding merit. This Linling is really capable. He offended Emperor Shun and Emperor Yao, and he still dares to stay in the Dao realm. The middle-aged man took a sip of wine and said calmly. It's said that he has the 10 great chaos divine artifacts, and there are people from the Donghuang clan in the tomb with the Donghuang bell. That's why Emperor Yao is targeting him and wants to get those 2 treasures. The man said. Yes. Great Emperor Xuanxu nodded. He has offended 2 great emperors in the Dao realm, so he can't do anything. Coupled with Emperor Donghua, he will definitely suffer. This is also our chance. My lord, what do you mean? The man's eyes flashed. That's right, I want to take him in as my tomb. Great Emperor Xuanxu revealed a wise look. This Linling is quite capable. If he grows up, his strength will definitely be extraordinary. Helping him now is like giving charcoal in the snow. He will definitely be grateful to me. My lord, you are indeed thoughtful. The man nodded his head in admiration. I heard that this Linling has offended the 3 divine gates of the White Mountain. Now, he is surrounded by enemies everywhere. He can't even protect himself. If the great emperor is willing to step in, he will definitely be grateful to Limitless and loyally work for you. If you want to obtain a person, you must first obtain his heart. No matter how ambitious this Linling is, he is still beneath me. Great Emperor Xuanxu smiled and said, now, let's just wait for Linling to be defeated. Oh right, what's the strength of this Linling? It is rumored that he is an early-stage god. The man said. Emperor Donghua is a late-stage mid-god. Linling won't be able to defeat him. Even if he is a mid-stage mid-god, he is still no match for Emperor Donghua. Let's just wait for the show to start. Remember, when Linling is in danger, you must help him and bring him to me. Emperor Xuanxu instructed. The man immediately accepted the order and left. While they were conversing, in Firmament City, a man in embroidered clothes with endless divine light appeared on the immortal slaying platform. The immortal slaying platform was the highest place in the entire Firmament City. Moreover, it had an extraordinary origin. Back then, it was the place where the Heavenly Emperor killed demons from all over. On the immortal slaying platform, countless gods and demons had been executed by the Heavenly Emperor. Now that the Heavenly Emperor was no longer around, the immortal slaying platform had become a beautiful scenery. However, because too many gods and demons had been killed, this place had become a taboo. Ordinary gods did not dare to come here. Once someone arrived on the immortal slaying platform, it would definitely attract the attention of countless people. Who is that? Doesn't he know that the immortal slaying platform is not a place that one can enter casually? I think it is Emperor Donghua. Emperor Donghua, one of the emperors back then. He is very powerful and once guarded the east of the divine realm. What is he doing here? I heard that he wants to fight someone. In the Firmament Palace, gods from all over were discussing. Interesting. I think a god or demon is going to fall. Moreover, in some corners of the city, extremely famous demon kings and demon emperors from back then were also sitting there, watching this scene with a smile. I am Emperor Donghua. I have come here today to fight someone and defeat that person in front of all the gods of this era. At this moment, Emperor Donghua's voice sounded like a brilliant heavenly might. Emperor Donghua, who are you going to fight and cause such a commotion? The other party must have a powerful background, someone asked curiously. Ha ha ha. Emperor Donghua looked down at all the gods in the city, taking in everyone's expressions. At this moment, he actually had the feeling that he was leading the era and dominating the gods. After all, even though he, imperial monarch Dong Hua, was extremely famous all those years ago, but unfortunately, he was only slightly famous during the past few eras. Moreover, because of the different eras, he could only dominate one area in one era. However, after the arrival of the will of the world, the gods had fallen and then reincarnated, causing the great gods of several eras to gather. This also gave him an even bigger stage, a stage that allowed him to laugh proudly for several eras. Lei Gong Lin Ling. Emperor Dong Hua said indifferently, his voice spreading throughout the city. Lei Gong Lin Ling? Who is that? Some people didn't know Lin Ling, while others had vaguely heard of this name. This person wasn't a famous god back then. In fact, he could even be said to be unknown. However, after the great calamity of the will of the world, the famous gods back then all fell. They either reincarnated or inherited the inheritance of their previous lives. However, it is undeniable that they are not as powerful as they were back then. But this Lin Ling he was unknown back then, but now he is famous. Because he offended Emperor Shun, Emperor Yao, and the three great divine sects of White Mountain. Just based on this, he is a distinguished figure. Emperor Dong Hua said indifferently, describing Lin Ling as extremely powerful. Because of this, the opponents he challenged would be of value, and people would admire him even more. This person is so ferocious. Sure enough, the gods were shocked, challenging two great emperors and the three great divine sects of White Mountain at the same time. This was no small character. It seems like Emperor Dong Hua's opponent is also powerful. However, no matter how powerful he is, can he be compared to Emperor Dong Hua? I think he won't dare to come. After all, now that everyone in the city knows his name, Emperor Shun and Emperor Yao will come to kill him, he won't dare to come. A voice sounded, and suddenly the entire city fell silent. Yes, after offending two great emperors, it would be strange if this Lei Gong Lin Ling dared to come. Emperor Dong Hua also frowned. He was only thinking about how to make this battle a sensation and how to kill Lin Ling to wash away the humiliation in the abyss. He had neglected this point. Damn it, it seems like my efforts were in vain. This immortal slaying stage was also wasted. Emperor Dong Hua cursed silently. Emperor Dong Hua, I'm here. However, at this moment, a calm voice suddenly sounded in the distance. Many people appeared in the distance. They stepped on the clouds and arrived in a mighty manner. The person in the lead was none other than Lin Ling. Bang, 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 figures landed one after another. Lin Ling took a big step and stepped onto the immortal slaying stage. Emperor Dong Hua, I, Lin Ling, am here to challenge you. Emperor Dong Hua, I'm here to challenge you. Yes. His ethereal voice spread all over the place as if he had arrived at the peak of the era. In Xianxia City, gods from various eras, whether they were famous or not, all looked at the young man. They only knew that Lin Ling was a little famous. However, they didn't expect that this god who had appeared out of nowhere would be so arrogant and actually dare to fight. Lei Gong Lin Ling, why is he here? Isn't he on the other side of the God's Fall Void? Damn it, this kid is like a rat. One moment he's here, the next moment he's there. No one can track him at all. Forget about him. Inform the three divine sects of White Mountain immediately. In a corner of the city, the gods from the three divine sects of White Mountain were discussing with sneers. Lin Ling dared to appear here. Since he was here, he shouldn't think about leaving. The same thing happened on the other side. For example, the gods under the tombs of Emperor Shun and Emperor Yao were also discussing. Oh my god, didn't Sound Nest Elder go to catch them? Why is this guy here? Humph, I think he ran fast. Sound Nest Elder and the others missed. Inform Emperor Yao immediately. This Lin Ling is quite lucky to be able to escape from Sound Nest Elder. He's quite capable. However, he shouldn't have come here. The entire Xianxia city seemed to have been stirred up by Lin Ling. The incomparably famous demon gods and demon emperors were now licking their lips as if they had found a good tomb and wanted to recruit him for their own use. Lei Gong Lin Ling, you really came. Looking at the immortal slaying platform again, Emperor Dong Hua looked coldly at Lin Ling and suddenly laughed. I must be dreaming. You really came. Why wouldn't I come? Lin Ling looked at Emperor Dong Hua indifferently, his eyes calm. Don't you know that I, the laughing Buddha, and the others have long wanted to settle the score with you? Emperor Donghua's laughter grew louder and louder. He was also venting his frustrations from the trip to the abyss. In his opinion, if it weren't for the great yin-yang primordial mystery dragon and the yellow emperor, Lin Ling wouldn't have been worth a fart. Lei Gong Lin Ling, you simply don't understand the vastness of this era. You, come from a tiny place, how could you understand the grandeur of the god realm? Emperor Donghua stopped laughing. His expression was full of disdain. His chin was also raised high. Beneath the immortal slaying platform, the gods who had traveled together with him in the abyss were also furious and cold. That day in the abyss, they didn't obtain anything. Instead, many people died. All of this was thanks to this Lin Ling. Emperor Donghua, kill him. That's right. The difference in strength between you and him is so great. You should be able to control his soul and use it to slay immortals and gods. The pitiful ones are those who came with Lin Ling. They're going to suffer as well. The laughing Buddha and the others spoke one after another. It was as if a senior was teaching a junior a lesson. The people in Lei Gong's palace stood quietly in the distance. They didn't expect these gods to be so despicable. As the saying went, one shouldn't harm one's family. They were going to suffer as well. Unfortunately, these people's ideas were good, but they obviously couldn't be realized, because Lin Ling wasn't as simple as he looked. Emperor Donghua, you sent me a letter of challenge because of this? On the immortal slaying platform, Lin Ling quietly listened to Emperor Donghua's words and then asked with a frown. Previously, he had been curious as to why Emperor Donghua had sent him a letter of challenge. What disappointed him now was that it was because of the Millennium Promise. This was making a mountain out of a molehill. Is this a small matter? Emperor Donghua also didn't expect Lin Ling to look so disappointed. Could it be that this Lin Ling was waiting for something? But this was too much of a disregard. Alright, cut the crap. Don't use the tone of a senior to talk to me. To be honest, your tone makes me very uncomfortable. Without waiting for Emperor Donghua to speak, Lin Ling was already prepared to attack, using the tone of a senior to teach Lin Ling a lesson. Of course, he could do that, but the prerequisite was that Emperor Donghua had to have the strength of a senior. To be honest, apart from being unknown during the era of the gods in his previous life, Lin Ling surpassed Emperor Donghua in everything else. In terms of the ancient gods he had seen and in terms of familiarity with the universe, Emperor Donghua couldn't compare to him. Rumble, without any nonsense, Lin Ling punched out. You actually dare to attack me first? Emperor Donghua was extremely surprised. His divine essence erupted to resist Lin Ling's divine power. Rumble, the two of them fought fiercely on the immortal slaying platform, divine light filling the sky. Emperor Donghua was indeed a late-stage mid-god. His divine power was extremely powerful, but he was still weaker than Yinqiao Elder. However, he was a little surprised when he fought Lin Ling. This was because when he was in the abyss, Lin Ling was only an early-stage mid-god. Now, he had reached mid-stage mid-god and was an existence that couldn't be underestimated. It wasn't impossible for him to defeat one or two late-stage mid-gods if he went all out. Unfortunately, he could only defeat one or two, and that didn't include Emperor Donghua. This Lin Ling is not simple. He actually broke through in such a short period of time. You have to know that for a god to break through, it takes 100,000 years. However, this shows how precious Xianxia is. This guy must have used Xianxia to break through. Damn it, these treasures originally belonged to me. Emperor Donghua thought as he fought, and he became even angrier. In fact, he didn't know that the Xianxia Lin Ling obtained at the bottom of the abyss was useless now. It was still hidden in his body. That guy broke through. It's probably primordial Xianxia. Damn it, we always get a lot of Xianxia during the 1,000-year agreement, but this time, we returned empty-handed. It's all because of that kid. Yes, seeing him break through while we return empty-handed, I'm very unhappy. Below the immortal slaying platform, the laughing Buddha and the others were also livid. At this moment, in a restaurant in Firmament City, Emperor Xianxia was still drinking wine with his eyes closed as though he had a card up his sleeve. My lord, this Lin Ling and Emperor Donghua are locked in battle, and it's said that he broke through. A man cupped his hands and bowed. Haha, he's quite capable, but this makes me even more determined to subdue him. Don't worry, I reckon Emperor Donghua hasn't gone all out yet. After all, there's an insurmountable gap between a mid-stage mid-god and a late-stage mid-god. That Lin Ling can't win. Emperor Xianxia smiled, very satisfied with Lin Ling's cultivation progress. He said calmly, "Go, pay attention to the immortal slaying platform. You must save Lin Ling before Emperor Donghua kills Lin Ling. You can't do it a moment earlier or later. You should know this." "I know." The man revealed a confident smile. However, this man was very experienced because he had already subdued many ancient gods for Emperor Xianxia. "I estimate that in less than an hour, the outcome of the battle will be decided. Lin Ling should be feeling the pressure by now." The man disappeared from the restaurant. Looking at the immortal slaying platform again, Lin Ling had already fought with Emperor Donghua for 3 hours, which shocked the gods of Firmament City. This Lei Gong Lin Ling has not lost after so long. Yes, he is considered an extremely powerful mid-stage mid-god. No wonder Emperor Donghua values him so much. Do you think Lin Ling will turn the tables? The sound of discussion resounded throughout the entire city. Ha ha ha. Suddenly, a loud laugh was heard. The laughing Buddha looked up to the sky and laughed, his eyes filled with disdain. "You don't understand." The calm voice floated out again. The laughing Buddha looked at the gods with contempt, as though mocking their ignorance. "Do you think that Lin Ling can last 3 hours in the hands of Emperor Donghua because Lin Ling is very strong? In reality, this is just Emperor Donghua's cat and mouse game. Emperor Donghua only needs one move to defeat Lin Ling. Because Lin Ling ruined our plans, letting him die like this would be letting him off easy. Therefore, Emperor Donghua gave Lin Ling hope and let Lin Ling be happy for a while before forcefully killing this hope." The laughing Buddha continued, "Think about it, when a person sees the hope of surviving, and feels that he can defeat a late-stage mid-god, his heart will surge with excitement. But reality will always give him a vicious slap in the face, smashing him into the abyss. At that time, his body will suffer a beating. The blow will never be as great as the blow to his heart. So that's how it is. I've said it before. How can a mid-stage mid-god fight against a late-stage mid-god? In several eras, there have been very few gods with such strength. It's not easy to see one. It seems that we have been overthinking." All the gods nodded in understanding, but they also revealed gloating smiles. When Lin Ling found out that Emperor Donghua only needed one move to defeat him, who knew how he would feel, he would probably go crazy. One move. This was everyone's evaluation of Lin Ling. "Ha ha ha, Lin Ling, after reaching mid-stage mid-god, your strength has indeed improved tremendously. You are actually able to resist me for so long. Aren't you proud?" At this moment, Emperor Donghua's voice came from the immortal slaying platform. However, Lin Ling remained silent. "Unfortunately, you are too optimistic. Reality is reality, and it will give you a fierce slap." Emperor Donghua didn't intend to hide his strength anymore. "Let me tell you, I only used 50% of my strength before, but you already used your full strength. If I used my full strength, you wouldn't be able to withstand a single strike from me. Haha, I'm toying with you like a mouse." Lin Ling remained silent, most importantly, he disdained to speak. "Next, I will show you my full strength. I will defeat you in one move." Emperor Donghua roared, and a terrifying power of divinity erupted, reaching 50 million. Boom, a punch suddenly descended, as if a god's fist was about to destroy the world, very quickly, and the power was extremely terrifying. The entire immortal slaying platform shook. If not for the fact that this was the execution ground where the celestial the arch killed gods and demons, it would have collapsed long ago. However, Lin Ling's fist also collided with his, the two fists collided, and Lin Ling staggered back. His dantian was churning, but he wasn't injured. What? Emperor Donghua's eyes narrowed. His punch contained 50 million points of divinity, but it didn't seriously injure Lin Ling. Lin Ling could still stand, his expression instantly turned ferocious, it was as if he had lost all his face. Lin Ling shook his head. The reason why he was still waiting was that he felt that Emperor Donghua's challenge to him was not that simple, therefore, he wanted to see what was hidden in it. However, he had been fighting for so long, and nothing else seemed to have happened. Was he overthinking? Forget it, it was time to end it. Lin Ling, it seems like I've underestimated you. However, you risked your life to block my punch. You probably reached your limit. Next, I won't give you another chance. I'm going to heavily injure you and then prevent the Tao state from protecting you. After you're heavily injured, I'll slowly torture your soul to death. Emperor Donghua's expression became even more ferocious. This time, he was finally serious. Divine essence burned like flames on his body. The divine fetus talent had descended. It was the moon of Donghua. This also caused his power of divinity to soar instantly. An 8th grade divine fetus. I estimate that his power of divinity has reached 50 million points. How terrifying. Are you blind? The previous punch was 50 million points. Now, it has probably reached 60 million. Looking at Emperor Donghua's soaring aura on the immortal slaying platform, the gods were shocked. Emperor Donghua was one of the reincarnated gods with the fastest cultivation speed. He was very strong back then, and he was still very strong now, and 60 million points of power of divinity was obviously not something a mid-stage mid-god could withstand. After all, ordinary mid-stage mid-gods only had 1,000 points of power of divinity at most. The powerful ones only had 2,000. However, when 2,000 and 6,000 clashed, the difference was 3 times. Lin Ling, you'll lose. Emperor Donghua's entire body seemed to be burning. This was the moonlight flame. This also caused countless moons to spurt out from his body and splash in all directions. In the eyes of others, it was as if the moons of the thousands of worlds in the universe had arrived. It was very dazzling, so dazzling that one could not see his figure clearly. This was also the power of Emperor Donghua's divine fetus. Apart from special divine abilities, even soul power could not find Emperor Donghua's figure in the moon. In fact, Lin Ling also could not detect it. This made him secretly surprised. Emperor Donghua's talent was not bad. Then, Lin Ling sensed that danger was approaching. He finally shook his head. 3rd stage. Previously, he did not even use innate talent fusion. He relied on his own body to fight Emperor Donghua, and this was only 30% of Lin Ling's strength. Now, he had used 80%. Emperor Donghua had 60 million points of power of divinity. Unfortunately, Lin Ling only had 5,000. Boom. Without using any divine abilities, Lin Ling also punched out. The 2 fists collided under the dazzling moonlight. Bang. Bang. At this moment, the immortal slaying platform cracked open. Countless divine blood and demonic bones appeared and then were formed. It turned out that the immortal slaying platform was built with divine blood and demonic bones. No wonder it could be passed down for so long. Boom. The entire firmament city seemed to be slapped down by a powerful palm. That aura also raised the dust in the streets and alleys into the sky. I didn't expect Emperor Donghua to be serious. I hope Mu Lin is still in time. Oh no, I was too slow. Emperor Xianxia's subordinate frowned. The battle had changed too quickly, causing him to be unable to react in time. Of course, he did not expect Lin Ling to be able to block Emperor Donghua's punch. Otherwise, there would not be such a scene today. What terrifying strength. Emperor Donghua is indeed powerful when he's serious. That Lin Ling was probably seriously injured by that punch. He's probably being taken away by the Tao Realm protection. People were also whispering. Haha, the Tao Realm protection can't take him away. Emperor Donghua can only control his strength and will only seriously injure Lin Ling. He won't kill him. In that case, the Tao Realm protection won't appear. Just wait, when those moons disperse, you'll be able to see the scene of Emperor Donghua trampling on Lin Ling. The laughing Buddha laughed and said with incomparable confidence. Swoosh, at that moment, a scream suddenly sounded, then, a figure fell from the sky, bang, after crashing to the ground, he spat out silver blood as if he was spitting out moons. Everyone focused their eyes and instantly, the entire city fell silent, because the person who fell from the immortal slaying platform was actually Emperor Donghua. This must be a dream. The full-powered attack of a late-stage mid-god was actually knocked off the immortal slaying platform by a mid-stage mid-god. Wasn't it said that when Emperor Donghua was serious, Lin Ling would not be able to block a single move? At that moment, everyone was silent. There were all kinds of complicated expressions on their faces, some were shocked, some were mocking, even more unbelievable. Without a doubt, the laughing Buddha and the others were the most unbelievable. One had to know that when they were in the abyss, Lin Ling was no match for them at all. Even Goddess Xu Ying's maidservant dared to mock Lin Ling, but now, the one who was knocked off the immortal slaying platform was Emperor Dong Hua. The gap between them was simply too great. This. Also in disbelief was the fact that he wanted to help in Emperor Xuanxu's tomb. He had calculated the time and time to save Lin Ling at the critical moment. However, he did not expect that the one who was defeated was actually Emperor Dong Hua. As a result, his plan was foiled. Ironically, great Emperor Xuanxu had been confident that he would be able to subdue Lin Ling. But now, he was at a loss for what to do. This Lin Ling is so strong? Didn't you say that an emperor shuns territory, even mid-stage mid-gods could hunt him down? That's just a rumor. Didn't you see it? Now, even the late-stage mid-god Emperor Dong Hua has been defeated. No wonder Emperor Shun had to come personally. It turns out that this kid really can't afford to come. After the initial shock, voices continued to float out. As for the deities from Emperor Yao, their expressions changed drastically. Not good. I just received news that Sound Nest Old Man and the others did not return and have all disappeared. He didn't disappear. I think he's dead. Didn't you see him? Even Emperor Dong Hua is no match for him. Moreover, this Lin Ling doesn't seem to be using his full strength at all. At this moment, High Firmament City was in turmoil because of Lin Ling. The name Lin Ling quietly rose in this era. Looking at the immortal slaying platform again, a man in a grey robe slowly flew down and then stepped on Emperor Dong Hua's body, preventing him from standing up. His eyes looked down at Emperor Dong Hua with extreme calmness. There was no excitement at all, as if everything was very normal. This gaze made Emperor Dong Hua realize that his heart was on the verge of breaking down at this moment. He even suspected that this was the Lin Ling he saw at the bottom of the abyss. Otherwise, why would the gap be so huge? Are you really just purely challenging me to a battle? Stepping on Emperor Dong Hua, Lin Ling asked indifferently. Lei Gong Lin Ling, kill me if you can. If you can't, I'll definitely come back and kill you one day. Emperor Dong Hua thought that Lin Ling was trampling on his dignity. However, he was not afraid because he had the protection of the Dao realm. He could leave at any time. What embarrassed him was that today was supposed to be his moment of glory, but he was being stepped on. This was his greatest humiliation after becoming a god. Back then, he dominated the east of the divine world. Not to mention being stepped on, no one even dared to scold him. But now, how could he face anyone? He had to avenge this grudge. Do you really think I can't kill you? In fact, I haven't even used my full strength against you. Lin Ling said indifferently. You. Emperor Dong Hua's pupils constricted, and he was humiliated beyond recognition. A mid-stage mid-level god fighting a late-stage mid-level god like him actually didn't use his full strength. Instead, a late-stage mid-level god went all out. At this moment, he suddenly felt that inviting Lin Ling to a duel was such a stupid move. Kill me if you can. Emperor Dong Hua was a little flustered as he roared angrily. Hearing this, Lin Ling shook his head. He didn't intend to wait any longer. Perhaps he was overthinking. This was a very ordinary battle between gods. He activated the 3 extreme universe break. As soon as this soul power was released, a terrifying wave of energy pressed down and landed on Emperor Dong Hua's soul, causing it to tremble. The most terrifying thing was that he clearly didn't sense any life and death danger, but the depths of his soul felt that something was wrong. He also instantly knew that Lin Ling had the strength to kill him. This. Emperor Dong Hua couldn't speak properly. At this moment, he panicked. In fact, as soon as the 3 extreme universe break was released, the souls of the gods near Lin Ling were all affected. Subconsciously, they all took a step back, and their faces turned pale. They all had an illusion that Lin Ling could kill Emperor Dong Hua, and even the protection of the Dao realm was useless. Have mercy! At this moment, a loud shout finally rang out. A tall and sturdy old man led a large number of deities into the city in a grandiose manner. This old man's strength was very strong and unfathomable. He was a high-level god, and the gods he brought with him were all late-stage mid-gods, powerful. That was the only word to describe them. This also made Lin Ling turn his head and frown. Could it be that this person was luring him out? He had always felt that it was impossible for Emperor Dong Hua to find him by himself, much less invite him to fight. There must be something hidden. Now, a high-level god had appeared. It seemed that this matter was related to him. I'm Emperor Changsheng. Release Emperor Donghua immediately and hand over the Quafu sun-chasing boots. I'll spare your worthless life. The old man stopped in his tracks and looked at Lin Ling in an imposing manner. Emperor Changsheng, the moment this name was mentioned, the entire city was in an uproar. This was also an emperor of an era. However, he was extremely famous in the ancient era and was even more terrifying than Emperor Donghua. It was said that this person had even obtained a wisp of the true essence of the eternal great Tao, so he had an immortal body. Eternal Emperor, he's actually become a high god. That's right. I heard that he came from the Tao Pagoda. Other than the 5 emperors, he doesn't give face to anyone in the Tao realm. That's right. That's right. I saw him fight Emperor Shun. He doesn't even fear the Emperor Shun. That's right. Reverence could be heard in Firmament City. Just the title of a high god was enough to make the gods give face. Lei Gong Lin Ling, let him go. That's right. Some late-stage mid-gods around Eternal Monarch sneered coldly. Lin Ling also frowned as he looked at Emperor Changsheng. Could this be the person behind Emperor Donghua? Lin Ling, let me go. At this time, Emperor Donghua also sneered. Although you have some strength, it's not enough in the Tao realm. There are countless gods in the Tao realm who are stronger than you. Do you know the battle record of Emperor Changsheng? He even dared to fight Emperor Shun. In all of the Tao realm, there are only 3 people who Emperor Longevity Immortal fears: the Yellow Emperor, Emperor Yao, and Emperor Jun. Any other god would have to give him some face. Do you really think you can fight him? Many gods' expressions changed when they heard this. Just as they had guessed, the Longevity Immortal Emperor's background was indeed terrifying. Last time, I heard that Emperor Changsheng and Emperor Yao clashed once or twice, but their enmity wasn't that great. That's why Emperor Yao ignored Emperor Changsheng. Of course, if it was someone else, Emperor Yao wouldn't have let it go so easily. Even Emperor Yao has to give face to Emperor Changsheng? That's right. I heard that Emperor Changsheng is only afraid of one person, and that person is the oldest god. Who? Emperor Changsheng is so arrogant that he's afraid of others? The oldest of the 5 emperors, the Yellow Emperor. Sounds of discussion rose and fell one after another. When the Yellow Emperor was mentioned, the entire Firmament Palace fell silent. The Yellow Emperor was the most mysterious of the 5 emperors. Very few people knew of him. They had only heard of his name. The oldest Yellow Emperor is indeed terrifying. A god from the ancient era shook his head. Although he came from the ancient era, he had never seen the real Yellow Emperor. Release him and hand over the Quafu sun-chasing boots. Another god from Emperor Changsheng's side spoke up. It's impossible to let him go, not in this lifetime. Lin Ling looked up and said lightly. You're courting death. The god glanced at Emperor Changsheng, who narrowed his eyes and frowned. He immediately understood what was going on. He took a step forward and disappeared on the spot. In midair, he suddenly turned into an ancient mountain and slammed toward Lin Ling. This was Mount Wu. The shamans were also the most ancient race of the human race. In ancient times, there were many demons and demons. Some human leaders created races to unite the human race. Among them, the most famous was the shaman race. This was also the race with the most shamans. For example, the 12 grand shamans were from the shaman tribe. You're courting death. Lin Ling sneered and shook his head. He had finally activated the 3 extremes of the universe. Originally, he didn't have the time to deal with Emperor Changsheng's people. However, that god actually attacked him. Didn't anyone tell him that it was dangerous to get close to Lin Ling? The cosmic ray appeared and sealed the universe. Emperor Donghua's soul trembled again and his eyes widened. Wu Shan, who was charging over, also felt a terrifying pressure at this moment. Not good. Wu Shan said in human language and wanted to retreat, but he was too late. Swoosh, the cosmic ray slashed past. Emperor Donghua stopped moving, and so did Wu Shan. The souls of these 2 late-stage mid-gods were destroyed. They were completely dead. Silence. The entire city was silent. When Lin Ling activated this technique, many gods felt the pressure. However, they didn't expect this technique to be so powerful. 2 late-stage mid-gods had actually been killed in an instant. Moreover, the protection of the Tao realm was useless. Moreover, the one who did it was only a mid-stage mid-god. What technique is this? After a moment of silence, Emperor Chongqing spoke in a low voice. Clearly, he was also surprised. A technique to kill dogs. Lin Ling looked at him without fear. Although Emperor Chongqing was very strong, things had already happened. He just had to face it calmly. He couldn't let Emperor Donghua go just because of Emperor Chongqing. This was also not in line with Lin Ling's character. Moreover, although Emperor Chongqing was strong, Lin Ling was still confident that he could escape unscathed. The only thing he was worried about was Lei Gong's palace. It seems that you are hiding a secret that even I don't know about. The longevity immortal emperor said calmly, his eyes burning with passion. The Quafu Sun chasing boots was a treasure that he had his eyes on. However, he didn't expect Lin Ling to have other treasures on him. Hand over all your treasures and kill yourself. If you never step into the Dao realm, I will spare your life. Emperor Chongqing couldn't help but lick his lips. The light of ambition in his eyes grew even brighter. Emperor Chongqing, Lin Ling is the person that Emperor Yao is looking for. Aren't you afraid that you will offend Emperor Yao by interfering? You should know that Emperor Yao was only giving you face the last time. He is not afraid of you. Suddenly, a cold voice sounded. The one who spoke was an old man. He was obviously one of Emperor Yao's men. Emperor Yao was also here for Lin Ling's Quafu Sun chasing boots. He was also curious about Lin Ling's secret. Naturally, he wouldn't give the treasure away so easily. Emperor Yao? Emperor Chongqing smiled faintly. Who else wants to plead for Lin Ling? Me, from the 3 divine gates of White Mountain. Emperor Shun's men. Voices sounded from the other 2 directions in the city. Very well. It seems like you don't know what kind of person I am. Before I reincarnated, other than the Yellow Emperor, I didn't care about the other 4 emperors. Now that I have reincarnated, my strength has improved the fastest. Those gods that I didn't care about in the past are nothing in my eyes now. Emperor Chongqing roared and stomped his foot on the ground. Boom, a terrifying amount of divine energy arrived. It reached tens of thousands. The god from Emperor Yao couldn't withstand the enormous amount of divine energy. His body exploded and he was taken away by the Dao realm. With the likes of you ants. Emperor Chongqing stomped his foot again. Bang! 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 After a few consecutive explosions, the gods from White Mountain and Emperor Shun were taken away. Too strong, one had to know that those gods were only mid-stage and late-stage mid-gods. Yet, they couldn't withstand a single kick, and it was from such a distance. Now, does anyone still dare to speak? Emperor Chongqing looked at the crowd. Emperor Yao and the remaining gods from the 3 divine gates of White Mountain didn't dare to speak. Their faces were pale, although they already knew that Emperor Chongqing was strong, they only knew how strong he was after witnessing it with their own eyes. No wonder he didn't fear the 5 emperors. Lin Ling smirked coldly. It was impossible for him to hand over the treasures. If he handed over the treasures, he would have to hand over the Chaos Divine Formula. The Chaos Divine Formula was Lin Ling's biggest secret. Even if the ancient giant god was here, he wouldn't hand it over, let alone the Eternal Emperor. Eternal Emperor, can you give me some face? Just as Lin Ling was about to speak, a figure suddenly descended and blocked the path between Lin Ling and the Eternal Emperor. This person was dressed in a black robe and his long hair cascaded down his back. His aura was that of a late-stage middle god. However, he seemed to be extremely talented and gave off a strong vibe. He was even stronger than Emperor Donghua and the others. Who do you think you are? The Eternal Emperor was extremely surprised that someone would dare to stop him at this point. I'm nothing. However, my master has taken a liking to Lin Ling and wants to keep Lin Ling as his disciple. Therefore, no matter what, you can't touch Lin Ling. At the same time, Lin Ling will become one of the divine servants that my master has personally appointed. The black-robed man said indifferently. Although the Eternal Emperor was not to be underestimated, he believed that he could make the Eternal Emperor wary. Moreover, the Eternal Emperor had killed Emperor Yao and the others. This was good because he could pressure Lin Ling and let Lin Ling know that only the Eternal Emperor could save him. You sure talk big. I wonder who your master is. The Eternal Emperor was not afraid at all. Great Emperor Xianxia. The black-robed man said indifferently. The Eternal Emperor was about to shake his head when the black-robed man said again, "Moreover, my master is in the city." Heavenly Monarch Chongqing's expression changed drastically. Although he dared to disrespect the Emperor Shun and Emperor Yao, it didn't mean that he could fight them. Most importantly, Great Emperor Xianxia was in the city. If he really wanted to attack him, he wouldn't be a match. "How is it? Do you still dare to say anything?" The black-robed man wasn't surprised at all when he saw the longevity immortal emperor's reaction. He turned to the crowd and said, "All right, now that Lin Ling has become the tomb of my lord, everyone can disperse. Of course, if there's anyone who disagrees, feel free to speak up." The deities of High Firmament City were all silent. Great Emperor Xianxia was actually in the city. How could they resist? Looks like Lin Ling is safe and sound today. It had to be said that Lin Ling's luck was really good. "Wait, I have an objection." However, right at this moment, an indifferent voice sounded out and broke the silence of the entire city. "Oh, knowing that Great Emperor Xianxia is here, there's actually someone who dares to be arrogant?" The black-robed man was a bit surprised. When his gaze swept by, his pupils trembled, because the one who spoke was actually Lin Ling. No one else had any objections, but Lin Ling did. What a joke. "Lin Ling, you are already Great Emperor Xuanxi's subordinate. What objections do you have? Or are you afraid of something?" The black-robed man immediately said. "I, Lin Ling, have never been afraid of anything. However, when did I agree to be the tomb of Great Emperor Xianxia? Or does Great Emperor Xianxia think that I will be grateful to him for his timely help at such a crucial moment? Sorry, this kind of scheming is useless to me. If I, Lin Ling, really want to submit to someone, it depends on who is right. What's his character like?" Lin Ling said indifferently, "Great Emperor Xianxia, whom I have never met, is not worthy." Not worthy. When the word came out, the entire city was in an uproar. Great Emperor Xianxia was in the city and Lin Ling actually dared to speak in such a manner. Was he courting death? Moreover, before Great Emperor Xianxia appeared, Lin Ling would definitely have to face the longevity immortal emperor. Now that he had rejected him, wasn't he jumping into a dead end? "What are you talking about?" The black-robed man was also shocked. "I have my own principles. I won't easily be the tomb of others," Lin Ling said directly. If Lin Ling had met Great Emperor Xianxia and felt that he was to his liking, there was a possibility that Great Emperor Xianxia would submit to him. It was a pity that he had never met Great Emperor Xianxia. Moreover, this person only came out to help at the last moment. It was obvious that he was scheming. This made Lin Ling feel a little disgusted. Lin Ling was also a person of high status. How could he not know what was going on? Taking a step back, it was just the 5 emperors. It wasn't as if Lin Ling hadn't seen them before. How great were they? If they were like Guangqingzi and Patriarch Bodhi, those ancient gods, they would be qualified to subdue Lin Ling. "You are courting death." The black-robed man was furious and shouted coldly, "All right, I won't bother about this anymore. I want to see how you die." As soon as he finished speaking, he took a step away and stood among the crowd, waiting to see how Lin Ling would end up. At the same time, in the restaurant, Great Emperor Xianxia was also stunned. However, he wasn't angry. Instead, he smiled. "Interesting. I didn't expect Lin Ling to be so arrogant. However, this is even better. If I can subdue such a person, he will definitely be loyal to me for life. Even if he dies for me, he won't frown. He is so arrogant. It's time to teach him a lesson. If I don't suppress his spirit, he won't know what I am capable of." He was also waiting for a good show. He was looking forward to Great Emperor Chongqing teaching Lin Ling a lesson. Looking at Great Emperor Chongqing, he was also extremely surprised. However, since Great Emperor Xianxia wasn't going to interfere, he could take advantage of this. "I have to say that you have some backbone. My view of you has changed. As a show of respect, I won't kill you. More so, I won't waste your chance to be protected by the Tao state. I will only defeat you and take your treasures." As soon as he finished speaking, Great Emperor Chongqing's body exploded with light. The secret of immortality seemed to be revealed to the world. Bang! With a stomp of his foot, Firmament City shook. The power of 30,000 divinity exploded out. 30,000. That was several times the strength of a middle celestial. How could an ordinary person withstand that? Everyone shook their heads. They couldn't understand why Lin Ling was so foolish and arrogant. The man in the black robe revealed a gloating smile. His face was filled with anticipation. A superior celestial is indeed powerful. Lin Ling frowned. He knew that he couldn't hide his strength anymore. Panga struck with the earth-splitting strike. His body seemed to have become bigger. His head reached the sky and his feet stepped on the ground. The ancient aura around him was as if he had turned into Pangu. Boom! A powerful divine energy burst out from the ground and landed on Lin Ling. It was like a raging sea, trying to tear Lin Ling into pieces. However, under countless horrified gazes, Lin Ling only paused for a moment. Not only was he not injured, he even shot towards Great Emperor Chongqing. F***ck. This can't be real, right? 30,000 divine energy can't do anything to him? He's just a middle celestial. The deities were shocked as if they had seen a freak. This was also the first time they had seen such a powerful middle celestial. What's going on? Is that the steps of God? But how can the steps of God withstand so much divine energy? The movement seemed slow, but it happened in the blink of an eye. This was a kind of God's staircase. With this kind of God's staircase, one would be immortal and have an endless lifespan. Moreover, it would increase a huge amount of God's energy. Mountain, sea, heaven, and earth reversal. An ancient voice that seemed to have come from ancient times rang out. When Eternal Emperor's thick palms landed on the ground, a terrifying illusion appeared. It was as if the entire firmament city was being sent flying. Bang bang bang. Countless gods lost their balance and fell to the ground. A large number of Tao realm protectors appeared and brought the gods away. This move was too powerful. It was a killing move that covered a large area. His divine energy had reached 50,000 units. Not to mention mid-stage mid-gods, even high gods wouldn't be able to withstand his attack. He's dead. Should I help him? The black-robed man also floated up and spat out a mouthful of blood. However, he laughed bitterly. Now, it was not a matter of whether he helped or not. He could not help. If he got close, he would be killed by the god's energy. At the same time, Emperor Yao, White Mountain, and the other gods were all pale. The order they received was to bring Lin Ling back. But now, Lin Ling was most likely going to die. If Lin Ling's Tao realm protectors were used up, it would be even worse. He couldn't be more dead. Rumble, endless god's energy suppressed Lin Ling, causing Lin Ling to feel a sense of pressure. However, the earth-splitting technique, God's energy was invincible. Raising his hand high, he executed the heaven-splitting slash and slashed at Monarch Chongqing. Now, Lin Ling also wanted to see if the Eternal the Arch could live forever. The Chongqing Immortal Emperor suddenly felt a sense of danger. He raised his head and his eyes were trembling. In his vision, a figure was flying towards him at high speed. It was as though a heaven-splitting move was about to strike him. At this moment, he felt as if he was looking at the benefactor who had once enlightened him. Too strong. Why was this kid fine against 50,000 gods' energy? How could there be such a powerful mid-stage middle god in the universe? Mountain, Sea Spirit Mountain. Monarch Chongqing roared and raised his palms into the sky, turning into a spiritual mountain that emerged from the sea of mountains. Rumble. Lin Ling fiercely chopped down and landed on top of the spirit mountain. The chopping caused the seawater to flow backwards and soar into the sky. The spirit mountain that was filled with divine light was actually chopped into pieces, causing rocks to fly everywhere. Rumble. At this moment, the entire high firmament city was in an uproar. Many of the divine palaces from the past also collapsed. In the restaurant, Great Emperor Xuanxiu's pupils quivered. What kind of killer move was that? He sensed that a power that did not belong to the god steps had appeared. However, Lin Ling's cultivation level was still too low. He could not kill Emperor Chongqing in one strike. This was also the first time Lin Ling had failed since he used Split the Heavens. Buzz buzz buzz. The heaven-splitting slash's power continued to weaken and the Shan Hailing Mountain slowly turned into a human. The Chongqing monarch was still holding the sky with his hands, but his palms were already dripping with blood. At this moment, his face was full of shock, and even very pale. This guy is a mid-stage middle deity. If that's true, when this guy reaches the late-stage middle deity level, he will be able to kill even a high-stage deity. What a powerful move. Unfortunately, you're still a little short. The Chongqing monarch shook off the blood on his palms and looked coldly at Lin Ling. This was also the first time he was injured by a mid-stage middle deity. Your longevity probably has something to do with the earth. It's just that you have a long lifespan. It doesn't mean that you can't be killed. Lin Ling smiled faintly. Indeed, it's not that I can't be killed. Now, what other moves do you have? The Chongqing monarch's eyes were filled with murderous intent. For a mid-stage deity like Lin Ling, if he did not die, there would be endless trouble in the future. Hearing this, Lin Ling continued to smile coldly but did not say a word. He still had one more chance to be protected by the Dao realm, so he planned to leave. As for Lei Gong's palace, they also planned to leave. After all, they had more chances to be protected by the Dao realm. However, at this moment, a voice transmission came. Senior Lin Ling, are you in Firmament City? This voice was very unfamiliar. Lin Ling did not know who the owner of this voice was. However, this person was very polite and addressed Lin Ling as senior. Who are you? How do you know that I'm in Firmament City? Lin Ling frowned and replied. I heard your name before, and some deities left Firmament City. They were also talking about you, so I knew. That's right, I'm Ignore. The other party's voice was very excited. Ignore? Lin Ling was even more confused. He did not know this person in the Dao realm. Senior Lin Ling, have you forgotten? I was following the Yellow Emperor in the abyss. The voice came again, and Lin Ling finally understood. He remembered that there were two deities by the Yellow Emperor's side, and they seemed to be called Ignore. Lin Ling, what are you doing? Could it be that you want to inform some expert? Let me tell you, if you don't hand over your secrets, no one can do anything. At this moment, the longevity immortal emperor saw that Lin Ling was ignoring him and talking to himself, and he was instantly furious. He could see that Lin Ling's ferocious methods were a one-time thing, so he was not in a hurry. Senior Lin Ling, are you in trouble? The voice seemed to have heard the longevity immortal emperor's words and immediately asked. Yes, I've run into some small trouble. Someone called longevity immortal emperor stopped me. Lin Ling did not hide anything. Longevity immortal emperor? Little longevity? Good. The cowherd boy of the past is also so arrogant. Senior Lin Ling, where are you? I'll come immediately. The other party was furious when he heard longevity immortal emperor. Cowherd boy? Lin Ling frowned but still said, I'm at the immortal slaying stage in Firmament City. Wait for me. The voice disappeared. It seemed that he was angrily rushing over. Lin Ling, what are you stalling for? The longevity immortal emperor was still staring at Lin Ling. Did you find someone to help you? Good, I'll wait for him. Humph, today you fought Donghua Emperor and exchanged a few blows with me. It's unfair for me to bully you now. I'll give you a chance. He had brought many experts with him, and his cultivation level was high. That was why he was giving Lin Ling a chance. Help? Not really. It's just that this person is looking for me urgently. If you can wait, then wait. If you can't, then fight. Lin Ling said indifferently. If he could not win, he could just return to the void of the 9 continents. Anyway, although the longevity immortal emperor was stronger than him, he was not that strong. Oh right, he called you cowherd boy. Lin Ling said again. Damn, cowherd boy? The longevity immortal emperor was stunned. He was so angry that veins popped out on his forehead. He was the longevity immortal emperor, but he was being treated as a cowherd boy. This was nonsense. However, cowherd boy? However, Emperor Chongqing did not think too much about it. He continued to sneer at Lin Ling. Now, he wanted to see what kind of trouble Lin Ling could cause. The commotion in Firmament City gradually quieted down. All the deities looked at Lin Ling. They knew that Lin Ling could not escape. However, Lin Ling was also very powerful. He had actually lasted for so long in the hands of Emperor Chongqing. This was also very impressive. Emperor Xianxia still hasn't given the order. Is he going to help or not? However, with my strength, Emperor Chongqing will not give me face. It seems like Emperor Chongqing has to step in personally. In the crowd, the black-robed man thought to himself. He guessed that Emperor Chongqing was about to come. In the restaurant, Emperor Xuanxi's lips curled into a smile. He drank the last mouthful of wine and planned to help. He knew very well that Lin Ling had reached the end of his rope. No one dared to step in and help him. Now was the best time to help. Whoosh, however, just as Emperor Xianxia put down his wine cup and was about to help, a figure suddenly appeared below the immortal slaying stage. This person was very unfamiliar. It was a mysterious man. Hee, there's still someone here? Forget it, I'll go later. Emperor Xianxia was not worried. He continued to drink another cup of wine. He estimated that after the next cup, it would be his turn to help. At this moment, everyone below the immortal slaying stage was shocked. The person who appeared beside Lin Ling was a man wearing animal skin. He looked very old, but no one knew him. However, his strength was somewhat unfathomable. This was a higher deity. The longevity immortal emperor frowned. A high god had been dispatched? This Lin Ling was clearly a nobody in his previous life. How could he know a higher deity? Senior Lin Ling, are you all right? The man ignored everyone and bowed slightly to Lin Ling. Lin Ling also recognized this person. He nodded and smiled. What can happen to me? That's right. Senior Lin Ling possesses remarkable abilities. How could an ordinary person touch Senior Lin Ling? The man smiled and nodded. During this trip to the abyss, he had personally witnessed Lin Ling's miraculous abilities. Senior? A high god addressed him as Senior? Heavens, how could such a thing happen? It must be fake. Seeing that man bow, the deities were all shocked. Only the laughing Buddha and the others were frowning. For some reason, that person looked familiar. They were sure that they had seen him before, but because they didn't know his name, they couldn't remember where they had seen him before. Immortal Emperor, do you know your crime? The man retracted his smile and looked at the longevity immortal emperor. Guilty? I, the Chongqing Emperor, am immortal. I will never know how to write the word sin. Emperor Chongqing sneered. He was not afraid of the man at all. Cowherd boy, I haven't seen you in so many years, but your courage has grown quite a bit. If the Lord knew that your wings have hardened now, I'm afraid he wouldn't be lacking in gratification. The man snorted coldly, and his tone carried a reprimand. Sir? The longevity immortal emperor frowned and asked, Who is your lord? The man looked around. Thinking of the old man's indifference to fame and fortune, he didn't announce it. Instead, he sent a voice transmission. Lord Yellow Emperor. When the voice reached the longevity immortal emperor's ears, he felt as if he was struck by lightning. Dang dang dang, his face was pale, and he was even a little terrified. Back when he was still a cowherd boy, he often herded cows by the divine river. Later, he was enlightened by the divine river and stepped onto the path of deities. The divine river eventually became a great Tao and took the form of a human. It was the Yellow Emperor. To the longevity immortal emperor, he was not afraid of anything. The only person he respected in his life was the Yellow Emperor. He even thought of himself as the Yellow Emperor's disciple. It was just that the Yellow Emperor didn't acknowledge him. You. I remember now. I think I saw you 30 million years ago. You were a fisherman by the divine river. The longevity immortal emperor suddenly roared. You finally remember. The man called Disregard nodded. Now, you dare to provoke Senior Lin Ling. Do you know how troublesome this is? Even the Lord has to be polite to Senior Lin Ling and treat him as a peer. What right do you have to speak to Senior Lin Ling? Ah. The longevity immortal emperor's face turned even paler. A mid-stage middle god treated the Yellow Emperor as a peer. What the hell, are you kidding me? You might not believe it, but you should know that Disregard has been with the Lord for his entire life. Unless it's something urgent, he won't leave his side. Now that I've come personally, do you understand what I mean? Seeing the longevity immortal emperor's shock, Disregard continued. The longevity immortal emperor's body trembled. He naturally knew this. He also knew that the Yellow Emperor had countless people by his side. Disregard wasn't the strongest, but they were the only ones who could follow the Yellow Emperor. This was because the two of them had attained their Tao by the divine river and had a deep friendship with the Yellow Emperor. Unless it was something really important, the two of them wouldn't leave the Yellow Emperor. During the great calamity of the world will, the longevity immortal emperor heard that even after the Yellow Emperor fell, the two of them didn't leave his side. Things were getting troublesome. He immediately turned to Lin Ling and bowed under the shocked gazes of the entire city. Daoist Lin, I was reckless before. Please forgive me. The Longevity Immortal Emperor apologizes to you. The entire city was in an uproar, countless gods sucked in a breath of cold air. Far away in the restaurant, the Xianxia Immortal Emperor's eyes trembled. What was going on? One had to know that he had wanted to personally save Lin Ling, but at the critical moment, someone intervened and made the Longevity Immortal Emperor bow respectfully. Moreover, he was familiar with the Longevity Immortal Emperor. This person seemed arrogant and unafraid of any gods, but that was because he had a powerful backer behind him. Otherwise, with the prestige of Emperor Yao and the others, how could they not dare to touch the Longevity Immortal Emperor? And the backer behind the Longevity Immortal Emperor was the legendary Yellow Emperor. The Yellow Emperor, the leader of the 5 emperors, was also one of the most mysterious. Even the Longevity Immortal Emperor had never seen this legendary human leader, but now, the Longevity Immortal Emperor, who had the Yellow Emperor's backing, actually bowed to Lin Ling. Could it be that this mysterious man had some sort of background? Senior Lin Ling, you have the final say in this matter. At this moment, the Longevity Immortal Emperor looked at Lin Ling and said with incomparable respect. This made all the gods even more confused. They couldn't figure out who this person was. Only the Laughing Buddha and the other gods knew. They were so scared that their lips turned white and they didn't dare to say a word. Back at the bottom of the abyss, the mysterious old man had personally admitted that he was the Yellow Emperor. Therefore, they all knew that this Longevity Immortal Emperor was one of the Yellow Emperor's people. Of course, they didn't expect the Yellow Emperor to personally step in for Lin Ling, and even befriend someone of the same generation. One had to know that although Lin Ling had helped a lot in the 1,000-year promise, it was only enough to make the Yellow Emperor owe him a favor. That was far from enough to meet someone of the same generation. If it was any other time, he would have attacked Emperor Chongqing long ago. However, he did not do so today. This meant that Emperor Chongqing was also one of the Yellow Emperor's men. Moreover, Lin Ling did not suffer any losses, so he could not be bothered to pursue the matter. Emperor Chongqing, why aren't you thanking Senior Lin Ling? Ji rejoiced and looked at Emperor Chongqing coldly. Although he respected Emperor Chongqing, he had long known this cowherd boy by the Celestial River. At some point in time, he also treated Emperor Chongqing as his younger brother. If it was any other matter, he would definitely support Emperor Chongqing, but Lin Ling's matter was a different matter. Now that Lin Ling didn't pursue the matter, he felt relieved for Emperor Chongqing. Thank you, Lord Lin Ling, thank you, Lord Lin Ling. Emperor Chongqing was overjoyed and quickly bowed. All right, this matter is settled. Ji nodded and looked at all the gods. Then, he said to Emperor Chongqing, I'll leave this matter to you. Then, he looked at Lin Ling and said, Senior Lin Ling, would you like to come with me? Lin Ling pondered for a moment and nodded. He had nowhere to go, so it wouldn't be a bad idea to meet the Yellow Emperor. Moreover, he could help Lei Gong and the others find a place to stay. Ji was overjoyed when he saw Lin Ling nod and quickly asked Lin Ling to leave. Lin Ling called out to the Thunder God Great Hall and the others and left Firmament City in large strides. Wow, what's going on? Shengyi and the others were confused. They didn't understand why Emperor Chongqing was so afraid when the mysterious man appeared. One had to know that Emperor Chongqing didn't even give face to Emperor Yao, White Mountain, and the other 3 divine gates. What the hell was this? Only Longyang, Lei Gong, and the others were deep in thought. The more they thought about it, the more surprised they were. Although Lin Ling had helped the Yellow Emperor, it wasn't to the extent that the Yellow Emperor would befriend someone of the same generation. This was too inconceivable. Only Lin Ling knew that the reason the Yellow Emperor treated him so courteously was all because of Guanqingzi. Leaving just like that? At this moment, all the deities in the city were dumbfounded as they watched Lin Ling and the others leave. Lin Ling had offended so many ancient gods, yet he was still able to leave alive. It had to be said that this was a miracle. Suddenly, they looked at the Longevity Immortal Emperor. They were curious why the Longevity Immortal Emperor didn't dare to pursue the matter anymore. How strange. The black-robed man was also frowning. Disperse. Emperor Chongqing hollered at the crowd and left with his men. Great Emperor, WHWH, what happened? After witnessing everything that had happened in the tomb of the Longevity Emperor, everyone was scared out of their wits. Now that Lin Ling had left, they asked cautiously. We can't afford to offend this person. Luckily, he didn't pursue the matter. Otherwise, even if we don't die, we'll lose a layer of skin. The longevity immortal emperor said with lingering fear. If the yellow emperor could enlighten him, he could naturally beat him back to his original form. That scary? Everyone's faces turned even paler. One of the elders mustered up the courage to ask, Great Emperor, what's the background of that Lin Ling? The longevity immortal emperor looked around and secretly used his divine ability. After confirming that no one was following them, he said solemnly, his background is not to be underestimated. However, that person is indifferent to fame and fortune, so not many people have seen him before. His name is the Yellow Emperor. The Yellow Emperor from the legends? The old man roared, but before he could finish, the longevity immortal emperor slapped him. What are you shouting for? He knew very well that the Yellow Emperor was not like the other 5 emperors. He liked freedom and often went out on patrol in plain clothes. Therefore, if he revealed the Yellow Emperor's identity, the Yellow Emperor would definitely beat him to death. Thank goodness, thank goodness. If that Lin Ling pursued the matter, we'll lose a layer of skin even if we don't die. The deities said nervously. At this moment, Lin Ling ignored them and walked along the vast land. Suddenly, 2 figures blocked their path. One of them was the black-robed man from before. At this moment, his expression was very ugly, the other person had an extraordinary aura. He stood in the sky as if he represented the sky, on his body, a sense of omnipotence enveloped everyone in Lei Gong's hall. It gave them the illusion that there was nothing this person couldn't do. He could change a world, create a universe, he was simply invincible. Whoosh, Lei Gong and the others gasped. This was the first time they saw such a terrifying expert, a strange thought appeared in their minds. It was as if their existence was the breath of that man, the man didn't say anything. He just looked at Lin Ling and the Neglect Immortal Emperor. Lin Ling and the Neglect Immortal Emperor's eyes flashed. They also sensed the strength of this person. However, compared to Lei Gong and the others, the 2 of them were undoubtedly much more surprised. After all, Lin Ling and the Neglect Immortal Emperor were people who had seen great things. Needless to say, he had followed the Yellow Emperor for a long time and had been through countless years. Lin Ling, on the other hand, had already seen ancient giant gods who were much stronger than this man. Other things aside, he already had a lot of prison cells. However, these ancient deities weren't like this man in front of them. They didn't reveal their auras easily. The 2 of you have extraordinary Tao hearts. To be able to maintain your composure in front of me. How rare. After an unknown period of time, the man spoke indifferently. He stared at Lin Ling and said, It's been a long time since someone dared to reject me. After so many years, you're the first. He then looked at the Neglect Immortal Emperor and said, You're also the first to snatch someone from me. His voice seemed calm, but it carried a domineering aura. His words made Lin Ling and the Neglect Immortal Emperor's eyes flash. They finally guessed the origin of this person. One of the 5 emperors, Emperor Xianxia. In fact, after the black-robed man appeared, Lin Ling already had a guess. What are you trying to do? Lin Ling smiled calmly and said indifferently. I'm not doing anything. I just feel that since you dared to reject me, you should pay a price. After all, to be able to catch my eye is a supreme opportunity. If you miss this opportunity, the heavens will not tolerate it. You should face some heavenly punishment. The man said indifferently. Hearing that, Lin Ling's smile widened. Just one of the 5 emperors. Did he really think he was the heavens, or was he bullying Lin Ling for not seeing any ancient deities? What are you laughing at? Emperor Xuanxu frowned when he saw that Lin Ling was not afraid after knowing his identity. Instead, he smiled calmly. His mood became even worse, he was already very unhappy when he failed to subdue Lin Ling. Now that he had personally appeared, not only was the other party not afraid, but he was also used to it. He didn't take him seriously at all. I'm laughing. You're too full of yourself. Lin Ling said after smiling. You're courting death. The black-robed man beside Emperor Xuanxu immediately shouted angrily, Do you know who he is? He's one of the 5 emperors, Emperor Xuanxu. You. The black-robed man's eyes turned cold. Great Emperor Xianxiu's face turned gloomy. Great Emperor Xianxiu, right? I've heard of you and I know why you want to take Senior Linling as your tomb. It's because of the seed of Tao. It's a pity that you can plant the seed of Tao on anyone but you can't do it on Senior Linling. At this moment, Lu Zhe said. What's the seed of Tao? Linling frowned. A demonic seed will be planted in your heart of martial arts. It will be extracted once every 10,000 years and then absorbed by Great Emperor Xuanqiu to refine your comprehension of the universe's great Tao. The person who wants to plant a demonic seed must have an incomparably firm Tao heart. Guan Yu explained with a cold glint in his eyes. How dare Great Emperor Xuanqiu mess with Senior Lin Ling? Upon hearing this, Lin Ling's face turned cold. He knew what the seed of Tao meant. To put it bluntly, Great Emperor Xuanqiu was treating him like a beast. Every once in a while, Great Emperor Xuanqiu would extract some of Lin Ling's flesh and blood to strengthen himself. What a vicious method, what tomb? Bulge *T. What was ironic was that Great Emperor Xuanqiu still had the guts to reward him. Great Emperor Xuanqiu, I don't have any grudges with you. How dare you mess with me? Lin Ling said coldly. Great Emperor Xuanqiu was even angrier as he didn't expect the man to know about his methods. However, he remained calm and said, although the seed of Tao is for my benefit, you will also benefit from it. It will allow you to step into the strength of a higher god. Therefore, you will benefit from it. Benefit your ass. Lin Ling rebuked him angrily. You said before that it was my good fortune to be able to be under your grave, but I felt that you weren't worthy. But now, I feel that you're not worthy of speaking to me. Now, get out of my way. Lin Ling, you have to know who I am. After being scolded by Lin Ling again and again, Great Emperor Xuanqiu's face turned even colder. I can tell you that you have to do it today even if you don't want to. You can't refuse. Ha ha ha, Great Emperor Xuanqiu, I, Lin Ling, will also put my words here. If I, Lin Ling, want to leave, not to mention you, even if your father is here, he can't stop me. Try it if you dare. Lin Ling roared with laughter. His impression of Great Emperor Xuanqiu plummeted. He even shed all pretense of cordiality and became an enemy. Him? Great Emperor Xuanqiu let out a cold laugh as well. He knew that Lin Ling's trump card was disregard. It was just that Lin Ling was merely a higher god. Great Emperor Xuanqiu did not care about him at all. However, Lin Ling ignored him and said to the people in Lei Gong's hall, let's go. Lin Ling, this. Yu Yu and the rest were worried as they knew that Great Emperor Xuanqiu would not allow them to leave. He doesn't dare to stop me. Lin Ling did not say much. He took a big step forward and was about to leave Great Emperor Xuanqiu's side. Great Emperor Xuanqiu's eyes turned even colder. In the Tao realm, no one could stop him if he wanted to leave someone behind. He did not believe that a mere middle god was qualified to escape from his hands. If Lin Ling could do that, he would give up his position as one of the 5 emperors. However, just as he was about to make a move, a faintly discernible voice suddenly sounded. Brother Xuanqiu, Sir Lin Ling is my friend. You're not giving me any face by attacking him. This voice was very old but it made Great Emperor Xuanqiu tremble. Friend, he looked deeply at Lin Ling. This person was actually that senior's friend. Then, he stared at Lin Ling and suddenly understood why Great Emperor Chongqing did not dare to speak. It was because of that old man. Although he had never seen the owner of the voice, he was very familiar with this voice. Great Emperor Xuanqiu, aren't you very powerful? Attack. Lin Ling had already stepped past Great Emperor Xuanqiu. At the same time, he said coldly, not giving Great Emperor Xuanqiu any face. Great Emperor Xuanqiu did not move. His eyes were burning with anger. With that senior's words, he really did not dare to attack Lin Ling. He could only watch as Lin Ling and the rest gradually disappeared into the distance. Sir, this. The black-robed man had been waiting for Great Emperor Xuanqiu to attack. He was very surprised. He is Emperor Huang's man. Great Emperor Xuanqiu said coldly. Emperor Huang, the most mysterious Emperor Huang among the 5 emperors? The black-robed man gasped. He suddenly felt that Lin Ling was about to soar into the sky. At this moment, Lin Ling followed him and moved forward. Along the way, he flew across endless barren mountains. Lin Ling was infuriated by Great Emperor Xuanqiu. His current strength wasn't strong enough. Otherwise, he would definitely return the favor. After all, he had no enmity with Great Emperor Xuanqiu. However, Great Emperor Xuanqiu treated him as a cauldron. This was a form of humiliation for Lin Ling. Senior Lin Ling, we are in Sir's territory. Here, no one can challenge you. Great Emperor Xuanqiu's voice came from this side. Lin Ling immediately saw a powerful aura emanating from the endless barren mountains below. It was very strong. It was as if there were ancient dragons hidden in the mountains. This is Emperor Huang's territory? Lin Ling could not help but ask curiously. Senior Lin Ling, this is only one of the Yellow Emperor's territories. The gods here are all from the same era, so they know each other and are very united. That's why gods from other eras don't dare to come here easily. Great Emperor Xuanqiu laughed. Has Emperor Huang always lived here? Lin Ling asked again. Disregard shook his head. Sir does not have a fixed residence. Sometimes he is in the Tao realm, sometimes he is in the Chaos realm, and sometimes he is in the void of the universe. In fact, 99% of the gods here do not know who Emperor Huang is. However, Emperor Huang's name is too famous. Ordinary gods have to give face to him. Lin Ling nodded. Then, he sensed something and flew downwards. On the vast land, there was a small river. There were crops planted beside the river. An old man wearing a straw hat and holding a hoe was planting crops. Lin Ling obviously knew that old man. It was Emperor Huang. Haha, Senior Lin Ling is here. Suddenly, the old man raised his head. When he saw Lin Ling in the sky, he could not help but laugh. He was the only one who knew that Lin Ling was the Lord Warden, who had the ability to imprison the ancient gods. Even his master was now imprisoned in the prison. He, the Yellow Emperor, did not dare to offend such a mysterious god. This old man is Emperor Huang? Saint Guy, Yu, and the others all stared at Emperor Huang in surprise. They did not expect that the oldest and most experienced human leader of the 5 emperors would be so easy to talk to. Compared to Emperor Yao, Emperor Xuanqiu, and the other rising stars, he was obviously much more benevolent. However, this was the true leader of the human race. Senior Emperor Huang. After Lin Ling landed, he bowed slightly to the Yellow Emperor. You're still calling me senior? If you don't mind, you can call me old brother. The Yellow Emperor frowned and said. Old brother Huang Di. In the following days, Lei Gong and the others stayed in the palace. This area was the Yellow Emperor's territory, so there was no danger at all. When they were free, Longyang and Lei Gong would often ask the Yellow Emperor questions about cultivation. They benefited a lot from it. Lin Ling, on the other hand, did not need them. The only thing he lacked for his current breakthrough was the cultivation treasure. Lin Ling continued to stabilize his realm. Unfortunately, the mid-stage of Midgod was vast and boundless. Lin Ling felt that he would need some time to stabilize his realm. Looks like I have to get more Tao realm fragments. Lin Ling secretly shook his head. After cultivating for a while, he went to guide Yu and the others. Occasionally, he would chat with the Yellow Emperor. Their relationship was getting better and better. From the Yellow Emperor, Lin Ling also learned about a lot of difficult and complicated problems in cultivation. As for the Yellow Emperor, although he had more experience than Lin Ling's insights were always on point. The Yellow Emperor also benefited a lot from it. At the same time, Lin Ling wanted to thank the Yellow Emperor for his help, so he let Master Guanqing meet the Yellow Emperor. Lin Ling did not go to see the scene, but he guessed that the master and disciple would have a lot to talk about. 3 days later, when Master Guanqing returned to the prison, Lin Ling also noticed that the Yellow Emperor was more polite to him. He did not know what Master Guanqing said to the Yellow Emperor that made the Yellow Emperor change so much. As for Master Guanqing and the others, they had been guarding the area. Through the gods in the endless mountains, they found out that Emperor Yao, Emperor Shun, and White Mountain were all looking for Lin Ling. The Yellow Emperor wanted to deal with it personally, but he was rejected by Lin Ling. First, he had a great enmity with Emperor Yao and the others. Even if Emperor Yao and the others gave the Yellow Emperor face, it was only on the surface. They still wanted to kill him. Secondly, Lin Ling had no intention of letting them off. After Lin Ling said this, the Yellow Emperor did not appear again. He continued to guide Lei Gong and the others in their cultivation. Moreover, He already knew that Lei Gong and the others were actually hosts of the world will. Furthermore, there were a total of 3 world will hosts. Normally, the Yellow Emperor should have killed the host body of the world will. This was because the Yellow Emperor knew that these world will host bodies had yet to mature. Otherwise, they would definitely be incomparably terrifying in the future. In just a short period of time, the Yellow Emperor had already treated Lei Gong and Shaoluan as his friends. Although they were the hosts of the world will, Lei Gong and the others had their own ideas. They might not follow the world will's mission. Therefore, not only did the Yellow Emperor not attack Lei Gong and the others, he even focused on guiding them. He wanted to make them stronger so that they would not be controlled by the world will. Lin Ling, 8 hosts of the world will have appeared. It is said that 7 have appeared in the void of the 9 prefectures, and the 8th is in the primal chaos realm. However, no one knows who this person is. As for the 9th and 10th, according to the rumors, the 9th host is in the 8 gods' heaven. Unfortunately, it is very difficult for the gods of the primal chaos realm to enter the void of the 9 prefectures. The stronger one is, the lower the chances of entering. On the other hand, you guys came from the void of the 9 prefectures, so this is a good opportunity to enter the 8 gods' heaven. When he was free, the Yellow Emperor looked for Lin Ling to chat. 8 gods' heaven. Lin Ling's eyes flashed. He had promised the giant ghost that he would bring it back to the 8 gods' heaven. However, because of the matter with Shaoluan and Longyang, it had been delayed for a long time. Now, it was time to fulfill his promise. I will find the host body of the 8th world will. Lin Ling said to Lei Gong. The Yellow Emperor shook his head and said, you came from the void of the 9 prefectures, so you can return at any time. However, it will not be easy to enter the 8th floor of the 8 gods' heaven. Lin Ling immediately smiled. No problem. I just happen to have the key to the 8 gods' heaven, and it is the most accurate key. What? The Yellow Emperor's eyes narrowed. He knew that many people in the primal chaos realm and the Tao realm had the key to the 8 gods' heaven, but he did not expect that Lin Ling also had the most accurate key. Then you should go immediately. Not long ago, I received news that a large number of gods are heading to the void of the 9 prefectures in an attempt to find the 8 gods' heaven. They have entered the final destination, and I heard that the final destination not only has the record of the host body of the 8th world will, but also a supreme treasure. Moreover, it is said that the gods heading to the void of the 9 prefectures are experts from the Tao Pagoda. The Yellow Emperor continued. Tao Pagoda? Lin Ling's eyes flashed. When he had just entered the Tao realm, he had already heard of the Tao Pagoda. The Tao Pagoda has accumulated the strongest gods of several eras. There is a fog barrier there that prevents ordinary gods from entering, so there are not many people on our side who can enter. The Yellow Emperor explained, as for the gods in the Tao Pagoda, they are the strongest gods after reincarnating. Some of them were famous in the past. Some of them are famous, but some are unknown like you, but they are very strong. Compared to old brother Yellow Emperor? Lin Ling asked. There are many people stronger than me, and I am only ranked in the middle. The Yellow Emperor explained, my fame came from back then, so there are many gods who give me face. However, I am still a reincarnated cultivator, and my strength is no longer the same as before. Most importantly, the gods of my master's era were mostly in the Tao Pagoda, so they were naturally very strong. Hearing this, Lin Ling suddenly understood, his eyes burning. It was said that if one reached the peak of the Tao Pagoda, they could obtain the entire Tao realm. Just this alone was enough to make countless gods go crazy. Isn't it said that the stronger the god, the harder it is to enter the 9 provinces void? Why can they enter the 9 provinces void? Lin Ling asked again. It is also because of the Tao Pagoda. Lei Gong shook his head and said, in fact, the Tao Pagoda has the power of 10 million universes. Not only can it enter the 9 provinces void, it can even enter the primal chaos realm. It is just that it requires a lot of Tao realm fragments. It is even rumored that the Tao Pagoda has the power to return to the past, but I'm afraid that one has to reach the peak of the Tao Pagoda first. Only the peak can do it. Return to the past? Lin Ling sucked in a breath of cold air. If he could return to the past, wouldn't he be able to return to the time when the world wills were fighting? The Tao Pagoda was too awesome. Now that you have the key to the 8 gods celestial palace, my master is looking for you. The Yellow Emperor suddenly thought of something and smiled. Not long ago, my master asked me if I could find a god to go to the 8-god celestial palace. Who would have thought that you would have the key? Senior Guangchengzi? Lin Ling immediately nodded and entered the square prison. When he arrived at the prison with the endless green mountains, he saw that Guangchengzi was already waiting there. After seeing Lin Ling, he couldn't help but smile. Your Excellency Lin Ling, I didn't think that you would have the key to enter the 8-god celestial palace. It just so happens that this old man has something to ask of you. Guangchengzi cupped his hands towards Lin Ling. Senior Guangchengzi, what is it? Lin Ling immediately asked. The 8-god celestial palace has a precious treasure that I left behind, the cyclic sky seal, so I hope that your Excellency Lin Ling can help me get it back. Guangchengzi didn't hide anything and bluntly said. Master Guangcheng nodded and said awkwardly, due to certain reasons, it ended up in the 8-god celestial palace. However, this treasure is one of the top Chaos Saint artifacts below Chaos Divine artifacts. It is extremely powerful and specializes in smacking people's heads. Therefore, I did not want it to fall into the hands of others. Come. Specializes in smacking people's heads? Lin Ling was tongue-tied. What a vicious treasure. I will teach you how to collect this treasure. If you succeed, I will reward you. Master Guangcheng continued, Naruto Porya, it can allow you to enter the netherworld without fear of the poison of the 3 corpses. It can even cultivate primordial mystic chi, just like the great Inyang primordial mystical dragon. 5-colored jellyfish, the king of mica produced by the 5-colored divine stone that mended the heavens. It can increase one's divine energy by a large amount. Jade powder, jade baby jade, and chu leaf. Master Guangcheng continued to list out treasures. These were all treasures from the primordial era that only existed in the primordial era. Lin Ling's heart thumped violently. If he could obtain these treasures, wouldn't he be able to open his 8th dantian? Alright, deal. Lin Ling had no reason to refuse. After all, to open his 8th dantian by relying on a Dao realm fragment would require an astronomical amount of resources. That's good. I will give you 3 more life-saving seedlings. They can allow you to erupt with power that can harm a high god. However, each use is limited, so you must cherish them. Master Guangcheng smiled and nodded at Lin Ling's agreement. High god, Lin Ling's heart trembled. Originally, with the strength of the 9 prefectures void, it was impossible for a high god to appear. However, the 8-god celestial palace was of great importance and the Dao pagoda had sent a god. Therefore, it was very likely that a high god would appear, and with Lin Ling's current strength, he could only contend against early-stage high gods. Moreover, they were only ordinary high gods. However, if he had those 3 seedlings, it would be hard to say. Senior Guangcheng, don't tell me you lost that heaven-flipping seal to the 8 gods? After receiving the 3 seedlings, Lin Ling smiled at Master Guangcheng. This, ha ha ha. Master Guangcheng smiled but did not say anything. Ha ha ha. Lin Ling also smiled and didn't ask any more questions. He sized up the 3 seedlings in his hand and strode away. These 3 seedlings looked very ordinary, but Lin Ling had a feeling that these were the first 3 seedlings to be born, even if these treasures were very ordinary in his previous life. Because of the long passage of time, they all possessed great power. After leaving the square prison, Lin Ling went to look for Lei Gong and the rest, asking who was planning to go with him to the 8 gods' heavenly palace. Without a doubt, the giant ghost was one of them. Following that, Xingyi, treasure. God Nanhua Fingyu, God Emperor Zhan Steel, and even young Qilin and pure maiden Whitewater volunteered themselves. As for Lei Gong, Little Luan, and Longyang, they all stayed with the Yellow Emperor to cultivate. This was because the Yellow Emperor had a way to make the world will host even stronger. This method was also known as replacement. Every time a new era was opened, his strength would increase by several times. This was because the world will host body was also divided into different eras. The more ancient the era, the stronger the strength, and this method was something the Yellow Emperor had accidentally obtained in the past. Looking at Yu and the rest, they knew that this trip wouldn't be of much help, but they hadn't returned to the 9 prefectures for a long time, so they also wanted to go back and take a look. Regarding this, Lin Ling also agreed. And so, everyone left together. After a long time, Lei Gong's palace appeared in the 9 prefectures void again. Looking at the ancient land of the 9 prefectures, everyone felt as if they had been reborn. Although 100 years passed in the blink of an eye after becoming gods, after returning, they felt as if they hadn't returned for many years. "We're back. Yu and Yuer," and the rest smiled excitedly. "Second brother, we're back." Sakura looked at Lin Ling, his eyes somewhat moist. With his current strength, he could see the northern territory with a single glance, and even the rainforest sacred land, and this was the place where he and Lin Ling grew up. Moreover, after so many years, the rainforest sacred land was no longer the same. It was full of vitality, just like the era when Lin Ling practiced martial arts. The youths in the rainforest sacred land were still full of vigor, looking forward to standing at the peak of the rainforest sacred land in the future. Unfortunately, they didn't know that the rainforest sacred land was just one of the 10,000 worlds. Above the 10,000 worlds, there was the 9 prefectures, the divine realm, and the most ancient chaotic realm. "Let's go." Lin Ling's gaze swept across the entire 9 prefectures. Seeing that there were no major obstacles, he led everyone to the void where Lei Gong's palace was located. "Grandfather, mother." When Lin Ling and the rest appeared, the entire void shook, and everyone came out to welcome Lin Ling and the rest. Ancestor Taiyan, Emon Yenshin, Lin Yi. There were too many. Moreover, their strength had greatly increased, and in the entire 9 prefectures, they were the strongest existences. This was all thanks to the treasures that Lin Ling had brought back over all these years, which allowed them to increase their cultivation and increase their lifespan. The family was reunited, and on that night, this place was undoubtedly the liveliest. Lin Ling accompanied his family and enjoyed the hard-won peace. He wasn't in a hurry to find the 8 gods' celestial palace. After all, although he had the key to the 8 gods' celestial palace, he had no clue where it was located. However, he wasn't worried about not being able to find the 8 gods' celestial palace. This was because he believed that someone from the spirit nation would definitely come and find the 8 gods' celestial palace. When that time came, all he had to do was to follow them in. Therefore, what Lin Ling needed to do now was to wait. A month passed quietly. On this day, Lin Ling, Sakura, and the young demon lord left this void and arrived at the 9 prefectures. The taste of home is indeed the best. Sakura looked at the sky of the 9 prefectures and realized that the sky here was even shorter. The mountains, water, and everything else here couldn't compare to the Tao realm. However, everything here was so familiar that it made one feel incomparably comfortable. "Yes." Lin Ling nodded, looked into the distance, and suddenly said. He was talking about the years of battle back then. "Ha ha ha, God Slayer Alliance." The young demon lord laughed at the side. "Lin Ling, when you first joined the God Slayer Alliance, I looked down on you. It was only when you joined forces with us to kill martial god Qilin that we acknowledged you." "Yes." Majin Tianzi also nodded. "At that time, I was wondering where this kid came from. He actually killed martial god Qilin. He's too awesome. However, who would have thought that you've already surpassed us by 1,000 times, ha ha ha." Hearing their words, Lin Ling couldn't help but laugh. The years of battle back then were beautiful, and they were also the memories of Lin Ling's life. Now that he thought about it, he felt a sense of pride. Life was long, and there were some things that one had to experience personally to not live in vain. Grandma Wendao. It's a good thing we came back in time. Otherwise, we would have missed this. Sakura was very powerful, so he also noticed it. Grandma Wendao was a close friend that Lin Ling met in the rainforest sacred ground. In fact, Grandma Wendao was also a close friend of Lin Ling and had helped him a lot in the past. However, ever since Lin Ling became strong, he rarely saw Grandma Wendao. This was not because Lin Ling was ungrateful, but because he had too many things to do. Plus, Grandma Wendao had always lived in Qing province and did not stay with ancestor Taiyan and the others. Thus, she missed out on many treasures to cultivate. This was also Grandma Wendao's stubbornness because Lin Ling did not invite her to Lei Gong's hall. Unfortunately, Grandma Wendao rejected him. "Let's go, it's a good thing we still have time." Lin Ling led young Master Yao and the others to Qingzhou. With their current strength, helping Grandma Wendao was as easy as flipping a hand. At this moment, Qing province was faintly becoming one of the top 2 provinces in the 9 states. Moreover, everyone knew that the Empress of Qing province was incomparably powerful and had the backing of a god. Thus, in the 9 states, no one dared to provoke Qing province, and the Empress of Qing province was still the third princess. Lin Ling's group landed on the street. Lin Ling suddenly pondered and spread out his soul force to find a woman. This woman was the daughter of Yi City's city lord, Yi Xiannu. Back then, Yi Xiannu fell in love with Lin Ling at first sight. However, at that time, Lin Ling only wanted to cultivate, so he let Yi Xiannu down. What made Lin Ling helpless was that Yi Xiannu did not give up and was still waiting for Lin Ling. After so many years, Lin Ling had met many excellent women, such as Lu Susu and others. However, this was the first time Lin Ling saw someone as infatuated as Yi Xiannu. Yi Xiannu's father, the city lord of Yi City, was now a citizen of the Spirit Kingdom. As a result, Yi Xiannu could only leave Yi City and was arranged to live in Qing province by Lin Ling. Sigh, why bother? Lin Ling sighed inwardly. Presently, he only wanted to become stronger so that when the will of the world came again, he could protect himself and his family, and he temporarily didn't have the heart to talk about love. Second brother, what will come will come. Let's go and see her. Seeing Lin Ling sighing, Sakura couldn't help but laugh. Lin Ling nodded and strolled forward. After passing through several streets, a woman appeared in front of him. She was wearing ordinary clothes, but she was elegant and refined. At this moment, she was buying groceries like a mortal. Although Yi Xiannu was powerful, she did not like to cultivate. She preferred to live an ordinary life, although she was arranged to stay here by Lin Ling and knew the third princess. After a long time, the third princess did not pay much attention to her. On the other hand, there was a man beside her who often accompanied her. It was obvious that he had fallen in love with Xianxia. On the other hand, Lin Ling shook his head as he watched the scene from afar. If that man and Xianxia could be together, it would be a good thing. At least Xianxia would not have to wait for him in vain. That man is quite powerful. At the side, Sakura suddenly said. From his perspective, that man's strength could be ranked among the top in the 9 prefectures. Yes, but although that woman is quite good-looking, a powerful warrior would not be afraid of not being liked. That man would not have to wait here bitterly just to pursue Xianxia. Young Beast Lord laughed. It's hard to say. Maybe it's true love? Majin Tianzi shook his head. What do you know about true love? Young Beast Lord said disdainfully to Majin Tianzi, in my opinion, it's probably because of other reasons. Think about it, Xianxia's father has a powerful background. Maybe that man wants to use Xianxia to curry favor with the Spirit Nation. No matter what, this kind of thing depends on what that woman thinks. Majin Tianzi laughed. Lin Ling watched quietly. He thought that the man and Xianxia had known each other for a long time and that they were already together. However, after watching for a while, he helplessly realized that Xianxia's reaction to the man was very cold. She ignored his passion. Sigh. Lin Ling sighed. He felt that he had underestimated Xianxia's infatuation once again. He walked forward slowly. If Xianxia and that man were together, Lin Ling would definitely turn around and leave. He would even wish them happiness. However, that was obviously not the case. Lin Ling was not so heartless as to ignore Xianxia. Xianxia, my brother said that you haven't seen the third princess for a long time. During this period, Grandma Wendao will probably be leaving. Therefore, he would like to invite you to send her off. Birth, old age, illness, and death are unchangeable principles. I know that although you came to Qingzhou later, you have a good relationship with Grandma Wendao. Now that Grandma Wendao is leaving, you must be in a bad mood. Tonight, let's go and see Grandma Wendao. The man followed behind Xianxia and said. Xianxia nodded casually. Suddenly, she stopped in her tracks. Her eyes trembled violently as she stared at the man walking over from afar. The man was wearing a blue robe. His long hair was tied behind his head. He was handsome and out of this world. However, other than his handsome appearance, everything else about him was very ordinary. Only when one looked into the man's eyes did one realize that he was a vast world. This man was Lin Ling. You're back. Xianxia looked at Lin Ling in disbelief. Her eyes were trembling. Lin Ling nodded at Xianxia and walked up to her. How have you been all these years? Good. Xianxia's heart was in turmoil. She had many things to say. However, in the end, she could only say one word. that's good. Lin Ling's heart was also filled with complicated emotions. The two of them looked at each other quietly. Behind Xianxia, the young man frowned. He was a little unhappy. Everyone in Qingzhou knew that Xianxia was the woman that Lin Zilong was pursuing. This man was really bold. How dare he provoke his woman? Sir, may I know who you are? Lin Zilong suppressed the anger in his heart and asked lightly. One had to admit that he was wearing a purple robe. His facial features were handsome. He was even more handsome than Lin Ling. In addition, his strength was not weak. No wonder he had the confidence to pursue Xianxia. With his appearance and strength, he would be the object of admiration of countless women in Jiuzhou. However, Lin Ling and Xianxia ignored him. They were still looking at each other. Sir, this is Qingzhou. Lin Zilong's voice was low. He was boiling with anger. His brother, Lin Qinglong, was the husband of the current empress of Qingzhou. Qingzhou was one of the most mysterious places in Jiuzhou. It was backed by a deity. This had caused his status to rise. Now, someone dared to ignore him. Lin Ling had obviously sensed his anger, but unfortunately, he couldn't be bothered with it. Sakura and the others, who were far away on the street, were a little surprised. Who is this guy? He failed to get a girl, so he wants to vent his anger on Lin Ling? Your Excellency. Yes. Lin Zilong shouted again, I am Lin Zilong, one of the twin dragons. Yes. The twin dragons were very famous in Qingzhou and even in Jiuzhou. There were not many people who did not know this name. Lin Zilong, please leave. He is the one I have been waiting for. Now that he is here, I don't want him to misunderstand. Yes. However, before Lin Ling could speak, Xianxia had already spoken. Her voice was cold and she shut Lin Zilong out. Xianxia. Lin Zilong was stunned. He wanted to say something but he did not know what to say, because Xianxia had rejected him. In the end, he could only watch as Lin Ling and Xianxia left. His heart was trembling at this moment. He did not know if he liked Xianxia. Other than the heartache, there was an indescribable feeling. It was his pride. It was as if his pride had been trampled on and he was no match for that strange man. Who is he? Lin Zilong gritted his teeth and left the street. Although the people on the street did not know what had happened, Lin Zilong felt that everyone was laughing at him. How have you been all these years? Lin Ling did not have time to care about a small fry like Lin Zilong. He walked away with Xianxia. Yes. Xianxia nodded and did not dare to look at Lin Ling. She did not know why she missed Lin Ling. However, when she faced Lin Ling, her heart beat violently. She was so nervous that she could not speak. Moreover, she had a feeling that Lin Ling had found her again. Could it be that Lin Ling had already accepted her? No, Lin Ling was not the kind of man who would fall in love easily. He had found her again because he sympathized with her. Xianxia's eyes suddenly dimmed when she thought of that. She did not need sympathy. She only needed Lin Ling to truly like her. In fact, we have not known each other for long. If I said that I really like you, I would be lying to you. As if he knew what Xianxia was thinking, Lin Ling suddenly said calmly. Lin Ling's words made a Xian woman smile, but she didn't blame him. However, although I don't like it now, it doesn't mean that I won't like it in the future. Lin Ling said again. Lin Ling had a good impression of Xianxia, otherwise, he wouldn't have approached Xianxia as soon as he came back. Although they didn't have deep feelings for each other, Lin Ling believed that feelings could be cultivated slowly. Lin Ling, Xianxia suddenly raised her head and stared at Lin Ling. In the end, he remained silent. To be honest, she did not like Lin Ling acting like this, because it was as if he was rewarding her. However, she did not blame Lin Ling, because she had not interacted much with Lin Ling. Lin Ling would not fall in love with her at first sight. Actually, the fact that Lin Ling could say these words to her was already very good. Thank you. I'll leave everything to God. Xianxia was very understanding and smiled at Lin Ling. Lin Ling sighed. In fact, he was not good at dealing with relationships. Therefore, if Xianxia could forget him, he would definitely leave. Unfortunately, Xianxia did not. That was why Lin Ling approached Xianxia. However, Xianxia was right. Leave everything to God. Didn't you visit the third princess this time? Xianxia suddenly asked Lin Ling. I'm here for them. Of course, I'm here to visit Grandma Wendao, Lin Ling said with a smile. But... Xianxia looked at Lin Ling and stopped. Lin Ling frowned and asked, is there something wrong? Actually, I shouldn't interfere in these matters. However, I can't bear to see Grandma Wendao end up alone. Grandma Wendao is where she is today because of the third princess. Xianxia hesitated and finally spoke. The third princess? Lin Ling frowned. He was the one who supported the third princess to become the Azure Emperor of Qingzhou. Back then, she could be considered as part of Lin Ling's disciple. However, the third princess and Grandma Wendao were close friends. Why did Grandma Wendao's lifespan depletion have something to do with the third princess? Because Grandma Wendao was already injured. She was injured by the third princess's husband, Lin Qinglong, who is also Lin Zilong's brother. They are known as the twin dragons. Xianxia said. Does the third princess not care about this? Lin Ling's face turned ugly. He could not believe that the third princess would become like this. I don't know if the third princess knows about this. However, I think she should know. She just doesn't want to care about it. All these years, ever since the third princess became the Azure Emperor, she has quietly changed. She has become a little unreasonable. I heard from Grandma Wendao that the person who accompanied the third princess in the past was the one who helped the third princess conquer the country. If they're not dead, then they've been chased away. Xianxia sighed softly. Hearing this, Lin Ling's eyes narrowed. Qingzhou was the place where he first came to the 9 states. When he first came to Qingzhou, the first place he went to was the military camp, the martial gods camp. In the end, he even became the Grand Marshal of the martial gods camp. Therefore, he remembered the Holy Flame Tiger, the Red Jade Tiger, the Eighth Lord, and many other people. Although these people were very far away, they were still Lin Ling's friends. However, now, these people were either gone or dead. Why did the third princess become like this? Lin Ling said coldly. I don't know either. When I came, the third princess was already like this. I remember when you left me in Qingzhou, the third princess was very polite to me. However, after 1 or 2 years after you left, she became cold and indifferent. Only Grandma Wendao was very good to me. Xianxia said. However, the third princess is becoming more and more ruthless towards Grandma Wendao. It is as if she is deeply afraid that Grandma Wendao will harm her and steal her Qingzhou. The Emperor's suspicion. Lin Ling shouted in a low voice. The third princess became the Azure Emperor of Qingzhou. She held a high position and controlled the life and death of others. As time passed, she was unwilling to give up this position of power. She was deeply afraid that the people who had fought with her back then would harm her and steal her position as the emperor. However, Lin Ling still couldn't believe that the third princess would become like this and be so bold. Because you haven't been back for too long. Even when you came back, it was just a quick meeting. Therefore, you don't know the secret. Xianxia sighed softly when she saw Lin Ling's expression. Let's go and see Grandma Wendao. Lin Ling didn't say anything else and led Xianxia forward. Along the way, Sakura and the others also appeared. Lin Ling also told them about the matter, which undoubtedly made Sakura and the others furious. The Azure Emperor behind Qingzhou was actually Lin Ling. Back then, Lin Ling had given the Azure Emperor's position to the third princess. However, he didn't expect the third princess to treat Lin Ling's former friends like this. One should know that without those people, Lin Ling might have died in Qingzhou. This way. This was because Grandma Wendao knew the most about the third princess. Therefore, the third princess did not want Grandma Wendao to interact with others. Who goes there? The place where Grandma Wendao lived was a quiet little mountain village. When Lin Ling and the rest approached, an expert immediately shouted angrily. These experts were not weak. They were ranked among the top in Qingzhou and could not be underestimated even in Jiuzhou. Unfortunately, they were much weaker than Lin Ling and the rest. Most importantly, Lin Ling could see that they were all wearing the armor of the Martial God Battalion. The Martial God Battalion was the first place Lin Ling went to after coming to Qingzhou. I'm here to see Grandma Wendao. Lin Ling gave the Martial God Battalion some face. Who are you? Do you think you can meet her just because you say so? The leader of the men shouted coldly. He suddenly looked at Xianxia and recognized her. So it's you. you're so thick-xinned. How dare you come back after being chased away? Xianxia took a step back and hid behind Lin Ling. She looked fearful, although Xianxia came from Miao Prefecture, which used to be the most powerful prefecture in Jiuzhou. Qingzhou had already risen to power and its strength had surpassed many divine continents, therefore, with her strength, she could not fight against these experts. All of you, get out of my way. Lin Ling narrowed his eyes and spat out a sentence coldly. Kid, I don't know who you are, but this is an important place. If you dare to barge in, don't blame us for being rude. The men in armor took out their weapons and their auras filled the air. Moreover, a large number of experts walked out from the depths of the mountain village and suppressed Lin Ling with their powerful auras. It's Xianxia. At this time, another voice was heard. A man was walking in the sky from afar. It was Lin Zilong. He stared at Lin Ling and the rest with a disdainful smile. He did not expect the man that Xianxia liked to come here. Who are you? You can't barge in here. Lin Zilong said calmly after landing. He seemed to be speaking politely, but in fact, he wanted to teach Lin Ling a lesson. The reason why he was polite was because Xianxia Fairy was here. He wanted to give this man a good beating in front of Xianxia Fairy. Of course, he was slightly puzzled in his heart. Because he was actually unable to see through these people, and they gave him the feeling that they were weak like mortals. However, he didn't think too much about it. In his opinion, he had seen all the strongest cultivators in the 9 prefectures, therefore, these people had nothing to fear. I can't just barge into this place? I'm being nice because you're from the Martial God Battalion. Don't test my patience. Lin Ling glanced at Lin Zilong, not bothering to pay attention to him. He continued to look at the experts in armor. Ha ha ha, where do you think this place is? This is Qing Province, and this is the place that Emperor Qing values. Everything under the heavens belongs to Emperor Qing. Everything you stand on belongs to Emperor Qing, including every blade of grass and flower. Lin Zilong shouted coldly. Moreover, in the entire Jiuzhou, there are very few people who dare to not give face to Qingzhou. Who do you think you are? Who do I think I am? Sakura and the others laughed. Who do you think you are? What does Qing Province have to do with you? Who is Emperor Qing here? What does that have to do with you? They couldn't help but think that Lin Zilong was simply courting death. Ha ha ha, I'm the overall marshal of Qing Province. Who do you think I am? My identity and origin are 100 times, 1,000 times more than yours. Lin Zilong laughed loudly, his voice filled with contempt and disdain. He wanted to ruthlessly suppress Lin Ling and the others in front of Xianxia Fairy. He wanted to let Xianxia Fairy know that the man she liked was nothing more than this. In the north of Qing Province, evil cultivators rose up. It was I who led the army and slaughtered all the evil cultivators, protecting the safety of Qing Province. 100 years ago, King Yi rebelled in Qing Province. It was I who joined forces with Imperial advisor Lin Qinglong to attack King Yi and protect the safety of Qing Province. Who do you think I am? In the entire Qing Province, who doesn't know the name of the 2 dragons? Lin Zilong said proudly, his voice louder and louder. That's right, this is Lord Lin Zilong. The surrounding experts also said with admiration. They had all seen Lin Zilong sacrifice for Qing Province. Then, they also looked at Lin Ling and the others with contempt. They wanted to see Lin Ling and the others feel inferior and fearful. Ha ha ha. However, young Beast Master and the others laughed loudly. They all knew that Lin Ling had conquered Qing Province. Lin Ling was the real Emperor Qing. Back then, the previous Emperor Qing had wanted to kill the 3rd princess. The great Qing dynasty's crown prince and Empress Dowager had also stirred up trouble. In the end, it was Lin Ling who had protected the 3rd princess and passed the position of Emperor Qing to the 3rd princess. Lin Zilong had overestimated himself by saying such useless things in front of Lin Ling. Taking a step back, although there had been many internal strife in Qing Province these years, the internal strife had all originated from Qing Province. This was because the real enemy of Jiuzhou had long been stopped by Lin Ling. At that time, no one in Jiuzhou dared to invade Qing Province. It was all because of Lin Ling. Did these people know? They did not know at all. They only thought that everything was due to their efforts. Get lost. Lin Ling did not bother to talk nonsense. He took a step forward and released his aura. Bang. Bang. Bang! Everyone seemed to have been attacked by a storm and fell to the ground in pieces. Then, their expressions changed drastically. Who was this person? He was so powerful, because they were all the top experts in Qingzhou. It was very difficult to defeat them, let alone defeat them with aura alone. Only Lin Zilong was still standing in the same place. His eyes were trembling, so powerful. Obviously, he was also very surprised. At this time, Lin Ling led Xianxia and the others forward. However, when they passed by Lin Zilong, Lin Ling stopped and finally looked at Lin Zilong. Of course, it was just a glance. You've said so much. I don't even know what you're talking about. Lin Ling said disdainfully and continued forward. That was true disdain. Not only was he disdainful of Lin Zilong, but he was also disdainful of everything that Lin Zilong had done. In Lin Ling's eyes, everything was a fart. You. Lin Zilong stood in the same place, trembling. His expression was extremely ugly. He felt a strong sense of disdain. It was as if he was a dog that only knew how to bark. Others were not interested in a dog at all. They could not be bothered to touch a puppy. Most importantly, such disdain was displayed in front of Xianxia. How could Lin Zilong face others? Inform the army that demons have appeared in Qing province. Ask the 6 military camps to eliminate the demons. Lin Zilong gritted his teeth and said, Yes, Marshal. The experts on the ground finally reacted and quickly dispersed. Their expressions were extremely ugly. They did not believe that a few people could go against the entire Qing province. That was a dream. One had to know that Qing province was so powerful that even if the other 2 provinces of Jiuzhou joined forces, they would not be able to touch Qing province. Moreover, there were only a few people. At this moment, Lin Ling led Sakura and the rest forward. Suddenly, he realized that the village was very poor. The villagers were all dressed in rags and even ate sweet potatoes, tree bark and other things, and these poor villagers were looking at Lin Ling and the rest in awe. Grandma Wendao is here. Yixian Envy said to Lin Ling. A moment later, they arrived in front of a shabby hut. Although the hut was shabby, it was clean and tidy. Wood was burning in the hut and green smoke floated out from the roof. Grandma Wendao was also an expert in the rainforest. How did she end up like this? Looking at the shabby hut, Lin Ling's eyes became colder. Because Grandma Wendao had repeatedly suggested to the 3rd princess not to take action against her former heroes. This angered Lin Qinglong, so the 3rd princess treated Grandma Wendao like this. Seeing Lin Ling's expression, Yixian Envy immediately said, 3rd princess, don't tell me you don't want your old friends after having your husband? Lin Ling shouted coldly. He couldn't understand why the 3rd princess had changed so much. Immediately, he pushed the door open and entered. In the hut, the old lady was cooking porridge. She sat in front of the fire. Every movement was incomparably strenuous, and she looked lifeless. She hunched her back and remained silent. Her former glory seemed to have nothing to do with her. If it weren't for her, Lin Ling wouldn't have known the 3rd princess and wouldn't have helped her. But now, she had ended up like this. It was extremely miserable. Lin Ling looked at Grandma Wendao quietly. His eyes were moist. He could see that Grandma Wendao was seriously injured. Her meridians were broken, which caused her to be lifeless and her vitality to dissipate. Otherwise, with Grandma Wendao's strength, she wouldn't have exhausted her vitality so quickly. Grandma Wendao, little Lin, you're back. Lin Ling walked forward step by step. It was as if he had walked through countless years and returned to the time when he was still in the rainforest. It was as if he had returned to Li Xiaoyao and met his best friend. You, who are you? The old lady slowly turned around and frowned at Lin Ling. Her expression was blank and her memory had weakened a lot. But gradually, her eyes lit up and her face was a little excited. Pa. The wooden bowl in his hands fell to the ground because of his excitement, but at the crucial moment, Lin Ling caught it. You look like little Li. The old man said with difficulty. The little Li he was talking about was naturally Li Xiaoyao. Back then, every time she saw Lin Ling, she would tease him. However, Lin Ling had been away for too long, fighting in the 9 continents, the final world, and even the Dao realm. The old man had almost forgotten about Lin Ling. It's me. It's me. Lin Ling smiled excitedly and helped the old man up. You're back. Grandma Wendao was getting more and more excited. She almost fell down, but Lin Ling caught her with one hand. With his other hand, a powerful life force surged into Grandma Wendao's body. With Lin Ling's current strength, saving Grandma Wendao was as easy as flipping his hand. After all, Grandma Wendao was not like Ning Qingxin. She was not a god and the underworld did not care about her life. Lin Ling also helped Grandma Wendao to the bedside. During this process, Grandma Wendao was getting more and more energetic. She seemed to have recovered her previous strength. Of course, if Lin Ling came a few days later, it would be hard to say. "Grandma Wendao, do you still remember me?" Sakura was familiar with Grandma Wendao and said with a smile. Grandma Wendao's face gradually turned red and she remembered more things. She suddenly smiled. "I remember you, Sakura." "Haha, you're back too." Her voice became louder and louder. She looked at Lin Ling again, literally, "It's really you. You're really back." As she spoke, she burst into tears again. "It's been so many years. Actually, everyone has been waiting for you. But you came and left in a hurry every time. Only the third princess could see you." Sigh. Grandma Wendao sighed. It was because Lin Ling came and left in a hurry that it was difficult for them to tell Lin Ling about the third princess. Moreover, the third princess would also block them and not let them see Lin Ling. The friends who had fought side by side with Lin Ling were almost all dead now. Lord 8th, Scarlet Jade Tiger, too many, too many. If I could come back more often, they wouldn't have left. Lin Ling's face was also a little gloomy. "It's not your fault. Some of them died because of the exhaustion of their lifespan. Some died because of the old injuries in their bodies. In the unseen world, everything is fate." Grandma Wendao smiled and shook her head. "You can't watch them step by step. You can't change the entire world. Birth, old age, illness, and death are one of the laws of heaven and earth. There can't be an exception because of you." Hearing this, Lin Ling nodded. "Alright, let's not talk about this. Let's talk about some happy things in the past." "Oh right, Xiaolizi, do you have wine? I haven't drunk for many years. I suddenly feel like drinking." As the vitality continued to enter her body, Grandma Wendao also recovered to her peak, even she didn't notice this. She thought that people were in high spirits because of the happy events. "Yes." Lin Ling smiled and nodded. He took out the wine and sat down with Disher Tian and the rest. Then, he happily drank the wine. They all told the story of the past as if they had returned to a long, long time ago. Xianxia watched this scene quietly. She was extremely happy because this was the first time she saw Grandma Wendao so happy. "Grandma Wendao, are you alright?" After an unknown period of time, a voice suddenly came from outside the house. It was Lin Zilong. "Now that a demon has appeared in Qingzhou, I was afraid that Grandma Wendao would be hurt, so I brought people to take a look." "Is the demon in the house now?" Lin Zilong said again. The voice also interrupted Grandma Wendao and the rest. Grandma Wendao's face turned cold. She was chased to this small village to put her under house arrest. She was not allowed to see the third princess and was not allowed to speak nonsense in front of the third princess. This was all the twin dragon's idea. At the same time, Lin Ling also sneered. In fact, Lin Ling already knew what was going on outside the small village at a glance. What made him helpless was that the small village was surrounded by the 6 barracks of the past. Back then, he, Lin Ling, was the overall marshal of the 6 barracks. This was also the reason why Lin Ling didn't make a move for the time being. After all, Lin Ling was also a nostalgic person. However, there was a limit to any nostalgia. Not to mention that the 6 military camps were no longer the same as before. Xiaolizi, Qingzhou has changed. It has become the third princess world, the twin dragons world. Sigh. Grandma Wendao sighed and looked at Lin Ling with guilt. To be honest, if Qingzhou was not one of the top few places in the 9 continents, the 2 dragons would not have set their eyes on Qingzhou, because Qingzhou's appeal and influence were too strong. No one in the 9 continents dared to defy them. Getting Qingzhou meant getting half of the 9 continents. That was the goal of the 2 dragons. However, they did not expect that all of this was because of Lin Ling's brilliance. If one day, Lin Ling told the 9 continents that he no longer cared about Qingzhou, then Qingzhou would return to its original state and become the weakest prefecture in the 9 continents. "Come out. How long are you going to hide?" At this time, a voice came from outside the house again, mixed with an irresistible majesty. Xiao Li. Grandma Wendao could not help but look at Lin Ling. She had not seen Lin Ling for many years, so she did not know how powerful Lin Ling was now. Although she heard that he was a god, she did not know how powerful a god was and where the limits of a god were. She did not know any of this. On the contrary, she was familiar with Lin Zilong and knew that he was indeed very powerful, ranked in the top 5 in the entire Qingzhou. He was even ranked in the top 30 in the entire 9 continents. Most importantly, because he was from Qingzhou, he knew all the heroes in the 9 continents. Don't worry, let's go out and have a look. Lin Ling shook his head and strode out. After walking out of the thatched cottage, he looked around and saw that the entire village had been destroyed and trampled to the ground. Even the endless green hills behind the village had been trampled to the ground, turning it into a flat land. Countless experts appeared in all directions, surrounding the thatched hut so tightly that not even a drop of water could trickle through. Upon closer inspection, there were actually millions of experts present. They were all wearing armor, and the killing intent on their bodies was extremely dense. 6 barracks, the martial gods' barracks, the war gods' barracks, and other powerful barracks had all arrived. There were martial gods' cannons on the ground, martial gods' crossbows, and demonic beast mounts that were hundreds of meters tall. This was the backbone of Qingzhou. It was also because of this strength that Qingzhou was able to enjoy peace for thousands of years. 6 barracks. Grandma Wendao gasped as she looked at the densely packed experts. Yi Xiannu frowned. She did not expect Lin Ling to mobilize the 6 battalions to deal with Lin Ling. On the contrary, Lin Ling's eyes flickered, and a complicated feeling arose in his heart. 6 tribes barracks. Back then, it was Lin Ling's tomb. However, thousands of years later, these once loyal tomb followers all pointed their spears at Lin Ling. The 6 military camps seemed to have completely forgotten who had made them what they were today. Little Li, what should we do? At this moment, Grandma Wendao frowned and said worriedly. Lin Ling shook his head and looked indifferently at the millions of soldiers. Let them know who we are. At this time, Lin Zilong waved his flag and summoned a million lions. At this moment, he was sitting on a war chariot, wearing white armor and a cape. He looked majestic. He was the Grand Marshal of the 6 armies. We are from the 6 tribes. Their voices rang out in unison, shaking the heavens. At this moment, the entire Qing province was shaken. Countless people raised their heads and looked in this direction. Some curious people even flew over and landed in the distance, staring at the scene on the ground. Next, they all gasped. The 6 tribes barracks were mobilized. In Qingzhou, this was something that had not happened for decades. Whoosh, with the voices of millions of people united, a gust of wind blew, blowing Lin Ling and the rest's long hair. However, Lin Ling, Sakura, and the rest were silent. They seemed to have seen the shadows of the past. The fluttering flags made them feel as if they had returned to the past, when they fought side by side with millions of soldiers. He he he. Seeing Lin Ling and the rest were silent, Lin Zilong sneered. In his opinion, Lin Ling and the rest should be afraid and regretting it. Lin Zilong spoke again. Tell them who I am. The Grand Marshal of the 6 tribes barracks, the Grand Marshal with the greatest military merit in history. Neat voices floated out again. Many generals stared at Lin Zilong with a hint of worship in their eyes. The Grand Marshal with the greatest military exploits in the history of the 6 armies? When Sakura heard this, sorrow inexplicably rose in his heart. If Lin Zilong was the Grand Marshal with the greatest military merit, then what about Lin Ling? Who was it that carried forward the 6 tribes barracks and made them the giants of Qingzhou? It was Lin Ling. Unfortunately, who would remember Lin Ling at this moment? To us, thousands of years are very short, but to them, thousands of years are very long, so long that they have forgotten a lot of things. Lin Ling sighed and said faintly. Yes, but looking at the people who used to be under the grave surrounding them, this feeling is indeed uncomfortable. Of course, it is more of a kind of anger. Sakura shook his head and said. Tell them what the 6 tribes barracks are. At this moment, Lin Zilong shouted again. The 6 tribes barracks, the sword of Qingzhou. No matter which great enemy comes, the 6 tribes barracks will always be the first to block the wind and rain. 30 years ago, the evil practitioners of Qingzhou ran amok and gathered millions of evil practitioners to seize the position of Qingzhou. It was the 6 tribes barracks who worked together and killed the evil practitioners after millions of casualties. 50 years ago, the underground king rose and swept across the northern region of Qingzhou. It was the 6 tribes barracks who fought for 3 years and killed the underground demons. 100 years ago, there were strong enemies from 9 regions who came to show off and killed our Qingzhou martial artists. It was the 6 tribes barracks who were not afraid of death and perished together with the enemy. It raised the prestige of Qingzhou and made 9 regions not dare to look down on Qingzhou. Loud shouts floated out, recounting the proud achievements of those years. The 6 tribes barracks are indeed the sword of Qingzhou. The eyes of the people in the distance flickered, their blood was boiling, and they were full of worship. It was because of the 6 tribes barracks that their Qingzhou could enjoy peace for thousands of years. The 6 tribes barracks were also the soul of Qingzhou. You guys, do you have anything else to say? At this time, Lin Zilong looked at Lin Ling and the others. Disrupting the order of Qingzhou is a demon. Ignoring the laws of Qingzhou is a demon. I don't care who you are. Since you dare to come to Qingzhou, even if you are a dragon, you will have to obediently lie down. The 6 tribes barracks are the soul of Qingzhou. Under my leadership, they will reach the peak. As long as I am here, you will not be able to disrupt the order of Qingzhou. Following Lin Zilong's loud shout, the sky in the distance also burst into cheers. The people of Qingzhou all worshipped Lin Zilong. Now, why don't you just wait to be captured? Lin Zilong gently pressed down with one hand and the cheers in the distance disappeared. He looked at Lin Ling and the others majestically and said. Now, these people were not only going against the 6 tribes barracks, they were going against the entire Qingzhou. What qualifications did they have? Under countless gazes, Lin Ling and the others remained silent. Grandma Wendao and Lady Yi Xian were afraid, while Sakura and the others were sighing in their hearts, because without Lin Ling, would Qingzhou still exist today? Originally, I should feel nostalgic when I see them again. However, everything has changed. Sigh, since I gave birth to them, let me destroy them. At this moment, Lin Ling slowly raised his head and calmly looked at the countless army. Previously, he could not bear to do so, however, he suddenly understood that everything was destined. It was karma, the cause was Lin Ling's protection. The effect was the strength of the 6 military camps. Without cause, how could there be effect? Whoever started the trouble should end it. Where is the 3rd princess? At this moment, Lin Ling's eyes regained their calmness. However, there was already a flame burning in the depths of his eyes. He did not know what the 3rd princess had done, nor did he know what Qingzhou had done, nor did he want to know what the 6 military camps had done. However, he knew that the meritorious subjects of the past had either died or fled. He, Lin Ling, would seek justice for these people. Qingzhou was left by Lin Ling to everyone, not just the 3rd princess. His Majesty is not someone an ant like you can meet. Lin Zilong sneered. Now, you should think about how to face the army. The army is nothing but dust to me. Lin Ling took a step forward and walked forward. Shameless boasting. Men, capture this kid and behead him in public in Qingzhou as a warning to others. Lin Zilong shouted and gave the order. Warning to others. Millions of people were also shouting. Their voices were earth-shattering. However, at this moment, Lin Ling took a step forward. It seemed to be a calm step, but it seemed to have opened some kind of taboo. A gust of invisible wind blew out. Pa pa pa, the armors of the million-strong army began to crack. Sabers broke and spears cracked. War horses neighed. The 2nd step was taken. Bang bang bang, the entire army was on the verge of collapse. Their expressions changed drastically. The 3rd step was taken. Boom, an earth-shattering aura descended. At this moment, the million-strong army was turned into dust. No one saw what action it was, no one sensed any power. However, in just 3 steps, the 6 armies were destroyed. Was this the power of the 6 military camps that had achieved endless military merits over the past 100 years? Was this the blade of Qingzhou? The originally densely packed ground was now empty. Only a war chariot had appeared there, and a person was standing on top of it. It was Lin Zilong. At this moment, his pupils were trembling and his face was pale. The army is nothing but dust to me. He remembered what the young man had said before. He looked around again. A gentle breeze blew past, blowing up an endless amount of dust. What used to be his tomb had now turned into dust and disappeared from the world with pride. Run! Lin Zilong roared and drove the war chariot towards the sky. 3 steps. Grandma Wendao's face was filled with disbelief. What kind of method was this? In her mind, no matter how strong Lin Ling was, he still needed to make a move. He needed to rely on the sword in his hand to kill the enemies one by one, however, he didn't. He only took 3 steps. Such methods were simply beyond her imagination. Could this be the means of a god? Lin Zilong escaped. Xianxia was also shocked, but she spoke anxiously. She didn't know why, but she could understand Lin Ling's feelings at this moment. This was because the 6 military camps were originally led by Lin Ling. Now that they were destroyed by Lin Ling must be in a bad mood. It's okay. I just asked him to lead the way and inform the 3rd princess. Lin Ling smiled and shook his head. He suddenly looked at Xianxia and said, maybe you think I'm sad. In my heart, the 6 military camps have disappeared with the wind with the departure of my old friends. What's left are just some memories. They are just some memories. After speaking, Lin Ling took a step forward and walked into the distance. Xianxia and the others saw this and gritted their teeth and quickly followed after him. The onlookers in the distance were all dumbfounded. They couldn't believe their eyes. The 6 military camps had defeated countless strong enemies and stepped through endless storms. However, today, they were flattened in 3 steps. What did this mean? This meant that between heaven and earth, only power was eternal. Qingzhou, one of the 9 states. No one has dared to invade us for many years. Who are they? No matter who they are, they have to die when facing the 3rd princess. The dignity of Qingzhou is inviolable. That's right. I've read the history books. 800 years ago, there were foreign experts who invaded Qingzhou, but they all died in the end. It's said that behind Qingzhou, there is a god supporting us. Then, those people gritted their teeth and said. They thought that those people were courting death. Unfortunately, they didn't know that the so-called god was actually among that group of people. Oh no, there are experts coming from Qingzhou. Ha ha ha, Qingzhou has been peaceful for 100 years. What's the use of it? There must be a reason why Qingzhou hasn't fallen for thousands of years. Let's watch the empress kill the enemy. The news snowballed and quietly spread throughout the entire Qingzhou. Qingzhou was in turmoil, however, no one was worried because they had been peaceful for thousands of years. Subconsciously, they thought that nothing would happen to Qingzhou. At this moment, the Great Qing Divine Dynasty also received the news. Experts from all over gathered at the Great Qing Divine Dynasty. Ha ha ha, after being quiet for decades, something finally happened. It's good that they're here. That's right. If this peace continues, I'm afraid my bones will rust. Is the Empress back? Where's the Grand Tutor? I heard that the Grand Tutor has returned and summoned many experts from the 9 states. In the majestic imperial city, calm voices sounded. They were not afraid at all. Instead, they were looking forward to it. Perhaps in their eyes, this internal strife would make their peaceful days even livelier. Everyone, the demon gang is here. Looking ahead, they saw a chariot rushing into the imperial city. It was Lin Zilong. At this moment, Lin Zilong's breathing was rapid. Thinking back to the previous scene, he still felt like he was dreaming, too powerful, beyond imagination. However, the Great Qing Divine Dynasty had gathered all the experts in Qingzhou. Big Brother and the Empress were also there. If that person dared to come, he was courting death. Just as he stepped into the imperial city, Lin Ling and the rest arrived. He stepped forward, rumble. The towering city walls around the imperial city had all collapsed, and numerous figures slowly walked into the imperial city, heading towards the highest peak of the imperial city. Sir, where do you think this is? Some experts were furious. They did not expect that this person would dare to step on the Great Qing Divine Dynasty. Bang! However, Lin Ling did not even look at these experts. He stepped forward, bang, that expert exploded and died. One had to know that this person's strength was one of the top experts in the Great Qing Divine Dynasty. However, it was only the power of one step. What a pity. After watching for so long, I didn't see a single familiar face. Sakura and the rest did not attack because there was no need for them to do so. Bang, bang, bang. Lin Ling walked forward step by step, forcing Lin Zilong to run towards the top of the city of Qing. The top of the city of Qing was the highest place in the entire state of Qing. It was also the place where the empress worshipped the heavens. This was a huge platform with more than 10 incense burners. When Lin Ling and the rest arrived, there was only one person left on the platform, and that was Lin Zilong. Lin Zilong was at his wits' end. His face was pale as he gritted his teeth and stared at Lin Ling and the rest. Never in his wildest dreams would he have imagined that a man he had casually met on the streets would actually be so abnormally powerful. Whether he called for the 6 divisions or invited the elites of the state of Qing, he could not stop this man. This was the man that the lady of Yixian liked. At this moment, he suddenly felt that compared to this man, he was like a toad. Most importantly, he had used all his strength to fight with this man, wanting to crush this man, but this man didn't even look at him from beginning to end. It was as if he did not want to fight with him and did not even see him as a worthy opponent. Don't worry, you won't die for now. At least, you won't die before you see the 3rd princess. I want to know what changed the 3rd princess. At this moment, Lin Ling said calmly. You will die when you see the empress. Lin Zilong did not like the way Lin Ling spoke to him. He did not like being ignored like this. So powerful, now he's at the top of the city of Qing. These people are so much more powerful than those who appeared before. Don't worry, the empress is just not here. If she returns, he won't be able to do anything. Outside the imperial city, many people were discussing. Ironically, Lin Ling was the hero of the state of Qing and a statue was erected in his honor. However, after so many years, the statue had long decayed and no one remembered Lin Ling. Even if there were, the empress was the number one in the hearts of the people. Lin Ling was history. Who dares to cause trouble in my state of Qing? At this time, a phoenix arrived from the distance, pulling a palace behind it. Arriving majestically, behind the palace, there was a large number of powerful cultivators. It was as if they were the strongest cultivators in the 9 provinces. At this moment, they had arrived calmly. Their gazes were fixed on the city of Qing's peak and landed on Lin Ling. Their lips curled into disdainful smiles. In their opinion, such a young kid actually dared to cause havoc in Qingzhou. Was he courting death? These experts were indeed the top experts in the 9 regions. However, compared to the final world, they were still far inferior. They were people from 2 different worlds. Phoenix Palace slowly floated down, but it was very quiet. No one walked out. Tell me your name. Instead, a man's voice floated out, very proud. It was as if Lin Ling and the others were not qualified to make the people in the palace come out. Only by announcing their names did they barely qualify. 3rd princess, how arrogant. Grandma Wendao could not hold it in any longer and shouted. Lin Ling was the 3rd princess's master. When she met her master, the 3rd princess did not take the initiative to greet him. Instead, she wanted Lin Ling to greet her first. She could not help but shake her head. She could not understand how her close friend had become like this. Grandma Wendao? Aren't you dead? The woman's voice finally came out from the palace, with a hint of surprise. Soon after, the door to the palace was opened. The first person to walk out was a very handsome man. He wore a loose robe and his eyes were filled with wisdom. It was as if nothing in the world could escape from his grasp. After walking out, he glanced at Grandma Wendao indifferently. Of course, his gaze landed on Lin Ling. For some reason, the man felt a strong sense of hostility from Lin Ling. It was as if the appearance of this man had caused all the hard work he had put in all these years to go down the drain. Then, he looked at his younger brother, Lin Zilong. Instantly, he felt that this man was indeed here to take everything away. In your dreams. The man laughed coldly. No one could take everything away from him. No one ever. This person probably had some background. However, he had already made sufficient preparations over the years. With these people, it was impossible. Then, another figure walked out from the palace. This person was a woman who looked to be in her 30s. She wore a phoenix robe and a phoenix crown. Her aura was like that of a mother of the world. Just her figure alone caused an uproar in Qingzhou. Countless people knelt down to worship her. After so many years, the empress was already an omnipotent existence in the hearts of the people. She was also an existence that countless people worshipped. However, after the woman walked out, her cold gaze swept across the room. Suddenly, it landed on Lin Ling. Her pupils trembled, her expression clearly changed. It was as if a dusty memory had been unlocked. The shadow that used to be omnipotent was now quietly returning to her memory. "Moss? Master?" She cried out in surprise. The moment she said that, the world was shocked. Master? The Empress's master? Could it be that person in the legends? Some people regained their memories, but they were only vague memories. Now, in the entire Qingzhou, there were not many people who were familiar with Lin Ling and knew about Lin Ling. All of this was because of the third princess. As the Empress, it was not difficult for her to rewrite history. Master? Lin Ling. Lin Qinglong and Lin Zilong knew this name. They knew even more about this person's abilities. They did not expect Lin Ling to return. The last time Lin Ling returned, they had just arrived in Qingzhou. However, at that time, Lin Ling came and left in a hurry. As a result, they did not see Lin Ling. Why did he come back? Is he here to take everything? Damn it, this person is really cunning. Now that Qingzhou is one of the best in Jiuzhou, he came back to reap the benefits. Lin Qinglong's eyes continued to flicker. He knew that the third princess had an innate admiration for Lin Ling. If Lin Ling asked the third princess to hand over the position of Emperor Qing, all of this might not be impossible. However, Lin Qinglong quietly clenched his fist and a spiritual talisman appeared in his palm. This gave him a boost of confidence. Lin Ling wanted to take everything back? Dream on. Unfortunately, he did not know that with Lin Ling's current strength, he was not interested in the entire Jiuzhou, let alone Qingzhou. I am not your master. At this time, Lin Ling said calmly. He stared at the third princess and realized that there was an evil aura in the third princess's body that had blinded the third princess's heart. Then, with a flick of his finger, the divine power silently poured out and washed away the evil aura. At the same time, Lin Ling's heart was burning with anger. He did not know who was behind this, but this person had offended Lin Ling. This was also touching Lin Ling's reverse scale. Master, this is a misunderstanding. The third princess hurriedly shook her head and suddenly looked at Grandma Wendao. Grandma Wendao, what did you say in front of Master? Why does Master misunderstand me so much? Obviously, she thought that Grandma Wendao was trying to sow discord. Hearing this, Grandma Wendao clenched her teeth and did not say anything. Master, don't listen to others trying to sow discord. All these years, under my leadership, Qingzhou has become stronger and stronger. I have sacrificed everything for Qingzhou. Seeing that Grandma Wendao did not dare to speak, the third princess looked at Lin Ling and said. Lin Ling also remained silent. Qingzhou has been in turmoil. In just a few hundred years, it has encountered wave after wave of calamity. However, every time a calamity came, I led the experts of Qingzhou to resist it. 30 years ago, evil cultivators appeared in Qingzhou, the third princess continued, but before she could finish, Lin Ling finally interrupted her. Enough. Enough. Previously, he saw that the third princess was blinded by evil energy, so he gave her a chance. However, he realized that the evil energy was just a growth aid. What really changed the third princess was the ambition in her heart. If there was no evil in her heart, no evil could invade. The third princess' ambition was to dominate Qingzhou and she did not want to share it with others. Therefore, her comrades who had fought side by side were all killed by her. Most importantly, the current Qingzhou was not the same as before. It was the divine prefecture that could not be underestimated. This aroused her desire to control. Not only did she want to control Qingzhou, she wanted to control the 9 prefectures. What's the use of saying so much? You should know my personality. Lin Ling said coldly. The third princess trembled. She did not know why, but she did not dare to look into Lin Ling's eyes. At this moment, she was also doubting herself. Was everything she had done all these years really right? Ha ha ha, Your Majesty, have you forgotten your original intention? Have you forgotten about your great ambitions? Some people only know how to reap the benefits of others. When they come back, they want to take everything from you. You may remember old feelings, but others will not. Suddenly, a loud laugh was heard. It was Lin Qinglong. Lin Qinglong looked at Lin Ling calmly and said, You are really despicable. You didn't come back earlier or later. You came back after Qingzhou had become a giant beast of the 9 states. Your goal is to take over Qingzhou. Do you really think everyone is blind? Moreover, you're shameless. His Majesty went through fire and water for Qingzhou and went through countless twists and turns. You didn't do anything and you actually have the nerve to come and seize Qingzhou? His voice was full of majesty, which made Sakura and the others stunned. Lin Ling wanted to seize Qingzhou. What a joke! Even though Qing province was indeed a giant beast of the 9 continents, if it wasn't for Lin Ling's protection back then, how could Qing province have grown to this day? Besides, would such a powerful god really take a liking to Qingzhou? Your Majesty, please wake up. You treat him like a master, but he only wants to use you. Lin Qinglong said again. His voice was loud and clear, and it spread throughout Qingzhou. Whispers could be heard all over Qingzhou. People also thought that Lin Ling was too shameless. The third princess stood on the same spot, and her eyes kept flickering. She glanced at Lin Qinglong, then at the countless experts behind him, and thought of everything she had done all these years. Finally, she raised her eyes and recovered her previous imposing manner as she looked at Lin Ling calmly. Master, this is the last time I'll call you master. This is out of friendship. However, the peace of Qingzhou cannot be disturbed just because you are my master. Her voice had also become cold and indifferent. Now, she was no longer afraid of Lin Ling, because it wasn't just her who was going against Lin Ling. It was the entire Qingzhou, and even half of the 9 states. No matter how powerful Lin Ling was, could he fight against half of the 9 states? This was the third princess' confidence. I'm giving you a chance because of our old friendship. Leave and never step into Qingzhou again. I'll pretend that nothing happened today. The third princess said again. Because of our old friendship, Lin Ling laughed. The third princess had been easy to talk to in the beginning because she was afraid of him. Why would she care about their old friendship? Even if the third princess really cared about their old friendship, she wouldn't have attacked Grandma Wendao and the others. You've really changed. I don't know why you have the confidence to speak to me, but I'll find out who's behind this. Lin Ling said calmly. He looked at Lin Qinglong and the third princess and shook his head. If you think that they can fight me, you're dreaming. Your Majesty, this is your master? You've given in to him time and time again, but what about him? He's still so overbearing. Hearing this, Lin Qinglong laughed coldly. A cold light immediately appeared in the third princess' eyes and her tone became even colder. Lin Ling, if you don't leave, don't blame me. Old friendship is old friendship, but the world belongs to the world. You're going to attack me? Lin Ling laughed coldly. It seems that you won't shed tears until you see the coffin. The third princess waved her arm gently. I know that you're very powerful and rumor has it that you're a god. However, I'm also very curious about how powerful a real god is. Let me see the result of the battle between a god and the 9 states. Everyone, come out. As soon as she finished speaking, a large number of experts arrived. These experts came from the 9 states, they were all top experts in the 9 states, with the strength of these people, not to mention Qingzhou, even if they were placed in any place in the 9 provinces, they would still be considered overlords. Since when can the third princess summon so many experts? Grandma Wendao's expression changed. Yi Xiannu frowned. She had seen many experts who were not weaker than her father. Although she heard that her father was no match for Lin Ling, there was more than one top expert here. Lin Ling, you were famous in Qingzhou back then. You were the Emperor Qing behind Qingzhou. But now, you have surpassed your master. How can you understand everything that I control in the world I live in? Don't you think you are too inexperienced to take over Qingzhou? Lin Ling said. The arrival of countless experts boosted the third princess's confidence and she shouted coldly. At this moment, she was more like the Empress of Qingzhou, dominating everything. Ha ha ha. However, at this moment, Lin Ling laughed. This was the first time he laughed out loud since he came to Qingzhou. Ha ha ha. Sakura and the others couldn't help but laugh as well, because they had been holding it in all this time, not because they were afraid of anything, but because they wanted to see what made the third princess so confident. The result told them that what made the third princess confident was the 9 states. What are you laughing at? Seeing Lin Ling and the others laughing wildly, the third princess suddenly frowned. I am laughing. You used to be half a disciple of mine, but you are not my disciple. Lin Ling smiled proudly and looked at the third princess. I, Lin Ling, have taken in countless disciples. Which one of them doesn't know me? You are the weakest among all of my disciples, Lin Ling. You ask me why I am laughing? I'm laughing. Aren't you underestimating me? It's just Qingzhou, it's just Jiuzhou. Do you think I care about it? Forget about the 9 continents, I, Lin Ling, don't even care about this universe. Though Lin Ling's voice was soft, it was like an invisible wind that floated into everyone's ears. Everyone's pupils trembled. What arrogance! Perhaps you think that I'm trying to show off. Then, I'll tell you why. It's because Qing province is nothing to me. Lin Ling looked into the distance and suddenly pointed his finger. Rumble, something terrifying happened. The entire Qingzhou shook and then turned into dust. Countless people floated in the void as if they were in the universe. The land they were on had been reduced to ashes, however, not a single one of them died. What a terrifying power. To me, Qingzhou is just SOSO. This is a finger that can destroy the world. The 9 continents are nothing to me. Lin Ling looked into the distance and clenched his fist. Rumble, a deafening sound was heard. It was as if the heavens and earth were being split open. From afar, a pitch-black object was coming. It was majestic and it cut through the void. This was Crimson Continent. Then, the Tianzhou continent arrived, Yunzhou arrived, and the final world, Miao continent, arrived. The 9 continents gathered in Qingzhou. This. On top of the city of Qingzhou, everyone was shocked. Their pupils were trembling. Not just the 9 continents. To me, the 10,000 worlds are nothing. At this time, Lin Ling put one hand behind his back and drew a line in the sky with his right hand. It was an uncanny skill that reversed the universe. Countless stars flew over and circled in the sky. It was as if the world was spinning. These were the east, west, south, and north worlds. With a flip of Lin Ling's hand, the entire 9 prefectures void arrived. If he wanted to destroy the heavens, the earth, the 9 continents, and the universe, Lin Ling could do it with a flip of his hand. Oh my god, what kind of trick is this? That's my hometown, the eastern border. Even I was captured. Her Majesty's master is actually so powerful. Countless voices resounded in the sky. What was terrifying was that the entire 9 continents and millions of worlds were captured by Lin Ling, but not a single person died. This was even more proof of Lin Ling's terrifying methods. Looking at the 3rd princess again, her face was deathly pale. She thought that Lin Ling wanted to seize her Qingzhou, but Lin Ling told her that Qingzhou was just SOSO. If Lin Ling really wanted to seize it, the 9 prefectures would be within his reach. As for the power she possessed and the powerhouses she controlled, all of this was but a strand of hair to Lin Ling. Boom. At this moment, her heart exploded. It was as if she didn't know Lin Ling anymore. She even felt ashamed of her short-sightedness. Master, what kind of trick is this? The 3rd princess asked anxiously. Her voice was once again filled with reverence. Lin Ling looked down at the 3rd princess and said disdainfully, because I'm a god. A god. As soon as he said this, the cultivators of the 9 prefectures finally knew what a god's trick was. All this time, they had heard of gods and the 4 great gods. However, how could they, as mortals, know what a god's trick was? At the end of the day, they entered the Tao through martial arts. Even if their martial arts were divine, they were still not true gods. In addition, hundreds of years had passed. After the 4 great gods entered the Tao realm, the legends of the gods gradually turned into rumors. No one thought that a god could be so terrifying. Even more so, they didn't think that Lin Ling was a true god. What was ironic was that they actually thought that a powerful god was actually trying to snatch their territory. Back then, if it weren't for my protection, Qingzhou wouldn't have grown into one of the top divine lands in the 9 prefectures. Back then, if it weren't for me stopping the foreign enemies, you would only have to deal with the internal strife. Qingzhou would have changed a long time ago. Everything that I, Lin Ling, did was not to dominate. It was to give my friends a peaceful home. Lin Ling looked at the void and said calmly. The void was silent. Everyone in the 9 prefectures stared at the most powerful man in the 9 prefectures for a long time. The 3rd princess was at a loss. Now, she realized that all the hard work she had done over the years was not worth mentioning in front of Lin Ling. Little Li. Grandma Wendao looked at Lin Ling in shock. She never thought that her close friend would grow to such a level, omnipotent, splitting the heavens and splitting the earth. This was the current Lin Ling. Ha ha ha, what a powerful god, what a powerful god. Lin Ling, I admit that you're terrifying and powerful, but so what? Don't think that we haven't seen the world. Let me tell you, I've seen gods before. Suddenly, Lin Qinglong roared. Then, he looked at the third princess and said, Your Majesty, I admit that after I came here, I continuously bewitched you to dominate the 9 states. I even secretly attacked you and stimulated your ambition. I have harmed you in this regard. But I can tell you that I, Lin Qinglong, truly love you. I can't tolerate my woman being bullied by others. Even if that person used to be your master, I won't allow it. Lin Qinglong strode forward. Seeing this, the third princess's dark eyes suddenly burned with a fiery flame. It was as if she had seen the final light. She couldn't lose, she couldn't afford to lose, but she still had Lin Qinglong. Lin Ling, right? Don't think that gods are so great. Let me tell you, the real gods have arrived today. After Lin Qinglong nodded to the third princess, he looked at Lin Ling proudly and said, The real gods come from ancient times. They are the ones who can change the heavens and defy fate. You, on the other hand, are just a lowly god. If you have the ability, wait for me. I've been waiting for you. Lin Ling looked at Lin Qinglong calmly and said. He had long known that these 2 dragons were not simple. Now, he wanted to see who was behind all this. Lin Qinglong, why did you call me here? Also, why did the heavens and earth change? Get lost. At this moment, a majestic voice came from afar. Rays of light shone brightly and thousands of auspicious colors. When these lights appeared, the entire world seemed to be brighter. Many people felt incomparably peaceful. God, another god, everyone had an illusion in their hearts. When they looked up, they were shocked to find that Yun Prefecture was beginning to retreat, Spirit Prefecture was also retreating. Finally, it was Miao Prefecture. Moreover, the 10,000 realms were also retreating. Previously, Lin Ling could stir up the 9 prefectures with just a finger. Lin Ling, you're not a god. Lin Qinglong and Lin Zilong were so excited that their bodies trembled. It was as if they had encountered the most exciting moment of their lives. They knew Lin Ling's origin. He came from a small world in the north. He had become a god by accumulating countless amounts of luck. However, the person who came was a true god. It was said that he came from the core of the era, the chaotic realm. Could Lin Ling compare to him? Whoosh! At this moment, countless drops of dew fell and nourished the earth. Green State was restored to its original state. The martialists in Qingzhou also felt their cultivation levels rising at this moment. What a powerful god! Countless people knelt down, their eyes full of reverence. Lin Ling was a destroyer, but the person who came was a creator. Without a doubt, creation was more difficult than destruction. Who are you? How dare you destroy the world in front of me? Tell me your name. If I don't know your sect, don't blame me for being rude. Before the person arrived, his majestic voice floated to the top of Green City. This made the eyes of the third princess burn. She saw the dawn of victory. Lin Qinglong and Lin Zilong laughed. However, they did not dare to laugh out loud for fear of disturbing the god. At the same time, a palace appeared at the top of Green City. The palace was magnificent and there were 2 children standing there. It was a majestic sight. As for Lin Ling, he looked at the palace with indifference, then sneered. Boom! He punched out, the palace shook and then cracks appeared. Boom! Another punch was thrown, the palace exploded. An old man appeared in front of Lin Ling. This old man had the demeanor of a sage. He held a whisk in his hand and his face was full of disbelief. His cultivation was at the mid-stage of the middle deity realm. Such strength was indeed impressive in the 9 states, but it was nothing in front of Lin Ling. If Lin Ling dared to call himself a god, this person was not qualified to be a god. How dare you? The old man shouted angrily and finally looked at Lin Ling. However, his expression changed instantly. It's you. Oh my god, why are you here? A sharp voice rang out, shocking the 9 provinces. The old man took a step back. His face was filled with fear. He clearly knew Lin Ling. Most importantly, everyone saw that the god who had suddenly appeared was trembling, and his eyes were filled with panic and fear. Lin Ling, on the other hand, didn't recognize this person. He shook his head and asked, Are you the person who is stirring up chaos in the 9 provinces? He took a step forward and disappeared on the spot. When he reappeared, he was already in front of the old man and punched out. Boom! the old man was smashed into the ground below the Azure City by the fist. However, Lin Ling quickly disappeared again. Next, the entire Azure province was in turmoil, and dust soared into the sky. Amidst the rumbling, a groan could be heard. Lin Ling, stop fighting. I'm the god of White Mountain. I'm the god of White Mountain. By Shan? That's by Shan. His domineering voice was like thunder, exploding in everyone's ears. The martial artists of the 9 prefectures were dumbfounded. Third princess was dumbfounded. Lin Qinglong and his brother were dumbfounded. That god was from the Chaos Realm, and Lin Ling was just a local cultivator. In front of that god, Lin Ling was not qualified to be called a god. However, the result was that the god from the Chaos Realm was now beaten like a dog. Most importantly, he clearly knew Lin Ling and was even more afraid of Lin Ling. So, who was the real god now? In fact, they didn't know that this person happened to come from Xianxia City and witnessed Lin Ling fighting against the superior god, Chongqing Heavenly Emperor. How could he fight against such strength? Moreover, he would never have thought that Lin Ling would come back to the 9 provinces. Wasn't Lin Ling in the Dao realm? In the end, the dust dispersed. People saw Lin Ling holding the old man's neck with one hand and lifting him up high. This is not the Dao realm. Don't think that the protection of the Dao realm will work in my hands. Lin Ling looked coldly at the old man and said, Speak. Why are you here? I can't speak. The old man clenched his teeth and faced death with equanimity. I admire people with a strong backbone the most. Since you won't speak, I'll give you a quick death. Killing intent appeared in Lin Ling's eyes. However, as soon as he finished speaking, the old man anxiously said, Don't. I'll talk. It's the 8 gods' heavenly palace. We found it and gathered a large number of gods. 8 gods' celestial palace? Lin Ling's eyes flashed and he nodded. In fact, he wasn't surprised at all. When he saw this old man, he already had his guesses. As for why the old man wanted to attack Qingzhou, there was no doubt that he wanted to borrow the 3rd princess' hand. Find the 8 gods' celestial palace. Although the 3rd princess' strength couldn't compare to a god, she still controlled half of the 9 provinces. Naturally, she would find the 8 gods' celestial palace faster than outsiders like them. Die. After receiving confirmation, Lin Ling's killing intent surged out. You said you wouldn't kill me. The old man also felt a large hand caressing his soul, as if it had absorbed everything he knew. I said I'd give you a quick death. I didn't say I wouldn't kill you. A powerful divine power erupted. Under countless gazes, the previously omnipotent god's neck was crushed. Bang! When the corpse fell to the ground, the 9 provinces fell silent. Who was the real god? Now, it was clear at a glance. Plop, Lin Qinglong and Lin Zilong sat on the ground powerlessly. The confidence in their hearts had been crushed by Lin Ling. They thought they controlled everything, but now they realized that in the face of absolute power, everything was like paper. Only power was eternal. Looking at the 3rd princess, her face was ashen. The hope that had been born before had been crushed by Lin Ling. Only now did she know what kind of limit Lin Ling had reached. This was the limit of transcending the universe. Ma Master. The 3rd princess shouted with mixed feelings. On the ground, Lin Ling walked up slowly to the 3rd princess and looked down at her. Bits and pieces of the 3rd princess's past rushed into Lin Ling's mind like a tide. Now, you regret it. Lin Ling said softly. His voice suddenly became gentler. I regret it. The 3rd princess finally cried. She no longer had the domineering aura of an empress. She was like a lost little girl, only confused and helpless. I, Lin Ling, have taken in countless disciples in my life. I think I've treated them well, but you're the first one who dared to go against me. Lin Ling said again. Master, I was wrong. The 3rd princess kowtowed to Lin Ling. Now she knew even more clearly that she could not go against someone who had become her master. No matter what big waves she stirred up, her master had helped her achieve everything, so she could take back everything. It's no use apologizing. I have to give them an explanation. Lin Ling sighed and pointed out with his finger. The 3rd princess's body burst into flames, and she could do nothing to resist. She could only weep as she watched herself gradually disappear. Any grand plans she had were now gone with the wind. Watching the empress gradually disappear, the entire world fell silent, especially the martial artists of Qingzhou. Their eyes were trembling. The empress, whom they had always thought to be omnipotent, had died just like that. Dead, dead. Lin Qinglong and Lin Zilong sat on the ground powerlessly. Their faces were pale and ashen, only now did they realize how powerful Lin Ling was. He was so powerful that they felt dazzled when they looked up at him. Do you think you have the right to fight me just because you have the help of a god? Lin Ling walked toward Lin Qinglong and Lin Zilong. Are gods really that powerful? You come from the north, your identity is ordinary, and you're not even a reincarnated god. Why are you so powerful? Lin Qinglong looked up at Lin Ling and said through gritted teeth. He had 10,000 questions in his heart, and he really wanted to know the answer. In fact, many gods in the Tao realm wanted to know the answer as well. I know we're definitely going to die, so I just want to die knowing the answer. Tell me, what are you relying on? Lin Qinglong asked again. Lin Ling walked forward step by step and looked down at Lin Qinglong. He then shook his head and said, Do I have to answer you just because you want to know? You're not worthy. After saying that, he pointed out with his finger, the first to die was Lin Zilong. His body exploded, and even his soul was turned into ashes. Against Lin Ling, even if Lin Zilong used all his skills, it was useless. I'm not worthy? Lin Qinglong looked up with a ferocious expression. Was God so noble to such an extent? Even if he died, why didn't he let him die knowing the answer? Even if I tell you, how would you understand the world I live in? Lin Ling finally said it. Although he did not answer Lin Zilong directly, he stated the truth. The difference between Lin Ling and Lin Qinglong's worlds was too great. Boom, Lin Ling pointed out with his finger. Lin Qinglong's body exploded, and even his soul was gradually dissipating. From now on, I won't care about Qingzhou anymore. You guys, take care of yourselves. After dealing with Lin Ling and Lin Qinglong, Lin Ling looked at the entire Qingzhou road and left with Grandma Wendao and the others. He's leaving. As they watched Lin Ling and the others leave, countless Qing prefecture cultivators had mixed feelings. At this moment, they finally understood that the reason why Qing province was safe all these years was not because of the empress, but because of this man. Because of this man's protection, no one dared to invade Qing province. However, they were too short-sighted and had been bewitched by the empress. They had always thought that the empress had protected Qingzhou. Only after the man left did they feel like they had lost the most important thing. This was because Qing province's glory was definitely gone. In less than 100 years, they would once again return to their weakest state. How pitiful. You don't know how lucky you are. In my opinion, they deserve it. Qingzhou has been prosperous for hundreds of years, and every dog has its day. It's their turn to be unlucky. However, it turns out that the mastermind behind Qingzhou is a deity. He's too powerful. In the distance, the martial artists from other divine lands were discussing. Those voices were not soft, and without a doubt, it made the faces of the Qing province cultivators even more gloomy. Shaoli, are you really going to ignore Qingzhou? Grandma Wendao could not help but ask as she left with Lin Ling. She had lived in Qingzhou for many years and had feelings for this place. The Qingzhou of today is no longer the Qingzhou of the past. Let's do what we have to do. Lin Ling smiled and shook his head. Grandma Wendao sighed. She knew that Lin Ling had completely given up on Qingzhou. However, Lin Ling's words made sense. The Qingzhou of today was no longer the Qingzhou of the past. Their old friends had long disappeared with the wind. All that was left were strangers. Grandma Wendao, Lady Yi, go to the void where Lei Gong's great hall is. Lin Ling said again. Lin Ling, I'm not going. I'd better go back to Miaozhou. Yi City is my hometown after all. Lady Yi said immediately. Then, she saw Lin Ling looking at her suspiciously. She smiled and said, Don't worry. It's been so many years since my father was the city lord of Yi City. There aren't many people who still remember this. I should be fine if I go back to my hometown. How about this, Lin Ling, I'll go to Miaozhou with Lady Yi. We can take care of each other. Grandma Wendao said. Lin Ling pondered for a moment and finally nodded and said, All right then. However, if you encounter something that you can't solve, immediately inform Lei Gong's Great Hall. I have a jade talisman here that can directly inform Lei Gong's Great Hall. In less than an hour, an expert will arrive at Miaozhou. Thank you. Lady Yi said gratefully. Grandma Wendao looked at Lin Ling reluctantly and said, Shaoli, come back and visit us when you're free. Grandma doesn't ask you to accompany me. Just accompany me for a few words is enough. Grandma Wendao, I promise you. As long as I'm free, I'll accompany you to talk. Lin Ling nodded heavily and then left with Sakura and the others. Looking at Lin Ling's back, Grandma Wendao sighed in her heart. Now, Lin Ling's height was not only something she had to look up to, but also something she couldn't understand. God, omnipotent. Shaoli has become a true god. It's our fortune to still remember us mortals. Grandma Wendao smiled and said. Perhaps, this is Lin Ling. Lady Yi nodded. Ordinary gods wouldn't care about the life and death of mortals, let alone their former friends. However, Lin Ling would. No matter how strong he became, he didn't change at all. At this moment, Lin Ling brought Sakura and the others to Lei Gong's Great Hall. Previously, I searched that old man's soul and knew that the 8 gods' heavenly palace had been found. Moreover, there were many experts dispatched this time. Lin Ling said to Sakura and the others, Big brother, for this trip to the 8 gods' heavenly palace, you guys can stay in Lei Gong's Great Hall and take care of Lei Gong's Great Hall. What do you think? Alright. Although Sakura and the others wanted to go to the 8 gods' heavenly palace, they knew that with their strength, it would be difficult to enter. If things went wrong, they might become Lin Ling's burden. After a long time, Lin Ling and the others returned to the Great Hall of Lei Gong. Lin Ling didn't say much and called Xingyi, Nanhua Fingyu Treasure God, Whitewater Pure Maiden, and the others over. Then, he roughly told them what happened in the 9 prefectures. Hearing this, everyone nodded and agreed to go to the 8 gods' heavenly palace. Lin Ling said again, for this trip, the few of you will come with me. Giant Ghost, you've always wanted to return to the 8 gods' heavenly palace. Today, I'll bring you back. Alright. Giant Ghost let out a low voice, but one could see that he was incomparably excited. Returning to the 8 gods' heavenly palace, this matter had been delayed for a long time. He wanted to go back all the time. Let's set off immediately. Following this, Lin Ling brought everyone out of Lei Gong's Great Hall. According to the old man's memories, Lin Ling flew towards the void of the 9 prefectures. 2 hours later, they appeared in the eastern border. In the void of the eastern border, there was a huge floating continent. This continent was so vast that it was no smaller than the Green Prefecture. On the continent, there was a huge ancient tree. The ancient tree was magnificent, bigger than a mountain. Even though Lin Ling had traveled all over the divine lands and had seen many things, this was the first time he had seen such a huge tree. This tree could be called the World Tree. Under the magnificent tree, there was a huge hole. This hole was so huge that it could fit a city. From time to time, large amounts of soil would float out as if someone was digging a hole. Could it be that the 8 gods' celestial palace is in that tree hole? Beside him, Whitewater Pure Maiden guessed. This continent is not from the void of the 9 prefectures. I don't know where it came from, but it seems to have many taboos. I guess the 8 gods' celestial palace is indeed in that tree hole. The giant ghost nodded. He had sensed something. The 8 gods' celestial palace has always been untraceable. I didn't expect it to appear under that huge tree. Lin Ling sighed. When he was still Li Xiaoyao, he had explored the 8 gods' celestial palace. In addition, in this life, Lin Ling had explored the entire 8 gods' celestial palace many times. However, he still hadn't reached the end. However, Lin Ling had a feeling that he would reach the end this time. So many experts. Treasure God Nanhua Fingyu suddenly pointed to the side of the huge tree. At the side of the huge tree, divine light filled the air. Spirit energy, and underworld energy were vast and mighty. Many gods had gathered. Many of them were unfamiliar to Lin Ling, but he could see that they were extremely powerful. Of course, there were also many familiar faces. For example, Lord Ning of the Spirit Nation and even the great gods of the Spirit Nation were there. Moreover, Taoist Duobao was also there. There seemed to be gods in the underworld as well. In addition, the 12 ancestral shamans who had enmity with Lin Ling, Chang Liang, and Tian Wu were also there. One of them was the ancestral shaman of thunder. and the other was the Witch of the Wind. Most importantly, their strength had reached the mid-stage of the mid-stage. One had to know that the last time they met, their strength was not strong. Now, in a short period of time, their strength had increased greatly. He was indeed one of the 12 Grand Wizards. If he was given more time, he would definitely be able to restore his power as a Grand Wizard. The people of this world are really useless. I refined 1 billion people in the North Territory, and now I only got a strand of pot water. It's too little. Be content. This is Jojo, an extremely weak universe. It's your fortune to be able to enter this place. That's right. Once you obtain the treasures of the 8 gods' heavenly palace, you can kill everyone here. So what? They were the gods from the Chaos Realm. As for the great gods of Spirit Nation and the rest, they were all silent and had their own ulterior motives. I've heard that there are many gods in this universe, and they have all entered the Tao realm. We're wreaking havoc in their homeworld. If they find out, they won't let us off. Suddenly, a god laughed. They're just minor gods. It's their fortune that we can come to their homeworld. Even if they know that we're wreaking havoc here, what can they do? They should go to the Chaos Realm and ask about my name, Daoist Kai-Hu. Daoist Kai-Hu, you're thinking too much. The gods of this universe have probably never been to the Chaos Realm. Are you kidding me? How dare you call yourself a god when you haven't been to the Chaos Realm? More and more voices were heard. In the end, many gods shook their heads in disdain. Most of them were from the Chaos Realm, so they naturally did not care about the minor gods of other universes. What a fierce god. In the distance, Saint Guy saw this scene and could not help but laugh coldly. Lin Ling also nodded coldly. When he thought of Qingzhou and the dead third young master, his heart was filled with hostility. These gods thought that they were from the Chaos Realm, and that the gods of other universes were like ants. If that was the case, he might as well kill them all. The void of Jiuzhou was Lin Ling's territory. Whoever behaved atrociously here, Lin Ling would not be lenient. However, just as Lin Ling was deep in thought, a chuckle sounded. You must be the minor gods of this universe. Your strength seems very ordinary. Come over, I'm from the Chaos Realm. My shoes are dirty. Help me wipe them. An old man suddenly stared at Lin Ling and the others. In fact, many gods had already seen Lin Ling and the others, but they were too lazy to pay attention to them at first. The old man's voice was calm, but when he said the words Chaos Realm, his voice quietly became louder. It was as if he was telling Lin Ling and the others where they came from. The Chaos Realm was the core of the current universe and the core of the era. It gathered the strongest gods of all the eras, therefore, they had the right to be arrogant. This again? Wipe their shoes. When we went to the Sky 3 Mysteries universe, Kai-Hu Taoist also made others wipe his shoes. Now he's doing this again. I remember, the minor gods of that universe were resisting. In the end, all the gods of that universe were obliterated. If these people know what's good for them and wipe their shoes obediently, they might have a chance to live. If they're stubborn, they'll suffer. The other gods said one after another. The gods of the Spirit Kingdom also looked at Lin Ling. Their eyes were cold, but more than that, they were gloating. They naturally knew how arrogant these gods from the Chaos Realm were. If they did not have the support of the great gods of the Spirit Kingdom, they would not be able to escape the fate of suffering. Now, they could watch Lin Ling and the others embarrass themselves. If things went wrong, Lin Ling and the others might even be killed. You want me to wipe your shoes? At this moment, Lin Ling looked coldly at Kai-Hu Taoist. He had wanted to attack before, but who knew that Kai-Hu Taoist would provoke him first? Are you deaf? I don't want to say the same thing twice. Kai-Hu Taoist said coldly. His right foot was already in front of him, indicating for Lin Ling to wipe his shoes. Okay, wipe my shoes. Lin Ling nodded and walked over step by step. As expected of a god from a small universe. You're scared after a little scare. But do you think you can just wipe your shoes and be done with it? You think too highly of yourself. If you're that cheap, you're not Kai-Hu Taoist. When the gods saw Lin Ling walking over, they thought that Lin Ling was going to wipe his shoes. They crossed their arms and waited for a good show. As for Kai-Hu Taoist, he touched his chin and said indifferently, by the way, after you wipe my shoes, lick the soles of my shoes. I'll only let you go after you're done. Lick the soles of his shoes. Lin Ling's eyes turned even colder. His footsteps were no longer slow. He suddenly took a large stride and appeared directly in front of Kai Hu Daoist. Then, he threw out a punch. Boom, there was a roar, and the void shook. Then, there was an explosion. Kai Hu Taoist was sent flying by Lin Ling's punch. Fortunately, he was from the Chaos Realm and was not weak. Otherwise, he would have been killed by that punch. What? This guy dares to resist. Ha ha ha, this is going to be a good show, a good show. I'm guessing that Kai Hu Taoist is going to be in a terrible situation when he gets angry. The gods around were stunned for a moment before they burst into laughter. They were not worried about Kai Hu Taoist at all because they knew that he was not weak. Boom, at this moment, a figure soared into the sky and floated in the sky with a ferocious expression. It was Kai Hu Taoist, however, he was in a sorry state now. His clothes were torn and one of his feet was bare. It turned out that the shoe he wanted to wipe for Lin Ling had been sent flying by Lin Ling's punch. Little bastard, how dare you sneak attack me? Kai Hu Taoist roared angrily. He was so angry that his lungs were about to explode after being humiliated in front of so many gods. Sneak attack? You think too highly of yourself. Lin Ling snorted coldly. He took a step forward and appeared in front of Kai Hu Taoist once again. At the same time, everyone in the Spirit Nation stared at Lin Ling. They had not seen Lin Ling for many years and did not know how strong he had become. Their understanding of Lin Ling was limited to when Lin Ling killed a mid-stage mid-god expert on the path of domination. Now, Kai Hu Taoist was a mid-stage mid-god expert, but the latter came from the Chaos Realm. Just the words Chaos Realm alone proved a lot of things. Some of the gods from the 3 divine gates of White Mountain secretly shook their heads. They knew that Kai Hu Taoist was in for a bad time. This was because they knew Lin Ling's strength better than anyone else. Others might not know about the battle in Firmament City, but they were well aware of it. At this moment, Lin Ling appeared in front of Kai Hu Taoist and grabbed him with his big hand. Ferocious divine energy roared. I'm a god from the Chaos Realm. You'll understand how powerful I am. When he looked at Taoist Hu again, he roared angrily and moved the sun, moon, and stars into his giant hand, grabbing at Lin Ling. He was obviously going to cripple Lin Ling with this move. Rumble, the 2 gods collided, but Taoist Kai Hu immediately let out a painful cry. This was because his arm had turned into dust after colliding with Lin Ling. This Lin Ling's strength has increased by a lot. This scene caused the great god of Spirit Nation to narrow his eyes in shock. Towards Lin Ling's strength, he clearly wasn't too clear either. After all, the Dao realm was too great. How could he take care of everything? This was the first time he saw Lin Ling display his strength. You crippled my hand. Taoist Kai Hu roared again, his voice filled with disbelief, because he didn't expect that the gap between his strength and Lin Ling's was so great. One had to know that because of his anger, he had already used all of his strength, but it was useless. I'm a god from the primal chaos realm. If you dare to touch me, you're dead. Let me tell you, I know as many gods as there are hairs on an ox. I even know many late-stage mid-gods, let alone mid-stage mid-gods. Taoist Kai Hu roared angrily again, his face filled with fury. Late-stage mid-god? Lin Ling looked down at Taoist Kai Hu, the anger in his eyes intensified. Do you know why I'm attacking you? You probably don't want this universe to be destroyed by me, so you dare to attack me, a god from the primal chaos realm. Taoist Kai Hu gritted his teeth. No, you're wrong. Lin Ling shook his head coldly. The reason why I'm attacking you is not because of this universe, because you can't destroy it, but because you've humiliated me twice. The first time, you actually asked me to clean your shoes. Do you know the consequences of your words? The second time, you actually said late-stage mid-god in front of me. You think a late-stage mid-god can kill me? You're dreaming. I've already killed many late-stage mid-gods. Don't use late-stage mid-gods to humiliate me. Lin Ling's voice was like the might of the heavens, causing Taoist Kai Hu to tremble in fear. A mid-stage mid-god had come to kill this kid. Was this a humiliation to the latter? Could it be that only by sending a high god would it not be considered a humiliation, but an equal strength? Arrogant, too arrogant. The gods from the primal chaos realm also understood the meaning of Lin Ling's words, and their eyes were all trembling. Taoist Kai, who gritted his teeth, wanting to say something. Boom, however, Lin Ling had already punched. It looked like a simple punch, but it was like the laws of the universe, carrying with it endless divine power. Boom. Taoist Kai, whose head exploded like a watermelon from the punch, a god from the primal chaos realm, had fallen here, killed by a god from a small universe. Silence. The entire continent suddenly quieted down. Only the giant tree swayed slightly with the sound of swaying leaves. All the gods looked at Lin Ling, their eyes filled with disbelief. Let me tell you, this is my territory. I don't care if you're from the bastard world or the dog egg world. If you're a dragon, you'll have to be a snake for me. If you're a tiger, you'll have to be a dog for me. After throwing away Taoist Kai, whose corpse, Lin Ling looked coldly at the gods. Seeing them was like seeing Xianxia. Although the third princess's death was mostly due to herself, external factors were also a part of the reason. Lin Ling had always been protective and had always treated the third princess as half his disciple. After killing the third princess, he looked calm, but his heart was naturally not calm. Now that he saw this group of high and mighty gods, his anger seemed to be ignited. As the first god of the void of the 9 prefectures, if he did not stand up now, who would? The dignity of the void of the 9 prefectures could not be blasphemed by others. Your Excellency, you killed Taoist Kai Hu. All of a sudden, a man slowly walked out. He held a jade flute in his hand. He did not look very old, about 20 years old. However, his strength was not weak at all. He was a late-stage mid-god expert. Previously, you said that a late-stage mid-god would challenge you and that it would be a humiliation to you. Isn't that a little too arrogant? The man said again. Arrogant? I don't think so. Lin Ling looked coldly at the man. The flames in his eyes burned brighter. It seemed that killing Taoist Kai Hu was not enough to make these gods take him seriously. Since killing the chicken to warn the monkeys did not work, then he would kill one to warn the rest. He would kill another late-stage mid-god. Your Excellency, I can sense anger and murderous intent in your eyes. But let me give you a word of advice. Don't do anything useless, and don't try to provoke my anger, because the price you'll pay will be great. The man's expression was still calm, but he had his own dignity. I don't know where you've been, and I don't know where you've come from. But I can tell you that the heights I've reached are beyond your imagination. I can also tell you that the gods I've met in my life are beyond your imagination. Of course. The god of war among men, he actually said so much to a minor god. Could it be that he wants to persuade this minor god to surrender? You're all wrong. When the god of war among men started talking, he probably already had murderous intent. 5 gods of war. Although the deities' voices were soft, Lin Ling still heard them. If he remembered correctly, he had defeated 2 5 gods of war in the Tao realm. One of them was the Earth god of war, and the other was the South Pole god of war. There were indeed many powerful gods of war, but they were only late-stage mid-gods. What was there to be afraid of? You said that the world you live in is something I dare not even imagine? This means that you are very strong. You are a real ancient god of the chaos realm? Lin Ling raised his head and sneered at the god of war. Sir, the world is so big. There are many things you don't know. The god of war looked down at Lin Ling and nodded. However, at this moment, Lin Ling snorted. The grey-robed Lin Ling appeared, and 5,000 units of strength burst out. 50 million units of divine power, 50 million units of world power. Then let me see how much you know. In the blink of an eye, Lin Ling appeared in front of the god of war. He didn't use any tricks and just relied on his divine power to suppress him, because when facing a god like the god of war, fancy tricks wouldn't be of much help. It was better to be direct and efficient. You actually took the initiative to attack me. Looks like after killing Taoist Kai Hu, your confidence has swelled to the point that you can't see yourself clearly. Do you think you can fight against the laws of the universe? To show my respect, everyone in your universe will die. The god of war shouted angrily and slapped his left arm. He tore open his flesh and pulled out a long sword made of divine bone. When this sword appeared, the entire void was dazzling and bright as if it was white. The sound of heaven and earth also floated out. Heaven and earth, evil Chi, ancient demon god. Reunite the world, with me as the medium. Help me destroy the heavens, I offer my blood as a sacrifice. Netherworld Goddess, Heaven Fiend Ming Wang. Help me prosper, my sect rules the world. Sky Splitter Saint Bonesword. When this voice came out, the East world collapsed, and thousands of gales swept through. A divine sword with blazing white light descended upon the world. This sword was so powerful that it had the power to sever the universe. It was once famous in the chaotic realm. This war god among men had used this sword to destroy several universes. In fact, there were many unformed universes beneath the primal chaos realm. However, these universes were not as stable as the Void of the Nine Prefectures. The Void of the Nine Prefectures was also known as the immature body of the god world, but to the gods of the primal chaos realm, no universe could compare to the primal chaos realm, the primal chaos realm. Take my sword. With the sacred sword in hand, the war god of men was awe-inspiring as he slashed through the air. This slash immediately unleashed 15 million strands of divine power, and this divine power was still increasing. Although he was only a late-stage mid-god, he had the right to be proud. He was obviously much stronger than the late-stage mid-god Lin Ling had killed. Not bad. Lin Ling shouted in a low voice, and Panga Strike was activated, splitting the earth. The power of God was invincible. Rumble. Countless people watched as the terrifying sword landed on Lin Ling's body. However, Lin Ling reached out with one hand and grabbed the sacred sword. Moreover, Lin Ling's power of 5,000 strands erupted, and the sacred sword in his hand emitted cracking sounds. How is this possible? The war god of men roared. Using a divine bone as a sword and tempering it for several eras is indeed very powerful. However, in my opinion, this is just a piece of scrap metal. Lin Ling held the sword with one hand, and the other hand fiercely slashed out, splitting the sky. Similarly, a power that could sever the universe erupted and collided with the Sky Splitter Sacred Bone Sword. This slash seemed to only have the power of 40 million worlds, but it contained a power that did not exist in this world. This was the power of Pangu. I am the master of my universe. Anyone who dares to behave atrociously here will be killed without mercy. Today, I will kill you to establish my might. Lin Ling shouted. When he slashed down, he actually broke the Sky Splitter Sacred Bone Sword. Chi! Chi! Countless gods gasped. The Sky Splitter Sacred Bone Sword was the trump card of the war god of men. After so many years, apart from the superior gods, who could compete with it? However, it was now broken by a late-stage mid-god god. Heavens, this was too inconceivable. Looking at the war god of men again, his pupils were trembling and filled with disbelief. Who is this person? Why is his power so terrifying? The Void of the Nine Prefectures. The Void of the Nine Prefectures. Where is this place? He knew that there were many world will hosts here, but he did not expect that apart from the world will hosts, the gods here were also so powerful. Bang! While he was still in shock, a big hand reached out and suddenly grabbed the neck of the war god of men. The war god of men tried to struggle and continuously attacked, but he could not harm Lin Ling at all. This also made the war god of men realize that this god was almost invincible. He was not afraid of the enormous divine energy at all. War god of men, right? Let me tell you, I have defeated many of your 5 war gods. There is the war god of Earth and the war god of South Pole. You are just the next one. Moreover, you are very unlucky because this is not the Tao realm. Without the protection of the Tao realm, you will die without a doubt. Lin Ling said coldly. You dare to kill me? I am a late-stage mid-god god. The war god of men gritted his teeth. The majesty of the ancient era made him unable to lower his head. Ha ha ha. Lin Ling laughed heartily. He looked at the countless gods on the continent and said calmly, Are you stupid? I've already said that I've defeated quite a few of the 5 gods of war. As for late-stage mid-gods, I've killed quite a few of them. You'll be the next one. As soon as he finished speaking, a terrifying divine energy burst out and grabbed the neck of the war god of men. Bang! In the pitch-black void of the continent, bright blood fireworks bloomed. The neck of the war god of men was crushed. Moreover, without the protection of the Tao realm, he couldn't be more dead. With this death, all the gods subconsciously trembled. Whether they knew Lin Ling or not, their expressions became incomparably fearful. To kill a late-stage mid-god so easily, this Lin Ling was really terrifying. What exactly did he go through in the Tao realm? The great god of Spirit Nation looked extremely ferocious. Now, he had completely transformed into a human. His entire body was white and his facial features were handsome and demonic. He thought that his strength had greatly increased and that when he faced the gods of the 9 continents again, these gods were just ants. However, he thought too highly of himself. Ever since Lin Ling entered the Tao realm, he was like a fish in water. The increase in his strength could be described as thousands of times. Now, he didn't even have the confidence to kill Lin Ling. Last time on the path of domination, he killed a mid-god from the underworld. How long has it been? Now, even a late-stage mid-god is no match for him. Lord Ning clenched his fists fiercely. His expression was full of unwillingness. This was because he had just walked out of the miasma. Facing a mid-god, he still had to look up to them, let alone kill them. This made him unable to understand. Because Lin Ling had the same origin as him, why was his growth so terrifying? What exactly did Lin Ling rely on? The entire continent was silent. Only the huge ancient tree was swaying slightly, and soil would rush out from the hole from time to time. It was as though someone was still digging for soil in the depths of the hole. All the gods did not dare to move. This display of power let them know the strength of the void gods of the 9 prefectures. The pupils of Ancestor of Lightning Wu Qiangliang and Witch of the Wind Tian Wu were also trembling. Lin Ling was too strong, so strong that they had to look up to him. They remembered that in the past, Lin Ling was like an ant to them. "Hide, where are you hiding?" But at this moment, a cold shout was heard. Lin Ling was already looking at Ancestor of Lightning and Tian Wu Qiangliang. When this voice fell, the hearts of the two trembled violently. They did not expect that Lin Ling would target them. "Lei Gong Lin Ling, what are you trying to do?" Ancestor of Lightning Wu Qiangliang forced himself to be calm, but his flickering pupils had already betrayed him. This showed that he was panicking. "I remember that in the sacred mountain of the Tao realm, you chased after me with Emperor Shun and the others. Now, you ask me what I am trying to do?" Lin Ling said indifferently. Then, he looked at Witch of the Wind Tian Wu. "And you, I remember that before the Tao realm was opened, you were opposing us 4 great gods. What happened in the past was a misunderstanding. We have no enmity with you." Ancestor of Lightning Wu Qiangliang gritted his teeth. When he said this, his heart was filled with shame. Because he was actually begging for mercy from a junior. Despicable, but if he did not beg for mercy, Lin Ling would definitely not let him go. "We indeed have no enmity with each other. But in the past, you saw that I was weak, so you did not put me in your eyes. If you wanted to kill me, you killed me. But now, I am stronger than you. If I want to kill you, I don't need a reason." Lin Ling said each word with a pause, appearing incomparably domineering. "If I want to kill you, I will kill you. There is no need for a reason. We are the most ancient 12 ancestors of sorcery. If you hadn't reincarnated, how could you be our opponent?" The Witch of the Wind gritted his teeth and said, "Ha ha ha, are you guys stupid? You're talking about your origins and predecessors with me. I just want to ask you, who's stronger now?" Lin Ling laughed sarcastically and walked towards the 2 grand wizards. Seeing Lin Ling walking over in a domineering manner, the pupils of the 2 ancestral sorcerers trembled again. They understood what Lin Ling meant. Even if you are the oldest ancient giant god, if you don't have the strength now, you are living a life worse than a dog. Attack. The 2 grand shamans looked at each other and knew that if they did not resist, they would be killed by Lin Ling. If they took the initiative to attack, they could take advantage of Lin Ling's carelessness to turn defeat into victory. Rumble. However, just as the ancestral shaman of lightning was about to attack Lin Ling, a giant pagoda descended from the sky, suppressing the heavens and earth. Dong Huang Bell, it was Saint Gi, Puchi. The ancestral shaman of lightning couldn't block the Dong Huang Bell and was suppressed in the void. His body twitched and couldn't resist at all. Furthermore, he became weaker and weaker as his vitality dimmed. How pitiful! The ancestral shaman god whose name shook the era was actually stepped on by 2 juniors after reincarnating and easily killed. This also meant that the era was changing and anything could happen. Dong Huang Bell. The gods gasped again. It was the first time for many of them to see the Dong Huang Bell. They never expected that the person who came with the youth would be so strong. "Xiangliang!" Tian Wu roared. His eyes were red as he wanted to save the ancestral shaman of lightning, Wu Qiangliang. However, just as he moved, a sword arrived and blocked in front of him. no matter how fast he exploded and moved like the wind, he still couldn't get rid of the sword. The sword was blood red and had a huge body. It emitted a murderous aura and was the most terrifying sword Tianwu had ever seen in his life. That was because the sword came from Lin Ling. "You'd better take care of yourself." Lin Ling looked indifferently at the Witch of the Wind, Tianwu, and said, "Lei Gong Lin Ling, I'm sure that your origin isn't small. Otherwise, you wouldn't have grown so fast. I, Tianwu, accept my defeat today. What I'm most unwilling to accept is that other than the body of the world's will, there's still such a terrifying god in the void of Jiuzhou. If I had known this, I would have been more careful that day." Tianwu's face was ashen. He knew that his time was up. "I can only say that your eyesight isn't very good. Today, I'll kill you to establish my might." Lin Ling nodded. Without any nonsense, he slashed out with the tyrant song, rumble, violent winds exploded. Tianwu died, and endless ancient hurricanes poured in all directions. Tianwu. Under the Donghuang bell, Xiangliang watched as his close friend of many years died. Tears of blood flowed out of his eyes. In the end, he was also killed by the Donghuang bell. Two of the most ancient ancestral shamans had fallen here. It should be known that if these two ancestral shamans were to grow, they would definitely step into the ranks of the higher gods. Unfortunately, their growth speed was not as fast as Lin Ling's. In the end, they could not escape the rolling wheel of time. This is the fourth god. As long as these gods had strength and origin, they were all powerful. However, they are all dead. These people are too strong. The void of Jiuzhou is his territory. Therefore, he killed the gods to establish his might. However, establishing his might is indeed terrifying. However, establishing his might is one thing. He killed 4 gods in a row, and he did it right in front of us. Isn't he looking down on us too much? Sounds of discussion rang out quietly. Most of the gods were wary of Lin Ling, but there were also 1 or 2 who were unwilling to accept this. These gods who were unwilling to accept this were incomparably famous in the past. They had devoured the incense of the mortal world and had long developed an arrogance that looked down on everyone. Of course, although they were unwilling, they were not stupid enough to attack immediately. Their gazes subconsciously looked at the hole in the ground. At this moment, the hole had suddenly stopped spewing out soil. "Look, those gods are paying attention to this place. That's great. This means that these minor gods have incurred the wrath of the gods. Therefore, they have stopped excavating the 8 godly celestial palace. With them stepping in, this guy called Lin Ling is still alive." The eyes of all the gods lit up. "Why don't we join forces and kill them? This way, we might be able to obtain the praise of those higher gods and have a chance of entering the 8 godly celestial palace." "I think that's a good idea. After all, excavating the 8 godly celestial palace depends on those higher gods. And now, they have not agreed to let us in. In any case, those higher gods have their eyes on Lin Ling. They will definitely attack Lin Ling. If we attack first, we can obtain a favor from them." The gods whispered to each other. Although Lin Ling was very frightening, it was more obvious that the higher gods were even more frightening. No matter how strong Lin Ling was, in the face of a higher god, any strength he had would be like paper. Killing 4 gods in a row and establishing your might is what you want to do. However, to kill 4 gods in a row in front of us, you are looking down on us too much. Emperor Song. Looking at the god, everyone's eyes lit up, but there was also a strong sense of awe. North of the Netherworld, one of the 10 kings of hell. There were many kings of hell in the Netherworld, and they were divided into 4 directions. Being one of the 10 kings of hell in the north of the Netherworld was proof of his strength. Lei Gong Lin Ling, right? The ancient book of life and death appeared in his hand. He looked at it calmly and then frowned. "Good, I didn't expect you to be an enemy of the Netherworld. Not only did you kill people of the Netherworld, you even dared to fight against the god of the Netherworld. Oh right, you once saved a girl named Ming Qingxin and disrupted the order of the Netherworld." After looking up, Emperor Song's expression became more ferocious. "A god of the Netherworld?" Lin Ling looked at him with a cold smile. However, the opponent was a superior god, and his strength was not to be underestimated. "No matter what, you have violated the law of the Netherworld. Since I met you today, I will represent the Netherworld to suppress you." Emperor Song said coldly. Ha ha ha. Lin Ling laughed without fear. That Kai Hu Daoist was stupid, and so was the god of war. But you, a god of the netherworld, are also stupid. Haven't you thought about why I, Lin Ling, dared to come here? Shameless boasting. Emperor Song roared in anger. Terrifying divine energy was being emitted from his body, and the power of the steps of the gods also burst out. Emperor Song, kill him. The surrounding gods cheered as if they had found their backbone. Bang, however, Lin Ling disappeared in an instant, leaving behind the flaming steps in the sky. This was the speed of the Quafu sun chasing boots. Swoosh, with a slash of the sword, the god who laughed the loudest was killed. This slash caused another wave. It was as if Lin Ling wanted to kill all the gods here. You're crazy. After the gods reacted, they were all furious. The deaths of Kai Hu Daoist and the god of war were pardonable. After all, they took the initiative to fight Lin Ling, but they didn't attack. I'm crazy. Don't think that I don't know that you guys have been plotting against me for a long time. It's just that you guys didn't have the guts to do so. Lin Ling's killing intent gushed out, tyrannical singing sword steps of killing erupted, fusing into the grey robe, causing his strength to become even more ferocious. Rumble, he slashed out with his sword, and the sea of blood churned as he reaped the lives of several gods with a single slash. Sir, be careful. On the Spirit Nation's side, the gods were shocked. Lord Ning even stood in front of the Spirit Nation's great god, afraid that Lin Ling would take this opportunity to kill him. He won't kill me for now because he knows that I can't be killed. The great god of Spirit Nation pushed Lord Ning away and stared coldly at Lin Ling. Although he knew that Lin Ling would not kill him, witnessing Lin Ling battling a group of deities, he also felt very upset in his heart, because even he didn't have such a heroic act. Sir, let me help you. At this moment, Saint Guy and the others also joined the fray, fighting the gods with all their might. Death, under Lin Ling's lead, a large number of gods fell here. These gods were from the Tao realm, and there were also those from the primal chaos realm. They never imagined that they would not die in the 8 gods celestial palace, but in the hands of a junior named Lin Ling. Most importantly, they came here for the 8 gods celestial palace, but before they could even see it, they had fallen here. Lei Gong Lin Ling, you are infuriating me. Emperor Songdi didn't expect Lin Ling to be so arrogant. He killed without hesitation, as though he didn't fear a high god at all. This was something that he couldn't understand. He really couldn't understand it. However, watching Lin Ling slaughter mid-gods, Emperor Songdi was secretly shocked because he didn't expect Lei Gong Lin Ling to be so powerful. It was as though no mid-god was his match. This made him somewhat puzzled. Logically speaking, no matter how powerful a mid-stage mid-god was, he could kill a late-stage mid-god, but he couldn't kill more than that. Could it be that this Lin Ling was hiding some secret? How could he know that Lin Ling had 7 dantians in his body, and he alone was equivalent to 7 mid-stage mid-gods? Moreover, he was the strongest mid-stage mid-god. Do you see that? You think that with a high god, you will be safe? But this Emperor Songdi has been watching and doesn't care about whether you live or die. Perhaps you are wondering why Emperor Songdi isn't helping. I'll let you know the reason. The reason is simple. Emperor Songdi wants to see my strength through you. Lin Ling said with a hearty laugh after crushing the head of a late-stage mid-god. His voice caused the gods' hearts to tremble. They quietly took a step back. They weren't fools, and by now, they had realized that something was amiss. It seemed like Emperor Songdi wasn't planning to help at all. What a sharp tongue. But you are right. I was curious about what you are relying on. But now, I am no longer curious because I have seen through you. At this moment, Emperor Songdi said coldly, now, be prepared to receive my wrath. Although Lin Ling's strength was strange, the fact that he was a mid-stage mid-god was something that could never be changed. No matter how heaven-defying his strength was, there was a limit to it. A brush appeared in his hand, and he lightly drew. It seemed like a simple movement, but it carried the charm of a god. This was the step of a god. This stroke seemed to have taken away all of Lin Ling's vitality. Unstoppable, he would die without a doubt. My lord, be careful. Saint Guy had the Donghuang bell, so he immediately realized how terrifying that stroke was. What's the use of being careful? Ha ha ha, no matter how cautious you are still no match for a high god. Emperor Songdi laughed disdainfully. He was not afraid of Lin Ling at all. at this moment, Lin Ling also realized how terrifying that stroke was. It was like the laws of the universe, however, Lin Ling dared to show his might earlier. How could it be so simple? He naturally had his own trump card. In his hand, the seedling that Guangqingzi had given him appeared. Lin Ling looked at it with a cherished look, then threw it out. Lin Ling didn't know how powerful this seedling was, but he believed in Guangqingzi. Master Guangqing had once told him that the 3 sprouts could cause fatal injuries even to a superior god, and this was the reason why Lin Ling dared to show his might here. The moment the seedling appeared, the eyes of the gods flashed, but they shook their heads. They were all knowledgeable and knew the power of some powerful treasures. But when those treasures appeared, the heavens and earth would change color, and the universe would tremble. However, that seedling was very ordinary. It didn't look like a treasure, but more like a cultivation item. Could it be that Lin Ling wanted to rely on this seedling to save his life? What a joke. Didn't he see that he was the king of hell? When the king of hell decided life and death, all treasures were useless. What's going on? King Songdi's face changed greatly. Finally, he sensed the most terrifying power of the steps of the gods from that seedling. Moreover, the steps of God contained the most ancient power of virtue. It was as if the power of virtue was unparalleled. It was as if the power that was fighting against Emperor Song was the people of countless eras. One had to know that the seedling had nurtured the people of countless eras. Its virtue was immeasurable, and it had gathered countless incense sticks. One incense stick might not be of much help, but tens of billions, hundreds of billions, or even trillions of incense sticks were terrifying. Shua, the ordinary-looking seedling, had unparalleled power. Not only did it sweep away the netherworld, but it also swept away Emperor Song. Get lost! Emperor Song roared angrily. He activated his divine power and the steps of God. However, he could not block the power of the seedling. The seedling waved gently, and any means were swept away. Lin Ling could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. The surrounding gods also sucked in a breath of cold air. Such a powerful seedling was too terrifying. A gentle wave of energy came and wrapped around Emperor Song. No matter how he stirred up the power of heaven and earth, it was useless. What is this? Emperor Song's voice carried a hint of anxiety. However, no matter how he rolled, he could not break free from the seedling's entanglement. Moreover, the mysterious and gentle power was constantly sweeping away all the power in his body. At this moment, his divine power was also slowly dissipating, absorbed by the seedling. Could it be the ancestral seedling? I think so. Only the ancestral seedling with unparalleled power could have such power. How did this little god obtain such a treasure? The surrounding gods were discussing spiritedly. Gates of the netherworld. Emperor Song was completely panicking at this moment. He erupted with his trump card. A bronze gate slowly appeared above his head and quietly opened. It was as if it was going to suck in everything and bring Emperor Song away from this void. The netherworld was the world of the god of the underworld. After entering, the god of the underworld could also help. You want to leave? Lin Ling's eyes turned cold. He did not stop and threw out another seedling. He was determined to kill Emperor Song today and establish supreme authority in the 9 prefectures. No. Emperor Songdi's eyes turned red when he saw the seedlings floating towards him. It was as if he had encountered the greatest crisis of his life. The second seedling arrived and wrapped itself around King Songdi's body. King Songdi's voice gradually became softer and softer. Finally, he was completely absorbed. On the other hand, 2 golden seedlings floated in the air, growing bigger and bigger as time passed. Next, it sank into the depths of the void. It seemed like it would sink into the depths of the void and gradually disappear. Who wouldn't want to take such a precious treasure for themselves? However, such a precious treasure was not something that they could control. Therefore, the gods were only envious, but they did not dare to act rashly. Even Lin Ling didn't dare to take back the 2 seedlings. His heart ached. He reckoned that the 2 seedlings were going to disappear from the peak of the universe. However, although he had used up 2 seedlings, he had at least established his authority in the void of the 9 prefectures. To Lin Ling, this was all worth it. This was Lin Ling's territory. No matter who it was, anyone who dared to behave atrociously and provoke Lin Ling would have to pay the price. A high god is also dead. The gods looked at Lin Ling solemnly. Fear appeared in the eyes of the great god of Spirit Nation. At this point, they didn't dare to speak. Your Excellency, you have the qualifications to enter the Eight Gods' celestial palace. At the same time, an old voice floated out from the huge hole. It seemed that Lin Ling's killing of Emperor Song had gained the recognition of the high god in the hole, Lin Ling. Following that, the hole spewed out more soil. It seemed like it was continuing to excavate the Eight Gods' celestial palace. Lin Ling, Saint Guy, and the others landed on the continent and sat down cross-legged. Lord Ning, Daoist Duobao, great gods of Spirit Nation, long time no see. After sitting down, Lin Ling looked at the great gods of Spirit Nation and said, Lin Ling, long time no see. Where did you go in the Dao realm? Your strength has increased so much. Daoist Duobao drank his wine and looked at Lin Ling with a smile. He and Lin Ling could be considered old acquaintances. In fact, from the first time he saw Lin Ling, he knew that this kid was incredible. And the truth didn't surprise him. Lin Ling's current strength was probably even stronger than the great gods of Spirit Nation. Of course, the great gods of Spirit Nation were mature hosts of the world will and had reached the third generation. If they were to fight, their strength wouldn't be weak. Where did you guys go in the Dao realm? I haven't seen you guys in a long time. Lin Ling smiled as though he was talking to a friend. Daoist Duobao was a host of the world will and so was the great gods of Spirit Nation. He guessed that these people were in another place in the Dao realm and had obtained great opportunities. Dao Pagoda. This time, Daoist Duobao didn't speak. Instead, the great god of Spirit Nation spoke. At the same time, he stared at Lin Ling with a complicated look in his eyes. To be honest, although he and Lin Ling seemed to be enemies, they weren't enemies. In fact, Lin Ling had spoiled his plans many times. Even if they were enemies, he hated Lin Ling more, but in his heart, he didn't hate Lin Ling. Why was that? Even he didn't know. Dao Pagoda. Lin Ling's eyes flickered. The Yellow Emperor had said that if he wanted to go to the Dao Pagoda, he would have to go through a fog-like place. He didn't expect Daoist Duobao and the others to go to the Dao Pagoda first. This was also the reason why Lin Ling hadn't attacked the great gods of Spirit Nation even though his strength had increased greatly. He had a feeling that the great gods of Spirit Nation and Daoist Duobao were hiding their trump cards. It won't be long before you enter. The great god of Spirit Nation said again. The Dao Pagoda gathers the strongest gods of several eras. Going there means standing at the peak of your era. You can even enter the Chaos Realm. Lin Ling, I know you want to dominate this universe and stand at the peak of your era. So, the Dao Pagoda is a place you must enter. And the Chaos Realm is the gathering place of the strongest ancient gods. If you go there, you'll reach the end. You know what I mean. Daoist Duobao also smiled. Lin Ling's eyes flickered. Reach the end. Of course, he knew what it meant. To be honest, since Lin Ling had grown to this point, there seemed to be something pushing him forward. It was as if it was fate, but also as if it was the path he had to walk. Therefore, he was also curious as to why those ancient giant gods had decided on the path of his destiny for him. Moreover, little Kunlun was also in the Chaos Realm. Lin Ling also wanted to know how it was doing. I'll go. Lin Ling nodded. Don't underestimate the Dao Pagoda. With our strength, we're the lowest existences in the Dao Pagoda. As for you, you'll probably be better, but not by much, the great god of Spirit Nation suddenly said. Thank you for the reminder, but aren't we enemies? Why are you reminding me? Lin Ling said with a faint smile. That's right. Daoist Duobao seemed to know something as he nodded with a smile. You should know that the world's will hosts can devour each other. However, there are certain conditions for doing so. Therefore, in addition to facing the various gods, we also have to face the powerful world's will hosts. Right now, there aren't many gods who know that we are the world's will hosts. No wonder you dare to appear here so openly. Lin Ling suddenly understood, but he was still thinking about Daoist Duobao's words. The world's will hosts could devour each other. This meant that the Spirit Nation's great god and Daoist Duobao had also sensed danger, and who could devour them. Suddenly, Lin Ling's eyes lit up. The god behind the three divine gates of White Mountain. However, what did the Spirit Nation's great god mean? Maybe we will be friends in the future. Friends? Lin Ling shook his head. He was not too sure about this. I'm not late. At this time, many gods arrived from afar. These gods had extraordinary auras and were extremely powerful. The weakest was a late-stage mid-god. Among them, there were even 3 superior gods. Night God. Emperor Yao's long-term governor? That's someone from the Burning Heart Divine Gate. The gods present quietly flashed their eyes. They came from the chaotic realm, but these people in front of them came from the Tao realm, and even the Tao Tower of the Tao realm. Those who could enter the Tao Tower were very powerful, more powerful than many gods in the chaotic realm. Yo, Spirit Nation's great god. Suddenly, a young man looked at the Spirit Nation's great god and said. This person came from the Burning Heart Divine Gate and knew the origin of the Spirit Nation's great god. However, he did not announce it. It's you. The world's not a demon. The Spirit Nation's great god obviously knew the young man and his face turned cold. Hee, I knew you would come. Right, aren't there some people in this universe who are against us? Do you know who they are? The young man glanced and smiled. They didn't come. However, the Spirit Nation's great god shook his head coldly. This surprised Lin Ling because he was the one opposing the 3 divine gates. However, the great god of Spirit Kingdom didn't mention him. The eyes of the other gods flickered. They also knew about Lin Ling and the others. Previously, Lin Ling and the others had killed a large number of gods, showing off the might of this universe. However, they didn't interrupt because they didn't know if these gods were friends or foes. That's a bit of a pity. Because on this trip, I'm also going to get rid of those people. But it doesn't matter. They're just some small gods. I can kill them at any time. The young man called Yibumo smiled and shook his head. He glanced at Lin Ling and Xingyi, then ignored them. Lin Ling also glanced at him quietly. He could sense that this person was even stronger than King Songdi, and now, Lin Ling only had one seedling left. Clearly, it was not enough to kill Yibumo. As for his trump card, the 3 extremes of the universe break and his 6,000 doppelgangers, it would probably be very difficult to kill Knight Bumo. He would only be able to remain undefeated. It seemed that the Tao Pagoda was indeed full of experts. Most importantly, Yi Bumo was only one of them. There was also the Night God and another superior god. They were also very strong. Moreover, one of them came from Emperor Yao's tomb. If he knew that Lin Ling was Lin Ling, he would probably attack immediately. Rumble. At this moment, the earth shook and the huge ancient tree began to sway. Boom. Next, 8 rays of divine light rushed out of the huge hole and destroyed everything. The huge ancient tree began to wither. Then, several figures rushed out of the hole in a sorry state. They were the superior gods who had been digging. After they rushed out, their faces were full of fear. Even with their strength, if they had been one step slower, they would have been killed by the 8 rays of divine light. If even they were in such a state, there was no need to mention the other gods. What terrifying power, giant ghost! Lin Ling was also deeply afraid. Then, he looked at the giant ghost. However, he found that the giant ghost was looking at the 8 rays of divine light seriously. Its eyes were flickering, as if it had awakened some memories. Seeing this, Lin Ling did not interrupt the giant ghost. His gaze returned to the 8 rays of divine light. The divine light gradually dimmed. Then, an ancient palace slowly rose. 8 rays of light flickered, illuminating the entire universe. The 8 gods' celestial palace had descended once again. 8 gods, the palace of the 8 gods from back then has finally been found. I remember that the 8 gods were incomparably famous gods in the primordial era. I heard that the palace he left behind contains the strongest secrets in the entire universe. Not only are there countless treasures, but it also has the final 2 world will hosts. The gods licked their lips in excitement. Their origins were varied, but they all had the same goal, and that was to find the final 2 world wills host bodies. Can we go in now? Then, a god saw the door open and could not help but ask in anticipation. Spirit Nation's great god. Yi Bumo also looked at the Spirit Nation's great god. The latter took out a key and nodded. With the key in hand, the Spirit Nation's great god walked toward the door. Many of the gods present had keys, so they also strode toward the door. Let's go. Lin Ling also nodded at Saint Guy and the others. Lin Ling also had a key, and it was a unique key. Therefore, he did not take it out immediately. Instead, he followed the crowd. The door opened, and the crowd entered one after another. A vast white space appeared in front of them, and a powerful force assaulted them like a gust of wind. Ah! Screams of pain could be heard from behind him. Several lesser gods seemed to have melted at this moment. It was obvious that a lower god's strength was not enough to enter the 8th level of the 8 gods' heavenly palace. However, most of the gods present were powerful, so they did not even look at the dead gods and continued forward. The final destination was a land of ruins. Ancient stone pillars stood tall all around, blocking the path. It seemed that if they wanted to reach the 8th level, they would have to depend on this land of ruins. At this moment, everyone was puzzled. Those who had keys frowned and looked at the keys in their hands. Lord Lin Ling, what's going on? Whitewater Pure Maiden asked curiously. This was her first time entering the 8 gods' heavenly palace, so she was curious. The 8 gods' heavenly palace is a world of its own. It's hard to say. What's inside? Lin Ling shook his head. He had been to many levels of the 8 gods' heavenly palace. There was the Wildland, the Sea World, and the Flame World. He really did not know what was inside the 8th level. Suddenly, he looked at the key in his hand and saw that words had appeared on it. Lin Ling looked carefully and realized that if he wanted to enter the 8th level, the only thing he could do now was to wait. Wait. At the same time, Taoist Duobao said, we only need to wait for a moment. The teleportation circle to the 8th level will open. I see. Everyone nodded. They could afford to wait. The ruins were silent, and everyone was waiting quietly. There were a total of 6 superior gods present. Apart from the 3 superior gods who had been digging at the beginning, the remaining 3 were Night God, Night Bumo, and Governor Cheng Yuan. These superior gods formed a small circle and chatted with each other. To them, intermediate gods were clearly not qualified to talk to them. However, there were 3 superior gods. They more or less stared at Lin Ling and occasionally at Taoist Duobao. Clearly, they knew that although these people were not superior gods, they had the strength to kill them, especially that young man called Lin Ling. His strength was the most terrifying. Unfortunately, Night Bumo and the other 2 superior gods did not know this. Moreover, the intermediate gods who had followed them did not know either. As they waited, everyone gradually relaxed and chatted louder and louder. As for some of the more introverted warriors, they sat down cross-legged and began to cultivate. Is the teleportation array really here? Lin Ling and the others also sat down cross-legged and looked around. The surroundings were filled with ancient ruins and rocks. They looked quite old, but on the surface everything looked very ordinary. An ant? Suddenly, God Emperor Zhan Steele looked at his feet and saw a black ant crawling slowly. However, this ant was very big. It was about the size of a finger and its antennae moved slightly. It was quite cute. Lin Ling and the others stared at the ant curiously. God Emperor Zhan Steele checked for a while and then grabbed the ant. He looked at it from head to toe and saw that this ant was very ordinary. Other than its large size, there was nothing special about it. God Emperor Zhan Steele, let it go. Be careful. Although it looked ordinary, Lin Ling still cautioned him. Steel Slayer God Monarch immediately placed the ant down gently. The ant did not bother about Steel Slayer God Monarch and slowly left. However, on the other side, a god discovered the strange ant. After seeing that it was normal, he immediately killed it with a finger. This caused a crisp sound to ring out. The moment this sound rang out, a strange atmosphere suddenly appeared in the air. Not good, immediately destroy that ant. A god anxiously shouted. This is a poisonous ant. It can even devour gods. As long as you are targeted by it, unless you die, you will never rest. Another god anxiously shouted. At this moment, all the deities were shocked. The air began to explode, and a large number of ants began to crawl out of the ruins. Meanwhile, a god who was closer to a stone pillar was bitten by an ant. He couldn't move at all and could only allow the ant to crawl all over his body. No. Save me. Save me. Everyone could clearly see that ants were crawling all over that person's face, leaving only his eyes. Eventually, even his eyes were submerged. The current scene was so terrifying that it made one's scalp go numb. Everyone present was a god who had cultivated for countless years. They had thought of dying in battle or dying of old age, but they had never thought of dying in such a way. What do we do now? Some of the gods panicked and ran back the way they had come. there were also gods who unleashed powerful attacks to deal with the poison diagram ants. However, these ants were extremely powerful and actually didn't fear any attacks from the gods. Oh my god, what the hell is this? After his attack failed, the god became even more flustered. Lord Lin Ling, what should we do? Saint Guy and the others also looked anxious. More and more ants appeared in the surroundings, covering the mountains and plains in a black mass. Lin Ling looked around and discovered that the cute things from before had now become fierce and ferocious. Obviously, as long as one ant died, all the poison diagram ants would be enraged. The poison diagram ants didn't fear the gods, which was the same as Panga's attack. Lord Lin Ling, let's leave this place immediately. I don't think this is the way to the 8th level. Whitewater Pure Maiden also said. Even though she was a god, she was still a woman and was most afraid of these ants. Leave. Lin Ling looked around and discovered that the poison diagram ants had already surrounded them, but there were still several gaps. Most importantly, these poison diagram ants weren't fast. This meant that they could break out of the encirclement. However, Lin Ling also looked at the key in his hand and discovered that it was beginning to emit light. Hold on, the way to the 8th level is about to open. Lin Ling said decisively. As soon as he said that, the holders of the keys also roared loudly. They had also discovered this strange change. This meant that they had to enter the teleportation place and escape before they were surrounded. However, if the teleportation place appeared too late, they would be crushed to pieces. At this moment, even the higher-level gods broke out in cold sweat. Get out of here. They kept retreating and even pushed out some weak gods. After those gods were pushed out, they were immediately entangled by the poison diagram ants. Then, their bodies became motionless and were gradually devoured, even their bones were bitten to pieces. It was terrifying. Fortunately, at the center of the ruins, a light spot began to appear and slowly took shape. It actually turned into a light door, but it wasn't fast. It needed some time to completely take shape. Moreover, there wasn't just one light spot, but more than a dozen. This meant that there were more than a dozen doors. It's appeared. The gods were overjoyed. This way, they had a way out. But it's too slow. However, there were also people who were very worried. I've discovered that with the divine embryo's innate ability, it can intimidate the ants. Suddenly, an old man roared. He activated the divine embryo's innate ability and formed a light. The surrounding ants didn't move forward. Instead, their eyes emitted black light as they stared at that god. It's effective. No, they're devouring the light of the divine embryo's innate ability and using it to grow. Yeah, if the light of the divine embryo's innate ability is completely devoured, they'll pounce again. Many people stared at that old man and discovered something. Ignore it. It's better than being eaten. However, even if they knew, they couldn't care less. They all erupted with the light of the divine embryo's innate ability. Layers of light erupted, forming a light screen that blocked all the ants. Meanwhile, the ants raised their heads to look at the light and continued to devour it. As time passed, their bodies quietly changed, as if their innate abilities were also increasing. Some of the ants' backs burst open and quietly grew wings. They're transforming, damn it. This scene caused many people to secretly curse when they saw it. However, just like their initial thoughts, even if they knew, they had to stubbornly hold on. Similarly, Lin Ling and the others were also activating their innate abilities to block the ants. Moreover, they anxiously stared at the numerous light doors, hoping that they would quickly take shape. Save me! Save me! The god roared as he stretched out his hand, hoping that someone would pull him up. Unfortunately, everyone was in danger, and no one cared about him. Success! Moments later, the first door was formed. The gods closer to it immediately flew in, and with a gloating smile, they disappeared into the door of light. Once these gods left, the pressure on the remaining people became even greater. This was because even more poison diagram ants were coming to devour their innate light. However, at this time, the second door of light was also formed. Luck is finally on our side. The gods who were closer to the second door of light pounced toward it. Next, the third, the fourth, and without a doubt, the gods who entered last were under the most pressure. There were even a few people who were too slow to enter and died in the process. My lord, more and more people are leaving. What should we do next? Saint Guy shouted anxiously as the deafening cries of the ants filled the surroundings. You guys go in immediately, I'll hold them off. Lin Ling shouted. He had more innate talents and could last longer. My lord, no, we can't leave you behind. Bai Shui and Sunu said immediately. Go quickly, the more time you waste, the more dangerous it will be for me. Lin Ling didn't have time to explain. With that, Saint Guy and the others gritted their teeth and flew toward the door of light. Hold them off. Along the way, a god attacked Saint Guy and the others, trying to stop the ants. Donghuang Bell, however, Saint Guy wasn't weak. He activated the Donghuang Bell and suppressed the god. Bang, the god was crushed to the ground, heavily injured. Of course, the most terrifying thing was that he was drowned by the ants. Junior, how dare you harm me? I won't let you off. That god also swore a blood oath before he died. Unfortunately, Saint Guy and the others weren't inexperienced people. They had already seen countless storms in their lives, so they didn't fear this god's blood oath at all. Serves you right. Saint Guy snorted and entered the door of light. Lin Ling, quick. Nan Wufingyu did the same. Lin Ling. The giant ghost gritted its teeth and stood outside the light gate, waiting for Lin Ling to join them. At this time, Lin Ling had also retreated, but it was already the end. There were poison ants all around, and many of them were very fast. They could fly, and all of a sudden, they blocked Lin Ling's path. Bloom! Lin Ling let out a low roar, and the 7 innate talents were released at the same time. The effect was not bad, and all the ants stopped in their tracks. Lin Ling, on the other hand, chose another light door that was closer and immediately shot into it. Lord Lin Ling has gone in. Let's go. When they saw this, Zhu Gui and the others hurriedly entered the door of light as well. Even though everyone entered a different door of light, at the very least, they were free from the poison diagram ants. As for the gods left behind in the ruins, it was obvious that they couldn't hold on any longer and were all devoured. As for the gods who had escaped from the ruins, regret was written all over their faces. We took the wrong path. We shouldn't have escaped. We should have stayed in the ruins. Now, we can only wait for those ants to leave and try our luck. What's the use? I reckon that after the ants leave, the light gates will disappear. We came for nothing. The gods sighed and said. But at this time, the poison diagram ants surrounded them, causing them to flee. It was obviously impossible to fight the poison diagram ants head-on. Moreover, the terrifying thing was that after the poison diagram ants lost their target, they actually gathered together and tore through the void, chasing toward the 8th level of the 8 gods' celestial palace. This was the terror of the poison diagram ants. They would not rest until they were dead. It was useless even if they fled to the ends of the world. Moreover, there were rumors that in the ancient era, a god was targeted by the poison diagram ants, and they chased after him from that era. The poison diagram ants were simply god-slaying weapons. At this moment, a large number of figures smashed down like fireballs, bombarding the earth. Bang bang bang, one of them was Lin Ling. He smashed into the forest, and the divine essence in his body was in turmoil. Then, he hurriedly sat down cross-legged. Previously, he had displayed his 7 innate talents, and they were continuously devoured by the poison diagram ants. This caused some damage to his foundation. Therefore, now, he needed a certain amount of time to recover. One had to know that if the talent light devoured by the poison diagram ants did not recover, the divine fetus talent would be damaged. Time passed quietly. Lin Ling's divine fetus finally recovered, but it still had not recovered to its peak state. Little friend, I have the illusory light of glorious dawn here. It can recover the damage of talent. Take it and use it. At this time, an old man slowly walked over. He wore a loose robe, and his long hair was white. He looked like an immortal. Lin Ling frowned and slowly opened his eyes. In reality, he had long sensed that there were gods smashing down not far away. It was just that recovering his talent was more important, so he temporarily ignored it, and he stared at this old man and finally nodded. Thank you. He did not know why this old man wanted to help him, but Lin Ling had long seen countless schemes since he started learning martial arts. Therefore, he was extremely cautious, but what surprised Lin Ling was that there was nothing strange in the bottle that the old man handed over. Lin Ling had heard of the so-called illusory light of glorious dawn. Legend had it that it was the first ray of sunlight in the universe. It was stored in a bottle by a powerful method and could recover the damage of the divine fetus talent. Unfortunately, it was rare for gods to have their talent damaged. Therefore, although this treasure seemed rare, its demand was not great. If not for encountering the poison diagram ants, Lin Ling would not even need such a treasure. Opening the bottle, a ray of sunlight shot out and then enveloped Lin Ling's body. Lin Ling felt warm all over. His damaged talent was also slowly recovering. He asked the old man, "Why did you help me?" "Nothing. I saw that your talent was damaged. In addition, although the illusory light of glorious dawn seems rare, it is not a precious treasure. Therefore, I gave it to you." The old man smiled. "By the way, I am Sunrise Old Man. I came to the 8th level of the 8 Gods Celestial Palace with my daughter." Lin Ling nodded. After sensing that his talent had recovered by more than half, he asked again, "Are you not afraid that I will harm you?" "You? Young friend, you are only a mid-stage mid-god." The old man was stunned for a moment, then he laughed loudly. "Eh?" Lin Ling's eyes flashed. This old man was a late-stage mid-god and was not worth mentioning to him. However, this old man was not afraid of him. That's right, he should be in the last batch to enter. He did not see him kill a high god. In other words, if Sunrise Old Man knew that he had killed Emperor Song, not only would he not dare to help him, but he would also run away. "Thank you." After a long time, Lin Ling stood up and bowed to the old man. "Dao Realm," Lin Ling said. "Dao Realm, then you shouldn't be from the Dao Tower." Old man Changwang nodded. "I came from the Dao Tower, but I didn't see you on the way." "Late-stage mid-gods can also go to the Dao Tower?" Lin Ling couldn't help but wonder. It depends on luck. Although I came from the Dao Tower, it doesn't mean I went to the Dao Tower. It's just that when I first came to the Dao Realm, the fog barrier was in the direction of the Dao Tower. After walking out of the fog barrier, I was in the area of the Dao Tower." The old man explained. "You can do that." Lin Ling was secretly envious. He heard that others who wanted to go to the Dao Realm had to go through the fog barrier, but he didn't expect that some people would be directly in the vicinity of the Dao Tower. "Let's go and see if we can meet some acquaintances. The 8th floor of the 8 Gods' Heavenly Palace is rumored to be very dangerous, so if we can team up, it'll be much safer." After Old Man Changwang and Lin Ling exchanged a few words, a compass appeared in their hands, and they started to investigate. It seemed that he helped Lin Ling so that Lin Ling could team up with him. "Over here, my daughter is also rushing over." Then Old Man Changwang smiled excitedly and led Lin Ling forward through the forest. Lin Ling didn't refuse. It was his first time here, and he also wanted to familiarize himself with it. At least he knew where the dangers of the 8 Gods' Heavenly Palace were. A key appeared in his hand, and the key pointed in another direction, which made Lin Ling nod secretly. This key was obviously different, and the place it pointed to must be very important. Now, after familiarizing himself with this place, he planned to leave. "Father." After walking out of the forest, 3 figures came from afar. They were all late-stage mid-gods, and one of them, a woman, shouted at Old Man Changwang. This woman was tall and wore a gauze skirt as thin as a silkworm's wing. Many places were faintly discernible, and she was extremely attractive. However, the key places were concealed very well. Unfortunately, the more it was like this, the more it made people daydream. Old Man Changwang. They obviously knew each other, and the other 2 also saluted Old Man Changwang. "Kong Chanzi, Daoist Tian Luo, I didn't expect you to be here too." Changwang Old Man also bowed slightly. "Father, this is..." The woman looked at Lin Ling and frowned slightly. "This is Lin Ling. I met him on the way here. I thought that since this place is dangerous, the more people there are, the better. So I brought him here." Old Man Changwang said with a smile. "So that's how it is." The woman nodded. "My name is Ming Guang. You can call me the Goddess of Dawn. Since my father has found you, let's go together. But let me say this first. If you encounter danger, you can leave first, but you can't betray us. Otherwise, don't blame us for being impolite." Although the woman didn't chase Lin Ling away, she didn't expect any help from Lin Ling. Even if Lin Ling ran away, she wouldn't care as long as he didn't hurt anyone. Betray you? You must be joking. Lin Ling couldn't help but be taken aback, then he shook his head and smiled. If the goddess of dawn looked down on Lin Ling wouldn't mind. But betray, Lin Ling hated people who betrayed others the most, not to mention that Changwang old man had helped him. Who doesn't know how to do that? But forget it. I hope you can keep your word. The goddess of dawn frowned. She didn't like Lin Ling's attitude towards her. She also noticed that Lin Ling was only a mid-stage intermediate celestial. With such strength, shouldn't he be more polite to her, but for her father's sake, she couldn't be bothered with him. If you encounter danger, just protect yourself. If we can solve the danger, we will also save you. After saying that, the goddess of dawn started talking to the other two gods. However, just as she turned around, Lin Ling said calmly, "If it's a danger that even I can't solve, I'm afraid you can't either." What? The goddess of dawn's eyes narrowed, the other two gods also frowned. This person is too arrogant. Alright. Let's find more people as soon as possible. Changwang old man quickly mediated. He was used to Lin Ling's arrogant attitude. This was because from the moment he saw Lin Ling, he felt that this kid was very cold. Forget it. I won't argue with you. The goddess of dawn frowned and snorted coldly. Then, the group moved along the mountain range. There were millions of mountains here, stacked on top of each other like bamboo shoots. From time to time, there would be a terrifying aura emanating from the mountains. It was very ancient, and one couldn't underestimate it at all. Everyone knew that there must be an extremely powerful existence hiding here. Lin Ling followed the group. At the same time, he looked at the key and realized that although he wasn't really following the direction of the key, the distance was not too far. Saint Guy, Grandpa Treasure God, Giant Ghost and the others. Lin Ling was also worried about Saint Guy and the others. He secretly transmitted his voice to them, but the result was that they were extremely far away. As they continued moving forward, they met three more gods along the way. Changwang old man and the others knew them. These three gods were led by mountain god Shamba, whose strength was also in the late stage of mid-level deity. The two sides clapped their hands and immediately set off together. This is the 8th level. I heard that not only are there treasures, but there is also the host body of the 8th world will. In the Tao Tower, a god said that whoever can find the host body of the 8th world will be rewarded with 100,000 Tao realm fragments. 100,000 Tao realm fragments? That's nothing. I heard that there was a divine sect of a magnate who rewarded any treasure needed to become a higher deity. It seems that the host body of the world will is very precious. These deities chatted as they walked, while Lin Ling listened quietly behind them. He, too, benefited a lot from this. These gods all came from the Tao Tower, so they knew much more than Lin Ling. It seems that the great god of Spirit Nation was right. The host body of the world will wants to devour its own people. It was not difficult for Lin Ling to guess who had issued such an order. It was probably the three divine sects of White Mountain. However, these three divine sects were also generous. After all, the treasures needed to become a higher deity were as vast as smoke. To be able to reward with such treasures meant that the three divine sects of White Mountain were determined to get the host body of the 8th world will. Look! Suddenly, Changwang old man exclaimed. In the forest ahead, a corpse was lying on the ground. Looking at its appearance, it seemed to be a god from the Chaos realm. Be careful! The goddess of dawn immediately shouted and released her divine origin to guard against carelessness. The others also acted as if they were facing a great enemy. Lin Ling's soul power quietly spread out and immediately sensed that there was no danger around. He said indifferently, "I guess the danger is not here. Maybe it's in the forest. Let's go and take a look." Everyone relaxed and moved forward cautiously. Then, they saw that the god lying on the ground was an old man. He was probably a mid-stage mid-god. There was a wound on his chest, and blood was flowing out. It seemed that he had been killed with a single blow. What? It's not a demonic beast. It looks like a human wound. Is there someone else on the 8th level? Maybe he was killed by an enemy. Everyone's expression changed slightly. They were extremely surprised. It's a sword wound. The goddess of dawn stared at the wound and said with a frown, "And I can feel a strong divine energy from the wound." A swordsman, the answer rose in everyone's hearts. However, only a late-stage mid-god could kill a mid-stage mid-god with a single blow. Of course, they did not take this strength seriously. After all, everyone present was a late-stage mid-god. There was nothing to be afraid of. It seems that it was a false alarm. Immortal Tianluo sighed softly. He was really frightened just now. This person did not die here. He fled here. This means that he was hid in another place. At this moment, Lin Ling looked at the forest and saw that it was very dark and quiet. There seemed to be a faint sense of danger. This forest is not suitable for us to walk through, Lin Ling said with certainty. After Lin Ling's reminder, Old Man Chengwang and the others realized that this god was not killed at the edge of the forest. He had probably died in the forest. Do we have to go around this forest? The goddess of dawn looked up at the sky and said, originally, the safest way was to fly through the sky. However, in this place, flying through the sky will become a thorn in one's side. It will be more dangerous. Moreover, this forest is very big. If we go around it, it will probably take a lot of time. So, let's go through the forest. Dawn, I'm afraid that there are hidden dangers in this forest. If we go through it rashly, we will easily meet with misfortune. Old Man Chengwang objected. He formed an enchantment with both hands, which turned into a ray of sunlight and shot into the forest to investigate everything. Unfortunately, there was nothing to be gained. Father, you are thinking too much. First of all, this person might have died at the hands of his enemy. He might not attack us. Secondly, even if he really wants to attack us, he is at most a late-stage mid-god. We have so many people here. Do you think we are afraid of him? The Twilight Goddess said, shaking her head. Chengwang Old Man nodded. His daughter was right, everyone came to a unanimous decision, so they all headed towards the forest. Lin Ling frowned from behind. He had a feeling that the forest wasn't that simple, but he also wanted to know what dangers were hidden in the forest. After all, the 8th level was definitely filled with danger. It was better to know about some dangers in advance. If you're afraid, you can leave. Seeing that Lin Ling had not left, the goddess of dawn calmly said. Lin Ling shook his head. If it were any other time, he would have turned around and left. But now, he followed them in. Everyone walked along the forest. At first, they were cautious, but soon, they began to talk and laugh. His calm voice quietly spread through the forest, causing waves of echoes in the distance. However, the forest was still silent, as if it had a magical power that could make any living thing silent. After an unknown period of time, suddenly, a sword shot towards them. Clang! At the critical moment, a ray of light shot out, exploding with powerful divine energy to resist the sudden sword. The one who shot out the sword was the Goddess of Dawn. At this moment, she was holding a divine sword. She looked calmly into the distance and said, "Do you think we were careless? In fact, our unbridled conversation was to lure you out. Who the hell are you?" Her voice echoed, causing the entire forest to tremble. Chengwang Old Man and the others all looked into the distance. It was obvious that they had been prepared for a long time. This made Lin Ling nod secretly. These gods were not as arrogant as they appeared to be. They were actually meticulous. Your strength is not bad. At this moment, a figure finally walked out from the depths of the pitch-black forest. He was holding a sword, his long hair fluttering, and he was wearing a long black robe. This was a man about 20 years old. He didn't look like a god from the Chaos Realm. This was because his skin was very dark, and the power in his body was completely different. You are from the 8 Gods Celestial Palace? Everyone was shocked. That's right. The man nodded. His eyes were about to devour everyone, as if he wanted to kill all the gods here. The wills of the 8 gods. However, at this moment, Lin Ling also exclaimed. This caused the man's eyes to tremble. He looked at Lin Ling in shock and said, I didn't expect that someone could see through my real body. The wills of the 8 gods. The 8 gods had 8 faces, and each face could turn into a will. In addition to countless years of growth, their strength had reached a monstrous level. Among them, the giant ghost was one of the wills of the 8 gods. In fact, Lin Ling had encountered many wills of the 8 gods in the past, so he could see through them at a glance. The wills of the 8 gods. The goddess of dawn and the others were also shocked. Naturally, they had heard of this before. Since you know my identity, the first thing I'll do is kill you. At this moment, the man disappeared from the spot. His explosive speed was incomparably fast. His sword arrived in front of Lin Ling, surging with killing intent. This sword was incomparably fast. However, what surprised Lin Ling was that he sensed a mysterious divine staircase from this sword. Shock. This was the power of shock. Because of the shock, the opponent's strength was weakened by more than 10%. You want to kill him in front of me? Dream on. However, at this critical moment, a sword arrived. The goddess of dawn pointed forward, and a light sword appeared in front of Lin Ling as if it could cut open the universe. It instantly appeared in front of him and collided with the man's sword. Clang, the two swords collided, and the domineering aura seemed to destroy the entire forest. The man's sword was blocked by the goddess of dawn. The wills of the 8 gods. Is this the danger of the 8th level? Unfortunately, it's still a little weak. The goddess of dawn was unforgiving. She pointed forward, and countless rays of light appeared and turned into light swords in midair, shooting toward the man in a mighty manner. Her divine power had also reached 8,000, which was extremely terrifying. Most importantly, there were so many swords, but the goddess of dawn was extremely skilled in controlling them, as if they were her left and right hands. Boom! Boom! The man resisted tenaciously, but he was repeatedly hit by the swords. In the end, a sword pierced through his head, and then a large number of swords shot him to death. After falling, he turned into a wisp of gray gas and disappeared from the world. The goddess of dawn, what a powerful dawn 10,000 sword. The twilight goddess had 80 million streaks of divine power, and all of them had been transformed into swords. Among the late-stage mid-gods, there were few who could match her, unless the late-stage mid-gods had 100 million streaks of divine power, only then would they be able to match the twilight goddess. However, such gods were extremely rare. It was no wonder that the others were filled with admiration. However, Lin Ling shook his head. Sword, not bad. Unfortunately, it's a bit impatient. Haha. Previously, the astonishing willpower had its own consciousness. It should have asked him about the 8th level, but the twilight goddess was too impatient and actually killed it. Lin Ling had a feeling that on the 8th level, there were probably quite a few men like the one from before. Sure enough, just as he had this thought, a strange aura suddenly appeared in the depths of the forest. Then, 5 divine swords flashed over. When they slashed out, it was as if they were going to cut the entire forest. However, although the forest looked ordinary, it was extremely powerful. The powerful techniques of the gods could not destroy it at all. It's here. Almost at the same time, Lin Ling also let out a low shout. Of course, he was more focused on investigating the forest. Suddenly, a terrifying thought appeared in his mind. Could it be that the forest was the real powerhouse behind the scenes, or perhaps the entire forest was formed by the astonishing willpower? Be careful. Just as Lin Ling finished speaking, the Dawnlight old man also reacted. A sword appeared in his hand. It was the Dawnlight sword. It was dazzling as if he was holding the sun in his hand. This sword was transformed from the golden crow and was extremely unparalleled. He took a step forward and 1,000 doppelgangers appeared behind him. They all held the Dawnlight sword in their hands and slashed towards the depths of the forest. Doppelganger, in ancient times, there were many gods who cultivated doppelgangers. The Dawnlight old man was one of them. Of course, such doppelgangers were also very ordinary. After all, there were only 1,000 doppelgangers. However, this did not stop the Twilight Goddess and the rest from exclaiming. The Dawnlight old man has finally made his move. Spiritual Master Tian Luo and the rest knew that the strongest person present was actually the Dawnlight old man. Boom! Numerous figures held the Dawnlight sword and clashed with the sword that suddenly came from the forest. After a loud boom, the sword was blocked by the Dawnlight old man. Then, countless doppelgangers drowned out. Gray shadows flashed like swords piercing through the void. Against the Dawnlight old man's doppelgangers, the mysterious person actually blocked them. This collision lasted for the time it takes to burn an incense stick, causing the Twilight Goddess and the others to suck in a breath of cold air. The Dawnlight of the Dawnlight old man's defense was too strong, and he could not break even his attacks. Only Lin Ling secretly nodded his head. He could sense that there were 2 people being attacked by Sunrise old man. Most importantly, these 2 people looked exactly the same. Moreover, they both possessed the will of fright. This will of fright was like a divine staircase that could weaken a person's strength by 10% of the god's strength of the gods. It seems that divine abilities and techniques are not as effective as destroying them head-on. However, to do so, one would need to be 1/3 stronger than the opponent. Lin Lin had dawn-light old gods. Of the goddess willpowers of the god of the S2's strength of god S's strength. God of the god. The goddess of dawn frowned. It's been so many years. This is the first time we've met a foreign god. Not bad. Killing them should be able to increase our strength. The two of them looked exactly the same, but they had different thoughts, as if they were twins. You're too slow. How could you let them live? What a shame. At this moment, a few more figures came from the forest. Then, the shadows flashed and condensed into several people. Looking carefully, it was the astonishing willpower again, and it was exactly the same as the previous few people. Now, there were 8 of them. At this moment, the goddess of dawn and the others finally realized how troublesome this situation was. Of course, they were not afraid of one astonishing willpower, but now there were 8 of them. And it seemed that there were many astonishing willpowers. Suddenly, the goddess of dawn looked at Lin Ling, because Lin Ling had warned them before, but they had ignored him. When enemies meet on a narrow path, the brave will win. The current situation does not allow us to hesitate. Everyone, please do your best. The goddess of dawn looked away and said to everyone. Everyone had come from the Dao Tower and had fought countless battles. Soon, they calmed down. Rumble, powerful divine fetus talents burst out, either increasing their divine power, increasing their defense, or increasing their powerful divine fire. Their talents were among the 8th grade intermediate gods, and some of them were even at the 9th grade intermediate gods. Coupled with their late-stage intermediate gods, their strength was not weak. Fight. All kinds of magical powers were displayed, stirring up the whole forest. Clang. At this moment, the 8 wills of astonishment were also unleashing their powerful sword techniques. Wisps of godly energy were bursting out. The gods of the two sides quickly intertwined, forming a chaotic battle between the gods. Oh no, this is the astonishing willpower, which can weaken our combat strength. After fighting for a while, the goddess of dawn finally realized the power of the astonishing willpower. Previously, although she had killed the astonishing willpower, she had been too impatient and had used her strongest attack, so she had not realized the power of the astonishing willpower. Suddenly, she remembered what Lin Ling had said. At that time, Lin Ling had said that she was too impatient, and now she finally understood what he meant. Why is Lin Ling's eyesight so good? The goddess of dawn also looked at Lin Ling and found that Lin Ling was also fighting with the astonishing willpower. It was dangerous, and it seemed like he would be defeated at any time. Forget it, I'll quickly kill my enemy and then help him. The goddess of dawn secretly said to herself, activating her strongest magical power. The other gods also knew that they had to end the battle quickly because their strength had been weakened by 10%. The longer the battle went on, the more disadvantageous the situation would be. Someone used a forbidden technique and burned his divine blood, which actually increased his divine power by 100 million. Although it had been weakened by 10%, it still had 90 million divine power. In the end, he killed an astonishing willpower and turned it into a wisp of gray smoke. With one less opponent, he joined forces with the other gods to suppress another astonishing willpower. Tie it up. Someone used the god stairs, which turned into a divine rope and tied up the astonishing willpower. The god stairs was not affected much by the astonishing willpower. Then, another astonishing willpower was killed. Next, they nibbled away at it step by step. In the end, all 8 astonishing willpowers were killed, and the one fighting with Lin Ling was also killed with the help of the goddess of dawn. We're together, so there's no need to thank me. After helping Lin Ling kill the astonishing willpower, the goddess of dawn said calmly. The result was that these wills of astonishment could not weaken the steps of God. Of course, the 8th level was full of danger, but it did not mean that the other wills of astonishment did not have such strength. It was better to be careful. Look, that wisp of gray gas is dissipating. Suddenly, old man Chen Guang pointed to the front and said. Previously, when the goddess of dawn killed a wills of astonishment, the latter also turned into gray gas and dissipated, but they did not pay much attention to it. Now, they had sensed that something was amiss. Catch it. Daoist Tian Luo used his divine ability to bind the strand of gray gas and then stored it in a jade bottle. After carefully inspecting it, he said in surprise, "I don't know what this gray gas is, but it contains astonishing energy. It seems that it's a good treasure. Everyone, store the remaining gray gas. Don't waste it." After Daoist Tianluo's reminder, everyone reacted. Fortunately, the gray gas needed some time to float to the sky and dissipate, so there was no hurry. Lin Ling did not collect it. Instead, he stared at the sky above the forest, and a thought came to his mind. Could it be that the gas was finally absorbed by the forest, and then the wills of astonishment were revived? What an arrogant junior! How dare you touch my people in my territory? But at this moment, a powerful aura suddenly descended, and the ground shook. Countless gray gas intertwined, and then turned into a slender figure. It was another wills of astonishment. The most terrifying thing was that this wills of astonishment were stronger than the previous 8. The aura emitted from his body was that of a superior deity. The sword in his hand was also longer, and it emitted a light like a sea urchin, which was frightening. With just a glance, everyone felt afraid, and the strength they could use was also reduced slightly, and this was just looking with their eyes. If they really fought, they were afraid that more people would be affected. Given the fact that the other party was a high god, how could they possibly fight? Why are there so many wills of astonishment? No, he's not a superior deity yet. I can only say that he's very close to one. Even if he's not a superior deity, with our current state, it's difficult for us to fight. We used all our strength to kill the 8 wills of astonishment. Everyone frowned, feeling that the situation was not good. In the previous battle, they had consumed too much energy. Even if they joined forces now, they would not be a match for this shocking will. No one has come to this place for many years. We've waited for you for so long. Unfortunately, you're not the people we've been waiting for. The man's long hair fluttered in the wind. He looked at the goddess of dawn and the others coldly and said, "Since you are not the people we want, then stay." As soon as he finished speaking, he slashed with his sword. "Be careful." The goddess of dawn, Dawnlight Elder, and the others all cried out in alarm. They mobilized their remaining divine power in an attempt to resist that terrifying sword. However, they were already weak to begin with. Coupled with the fact that the other party could affect their strength, they felt that their strength had been weakened by more than 40% before they even started fighting. Even the god who had used the god stairs earlier found that his own god stairs had been affected. Not only could this shocking will affect the power of the gods, it could also affect the steps of the gods. All of you are still too weak. The shocking willpower also sneered in disdain. Clang, however, his sword was quickly blocked by someone in a gray robe. What was terrifying was that this gray robe was like another shocking willpower. It was also emitting a gray color. However, upon closer inspection, it was not the shocking willpower. "It's him." Dawnlight Elder stared at the person who had attacked and recognized that it was Lin Ling. He blocked the shocking willpower's sword. The goddess of dawn also exclaimed. The strength that the shocking willpower had unleashed was definitely more than 100 million units of divine power. In order to be on par with it, one's overall strength had to be more than 100 million units of divine power. After all, the other party could weaken the power of the gods. Without 100 million units of divine power, how could one fight? He previously said that if there was a danger that even he could not deal with, it would be useless for us to fight. Now, it seems like that is really the case. Daoist Tianluo frowned tightly. He did not understand how a mid-stage middle deity could be so powerful. "Who are you?" At this moment, the shocking willpower held his sword and looked coldly at Lin Ling. He was also very surprised. "Someone who is not afraid of you." Lin Ling raised his head. He realized that the other party could affect his power of the gods on the steps of the gods, but could not affect his physical strength. On the other hand, he had a physical strength of 50 million units and 50 million units of divine power. That was a total of 100 million units. However, with such strength, the shocking willpower could only remain undefeated. Heaven-splitting slash, earth-splitting slash. Lin Ling wanted to test it out and activated the Pengu's strike. He wanted to see if the Pengu's strike would be affected. However, it was not. On the other hand, after the Pengu's strike was used, the shocking willpower's divine power could not affect Lin Ling at all. What? The startling willpower immediately sensed something. after he could not affect Lin Ling began to take control of the situation and slashed out with his sword. Rumble, the shocking willpower was sent flying and broke many trees. When he looked at Lin Ling again, he took a step forward and activated the Quafu Sun chasing boots and chased after the willpower. What powerful strength! His means are unheard of. He seems to be a mid-level middle deity, but because he has so many powerful means, his combat strength is stronger than ours. Father, where did you invite this person? The goddess of twilight and the rest were discussing and were shocked by Lin Ling's strength, especially the goddess of twilight. When she thought of how she had looked down on Lin Ling, she suddenly felt ashamed. This. Changwang old man smiled bitterly. He had met Lin Ling on the road. He had thought that Lin Ling was a small fry, so he had brought him along. Who knew that Lin Ling would be so powerful? If he had known that Lin Ling was so powerful, he would not have dared to invite him along. After all, if Lin Ling wanted to harm them, it would be as easy as flipping his hand. Of course, he knew that he had overthought. After all, if Lin Ling wanted to harm them, he would not have waited until now. Ha ha ha, you have met a powerful shocking willpower, right? At this moment, a loud laugh suddenly came from the depths of the forest. More than 10 figures flew in and appeared in front of Changwang old man and the rest. These people were unfamiliar to them, however, they could tell that they were gods from the chaos realm. It seems that you have killed many shocking willpowers. However, we have sensed an even stronger shocking willpower. That willpower is comparable to a superior deity. Now, you are in trouble. One of the men said with a sinister smile. Why are you talking nonsense with them? Now that someone has helped us to stop that powerful shocking willpower, we can reap the benefits. Obviously, they had encountered the shocking intent earlier than the Dawnlight Elder, so they knew how precious the gray gas was. Robbers, the Twilight Goddess and the others reacted, and their faces turned ugly. If it were any other time, they would not be afraid of these people, but in their current state, it was indeed difficult to win. You guys are too shameless. Although she knew she was no match for them, the Twilight Goddess could not help but shout coldly. Hee, you want to fight? Don't think that I won't dare to kill you just because you are a woman. The man in the lead sneered coldly. He looked like he was really going to kill her. After all, there were many gods in different eras, so it was normal that they did not know each other. Since they did not know each other, there was no need to give face. Even if they killed her, it would have no effect on the Chaos Realm and the Tao Realm. Evil Emperor, don't complicate matters. However, the gods beside him immediately dissuaded him. They looked into the depths of the forest, obviously afraid of the shocking intent from before. Consider yourself lucky. The evil emperor also knew that they dared to snatch the treasure when the shocking intent was not around. If the shocking intent returned, they would be in a lot of trouble. Hurry! Next, they did not waste any more time. They wanted to snatch the gray gas. Yo, where did these gods come from? How shameless are you to snatch the treasure like this? However, just as they started to move, a lazy voice was heard. Everyone turned around and saw a figure slowly walking out from the depths of the forest. It was Lin Ling. When they looked behind Lin Ling, the shocking intent from before had disappeared. Instead, there was an even larger gas floating in Lin Ling's palm, as if it was controlled by Lin Ling. This. Everyone was so scared that their snot was about to run down. Could it be that the shocking intent from before had been killed by this kid? One had to know that the shocking intent from before was comparable to a superior god. It must be fake. The Twilight Goddess and the Dawnlight Elder looked at each other in shock, especially the Twilight Goddess. She felt even more ashamed in her heart. Why would Lin Ling need her protection, looking at the evil emperor and the other gods? They felt like they were dreaming. It's him. It's him. Most importantly, they came from the Chaos Realm and were the earliest to come to the Void of the 9 States. They had seen Lin Ling kill a superior god with their own eyes, so they knew how terrifying this kid was. No wonder he could kill the shocking intent. It was this monster. You, what do you want? The evil emperor asked anxiously. I don't want to do anything. Get lost now, and I can pretend that nothing happened. Lin Ling said indifferently. The evil emperor and the evil emperor. Then he shot, the emperor and the evil emperor, the emperor and emperor rushed the emperor and then shot. Then, the emperor and the emperor. Looking at the others, they were all the same, they Sue. Courting death. Lin Ling sneered as he unleashed the speed of the Quafu sun-chasing boots and slashed out with his sword. Rumble, the evil emperor's arm was immediately cut off, and a sword blocked in front of him, making it difficult for him to move forward. So fast. The evil emperor's face was pale. Previously, he dared to fight for the treasure because he wanted to take advantage of Lin Ling's carelessness. Moreover, there were many of them. If they scattered, Lin Ling would not be able to catch up, but who knew that Lin Ling would be the first to attack him? You think my words go in one ear and out the other? Lin Ling sneered. I was wrong. I don't want this gray gas. The evil emperor put down the gray gas and retreated carefully. I think you'd better throw away your life. Lin Ling took the evil emperor's life with a slash. He had given the evil emperor a chance, but the evil emperor missed it. So, Lin Ling was not to be blamed. After that, Lin Ling retrieved that wisp of gray gas and even found 2 more wisps of gray gas on the evil emperor's body before slowly walking back. Lin Ling, the others have escaped. Seeing Lin Ling return, the morning light old man said respectfully. Don't worry, they can't escape. Lin Ling smiled and shook his head. Because I realized that this forest has the strongest will of astonishment. The ones before were just small fries. In fact, after we entered the forest, we were targeted. It's not easy to leave. But who knew that these guys would take our place? We're going to die. Now, let's use them as bait and leave quickly. Hearing this, the morning light old man and the others were shocked. Then, seeing Lin Ling quickly move forward, they hurriedly followed. In fact, the gods had indeed attracted the attention of the forest when they left quickly. Swoosh! Swoosh, swoosh! Swoosh! Many gray men appeared, holding swords and blocking the gods. Not good, the will of astonishment. Most importantly, these gods had moved alone to shake off Lin Ling. This meant that they had to face at least 2 wills of astonishment. Why are there suddenly so many wills of astonishment? And they could not understand it at all. They did not know that because they left quickly, the forest targeted them first. This also gave Lin Ling and the others time to leave the forest. Of course, Lin Ling and the others also encountered wills of astonishment, but there were not many of them. Working together, they barely managed to deal with them. Lin Ling did not make a move during the whole process. He was afraid that he would attract the attention of the forest and let stronger wills of astonishment come. After a long time, Lin Ling and the others safely rushed out of the forest. They all had complicated expressions. They did not expect that a seemingly ordinary forest would have the power to kill gods. I should have heard that you don't enter the forest before. The Twilight Goddess looked at Lin Ling apologetically. It's okay. What will come will come. It's better to know earlier. Lin Ling waved his hand casually. Although he sensed danger in the forest, if he took a detour to avoid the danger, Lin Ling would never know about the will of astonishment. And the will of astonishment was probably related to the giant ghost. It was better to know earlier. Moreover, when Lin Ling killed the strongest will of astonishment, he heard it say that they were not the people they were looking for. Could it be that they were looking for the other wills of the 8 gods? Lin Ling could not help but worry about the giant ghost. After leaving the forest, the group advanced along the Million Mountains. After what had happened, they did not dare to fly casually for fear of becoming a thorn in their side. At the same time, a roar came from the distant sky. Lin Ling and the others looked back, and their expressions changed drastically. Because the sky in the distance had been torn apart, and a large area of dark clouds poured in. However, Lin Ling and the others knew that those were not dark clouds, but poisonous ants. These ants were chasing them relentlessly and had actually chased them to the 8th level. Lin Ling and the rest advanced cautiously along the mountain range. The shocking willpower from before had undoubtedly made them feel a strong sense of danger. Along the way, Lin Ling also checked the gray gas. The gas was contained in a jade bottle. At this moment, it was swirling and rolling in the jade bottle. It was very mysterious. Brother Lin Ling, what is this? The Twilight Goddess had also obtained a wisp of gray gas. She frowned and asked. After what had happened before, they had more or less respected Lin Ling. Moreover, they did not avoid Lin Ling just because Lin Ling was stronger. This was because they all knew that with Lin Ling's strength, he could harm them at any time. Putting everything else aside, he could have abandoned them and left. Why would he save them? I don't know, but I can ask. Lin Ling pondered for a moment, then said to everyone, "Let's find a place to rest." Okay. Everyone nodded. Then, Lin Ling took out the square prison and entered it. Although the square prison was Lin Ling's secret, the Sunrise Elder and the rest were in awe of Lin Ling's strength. They would not dare to act rashly. Moreover, they might not even know what kind of treasure the square prison was. Under such circumstances, they wouldn't arouse any greed in their hearts. "Old Ghost, what is this?" Lin Ling found Old Ghost and asked. When Old Ghost saw Lin Ling in the prison, he immediately revealed his yellow teeth and laughed. "This is a strong willpower. However, I don't know who this willpower belongs to." "My lord, you should ask Old Ghost." Lin Ling was secretly surprised. Old Ghost was an ancient deity. He did not expect that even he could not see through it. He immediately took his leave and headed towards Third Great Lord's 3 cells. Originally, Lin Ling wanted to see Monkey King. However, when he thought of the Kunlun divine fire, he gave up. Instead, he asked Xianxia. "This is the will of the 8 gods. Lin Ling, you've entered the 8 gods' heavenly palace." Xianxia was obviously very familiar with these wills. Back then, he and the 8 gods could be considered friends despite their age difference. "What's the use of this will?" Seeing Xianxia's familiarity, Lin Ling's eyes lit up. "This can raise one's divine steps. It's a rare treasure. If we let our wills devour wills, our strength will increase greatly." Xianxia said. "Will devours will." Lin Ling's expression changed. The first thing that came to mind was the giant ghost. If the giant ghost could devour these wills, its strength would be greatly enhanced. Of course, these wills probably also wanted to devour the giant ghost, so the giant ghost situation would be even more dangerous. "Lin Ling, you're probably on the 8th floor now. Hurry up and find the Temple of Will. Get in there and get the cyclic sky seal. I think the great emperor of Jingxi has already woken up. He has 40% of the 8 gods' strength. You can't fight against him. After all, he's the other side of the 8 gods." Xianxia said, "Apart from the great emperor of Jingxi, there are probably many kings of wills comparable to superior gods. If you encounter them, you'll be in trouble." "Okay, thank you, Xianxia." Lin Ling was familiar with the great emperor of Jingxi. Next, he looked for the key. His top priority was to find the cyclic sky seal, find the giant ghost, and finally get the world will host. The cyclic sky seal was Lin Ling's trump card on the 8th floor. Xianxia also emphasized that Lin Ling must find the cyclic sky seal first. Otherwise, he would be in danger. After leaving the square prison, Lin Ling also explained the use of the gray gas. Raise one's divine steps? The divine steps have 6 stages. It's very difficult to raise them. I didn't expect the gray gas to have such an effect. If there isn't a god staircase, is it possible to create a god staircase with this gray gas? When Sunrise Elder and the others heard this, they were all shocked. The birth of divine steps was very difficult. It was even more difficult than raising one's divine fetus talent. For so many years, many gods had worked hard in this area, but they were surprised to find that the birth of divine steps seemed to be related to one's talent, but sometimes it was unrelated. Some powerful talents could give birth to divine steps after being raised, and some talents were still very weak. Even so, they could give birth to the divine steps. However, it just so happened that some high-level talents couldn't give birth to God's stairs. In the end, the gods came to a decision. A talent that could give birth to divine steps probably had an extremely powerful bloodline back in the day. Let's continue. If we encounter any weak great emperor of Jingxi along the way, we'll kill it. Lin Ling was also looking forward to the gray gas. He now had 2 divine steps, the step of killing and the step of wisdom. If he could raise them both, his strength would undoubtedly rise to another level, especially the step of killing, which was even more important. After all, the step of wisdom was used to seal things. It had helped Lin Ling a lot over the years. Unfortunately, ever since Lin Ling learned the three extremes of the universe, the step of wisdom was no longer of much help. For powerful gods, the divine fetus talent was the foundation and the driving force of one's realm. However, the most basic combat strength depended on divine power. Divine steps, on the other hand, were like secret weapons. Gods with divine steps might not be able to suppress those without divine steps, but if two people were equal in strength, the one with divine steps would undoubtedly be stronger. The giant ghost is very far away from me. However, the key points in the direction of the giant ghost. Unfortunately, the most important thing now is to find the cyclic sky seal. According to Xianxia, the cyclic sky seal is in another direction. Let's go find it first. Lin Ling pondered for a while and finally came up with a plan. Although he wanted to help the giant ghost, he also knew that he was too weak. Even if he could find the giant ghost, he wouldn't be a match for the strong ones. Die. Along the way, Lin Ling and the others killed a few wills of surprise. Then, they divided the loot equally. Your Excellency, you dare to come to the 8th level? Are you looking for death? Now that there are many gods on the 8th level, it's good for us. The wills of surprise that appeared along the way all had their own consciousness. Lin Ling wanted to get their gray gas, and similarly, they wanted to get some energy from Lin Ling and the others. This was obviously a game of killing, either you die, or I die. Fortunately, the wills of surprise that Lin Ling and the others encountered were not very strong, so they were safe and sound. The White Maiden is in this direction. Running in the direction of the cyclic sky seal, Lin Ling's eyes suddenly lit up. They all had voice transmission jade talismans, so they could roughly detect each other's directions. Therefore, Lin Ling quickly found the White Maiden closest to him. Old man Changwang, I'm going to help my friends. If you think it's too dangerous, let's part ways here. After making up his mind, Lin Ling looked at old man Changwang and the rest. It's okay. There are too many dangers on the 8th level. We'll follow you. Yes, although we also want to find the stone tablet where the will of the realm is, it's better to do what we can. Old man Changwang and the rest laughed. Although they had only known Lin Ling for a short time, they all believed in Lin Ling's character. Alright, let's go together. Lin Ling pondered and finally nodded. Old man Changwang and the rest were not weak. With them around, it would be more or less helpful. Over there. Then, Lin Ling sensed that White Maiden was getting closer and closer. He could not help but speed up. At this moment, in a valley, 7 figures united and constantly fighting the wills of astonishment. White Maiden was among the 7 of them. However, she was the weakest among them. After all, she was only a mid-stage mid-deity. Looking at the other 6, 4 of them were late-stage mid-deities, while the other 2 were mid-stage mid-deities. However, their strength was slightly stronger than White Maiden's. Most importantly, they all knew White Maiden and were close friends with her father, the Sky River Water God. It was also because of this that they had been helping White Maiden all this time. However, their situation was extremely unfavorable. This was because they were surrounded by 20 wills of astonishment. Moreover, one of them was extremely powerful and had strength comparable to a high-level deity. This wills of astonishment crossed his arms and did not attack recklessly. He held his sword and looked in a certain direction as if he was waiting for something. The few of you should just surrender yourselves. Why are you stubbornly resisting? You are no match for us at all. Hee, the 2 women are quite good-looking. I want one of them. Sword light flashed as the wills of astonishment sneered and attacked continuously. They did not look like wills at all. Instead, they looked more like humans. Under their combined strength, White Maiden and the rest's strength was suppressed by more than 40%. Therefore, the situation was even more dangerous. 23 wills of astonishment, and the wills of astonishment that have been watching from the sidelines is probably the king of wills. It won't be easy to swallow them all. However, the night god said that these willpower puppets can raise the divine steps, so these willpower puppets belong to us. Let's wait until those small gods are all dead before we make our move. We can also reap the benefits without doing anything. But I reckon that the Will Monarch must have sensed us, so he hasn't made a move yet. Far away in the valley, more than a dozen figures stood there and sneered at the scene below. When ordinary people encountered so many shocking wills, they would definitely avoid the limelight and leave. However, they didn't because they had sufficient confidence in themselves. More importantly, they had a high god amongst them. This was the night demon, an ancient god from the Daoan Tower. One will monarch is nothing, but I'm most afraid of several will monarchs appearing. I heard that these wills of astonishment are formed from the millions of mountains, forests, and lakes on the 8th floor. This means that there are innumerable wills, and it's impossible to guard against them. If all the wills of astonishment awaken, then we'll be in trouble. We'll be surrounded with nowhere to run. Also, I've always been afraid of certain things happening, such as the birth of the strongest will of astonishment. The night demon said calmly. Senior Night Demon is right. I only hope that when that happens, we'll be able to find the host body of the world will and complete our master's mission. Then we can leave. We've also found the way out. It's the sky we came from, but I saw that the sky is now filled with poison diagram ants. If we want to go back, we'll have to go through a lot of twists and turns. Poison diagram ants, will of astonishment. TSK, the dangers of the 8th floor seem simple, but they're powerful and violent. No one dares to face them head-on. The other gods spoke one after another. Alright, the King of Will has sensed that we're not on the same side as those small gods. He's about to make his move. At this moment, the night demon sneered and said, when those small gods die, we'll make our move. We'll take the puppet of Will and leave immediately. He didn't know the 7 people who were surrounded, so he naturally wouldn't help them. He even hoped that they would die so that they wouldn't fight with him for the puppet of Will. At this moment, the situation of the besieged Whitewater Pure Maiden and the others was getting worse and worse. Because they realized that their strength had been suppressed by more than 50%, even the god steps were being suppressed. It seems that the strongest will of astonishment is about to make his move. An old man sighed and stared solemnly at the will of astonishment, who had his arms crossed in front of his chest. Pure Maiden, I didn't expect that when we meet again, it'll be a time of life and death. It's a pity that I didn't get to see your father. That's a great regret. Back in the day, your father and I roamed the world. How happy it was. Back then, you were just a young girl. The old man looked at Whitewater Pure Maiden and said. Fingbua, my father also misses you very much. Empyrean Maiden smiled. She knew all of these people and was very familiar with them. When she was young, she often followed her father and watched him rebuke the heavens and earth with these old comrades. These people were the lake gods and river gods, so they naturally had a good relationship with her father. Pure Maiden, where have you been all these years? An old woman asked Whitewater Pure Maiden. In the void of the 9 states. Whitewater Pure Maiden immediately replied. No wonder we couldn't find you. Ever since we reincarnated, we've been looking for your father and you. It turns out that you weren't in the Chaos Realm. The old woman smiled and nodded. Alright, let's stop reminiscing. The strongest will of astonishment is about to make his move. At this moment, the old man who spoke at the beginning solemnly reminded. Don't worry, my lord is already here. If he comes, we'll definitely be able to escape. Whitewater Pure Maiden also knew that the situation was troublesome, but she was still confident. Your lord? Everyone was shocked. Yes, he's the lord I met in the void of the 9 states. Whitewater Pure Maiden nodded. Hearing this, everyone smiled bitterly. They originally thought that it was some powerful god, but it turned out to be from the void of the 9 states. What's his strength? The old woman asked curiously. Although this lord's origin was ordinary, it was possible that he was very powerful. Mid-stage mid-god. Whitewater Pure Maiden said. Hearing this, everyone's face became even more gloomy. This was because there were several late-stage mid-gods present, but they were still helpless. Mid-stage mid-gods were probably cannon fodder. Don't worry, he's not weak. Clang, at that moment, the strongest will of shock finally drew its sword. The sword was gray in color, and when it pointed at Whitewater Pure Maiden and the others, it was as if the sky changed color, and space seemed to be sealed. A violent atmosphere enveloped the entire valley, terrifying everyone. Whitewater Pure Maiden and the others' strength was suppressed again, leaving them with only 30% of their strength. With such strength, not to mention the strongest will of shock, even the other Wills of shock could easily kill them. A sword light, like a mirror, shone in the eyes of White Water Pure Maiden and the others. It was very dazzling, making them feel as if the sky and earth had disappeared, leaving behind only a sword of shock. At that moment, everyone acted as if they were facing a great enemy, and they used all their trump cards. Although they knew it wouldn't be of much help, they didn't want to be like chickens and ducks, waiting to be captured. However, at that moment, a figure came from afar. This person flew over, as if he wasn't afraid of the wills of shock in the millions of mountains. After shooting down like a meteor, his palm slashed down as if it could split the sky and earth. Panga strike, break the heavens. Bastard, aren't you afraid of attracting the attention of all the wills of shock in the millions of mountains? In the distance, Yi Bumo and the other gods cursed angrily. One had to know that there was a taboo in the 8th level, and that was to not fly. If one flew, it would awaken the wills of shock in the millions of mountains, and the situation would become even more troublesome, even affecting Yi Bumo and the others. This person. Looking at White Water Pure Maiden and the others, their pupils were also trembling. Clang. As for the strongest will of shock, his eyes froze, and the sword that was originally aimed at White Water Pure Maiden and the others suddenly slashed behind him. He had obviously sensed that someone was coming from behind. Rumble. It seemed slow, but it actually happened in the blink of an eye, a sword against a palm in the sky, creating a terrifying storm that swept through all the nearby mountains. However, what was shocking was that the newcomer was actually on par with the will of shock. Impossible, why isn't your strength suppressed? The will of shock also let out a shocked voice. It can affect the power of gods and the steps of gods, but it can't affect the most ancient divine ability. The newcomer seemed to be above the 9 heavens, and he sneered. He was Lin Ling. What powerful strength! Who is this person? Everyone around White Water Pure Maiden cried out in alarm, sucking in a breath of cold air. He is my lord. White Water Maiden hurriedly said. What? Is he the lord you were talking about? Oh my god, so strong? Maiden Su, are you lying to us? Is he really a mid-stage mid-god with such strength? Hearing White Water Pure Maiden's words, the surrounding gods were all dumbfounded. Just what kind of master did White Water Pure Girl worship? It was too abnormal. This god can only fight against the strongest will of shock. Let's go help him. Very soon, these gods all cheered excitedly as if they had seen the hope of survival. No need, we'll just take care of these small fries. However, Pure Maiden White shook her head. The 6 gods were astonished. She didn't need help. For a mid-stage mid-god to be able to resist the most powerful will of astonishment, they already felt that it was amazing. Could it be that this god was going to kill his opponent? This was completely impossible. Universe 3 Extreme Destruction. Demon Vanquishing Cleave. But for Lin Ling, how could it be impossible? It was not as if Lin Ling had not killed this powerful will of astonishment before. The cosmic ray appeared like a great seal, locking onto the strongest will of astonishment and then cutting him up. What kind of power is this? The will of astonishment let out a loud roar. His strength was comparable to a high god. But after all, he was not a high god. He could not resist Lin Ling's Universe 3 Extreme Destruction. Your will of astonishment can weaken God's energy and steps of God, but unfortunately, it can't weaken soul energy. Lin Ling sneered, and the great light ray slashed out, completely annihilating the shocking will. At the same time, Sunrise Old Man and the others also appeared on the ground to help White Water Pure Maiden and the others. Of course, they were also shocked. Previously, in the forest, there was also the strongest will of astonishment, but it died in Lin Ling's hands. But at that time, they did not see how Lin Ling killed it, but now, they finally saw it, and after seeing it with their own eyes, they felt even more terrified of Lin Ling. No wonder Lin Ling was so arrogant when he first saw them. It turned out that he had the right to be arrogant. My lord. Seeing Lin Ling holding the grey gas and descending from the sky, White Water Pure Maiden immediately shouted in surprise, and her heart was filled with pride, because to be able to show her lord's strength in front of her father's friends, this made her feel extremely proud. White Water Pure Maiden, are you alone? Lin Ling walked towards White Water Pure Lady and said with a smile. Yes, God Emperor Zhonggang is not far from me and is now rushing over. Shungi, Treasure God Nanwufingyu, and Giant Ghost are on the other side. White Water Pure Maiden nodded and said. Thank you for saving my life, senior. At this moment, Bai Shuijin's friends came over and saluted Lin Ling with their hands cupped together. Their expressions were full of awe. Senior, Whitewater Pure Maiden immediately shook her head helplessly. She had always regarded Lin Ling as her immediate superior, but her father's friends called Lin Ling senior. Didn't that mean that Lin Ling was her senior? This seniority was really messed up. Whitewater Pure Maiden, these are your friends. Lin Ling smiled at these gods, then looked at Whitewater Pure Maiden and said. Whitewater Pure Maiden nodded and roughly explained their origins, which made Lin Ling understand. What great strength! I didn't expect that a late-stage mid-god could actually obliterate a king of will. While they were talking, an indifferent voice suddenly sounded, and then a dozen gods floated down from the distance. The one in the lead was Night Bumo. Night Bumo. The faces of Whitewater Pure Maiden's friends changed. They came from the Dao Tower and naturally recognized Night Bumo. He was one of the 6 superior gods who had entered the 8-god celestial palace. What's so strange about that? You have a superior god, but you hide in the distance and want to reap the benefits. You're really thick-skinned. Lin Ling was not surprised by the appearance of Night Bumo and his friends. In fact, he had noticed them long ago. And if he remembered correctly, Night Bumo was a member of the 3 divine gates of White Mountain. You've got guts. If you have the ability, tell me your name. Night Bumo was extremely surprised by Lin Ling. When he was in the void of the 9 continents, he thought that only the other 5 superior gods, the great gods of Spirit Nation, and Taoist Duobao would be worthy of his attention. He didn't expect that there was a powerful minor god hidden here. It was his fault for not noticing it. Lei Gong Lin Ling. Lin Ling didn't hide anything and said indifferently. Lei Gong Lin Ling? Lei Gong Lin Ling. Yi Bumo stared coldly at Lin Ling, as if he was pronouncing Lin Ling's death sentence. You've ruined the plans of the 3 holy gates of White Mountain many times. In the Jiuzhou Void, in the Tao Realm, today, I'll punish you in the name of an ancient god and take your life. You can refuse to accept it, but it's useless. Although Lin Ling's strength surprised Yi Bumo, that was all. If Yi Bumo wanted to kill Lin Ling, he would only need 70% of his strength. Oh no. The expressions of Pure Lady Bai Shui and the other gods changed slightly. Yi Bumo, an unparalleled god, was too strong. He wasn't someone they could fight against. If you want to fight, let's fight. At this time, Lin Ling also spoke coldly. The grudge between him and the 3 holy gates of White Mountain couldn't be erased with just a few words. What was to come would come. They have nothing to do with this. Let them leave. Looking at Chengwang Elder and the others, Lin Ling also made a request when he saw their pale faces. Ha ha ha, what does it have to do with me? As long as I'm with you, I'll die. But who knew that Yi Bumo would laugh loudly and not give them any face? Lin Ling's eyes instantly turned cold. Although it was the first time he met Yi Bumo, his murderous intent was aroused. Do you think you can definitely kill us? Lin Ling spoke again. Suddenly, he pointed into the distance and said, Open your dog eyes and look. At this moment, a large amount of gray gas rushed into the sky from the millions of mountains. It was vast and mighty, and its power shook the heavens. This was the will of shock. Will of shock, so many wills of shock. The gods beside Yi Bumo all changed their expressions. Yi Bumo was stunned for a moment, and veins appeared on his forehead. Previously, when Lin Ling flew across the sky, it had undoubtedly awakened a large amount of wills of shock. When these wills of shock arrived, even if they could win, it would definitely be a Pyrrhic victory. Without a doubt, they were cleaning up Lin Ling's mess. Yi Bumo, let's retreat first. Some of the gods said to Night Bumo, their hearts filled with thoughts of retreating. That's right, that's right. There are plenty of opportunities to kill this little god. Lin Ling Lord Night Demon is unparalleled in the world. Why bother with this little god? The other gods also spoke up one after another. It could be seen that they were a little scared. If you want to fight, then come. If you don't dare to fight, then scram. Otherwise, don't be so noisy. As Yi Bumo gritted his teeth, Lin Ling sneered. Originally, Yi Bumo hadn't planned on leaving, as he had felt humiliated by Lin Ling. However, before he could make a decision, Lin Ling had become even more arrogant. Did he really think that he could protect him just because he had the will of shock? You're really courting death, because the price of completely infuriating me is very, very great. Yi Bumo said word by word, do you think that I'll be scared because of those wills of shock? Let me tell you, when those wills of shock arrive, killing you will be as easy as flipping my hand. After killing you, I'll leave, and those wills of shock may not be able to catch up to me. Everyone, listen to my orders. Kill them with all your might, don't leave a single one alive. Ha ha ha, Lin Ling, now you know regret. Now you know what kind of existence you provoked. Yi Bumo laughed maniacally, his eyes filled with ice-cold murderous intent. When the other gods heard this, although they felt that this was too dangerous, Yi Bumo had already decided, so they could only risk their lives to accompany him. However, they also hated Lin Ling to death. This piece of trash had actually put them in a situation where they had a slim chance of survival. Ha ha ha, Yi Bumo, you're too full of yourself. You still can't kill me. Seeing Yi Bumo's cold smile, Lin Ling no longer hid his methods. He used the last seedling and raised it into the air. The wills of shock are all bodies of consciousness. You're the strongest one here. When they all move out, they'll definitely kill you first, then kill us. Thank you for blocking the main force of the wills of shock for us. After throwing out the seedling, Lin Ling hurriedly left with Bai Shui and Sunu. You. Yi Bumo's pupils constricted. He wanted to stop Lin Ling, but he found a seedling floating over with an incomparably powerful aura. What is this? Yi Bumo was completely shocked. When he was in the void of the 9 continents, he was a latecomer and did not see Lin Ling use 3 seedlings to kill Emperor Song. He thought that Lin Ling was just a slightly more powerful intermediate god. Now, the mysterious seedling floated over. He obviously could not attack Lin Ling, so he could only use all his strength to resist this seedling. This seedling's power was terrifying. It immediately wrapped around Yi Bumo and crazily absorbed his spirit energy. Lord Yi Bumo. The other gods all cried out in alarm and frantically tried to help. However, when their attacks landed on the seedling emitted a gentle light and actually blocked a large number of attacks. However, Yi Bumo was stronger than Emperor Song. Moreover, Lin Ling had used 2 seedlings to kill Emperor Song. Now, with 1 seedling, it could only injure Yi Bumo, but not kill him. Of course, Lin Ling did not expect the seedling to kill Yi Bumo. He just wanted to stall for time. Now, Lin Ling had already led everyone and shot into the distance. Looking at the mighty wills of shock, they actually turned into countless men holding swords and attacked like a storm. Yi Bumo and the others stood where they were and undoubtedly faced more wills of shock. Among them, there were many kings of wills. As for Lin Ling and the others, they also attracted a lot of wills of shock, but it was not as much as Yi Bumo's side. Rumble. At this moment, Yi Bumo finally exploded the seedling. However, just as he escaped danger, he looked around and saw that the dense wills of shock had already surrounded them. F***ck. Yi Bumo was stunned for a long time before he finally cursed. Originally, according to his plan, as long as he killed Lin Ling and the others and left immediately, he would be able to escape the encirclement of the wills of shock. However, no matter how much he calculated, he did not expect that Lin Ling would have such a treasure. Boss, what should we do now? The nearby god's face turned pale as well. They knew very well that they wanted to kill the wills of shock and obtain the grey gas. At the same time, the wills of shock also wanted to kill them and obtain the treasures from them. The two sides did not have the time to shake hands and make peace. What else can we do? Kill. Yi Bumo roared angrily. He knew that an earth-shattering battle was unavoidable. Lin Ling, I won't let you off. He looked into the distance and roared again, knowing that he had taken the blame for Lin Ling. That's the only way. The gods could only laugh bitterly and fight with all their strength. However, there were too many wills of shock around them. Layer by layer, their strength was continuously suppressed. Your Excellency, how dare you? Since you dared to wake us up, you must be prepared to die. You can be considered the most idiotic group of gods I've ever seen. That's right, you dared to swagger across the sky and attract our attention. I admire your courage. The wills of shock that filled the sky stared at Yi Bumo and the others. Sword light flashed and covered the sky. On the other side, Lin Ling and the rest were also facing quite a number of wills of astonishment. Run. Let's see where you can run to. We've already stopped your main force. We can deal with the rest of you small fries. The wills of astonishment that stopped Lin Ling and the rest clearly did not think much of Lin Ling and the rest. After all, Lin Ling's side had a few mid-stage mid-gods, while Night Bumpkin's side had only late-stage mid-gods and even high gods. It was only natural that they would think that Lin Ling's party was just a small fry. Haha. Lin Ling could not help but laugh. Whitewater Maiden, Twilight Goddess, and the rest were secretly relieved. They did not expect that being weak was also an advantage. Next, they also unleashed their full strength. Under Lin Ling's lead, they killed the wills of astonishment. This way. Then, Lin Ling hurriedly led the way and ran toward the Temple of Will. He knew that after killing these wills of astonishment, even more wills of astonishment would come. Moreover, he had a feeling that Night Undead could also escape. After all, Night Undead was stronger than him. If he could kill the King of Will, Night Undead could naturally do the same. Swoosh. Swoosh, everyone unleashed their full speed and followed Lin Ling. Along the way, they killed a few more waves of wills of astonishment. Finally, a hazy fog began to appear in front of them. This fog was suspended above a cliff, and the other side of the cliff was full of mystery. However, through the vague outline, one could roughly see the shape of a palace. They had arrived at the Temple of Will. Through Guangqingzi's introduction, Lin Ling knew that the Temple of Will was one of the 8 gods' harems. It was a place to store treasures, and the flipping sky seal was inside. Treasures. At the thought of treasures, Lin Ling could not help but lick his lips. Although so much time had passed, and most of the treasures in the palace might have been weathered, the treasures that were left behind must be extremely precious. Perhaps this could allow Lin Ling to open his 8th dantian, or even increase his cultivation level. Where do you think you're going? When Lin Ling and the others approached the cliff, a loud roar finally came from behind them. Behind him, a blood-red light soared into the sky. His aura was unparalleled, and a figure was already flying over at an unparalleled speed. It was Night Demon, and now, he seemed to be hysterical and completely crazy, flying over from the sky. It was precisely because of this that he was able to catch up to Lin Ling and the others with such speed, and the reason he lost his mind was because the people he brought had all died in the hands of the Will of Shock. As for him, he had to fight 10 Kings of Wills in a row before finally opening up a gap and escaping with his life. After escaping, he went straight for Lin Ling without a doubt. He wanted to kill Lin Ling as soon as possible. Not good, Night Demon has caught up. Sensing the powerful aura behind them, the faces of Old Man Changwang and the others changed drastically. Naturally, they also knew how much Night Demon wanted to kill them after he escaped. Don't worry, we've reached the end. Lin Ling shook his head and came to the edge of the cliff. Then, he formed a complicated barrier with both hands and drew it in the sky. These barriers were taught to him by Guangqingzi, who had also taught him how to collect the flipping sky seal. Rumble. After the barrier was opened, the dense fog around them dispersed, revealing a winding path. This winding path was made of unknown rocks and was only a meter wide. It connected to the other side of the cliff. Follow me. Without further ado, Lin Ling walked onto the winding path. Everyone was shocked. When did this winding path appear on the cliff? They couldn't care less and hurriedly followed Lin Ling. Walking on the winding path, the entire path was shaking, making everyone feel as if they were going to fall off the cliff at any time. Looking through the winding path, they saw that the bottom was densely packed with human heads, and all of them seemed to be filled with the Will of Shock. Heavens, if a late-stage high god were to fall off the cliff, even a late-stage high god would perish here. Lin Ling, the Will of Shock at the bottom of the cliff won't rush up, right? Old Man Changwang asked with a bitter smile. Well, I don't think so. Lin Ling shook his head because he really didn't know. However, he didn't think so. After all, if there really was danger, Guangqingzi wouldn't have let him collect the flipping sky seal. Shouldn't? Old Man Changwang and the others almost fainted. In such a dangerous situation, Lin Ling actually said should. This meant that even he wasn't sure. This time, the bitter smiles on Old Man Changwang and the others' faces became even more bitter, but now that things had come to this, they could only follow Lin Ling. Lin Ling, where do you think you're going? Looking behind them, Night Demon had also arrived. When he saw Lin Ling and the others walking on the cliff, he couldn't help but be shocked. However, he secretly mocked Lin Ling and the others for being idiots. Instead of flying, they walked. he wanted to grab them from the sky like a big bird. However, just as he got close to the cliff, the dense fog engulfed him. A terrifying wave made him subconsciously stop and land on the ground. His forehead was now full of cold sweat. For some reason, he had a feeling that if he flew across the sky, the dense fog would take his life and turn him into dust. No wonder Lin Ling and the others didn't dare to fly over the cliff but walked. At this moment, the anger in Night Demon's heart burned again. Previously, he had mocked Lin Ling and the others for being idiots. Now, it seemed that he was the idiot. So what if we walk? Where do you think we're going? Night Demon looked behind him and saw a large number of wills of shock chasing after them. This made him know that he had to immediately kill Lin Ling and the others and leave this place. He wanted to follow Lin Ling and the others and step onto the winding path. However, just as his feet touched the winding path, the rock under his feet disappeared as if it was an illusion. Night Demon almost lost his balance and fell off the cliff. During this process, he finally saw that under the pitch-black cliff, there was a large number of wills of shock. There were even more wills of shock than those that had surrounded him before. Chi. Night Demon sucked in a breath of cold air and his forehead was full of cold sweat. Fortunately, he had stopped at the critical moment, otherwise he would have fallen off the cliff. Lin Ling, you. Then, Night Demon looked at Lin Ling and the others who were walking on the cliff and was so angry that his whole body trembled. Now, he couldn't fly or walk. This meant that he could only watch Lin Ling and the others leave. This also meant that he had chased after them for nothing. Previously, he had used all his strength and didn't hesitate to attract more wills of shock. He flew from the sky in order to catch Lin Ling and torture him to death. However, Lin Ling had slipped away right under his nose. What welcomed him was only endless wills of shock. Lin Ling, even if I have to go to heaven or hell, I will definitely kill you in this life. Night Demon was at the edge of the cliff and roared into the sky. Ever since he had become a superior deity, this was the first time he had suffered such humiliation. Sir, let's see how you're going to escape. While Yibuma was going crazy, a large number of shock wills finally caught up from behind. Clang, swords were pointed at Yibuma from afar. Among them, there were many kings of will. Yibumo's strength was crazily suppressed, and his face was pale. Did he have to clean up Lin Ling's mess again? Are you stupid? It's that kid, it's that kid. Yibumo pointed at Lin Ling and the others in the distance. The kings of will also stared at Lin Ling and the others who were walking on the cliff. One of the kings of will said, "We already know that the god who first awakened us was that young man. We must kill him because he dared to play tricks on us. This is a provocation to all of our will of shock. Will. However, killing him is our business. Now, you'd better take care of yourself." Hearing this, Yibumo suddenly gritted his teeth and said, "Then why don't you kill him now? When are you going to wait? Idiot, that's the Temple of Will. No one can step in, not even us." The King of Will said coldly. F***ck. Yibumo was stunned for a moment, then cursed again. Today, he had cursed twice in a row. Let's fight. Of course, Yibumo also knew that life and death were at this moment, so he no longer hid his methods. He burned his life force and used all his strength to resist the shock wills in an attempt to break out of the encirclement and escape. Rumble. At the edge of the cliff, an earth-shattering battle broke out. At this moment, under the cliff, countless shock wills raised their heads, and their emotionless eyes flickered with a strange light. Then, they began to talk faintly. At the top of their heads, Lin Ling and the others were still carefully moving forward, but their foreheads were already covered in cold sweat. Below their feet were all shock wills, and they seemed to have awakened. If they wanted to attack them, they were on the cliff and would have no power to fight back. In fact, even Lin Ling's forehead was covered in cold sweat. As long as it did not exceed 100, Lin Ling was not afraid of one shocking will, or even 10. But there were more than 100 shock wills below the cliff, but what he found inconceivable was that they continued moving forward, and the shock wills below the cliff ignored them. Lin Ling did not know that the shock wills below the cliff could not see Lin and the others. They could not even detect their auras. All of this was because of that narrow and winding path. After a long while, Lin Ling and the rest finally reached the other side of the cliff. Then, they all looked back. On the opposite cliff, an earth-shattering battle was taking place. That power pierced through the heavens and earth, destroying everything in its path. Yibumo is indeed strong. Lin Ling's eyes was to be to the end's wills. At this point in the battle, Yi Bumo still hadn't died. Moreover, if this continued, Yi Bumo would probably be able to escape again. Compared to King Songdi and the others, Yi Bumo's strength was undoubtedly more than double. If Lin Ling hadn't walked towards the Temple of Will and met the White Water Pure Maiden, he wouldn't have been able to escape Knight Bumo's clutches. Let's go into the Will's Temple. After watching for a long time, Lin Ling said to the others. Everyone let out a sigh of relief. They could finally relax after arriving at the Will's Temple. Perhaps, this was the only safe place on the 8th level. The 8th level of the 8 gods' heavenly palace seemed simple, but the hidden danger was the most obvious. There were countless experts here, everyone followed Lin Ling. Then, they saw that the Will's Temple was magnificent, but it was also silent. It was as if it had been here for thousands of years. The Will's Temple had a door covered in dust. Lin Ling stood in front of the door quietly. He formed a barrier with both hands. Then, a cloud of dust covered the door, and the door slowly opened. To everyone's surprise, it was bright inside the door. There were god stones hanging all around, illuminating the Will's Temple. The floor of the hall was filled with treasures. There were chaos treasures and all kinds of divine weapons. In addition, there were rare divine herbs and flowers planted on the ground. They took root and sprouted, filling the air with endless spiritual chi. All of them are treasures? Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. No one expected that there would be such treasures in the Will's Temple. That is the divine pesticide grass. It is said that the divine pesticide grass was touched by the divine farmer ruler in ancient times, and it grew from there. By Jinting's turtle wave, turned into a turtle after 3 million years. It traveled through the universe, turned into a wave after 3 million years, and remained dormant. Heavens, this is a legendary treasure. Who is the owner of this Will's Temple? Why are all kinds of treasures from ancient times here? Cries of surprise rang out one after another, not only Sunrise Elder, but even the gods following White Water Goddess and the others sucked in a breath of cold air. 8 gods. Lin Ling smiled faintly. Guangqingzi had given him a good opportunity. Well, Lin Ling, can we take these treasures? The goddess of dawn had found a treasure suitable for her. She couldn't help but ask, we don't need much. 10% of the treasures will be enough. 10%, this was also a number that could not be underestimated. Putting everything else aside, just one of the treasures here was enough to exchange for tens of thousands of Dao realm fragments. You guys can take 30%. Lin Ling pondered for a moment, then smiled and said. Although he was not familiar with these people, Lin Ling had always been generous to his friends. Since they had gone through thick and thin together, he would give them a share. Wow, you are too generous. How about my daughter, the goddess of dawn? Do you want her? Sunrise Elder was stunned. He was so excited that he spoke incoherently. He wanted to introduce his daughter to Lin Ling. Father. The goddess of dawn blushed and hurriedly scolded. Ha ha ha, how many daughters do you have? I will take them all. Lin Ling was in a good mood and joked. It was just a casual sentence, but it made the goddess of dawn's heart beat wildly. She had followed Lin Ling to this palace and witnessed Lin Ling's various miracles. She had long worshipped Lin Ling. In addition, Lin Ling's character was good, which made her even more attracted to Lin Ling. After joking, Lin Ling asked White Water Goddess to gather the treasures for Lei Gong and the others. Then, he walked up to the 2nd floor. There were many rooms on the 2nd floor. According to Guangqingzi's introduction, treasures that could be placed in a room were the real treasures. As for the flipping sky seal, it was lying in one of the rooms on the 2nd floor. Stepping onto the 2nd floor, Lin Ling looked around and realized that the floor was mottled and covered in dust. No one had been here for many years. Beside the corridor on the 2nd floor, more than a dozen secret rooms appeared. They were all sealed with iron doors, and iron locks were hanging on the rusty iron doors. Secret rooms? Lin Ling's eyes lit up. He knew very well that the flipping sky seal was in one of the secret rooms. The treasures in the secret rooms that could be in the same room as the flipping sky seal were probably extremely extraordinary. Licking his lips, Lin Ling hurried to the first secret room. However, when he dared to approach it, the iron lock shot out a bolt of divine lightning that penetrated Lin Ling's body. Not only did Lin Ling's body tremble, but even his soul was trembling. What a powerful divine lightning! Lin Ling gasped. He couldn't get close to this secret room at all. Looking through the gap in the secret room, Lin Ling could see a man hanging in the middle of the room. The man's limbs were tied up in chains, and his stomach had been cut off by a knife. However, there was a large number of lightning snakes lingering around the cut. It was terrifying. Was this man a human, a god, or a treasure? Lin Ling quietly retreated and didn't dare to approach the secret room again. He had a feeling that he couldn't get the treasures in the secret room at all. Then, Lin Ling walked to the second secret room. Before he got close, an icy chill hit him in the face, causing frost to appear on Lin Ling's body. Looking at the iron door again, it was now full of water beads. It was as if an ice universe was sealed inside. I can't get close to this secret room. Lin Ling shook his head and left with a frown. He sighed in his heart. He had returned empty-handed from 2 secret rooms in a row. Even if there were great treasures, he could see them but couldn't touch them. It was really depressing. The third secret room looked very ordinary. However, when Lin Ling looked through the gap, he immediately felt that the world was suppressing him. It was as if several eras had come. At this moment, it was difficult to breathe. It was so difficult that Lin Ling couldn't even move an inch. He could neither advance nor retreat. However, Lin Ling looked through the gap in the door and vaguely saw a square imperial jade seal hanging in the middle of the secret chamber, exuding a breathtaking pressure. Flipping sky seal. With just a glance, Lin Ling was overjoyed. He hurriedly unleashed a barrier and continuously slapped it on the iron door. With each slap, the suppressive feeling of heaven and earth quietly weakened and gradually became undetectable. This was the method that Xianxia had taught him. It was the method to collect the flipping sky seal. Fortunately, Xianxia told me the method. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to get close to the iron gate. My life would have been in danger. Lin Ling said in shock. This heaven-flipping seal was even more terrifying than the previous chamber. Once he got close, he wouldn't be able to escape. Undo it. After continuously creating barriers, Lin Ling's palm suddenly slammed on the iron door. With a cautious sound, the iron lock fell and the iron door slowly opened. Rumble, an ancient aura gushed out. It was so ancient that Lin Ling felt as if he had heard the song of the gods. Lin Ling took a deep breath and pushed the door open. He saw that the secret chamber was like a world of its own. The flipping sky seal was suspended in midair, constantly circling and emitting a jade-like light. This flipping sky seal was like an imperial jade seal. It was square in shape, and every side was carved with dragon and tiger statues. It was very domineering. Moreover, as if it had sensed Lin Ling's arrival, this powerful chaotic divine artifact suddenly came to suppress Lin Ling, wanting to kill him. Keep it. Lin Ling seemed to have transformed into Xianxia. His left hand kept creating barriers, and his right hand suddenly pointed to the sky. With this point, the huge flipping sky seal began to shrink and gradually became the size of a palm. Then, it floated in Lin Ling's palm. To Lin Ling's surprise, the flipping sky seal wasn't heavy. Instead, it was extremely light. Flipping world technique. After looking carefully for a while, Lin Ling created barriers again. Then, he spat out a mouthful of divine origin at the flipping sky seal. After this divine origin landed on the flipping sky seal, the whole flipping sky seal floated and circled continuously as if it was going to suppress the heavens and the earth. This was also the most basic way to control the flipping sky seal. Of course, this was also taught by Xianxia. Although it was only a basic way to control it, Lin Ling sensed the terrifying power hidden in it. It would be easy to kill a high-level deity. With this flipping sky seal, Lin Ling no longer had to worry about the trip to the 8 gods' heavenly palace. However, to control the flipping sky seal, it spits out a lot of divine origin. Although it was only a mouthful of divine origin, it was 30% of the power in one of Lin Ling's dantians. After all, although the flipping sky seal didn't look big, it was a universe of its own. The power it required was definitely not small. Keep. After the basic way to control it, Lin Ling put away the flipping sky seal. After looking at the secret chamber, he turned and left. Lin Ling wasn't surprised that he had to collect the flipping sky seal. However, he didn't intend to stop there. He wanted to see if he could get any opportunities in the remaining secret chambers. Before he even got close to the 4th secret chamber, a fierce sword essence surged over, as if it was going to cut the heavens and the earth and split the universe. At this moment, even Lin Ling's tyrannical song sword was dormant. It was as if it had met the Emperor of Divine Swords. The protection of this secret chamber is probably only slightly weaker than the flipping sky seal. It's a pity that it's not something I can collect. Lin Ling sighed and walked to the next secret chamber. However, this secret chamber was also extraordinary. As soon as he got close, the Buddhist mantra rushed into his heart as if to suppress Lin Ling's soul. Damn it, none of the treasures are easy to get. Lin Ling couldn't help but curse. He could see it but couldn't get it. This feeling was extremely torturous. Next, Lin Ling kept checking the secret chambers. Unfortunately, he still couldn't get close to the last secret chamber. Just as Lin Ling was about to give up, they arrived at the last secret room. This secret room was even more terrifying. As they approached, a terrifying murderous aura surged toward them. It was as if the murderous aura was about to swallow them whole. Murderous aura, Lin Ling's eyes narrowed. However, at this moment, the tyrannical song sword behind him became restless. The murderous aura seemed to have awakened the tyrannical song sword. Lin Ling tentatively took a step forward and found that although the murderous aura was terrifying, it couldn't affect him. This also allowed Lin Ling to get closer to the iron door. When he arrived in front of the iron door, the iron lock on the iron door fell and the door slowly opened. A substantial murderous aura rushed over, corroding the ground and leaving thousands of holes. It was very terrifying. Amidst the murderous aura, the grim demons held their blades and slashed at Lin Ling. However, at this moment, the tyrannical song sword floated out and a sea of blood surged out, enveloping Lin Ling. It actually left Lin Ling safe and sound. Steps of killing. Lin Ling shouted and suddenly held the tyrannical song sword in the sea of blood. He slashed out fiercely. Under this, all the grim demons were cut in half and turned into ashes. What's going on? Everyone lifted their heads, their expressions extremely solemn. They had a feeling that the second floor had awakened the universe of slaughter, capable of killing countless gods. At this moment, Lin Ling, who had stepped into the secret chamber, scanned his surroundings. This was no longer the secret chamber. Countless demons floated in the sky, their eyes filled with murderous intent as they stared at Lin Ling kill. The demons' murderous intent surged as they immediately pounced on Lin Ling, intending to kill Lin Ling. What kind of treasure is hidden in this secret chamber? Lin Ling frowned as he looked around. However, he could only see countless demons charging at him. There were no treasures at all. The demon's goal was to kill Lin Ling, so Lin Ling couldn't care less. He raised the tyrant song and slashed horizontally. Rumble, the ferocious sea of blood surged and swept towards the demons. Those demons couldn't withstand Lin Ling's slash and were sliced in half. Splash, a large number of corpses were sucked into the sea of blood. As the sea of blood churned, it was extremely terrifying. Lin Ling took a step forward. Just as he was about to move forward, more demons appeared in front of him and charged at Lin Ling. Although I don't know what you are, since you want to kill me, Lin Ling, then pay with your lives. Lin Ling growled as murderous intent surged in his eyes. The steps of slaughter and his will that were hidden in his body burst out majestically at this moment. One slash to kill millions of demons, one slash to kill millions of demons. However, after the demons, the gods came out of the mountains. Kill. They all pounced on Lin Ling, wanting to kill him as soon as possible. There's no end to this. Kill. This time, Lin Ling took the initiative to charge forward. Blood light surged as he slashed continuously, one slash to kill millions of gods. However, this was not the end. After the 10 million gods, countless demons and devils appeared and joined forces with the gods to kill Lin Ling. How could a mere chamber hide so many demons and gods? This made Lin Ling suspect that everything was just an illusion. However, every time the sword slashed out, the killing intent was so real, it was as if these demons and gods were real. Impossible. What is hidden here? The more Lin Ling killed, the more shocked he became. He had already lost count of how many people he had killed. He had even killed to the point that his hands were getting soft. However, the number of enemies in front of them did not decrease at all. When ordinary people reached this stage of killing, their eyes would have already turned red from the killing. Unfortunately, Lin Ling did not. His mind was still clear, and he knew why he had killed him. the main reason was that Lin Ling had killed countless people in his life. He was no longer crazy about killing. In addition, he had the Tyrant Song sword with him. He knew why to kill, and he would not fall into the killing path. He was obsessed with the killing path, and this killing seemed to have lasted for hundreds, thousands, or even tens of thousands of years. Lin Ling's body was already dyed red with blood. The sea of blood behind him was filled with corpses. It was no longer a sea of blood, but a sea of corpses. Because he had killed too many, the sea of blood could no longer contain any more corpses. Kill. However, this was not the end. This time, countless demons and divine beasts moved out. These demons and divine beasts merged into the gods and demons. They killed decisively, and their killing intent was monstrous. After the demons and divine beasts, countless mortals raised their heads and looked at Lin Ling. Then, they charged over like locusts. The mortals were also moving out. This killing was enough to destroy the universe. Although I don't know what happened, I can only kill now. Lin Ling roared at the sky. He gripped the Tyrant Song sword tightly and charged over crazily. One sword, 1 billion lives. One sword, 10 billion lives. In the end, Lin Ling was already exhausted from killing. However, when he raised his head, the distance was still filled with people. There were probably no less than 100 billion lives. All of them wanted to kill Lin Ling. Flipping Sky Seal. Lin Ling roared and activated the Flipping Sky Seal to suppress them. This was also the first time he used the Flipping Sky Seal to attack an enemy. The Flipping Sky Seal specialized in smashing people's heads. Even a superior god would not be able to withstand it. Any god's power and steps were useless. They could not withstand the suppression of the Flipping Sky Seal. Boom, this smash shook heaven and earth. Countless lives were turned into meat patties. The path ahead was clear for the first time. Of course, during this process, many lives were born again and charged at Lin Ling. Of course, Lin Ling also saw a flaw. It turned out that if he wanted to move forward, he had to kill the lives before they were born. As long as he was faster than the speed of the lives being born, he would be able to see the end of this secret chamber. Using the Tyrant Song sword to kill is a little slow. I might as well use the Flipping Sky Seal. However, the Flipping Sky Seal consumes too much divine essence. If I can't kill all the lives before my divine essence is exhausted, I might die here. Lin Ling was deep in thought. His eyes were burning. The Tyrant Song sword allowed him to enter the secret chamber. However, if he wanted to find the treasure in the secret chamber, he could only rely on the Flipping Sky Seal. Kill. Without further ado, Lin Ling activated his divine essence and poured it into the Flipping Sky Seal to suppress the enemies. Swoosh, endless blood and flesh spewed out. The lives were all crushed into meat patties by the Flipping Sky Seal. The path ahead was cleared again. Of course, during this process, countless lives were born again. The speed was also extremely fast. Kill. Lin Ling knew that there was no time to lose. When a part of the lives were born, the Flipping Sky Seal suppressed them again. Just like that, Lin Ling killed as he moved forward. He was getting closer to the end of the secret chamber. Lin Ling had 7 dantians and could provide an endless supply of divine essence. If it were anyone else, they would have collapsed long ago. Of course, Lin Ling's current situation was not good. When he had 7 dantians, he could only hold on for a longer time. The recovery of divine essence could not keep up with the speed of consumption. Time passed quietly just like that. When Lin Ling himself did not know how many people he had killed, his divine essence was finally exhausted. This also made Lin Ling smile bitterly. He did not expect that the day he killed the most people in his life would actually be this day. However, the countless lives that had just been born in front of him froze at this moment. Among these lives, a light quietly flashed and became brighter and brighter, forming an extremely mysterious force. This force seemed to be the Tao of killing, but it also seemed to be the Tao of sacrifice. After it appeared, all the lives seemed to disappear. A cloud mother quietly floated in the sky, giving people a very peaceful feeling. Eternal Killer Mother. This was one of the most ancient treasures in the ancient era. It was born when heaven and earth were split apart. After several eras and countless universes, every time a life fell, it would absorb a bit of killing intent. After countless years, it finally grew into a cloud mother. In fact, this was also the most primitive killing intent that had undergone countless transformations. Moreover, after Lin Ling's killing, the ancient Cloud Mother did not do anything to Lin Ling. It was as if Lin Ling was one of its kind. This also allowed Lin Ling to easily hold the treasure in his hand. Almost at the same time, the tyrannical singing sword suddenly floated out and collided with the ancient Cloud Mother. Finally, it disappeared into the ancient Cloud Mother. What's going on? The tyrannical singing sword disappeared? Lin Ling frowned. He had no idea what was going on. He stretched out his hand and held the ancient Killer Mother in his hand. He looked carefully and found that the ancient Killer Mother had the aura of the tyrannical singing sword. Until now, he did not know whether the ancient Killer Mother had become the tyrannical singing sword or the tyrannical singing sword had become the ancient Killer Mother. Shaking his head, Lin Ling sat down cross-legged and recovered the divine origin that he had consumed earlier. After a long time, Lin Ling checked the ancient Killer Mother and found that there were no special changes. It seemed that it was still devouring the tyrannical singing sword. Lin Ling sighed softly and left the secret room. Then, he looked at the other secret rooms and shook his head helplessly. Although there were countless treasures in the other secret rooms, it was obvious that Lin Ling could not obtain them. Walking down to the second floor, Lin Ling found that the treasures in the hall had been plundered. Some of them were cultivating, some were counting the treasures, and all of them looked very happy. Lin Ling. Seeing Lin Ling walk down, everyone looked up with smiles on their faces. It seems that everyone has a good harvest. Lin Ling nodded and immediately smiled. White Water Goddess walked over and handed a brocade pouch to Lin Ling and said, "Everyone took 10% of the treasures. The remaining 90% is inside." Although they only took 10%, it was a great harvest, so everyone was naturally happy. Lin Ling took the brocade pouch. After carefully inspecting it, he could not help but be shocked, because the number of treasures within the pouch had exceeded his imagination. It seemed like the treasures he'd seen earlier were merely the tip of the iceberg, and there were still treasures hidden within the hall on the first floor that even he didn't know about, but now, he had enough treasures. In addition to the rewards from Master Guanqing, Lin Ling was confident that he could open his 8th Dantian and completely slaughter his way into the Dao Pagoda. Moreover, he could now greatly increase his strength and step into the late stage of the mid-level deity stage. Previously, he had killed decisively in the secret chamber because he was constantly familiarizing himself with the flipping sky seal. He knew that if he wanted to control this heaven-defying treasure, his divine essence was indispensable. Therefore, if he advanced to a higher realm, he could control the flipping sky seal for a longer period of time. Furthermore, the heaven-flipping seal only consumed his divine essence. Lin Ling's corporeal body and soul force were both present. His strongest trump card, the universe's 3 extremes destruction, and the Pangu's strike, could still be used. This meant that as long as Lin Ling could break through, the 8th level of the 8 gods' heavenly palace would most likely be invincible. After that, Lin Ling instructed everyone. He immediately sat down cross-legged, took out a large number of treasures, and refined them on the spot. Treasures flew out one after another, emitting colorful mist. They were magnificent, and rich spiritual qi covered the entire hall on the first floor. These treasures were left behind from ancient times. To be able to survive until now, how could the spiritual qi they contained be weak? After all, many of the divine grasses here were not dead objects, but were planted on the first floor. Lord Lin Ling is finally going to break through. Whitewater Pure Maiden looked at Lin Ling sitting cross-legged, and her heart was inexplicably excited. Lin Ling was still a mid-stage mid-level deity, but he could already fight against a high-level deity. If he reached the late stage of the mid-level deity stage, what kind of limit would his strength reach? Wow, Lin Ling's breakthrough seems different from others. I saw him continuously consume hundreds of divine grasses, and those are Shinnon grass. They are incomparably precious. Generally speaking, 50 of them are enough to break through. Not only that, he has already consumed 200 of them. Is this guy's stomach a bottomless pit? No wonder his strength is so strong. Even the treasures he needs to break through are 10 times more than others. Old man Changwang and the rest stared at Lin Ling. They originally wanted to see how much his strength would increase after Lin Ling broke through, but this breakthrough was something they had been waiting for a long time. Moreover, they had seen Lin Ling consume countless treasures. This made them even more curious about Lin Ling. Time passed quietly like this. Finally, at a certain moment, a powerful aura erupted, as though a god had arrived. this aura was so strong that it did not seem like the aura of a late-stage mid-level deity, but more like the strength of a high-level deity, and this was the benefit of cultivating 7 dantians at the same time. Once a breakthrough was made, one's strength would increase exponentially. Lord Lin Ling, you broke through. After Lin Ling's aura gradually subsided, Pure Lady White excitedly walked up to him. At this moment, Lin Ling's eyes were slightly closed as he sensed the changes brought about by his strength. After a while, he finally opened his eyes. There was a smile in his eyes, and there was a strong sense of confidence. The breakthrough this time was a matter of course. Moreover, because he cultivated 7 dantians at the same time, all of his domains had been greatly improved. If I let my doppelganger return, I'm afraid that the realm I just broke through will immediately stabilize. Lin Ling thought to himself. Then, he looked at Pure Lady White and said, I've finally broken through. Now, we can leave this Temple of Will and find Giant Ghost and the rest. We can leave now? That's great. Yi Bumo is probably still alive. He probably wants to kill us as soon as possible, but now that Lin Ling has broken through, there's no need to fear him. Let's go, let's leave this place. Everyone was incomparably happy. Under Lin Ling's lead, they finally left the Temple of Will. Outside the Will Divine Palace, everything had returned to normal. Dense fog covered the entire sky above the cliff, and on the other side of the cliff, it was completely silent. The terrifying battle of wills from the last time had disappeared, as if it had never happened. Yi Bumo is probably still alive, but if he meets me again, I'll kill him. Looking at the other side of the cliff, Lin Ling laughed coldly. Then, he formed a boundary with both hands, forming a winding path that led to the other side of the cliff. Everyone climbed up the winding path one after another. After a long time, they reached the other side of the cliff. When they looked back at the Temple of Will, they all felt as if they had survived a disaster. Pure Lady White, have you found Giant Ghost? At this moment, Lin Ling looked at Pure Lady White and asked. I have, but they're still far away from us. It could even be said that they haven't taken a single step forward. They've been trapped in a certain place. I think they're in trouble. As for Emperor God Zhonggang, he's been looking for us. Now, he's in the vicinity. Pure Lady White looked at the voice transmission Jade Talisman and continued to speak. Okay, then let's find Emperor God Zhonggang first. Then, we'll go find Giant Ghost together. Lin Ling decided. Emperor God Zhonggang was in the vicinity anyway. It wouldn't take much time. Lin Ling, we'll go with you. Old Man Chen Guang and the others said without hesitation. They had benefited a lot from following Lin Ling throughout the entire process. They had done nothing. Instead, Lin Ling had saved them several times. Now, they naturally wanted to repay Lin Ling. At this moment, the eastern part of the 8th floor was where most of the gods had gathered. This was because there was a gigantic temple here. It was majestic with 18 ancient stone pillars erected. Each pillar was incomparably large. Although many of them had cracks, it didn't stop people from staring inside the temple. The temple was hundreds of meters wide, and several stone tablets could be seen inside. Stone tablets. This was also the reason why the deities' gazes were burning and their emotions were stirred up. Those stone tablets might have records of the world will hosts, and that was why they were here. All the gods in the Chaos Realm wanted to know who the 8th world will host was. This was because most of the gods had experienced reincarnation and were once killed by the world will. Thus, they were very curious as to who the next host body of the world will would be. It was said that the later the host body of the world will appeared, the greater its potential, and it could change an era. Moreover, if they knew who the world will host was, they would receive endless rewards. Finally found it. But there's a 5-colored light screen outside the temple, preventing us from entering. Perhaps only a high god has the power to open it. The Will of Shock hasn't appeared yet. We have to get the tablet and leave. I heard that the poison ants have appeared. Damn it, the longer we wait, the more troublesome it will be. But a minor god went in before, so strange. The gods in the surroundings were discussing spiritedly. Several figures were standing in front of the temple. It was Nanhua Fingyu and Saint Guyi. At this moment, their faces were filled with anxiety. This was because more and more gods were gathering around them. If they waited for the high gods to show up, things would become troublesome. But what made them helpless was that the giant ghost had already entered the temple. They knew about the giant ghost's origin. It was the other side of the 8 gods, so it was normal for it to be able to enter the temple, but couldn't it come out sooner? I'm coming out. At this moment, a figure flickered out of the 5-colored light curtain behind them and slowly arrived in front of Saint Guy and the others. A terrifying aura silently spread out. The giant ghost seemed to have turned into a stone statue, and its skin became incomparably gray. The giant ghost had a fiendish appearance to begin with, like a Xianxia. Now that it had turned into a stone statue, it gave people the feeling that it was an evil ghost. What a powerful aura. Could it be that the giant ghost has reached the level of a high god? Xianxia's eyes widened in disbelief. Before entering the divine temple, the giant ghost only had the strength of an early-stage mid-god. Now that he had come out, his strength had increased by leaps and bounds. Saint Guy had been to the primal chaos realm before, but this was the first time he had seen a god with such a huge increase in strength. Even Lin Ling did not have this kind of progress. Giant ghost, you. Treasure god Nanhua Fingyu also looked at the giant ghost in shock. The giant ghost nodded, and the terrifying aura around its body disappeared. It returned to its original appearance, no longer like a rock. We can't leave. We have to stop anyone from entering the temple. The giant ghost looked at the gods around it and said. What? Xianxia and treasure god Nanhua Fingyu were dumbfounded. They also saw that the surrounding gods wanted nothing more than to enter the temple. Moreover, they had also come for the stone tablet recorded by the will of the world. How could they be stopped from entering? Moreover, this was too domineering. Why? Xianxia frowned. Treasure god Nanhua Fingyu thought for a moment, then suddenly said, Giant ghost, do you know who the host of the 8th will of the world is? The giant ghost's eyes continued to flicker, as if it felt that this matter was of great importance, but it still nodded in the end. I already know. That's why I have to stop them. I see. But with just the 3 of us, I'm afraid it will be very difficult. Xianxia was confused, but he trusted the giant ghost, so he decided to help. Although the temple is empty, the only way to enter is through this path in front of us. Moreover, I can sense that the will of shock is on its way. Most importantly, the poison ant is also coming. This means that we only need to hold on for a while, and then this place will become a forbidden area. Once it gets closer, these gods will have to leave, said the giant ghost. Although I don't know why you have to stop them, we are all from Lei Gong's palace. We will definitely support your decision. I'm afraid it will be a tough battle, but Lord Lin Ling is also on his way. Perhaps everything will turn for the better. Xianxia and treasure god Nanhua Fingyu both said. Lord Lin Ling? The giant ghost's eyes suddenly looked into the distance, a strange emotion flickering in them. However, he was even more determined to defend the temple. Hey, you're the first to enter the temple. What's on the stone tablet inside? Also, who is the host of the 8th will of the world? At this moment, all the gods were looking at the giant ghost's group, and one of them asked coldly. They hadn't realized that the giant ghost had already reached the strength of a high god. They were just curious that a minor god could enter the temple. This was too strange, but it was also good. If they could find out what was on the stone tablet from this minor god, they wouldn't have to waste time here. After all, they knew that the longer they stayed here, the more dangerous it would be. It's them. However, not all the gods dared to underestimate the giant ghost's group. Some came from the primal chaos realm and had seen Lin Ling kill a high god. They knew that these minor gods weren't weak. I didn't see them. The giant ghost immediately said. Treasure god Nanhua Fingyu sighed. What they needed to do now was stall for time, so they had to find some excuses to deal with this matter. They had to stall for as long as possible, but who knew that the giant ghost wasn't cunning enough and actually said that he didn't see them. Everyone had seen him enter the temple, but he said that he didn't know. Wasn't this provoking the gods? Alright, do you think we're blind? If you don't say it, then don't blame me for being impolite. As expected, the gods were furious. Although the gods who knew about Lin Ling were somewhat apprehensive, they were already very close to their goal, so they decided to attack the giant ghost's group. Most importantly, although Lin Ling was terrifying, the giant ghost's group was nothing to worry about. I don't know how powerful your impoliteness is, so I'll have to trouble you to explain. The giant ghost said coldly. After becoming a high god, he had an innate disdain for mid-gods. Of course, his words had also caused the situation to reach a climax. A great battle was about to break out. Xianxia and treasure god Nanwufengyu looked at each other and sighed. The giant ghost's personality was like this. He had a fiery temper and an evil spirit. He didn't know how to beat around the bush. "Grandpa treasure god, I'll have to trouble you," Xianxia immediately said to treasure god Nanwufengyu, stopping the giant ghost from attacking. If the giant ghost attacked, the other gods would attack as well. After all, their goal was to stall for time. "All right." Treasure god Nanwufengyu floated out, unleashing the power of wind and rain. He was an early-stage mid-god, but his realm was stable. His divine energy was also extremely powerful. For a moment, it was hard to tell who would win. Treasure god Nanwufengyu could be proud that his opponent was a late-stage mid-god. Something's not right. These people aren't that weak. Why would they let such a weak old man fight? The gods from the primal chaos realm frowned. They had seen Xianxia's strength and knew that he was the most terrifying. Who knows how long it'll take for two weak gods to fight? Let's do it. They spoke one after another. Without hesitation, gods flew out from their side and grabbed treasure god Nanwufengyu. In their eyes, it wasn't a bad idea to take treasure god Nanwufengyu hostage. After all, they didn't want to stay here for too long. "It's my turn." Xianxia cursed inwardly. He didn't expect the delay to be so short. Then, he activated the Donghuang bell and attacked the gods that pounced at him. As soon as the Donghuang bell appeared, the sky changed color. The gods from the Dao Tower finally knew how powerful Xianxia was. The Donghuang Tai clan. Heavens, a great treasure, a great treasure. It's the most powerful chaos divine artifact. Such a treasure is in the hands of a mid-god. Damn it. Not only were the gods shocked, but they also licked their lips. They wanted nothing more than to take the treasure for themselves. Of course, they also knew that such a great treasure was difficult to control without bloodline power. Although they were envious, they didn't dare to act rashly. For a junior like you to control the Donghuang bell, you're an embarrassment to the era god. An old man floated up and activated his divine bell to clash with the Donghuang bell. "You overestimate yourself," Xianxia sneered. He pointed two fingers at the sky and controlled the Donghuang bell to clash with the divine bell. Dong. A deafening sound was heard. Under the impact of the Donghuang bell, the old man's divine bell immediately shattered, and he spat out a large mouthful of blood. As a late-stage mid-god, he was confident that he could defeat Xianxia. But after clashing with Xianxia, he realized that the Donghuang bell was the most powerful chaos divine artifact. Only the gods from the primal chaos realm knew that late-stage mid-gods were no match for Saint Guy, unless they used numbers to overwhelm him. "Everyone, let's work together. After all, the longer we stay here, the more danger we'll be in. If the poison diagram ants come, I'm afraid none of us will be able to escape." A skinny god shouted. "Kill." After exchanging glances, the deities attacked again. "Treasure god Grandpa." Seeing that everyone was working together, Xianxia immediately shouted and summoned Nanwufengyu back. He then activated the Eastern Emperor bell and it descended from the sky, enveloping the three of them. The current Xianxia was no longer the same as before. Ever since his defeat in the valley, his strength had greatly increased. Although Han Shuo wasn't 100% sure that he could win against late-stage mid-gods, he could still defend against their attacks for a short period of time. Rumble, the Donghuang bell smashed down. It was as huge as a mountain, and its entire body was like crystal. All the attacks that landed on the bell actually bounced back. On top of the Donghuang bell, a door slowly opened. It was the door to the heavenly realm, and all the attacks were sucked into the door. Damn it. The deities were stunned, and they cursed angrily. The 10 great chaos divine artifacts were too powerful. One must know that if this bell was in the hands of a high god, they would be invincible among the high gods. "Everyone, give it your all." The deities didn't believe it, and all of them unleashed their divine energy to attack the Donghuang bell. This attracted the attention of countless wills of shock, but now that things had come to this, the deities couldn't care less. These deities from the 9 prefectures void are truly terrifying. First, there was Lin Ling who killed a high god, and now there's the Donghuang Bell, invincible among late-stage mid-gods. TSK, where did they come from? The deities from the primal chaos realm exclaimed in shock. Donghuang Bell. But at this moment, a white divine armor warship glided over the ground. It looked huge, but it was extremely agile. It was like a fish among a million mountains, and finally, it crashed into the Donghuang Bell. Crack! Crack! Cracks appeared on the Donghuang Bell, and Saint Guy and the others inside the bell were shocked. A huge divine ship appeared in front of them. There was an ancient sail on it, and the word Changyuan was embroidered on it. This was Governor Changyuan, an expert from the Dao Tower. He was also one of the high gods. I didn't expect that in this trip to the 8-god celestial palace, apart from the high gods, the rest of you would be so strong. On the divine armor warship, Governor Changyuan was wearing battle armor and holding a huge sword. He looked majestic, and around him, the void cracked and turned into solid cracks. It was a terrifying sight. Then, he suddenly leaped up, controlled the huge divine ship, and crashed into the Donghuang Bell again. This divine ship was a 9th-grade chaos divine artifact. It had accompanied Governor Changyuan for many years, and it was extremely famous in the Dao Tower. Not good. Saint Guy was still weak against a high god. Let me do it. The giant ghost said to Saint Guy. Saint Guy nodded, raised the Donghuang Bell, and let the giant ghost fight. The giant ghost walked out step by step. He didn't seem to be walking fast, but he was like an evil spirit descending. All the gods who stared at him were frightened, and they felt a sense of fear. As the giant ghost walked, his body quietly turned into a rock, becoming incomparably hard. He punched out with all his might. Rumble. The gigantic white-armored divine ship was forged from rare treasures and was protected by a large number of enchantments. However, under the giant ghost's fist, the white divine ship cracked and then exploded. One punch to destroy the ship. At this moment, all the gods sucked in a breath of cold air. A high god. Governor Changyuan's pupils constricted. Before entering the 8-god celestial palace, he had only seen a few high gods, and he had never seen such an evil spirit. Could it be that this rock-like Xianxia had broken through after entering the 8-god celestial palace? One must know that breaking through to become a high god was a matter of great importance, and it also depended on luck. After so many years, only 1 out of 10 million gods had a chance of recovering such strength. But this Xianxia in front of them had become a high god in the blink of an eye. It was unbelievable. I'll fight you. Governor Changyuan gripped his huge sword, disappeared, and reappeared above the giant ghost's head, and slashed down. Divine light shot out, as if splitting the universe. Humph. Rumble. The fist and the broadsword collided, and a terrifying storm surged out. All the gods were blown off their feet. The collision of the power of gods between higher gods was too terrifying. Bang. 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 Governor Chang and the giant ghost were soon entangled again. They fought from the sky to the ground, and from the ground to the sky. The nearby mountains were all destroyed by them. Some of the wills of shock that came from afar were also affected by the power and were forcibly wiped out. The two of them were the first gods on the 8th level who dared to fight with such fanfare. This also caused more wills of shock to arrive. What happened? In addition, this great battle had attracted the attention of several higher gods. When they saw the giant ghost, they were all shocked. They couldn't understand where this higher god had come from and how he was so strong. Night god, these people are blocking us and not letting us enter the temple. Seeing that all the higher gods had arrived, someone immediately said. Nonsense. The higher god called Night God shouted angrily and looked into the distance. He saw that countless wills of shock had arrived and surrounded them. Of course, these wills of shock had consciousness, so they didn't attack. Instead, they watched the gods fight among themselves. This higher god, why are you blocking us? Don't you know that the purpose of our trip is to obtain the stone tablet that the world's consciousness is residing in? Beside Night God, an old man said coldly. He was one of the higher gods and came from the chaotic realm. Therefore, he knew that the giant ghost and the others weren't weak. However, Lin Ling, who had killed King Song, wasn't here now. Where's your leader, Lin Ling? The old man asked again. Lin Ling, they're Lin Ling's men? Someone among the crowd immediately shouted angrily. Upon closer inspection, it was Knight Bumo, Knight Bumo had almost lost his life when he was surrounded by wills of shock. He naturally hated Lin Ling to the core, however, he didn't expect that these people were Lin Ling's men. Of course, you guys came late, and we were already in the void of the 9 prefectures, so we are very sure that they are all Lin Ling's people. The old man said suspiciously. Good, it's Lin Ling's people who are the best. In my opinion, they must be plotting something to stop the temple. We should kill them all. Yi Bumo said coldly. I don't think that's a good idea. After all, they are gods on our side. If we kill them, wouldn't that be letting the will of shock off? The old man frowned. In truth, he didn't care about the lives of the giant ghost and the others. The main thing was that there were more and more shocking wills. With one more battle force, it would be safer to leave this place. Senior, this devil-like fellow has already entered the temple. He probably already knows the whereabouts of the host body of the world's will. Now that he's stopping us, he wants to take the reward for himself. Suddenly, a voice came from the crowd, causing Yi Bumo and the others' expressions to change drastically. That's right. Moreover, this temple has a 5-colored light. Ordinary people can't enter at all. Only he can. I'm afraid he has some secrets on him. Someone else said. At this moment, several superior gods stared at the giant ghost. The giant ghost knew too many secrets. Only by capturing him could they obtain these secrets. You guys go and capture those too. If they resist, just kill them. Everyone, let's work together to capture this evil ghost. The old man from before immediately arranged, and everyone nodded. Then, they didn't waste any more time and attacked the giant ghost and the others. I didn't expect that the delay would be so short. Seeing the gods attack, Saint Guy frowned. Now, they had only attracted the will of shock. They were still missing the poisonous ants. That's not right. I remember that Lin Ling was very close to us. He should have arrived before the will of shock. Suddenly, treasure god Nanwafingyu seemed to have thought of something. He quickly checked his communication jade talisman and was overjoyed because he saw that Lin Ling was near them. Lin Ling is here. Treasure god Nanwafingyu shouted loudly. Lin Ling is here? The giant ghost and Saint Guy were overjoyed. Lin Ling was the lord above them, and the strongest in Lei Gong's hall. They had always had blind confidence in Lin Ling. Lin Ling is here? The other high gods were similarly stunned, especially the superior gods from the primal chaos realm. They knew that Lin Ling could kill a superior god. Knight Bumo laughed wildly. Haha, you actually took the initiative to deliver yourself to me. You were all frightened by Lin Ling before. Not long ago, I chased after Lin Ling and he used a seedling to deal with me. But he only has one of that treasure. I am certain of this. Really? The eyes of all the high gods lit up. They were naturally afraid of Lin Ling's seedlings. Without those seedlings, Lin Ling was nothing. Lin Ling, get out here. If you don't come out, I'll kill all of your people. Knight Bumo looked around, wanting to find Lin Ling in the distant will of astonishment. With that, he waved his arm and called for the intermediate gods to kill Saint Guy and the others. He didn't believe that Lin Ling wouldn't show up after Saint Guy and the others died. Kill. With so many superior gods supporting them, the other gods had nothing to fear. They all used their methods to kill Saint Guy and treasure god Nanwafingyu. As for the giant ghost, it was currently being blocked by Governor Cheng Yuan and another high god. Knight Bumo, are you in such a hurry to die? But at this time, Lin Ling's voice finally floated over, shocking the world into silence. From the will of astonishment, a dozen figures slowly walked over, forcibly breaking through the will of astonishment's encirclement. The one in the lead was Lin Ling. Who is this person? Even the wills of astonishment were shocked. This was because they hadn't sensed this person's arrival. Moreover, when this person walked past them, they felt a sense of invincibility. Die for me. Lin Ling's footsteps weren't fast. He lightly struck out with his palm. Terrifying divine energy mixed with his physical strength turned into a palm like a storm, ruthlessly slamming into the ground. Rumble. The intermediate gods pouncing on Saint Guy and the others were all sent flying. Some of the slower ones were directly smashed to death, killing gods like slaughtering chickens. after reaching late-stage intermediate god, Lin Ling's strength had increased tenfold. The current him could rely on his own strength to fight superior gods. If he used his trump cards, even early-stage superior gods would be like clay chickens. Whether it was the Tao Pagoda or the primal chaos realm, Lin Ling had the strength to stir up a storm. The other gods were shocked. Lin Ling. At this moment, all the gods looked up at Lin Ling. All the gods from the primal chaos realm knew who Lin Ling was. However, this was the first time the gods from the Tao Tower had seen Lin Ling. They never expected Lin Ling to be so strong. A late-stage mid-god killed all the gods of the same realm. Someone growled. This can't be real. The gods from the Tao Tower couldn't believe it, and hesitation appeared in their hearts. Looking at the strongest higher gods, they looked at each other with shock in their eyes. This was especially true for the gods from the Tao Tower like Governor Chang'an. The shock in their hearts was even stronger. Go, test him. He should have used his ultimate divine ability before. After all, a late-stage mid-god can't be so powerful. Night God suddenly said to some gods. Okay. Many gods nodded. They also didn't believe that Lin Ling was so strong. Friends, let's do it. They looked at the mid-gods, but the gods from the Chaos Realm remained silent. In fact, they didn't believe it either, but they were very afraid of Lin Ling. Trash. Seeing these gods hesitate, the others scolded with disdain. They had more people, so why should they fear Lin Ling? Lin Ling, come, let's see what you've got. A god floated out, and the deafening cry of a phoenix resounded. A black phoenix appeared in the sky and kept churning, bringing with it a sky full of black flames that illuminated the world, an 8th-grade divine fetus. Come. Lin Ling first looked at Pure Maiden Bai Shui and the others and told them to go to Saint Guy and the others. Then, he stepped forward. At this moment, his blue robe quietly changed and turned gray. This gray color not only turned his robe gray, but also his skin. It was like the ashes of nirvana. This was the third stage of innate talent fusion. Rumble, Lin Ling punched out, and the sound was like the destruction of the world, tearing the universe apart. What seemed like an ordinary punch suddenly began to expand like a shooting star, like a meteor, like a huge universe crashing down. What a powerful force. In the distance, the will of shock was shocked. It was unbelievable. He was merely a late-stage mid-god. How could he explode with such power? Pung pung pung. When this fist smashed down, heaven and earth changed color, suppressing the group of deities. The eyes of those late-stage gods, who had been insufferably arrogant before, were now all trembling. Too strong. They sensed a power of divinity no weaker than 100 million. With a bang, all of his techniques were like paper, and they were forcefully smashed apart by a single punch. Because this was Shuangbaqian, 80 million points of divine power. 80 million points of physical strength. When Lin Ling was a mid-stage mid-god, he had an advantage of double 5,000. Now that he was a late-stage mid-god, he had an advantage of double 8,000. His strength had indeed increased by several folds, which late-stage mid-god had improved as much as him. This punch could be said to be unparalleled in the world. After that punch, Lin Ling looked to the other side and threw out another punch. Rumble, Shuangbaqian suppressed them and killed countless gods. Even many wills of shock were implicated, too strong. It was not a secret technique at all, but a very ordinary punch. Silence. The area around the temple was completely silent. Countless people looked at the power of Lin Ling's punch and were speechless for a long time. Was this still a late-stage mid-god? His strength could be said to be a superior deity. At this moment, even the gods from the Tao Tower did not dare to be arrogant. They also deeply remembered the name Lin Ling. I'll do it. Yi Bumo's expression was solemn. He sensed that Lin Ling was much stronger than before, so he could only take action himself. He slowly floated out. When the crowd saw Yi Bumo fly out, they all became excited. Yi Bumo was a god from the first floor of the Tao Tower. His strength was obvious to all, and this Lin Ling was the strongest late-stage mid-god they had ever seen. They did not know who would be more powerful in the clash between these two great gods. Over 100 million points of divine power. Powerful indeed. Yi Bumo looked at Lin Ling and said indifferently. Lin Ling also looked at Yi Bumo, but did not say anything. He naturally knew how strong Yi Bumo was. Back then, he had been besieged by countless shocking wills twice, but he had still been able to escape. Moreover, the seedling that Xianxia had left for him did not have much effect on Yibumo. This was something that King Sondi could not do. However, this was also the first time that Lin Ling relied on his own strength to fight against a superior deity, unlike the last time when he killed King Sondi, when he relied on external objects. Therefore, Lin Ling had a feeling that this battle would definitely be very exciting. 100 million points of divine power. This is only the most ordinary standard for a superior deity. Yibumo said again. A surge of dark demonic energy burst out from his body, and the entire 8th floor seemed to be dyed black by ink. Apart from the temple, everything else had disappeared. It was devouring. All the gods in the darkness felt incomparably small at this moment, as if their strength had been reduced by half. Looking at Yibumo again, he had become incomparably huge. Although it's the most ordinary standard, it still means that I have the power of a superior deity. Lin Ling finally spoke. His 7 dantians appeared on his body, forming a colorful world. This colorful world was like a bright lamp in a storm when compared to the dark world. The two universes collided and rose continuously. Time seemed to have stopped at this moment, as if it had stopped moving. Lord Lin Ling. In the endless world of darkness, the giant ghost's eyes continued to flicker. Although he had reached the superior deity realm, he had a deeper understanding of how strong Lin Ling was now. He was very excited and looked forward to this. Beside him, Governor Yuan's expression was cold. He had never expected that in this group, apart from the giant ghost, there would be a young man who was so powerful. Lei Gong Lin Ling, where did this deity come from? In the Jiuzhou void, although he was very strong, he was still not enough to make us revere him. But now, with just his aura, we feel that we can't underestimate him. Looking at the other superior deities, at this moment, their expressions were incomparably solemn. No matter how strong he is still a medium deity. This is a result that cannot be changed. I reckon that he is now so strong because he has used some kind of god stairs. Yibumo snorted disdainfully. He still did not believe that a medium deity could fight against a superior deity. Moreover, this superior deity was Yibumo, a deity who had entered the first level of the Tao Pagoda. Time still seemed to have stopped. However, at this moment, the dark world finally moved. Like a tide, it submerged Lin Ling. Its speed was incomparably fast. God stairs, sealing the great universe world. These god stairs were incomparably powerful. They could seal the deity's power of God in the great universe world. This meant that no matter how strong Lin Ling was, his deity's power of God would never be able to break out of the great universe world. Split the heavens. However, just as the darkness was about to completely engulf Lin Ling, a domineering aura burst out like a volcano erupting. A palm, like a sword, was actually tearing apart the darkness. What's going on? Night Bumo's pupils constricted. He had already sealed Lin Ling's divine power, but Lin Ling still had a trump card, and it looked like an extremely powerful trump card. Whoosh, the boundless universe of darkness was sliced apart like a piece of paper. The terrifying strike seemed to split the heavens and earth, as if it was creating a universe. Not only did it tear open the dark universe, but it also slashed forward, and all the gods that appeared in the path of split the heavens were all killed in one strike. Its power was unparalleled. Moreover, the strike did not stop. It landed heavily on the ground, and millions of mountains were forcibly split open, creating a huge ravine that went all the way to the sky. Terrifying. One strike actually split millions of mountains. This was probably the first time such a situation had occurred on the 8th level. So powerful. Countless shocked wills were awakened, and they looked at the scene in the distance in shock. At this moment, they did not dare to rashly approach. This strike was unparalleled. If I were hit by this strike, I would probably die with regret. Looking at Night Bumo again, he sucked in a breath of cold air. Other than having the basic divine power of a high-level god, Lin Ling had actually hidden such a killer move. The darkness was like a haze that gradually dispersed, and a 5-colored world appeared. Lin Ling floated there, his expression unchanged. However, he secretly sighed. Previously, if the dark universe had not blocked him, he was confident that he could have killed Night Bumo with one strike. After all, he was now a late-stage mid-level god, and his physical strength had been greatly improved. The split the heavens was naturally much more powerful. Very good, Lin Ling, I admit that I underestimated you. You, a late-stage mid-level god, have such a killer move. I guess this is your final trump card. Night Bumo's figure appeared. His entire body was like a reflection in the water, but he was also incomparably huge. In his dark universe, everything was like an ant. Now, let's see how you're going to block it. Night Demon was clearly planning to make his move. Hee, show me your mediocre skills. Lin Ling also sneered. Shameless boasting, Yi Bumo stretched out his hand and suddenly clenched it. It was as if he had grasped the darkness, causing the darkness to turn into a huge dark hand that was tens of millions of miles long. It swept towards Lin Ling. Rumble, the sky of the 8th level was torn apart by the arm, revealing the void. Some people even saw the 9th level in the void. Yi Bumo's methods were also extremely terrifying. At least 300 million divinity. Some of the gods gasped. Although Night Bumo was a superior god, he had cultivated for too long and had gone to the first floor of the Tao Pagoda, so he had 3 times more divine power than others. It could be said that when an ordinary higher deity encountered Night Bumo, they would not be able to retaliate at all and could only be easily killed. Powerful indeed. Lin Ling's eyes flashed. He did not expect that after stepping into late-stage mid-god realm, the first high god he encountered would be one of the strongest high gods. This battle could be called an unprecedented battle, and with Lin Ling's strength, he knew that he could not resist at all. He could only continue to use his trump card, Earth-Splitting Slash. Lin Ling let out a low roar and used the Panga strike again. Pop. Pop, pop. Almost at the same time, Night Bumo's black arm swept over, destroying the universe and ruthlessly smashing onto Lin Ling's body. Bang, Lin Ling was smashed to the ground. It seemed that he could not block it. Hee, you want to fight me? Night Bumo let out a dignified voice. His arm kept smashing down, causing millions of mountains to tremble. Other than the divine temple, nothing else could stop his dark giant hand. Many shocked wills were implicated and forcibly exploded by the black hand. This guy didn't use this kind of ultimate skill last time. Many shocked wills said in shock. They had besieged Night Bumo last time, but at that time, Night Bumo would rather be injured than use this ultimate skill. This meant that this ultimate skill would only be used at a critical moment. Bang! Bang! Bang, bang! The world shook, and everything was destroyed. Countless gods looked at this scene in shock. They finally knew how strong the superior gods from the Tao Pagoda were. In fact, a limited number of superior gods had extremely grave expressions at this moment, because with this method, they knew the gap between themselves and Night Bumo. 300 million power of God was far beyond their power. With this kind of fighting method, not to mention Lin Ling, even a superior god can't block it. That Lin Ling is probably dead. It's a pity that Lin Ling's previous slash was used too quickly. Otherwise, we can see who's more powerful when they collided with this black arm. The high gods all spoke out one after another. At this moment, no one saw that under the mountains, Lin Ling was resisting the black arm. He had used Earth-Splitting Slash, and his divine power was invincible, so he was not injured, but he was still shocked. He had invincible divine power, but he was still suppressed to the ground. If Panga hadn't attacked him, he would have died. This person's divine steps are so strange. Not only can it bring the opponent's divine power into the dark universe, it can even turn them black. That's right, his 300 million power of God seems to have come from many years of storage. It's accumulated from the dark universe, constantly turning his opponent's divine power into black. This is probably the power of his innate talent. Lin Ling kept thinking, and he quietly understood the superior gods from the Tao Pagoda. Well, Earth-Splitting Slash's time is almost over. It's time to use the strongest Universe 3 Ultimate Slash. After sensing again, Lin Ling's pupils became cold and indifferent. In his soul, the great cosmic ray was brewing, and this was his trump card. The Universe 3 Ultimate Slash was a Mahayana Buddhist technique, an ancient magic of the same level as Panga's attack. It should be able to deal with Night Bumo, and even if it couldn't, Lin Ling still had a trump card on him. It was the return of his 6,000 doppelgangers. Therefore, Lin Ling was 100% confident in this battle from the beginning to the end. Bang, bang, bang. At this moment, Night Bumo was still fiercely smashing the ground. His expression was ferocious, like a god who dominated the universe. You're just Lin Ling, fighting with me? You're nothing. Do you know where I come from? I'm a boy in the tomb of the Heavenly Lord Xianxia. Back then, I lit the lamp for the Heavenly Lord. Later, when the great calamity of the worlds will came, everyone died, and then I reincarnated. But now, I've surpassed the former disciple of the heavenly Lord Xianxia by a lot. Ha ha ha, back then, I was just a boy. Now, I've surpassed the official disciple. Can you understand that feeling? Can you understand it? You don't know shit. The heavens allowed me to return. That's the destiny of the universe. I've been resurrected with the greatest hope of the universe. Knight Bumo was like a madman, constantly roaring. He had suffered several losses at the hands of Lin Ling, and his temperament had long since exploded. So, this is the origin of Knight Everlasting. Hearing Knight Everlasting's voice, the expressions of Governor Yuan and the other gods changed slightly. Knight Everlasting was very famous in White Mountain and also had some fame in the Dao Pagoda. He had risen suddenly and crazily. This also caused many people to be curious about his origin, and many people secretly investigated Knight Everlasting's origin, wanting to find his weakness. However, after Knight Everlasting found out, those gods were all killed. In the end, still no one knew Knight Everlasting's origin. Now, they all knew. It turned out that he was a child lamp under the tomb of the ancient giant god, Xianxia Tianzuan. Naturally, he often faced darkness, so he could control this kind of dark power. Ha ha ha, Knight Everlasting, you're just a child. A child is a child. Did you really think that after you reincarnated, you really became an ancient giant god? But at this moment, a figure floated up from the ground, stepping on the 9 heavens with incomparable calmness. It was Lin Ling. What? Knight Everlasting had just finished laughing, but when he saw Lin Ling, his pupils trembled fiercely. The other superior gods' expressions also changed dramatically. Lin Ling was actually not dead. One had to know that under Knight Everlasting's violent attacks, even a real superior god would have died. Moreover, they saw with their own eyes that Lin Ling was not only not dead, but also not injured at all. What on earth had happened? Do you know why a child like you can live until now? I'll tell you the answer. It's because the heavens let you surpass the ancient giant god and let you rise in the Dao Pagoda. That's to let you be a little proud because you'll eventually die in my hands. So, this is a reward from the heavens for you. Lin Ling laughed, and his soul power condensed, ready to move. Bullshit. Knight Everlasting's expression became even more ferocious. Previously, he had revealed his origins in a fit of excitement because he had guessed that Lin Ling was dead for sure. However, who would have thought that Lin Ling was still alive and had even used his former identity as a child to mock him? You don't believe me, right? Then let me see if you're still alive. Lin Ling let out a wild and arrogant laugh. It was as if his head was touching the sky and his feet were stepping on the ground. He had used the universe's 3 extreme breaks, demon vanquishing break. After Lin Ling reached the late stage of the mid-god realm, the universe's 3 extreme splits had also been enhanced. After all, the power of the universe's 3 extreme splits had been enhanced along with the enhancement of Lin Ling's soul energy. Generally speaking, it was very rare for a god's breakthrough to improve in all major domains. Even if there was a breakthrough, it would only be a small improvement. But this kind of logic was useless against Lin Ling. This was because Lin Ling cultivated all 7 danshands at the same time, and all 7 talents were present. With a single breakthrough, the domain of improvement was naturally not small. Countless cosmic rays shot towards Yibumo like a curtain of rain. They seemed invisible, but they gave off an extremely heavy pressure. At this moment, the world fell silent, everyone felt their souls tremble, but they couldn't sense the danger of death. This feeling was very strange, but also very scary. Even the will of astonishment in the distance began to tremble. Some of the weaker bodies of will trembled and their swords fell to the ground. In the face of such a powerful soul force, willpower was obviously more affected. What kind of technique is this? Yi Bumo was a little flustered. He kept retreating and waved his palms, controlling the darkness to sweep out, one palm strike after another. He continued to attack forward, bang bang bang. He tried to use this powerful technique to break that strange feeling. The world in front of him rumbled continuously, and the darkness was like a tide, rolling in all directions. Whether it was his aura or power, he had reached an unprecedented peak. Even more will of astonishment and gods were forcibly wiped out under the influence of this power. However, such a terrifying power did not weaken that strange feeling in the slightest. No, no. Is this soul energy? I'll run, why can't I escape? Yi Bumo seemed to have gone crazy, attacking in all directions. This was because he realized that he seemed to be trapped in a great universe, and he finally knew that this was a soul energy attack. However, he had seen many soul energy attacks. Why did it have such power? It could seal people, make their souls tremble, and give rise to a feeling that they couldn't resist. No, no, no. All the gods heard Yi Bumo's shouts. They even saw that Yi Bumo had not only gone crazy, but he was also crying with a face full of panic. To be able to scare a superior god like this showed how terrifying Lin Ling's technique was. No, no, no. Yi Bumo's voice gradually became softer and softer, and in the end, it completely disappeared. People could only see a figure floating in the sky, motionless like a statue, as if he was completely dead. This kind of feeling gave people an even weirder feeling. Time passed by, minute by minute. Finally, a superior god said in shock, "Yi Bumo is dead." When they heard this, everyone's hearts trembled fiercely. A superior god from the Dao Pagoda had died in front of their eyes, and he had died without knowing why. Most importantly, he hadn't died on the divine steps, nor had he died under the divine power, but under the suppression of soul energy. Lin Ling, how many powerful divine abilities does he have? A superior god said solemnly. It was Night God. Previously, he had disdained Lin Ling, thinking that no matter how strong Lin Ling was, he wouldn't be able to make any big waves. But now, he didn't dare to say so, because he realized that Lin Ling hadn't relied on divine power to kill Yi Bumo, but on another divine ability, one that even he couldn't understand. What do we do now? A god beside him immediately asked. Night God frowned. What could he do now? Leave immediately, continue fighting, 2 choices. Let's vote. Night God finally made his decision. Under normal circumstances, he wouldn't want to provoke a madman like Lin Ling. But the stone tablet that recorded the world will's host was right in front of him. If they returned empty-handed, they would have come for nothing. Of course, if they really continued fighting, they would also be in great danger. Night God, I think we have to continue fighting because someone transmitted a message to me, saying that they're willing to help us kill Lin Ling. At this moment, an old man among the superior gods said coldly. Oh, I wonder who it is? Night God couldn't help but frown. The will of astonishment. The old man said calmly, but the moment he said that, Night God's body trembled. The will of astonishment was helping them. Night God couldn't help but look around, wondering why the will of astonishment would help them. Originally, I wanted to seriously consider it, but now, it seems that there's no need to consider it. Night God couldn't help but smile. With the help of the will of shock, he believed that Lin Ling wouldn't be able to block it. Moreover, although Lin Ling's mystique was powerful, he had always believed that it could only be used once. It was just that he didn't dare to take the risk out of caution, but now, his chances of winning had increased. If he didn't take the risk, he would be letting himself down. At this moment, Lin Ling floated to the ground and walked towards Saint Guy and the others. The giant ghost also flew back and looked at Lin Ling with a complicated expression. Lin Ling was also very confused about the gods suddenly attacking the giant ghost, so he asked, "What happened?" What? Although the gods of White Mountain wanted nothing more than to kill him, there were other gods present. Many of them had no enmity with him, so there was no need to erupt into conflict with him. It's the temple. The giant ghost understood Lin Ling's confusion and explained. The host of the 8th world will? Lin Ling frowned, but he was still puzzled. And when the giant ghost saw Lin Ling's puzzlement, it said in a low voice, "The 8th world will is a host body. This is an extremely important matter. I don't want them to know." Ah. Lin Ling couldn't help but open his mouth. Although he didn't want others to know who the host of the 8th world will was, it also depended on the time. For example, in the previous life and death situation, there was no need to keep it a secret. Lin Ling, believe me, no matter what, no one can know the secret of the 8th world will. The giant ghost gritted his teeth and said stubbornly. Seeing this, Lin Ling could only nod. Although he didn't know what the host of the 8th world will represented, he believed in the giant ghost. The giant ghost must have his reasons for doing this. Lin Ling also felt that the host of the 8th world will couldn't be hidden from the ancient gods. It's fine, these people are afraid of being killed. this secret, we can keep it to ourselves. Lin Ling shook his head and said to the giant ghost. Lin Ling, something's wrong. They haven't left yet. However, Xianxia said while looking into the distance. Lin Ling also turned around to look, and his face immediately turned ugly. This was because the surrounding gods still hadn't left and were coldly looking over. With Lin Ling's experience, he could naturally tell from that expression that he would not rest until he was dead. It seemed like the previous intimidation didn't work, or, did they have a new trump card? A large number of gods stared coldly at Lin Ling and the others. Saint Guy immediately retreated a few steps to protect Whitewater Maiden and the others. Meanwhile, Lin Ling and the giant ghost walked out and looked at all the gods from afar. Lin Ling, we don't plan to leave yet. Finally, the night god said calmly, today, you won't be able to escape even if you grow wings. All of you will die here. We will definitely obtain the secret of the temple. You guys are really crazy. For the sake of the secret of the divine temple, you guys don't even want your lives? Lin Ling sneered. Ha ha ha, Lin Ling, stop putting on an act. I admit that you are very powerful, but you should have used all your trump cards and reached your limit. I reckon that even an ordinary high god would be able to defeat you now. The night god said confidently. In fact, the other higher gods also thought the same. It was just that they didn't dare to take the risk before. Are you that sure? You should know that if you lose the bet, many of you will die. Lin Ling said. I'm 100% sure. Of course, I, the night god, never fight a battle that I have no chance of winning. The reason we didn't leave is that we have another ally, and they are the will of shock. The night god laughed and pointed into the distance. With this point, countless wills of shock pointed their swords at Lin Ling and the others. This caused Lin Ling and the others' eyes to tremble. No wonder the night god and the others didn't leave. It turned out that they had another powerful ally. What's going on? Saint Guy and the others frowned. Wasn't the will of shock an enemy of all gods? So that's how it is. Lin Ling wasn't too surprised. He and the giant ghost looked at each other and understood. The will of shock had helped, all for the giant ghost. Lin Ling was very strong, and the will of shock was obvious to all. Naturally, they would find help to eliminate Lin Ling. Lin Ling, we'll be honest. We want this person. If you agree, we won't help the night god and the others. Seeing that Lin Ling had reacted, many wills of shock looked at Lin Ling and said. You have no choice. One is to hand him over, and the other is to die. These wills of shock had their own consciousness and were no different from ordinary people. Haha, then I choose death. Of course, whether you can kill me is still unknown. Lin Ling's aura surged, and the gray robe that had just disappeared appeared again. The giant ghost looked at Lin Ling in shock, and then a smile appeared on his cold face. This was Lin Ling. He would help the giant ghost without hesitation. This was also the reason why the giant ghost had been following Lin Ling. Lin Ling was a loyal friend. Shameless boasting. Countless wills of shock were enraged. Haha, I like this choice very much. As for the night god and the other gods, they all laughed coldly. Previously, they were really afraid that Lin Ling would hand over the giant ghost. Saint Guy, protect them well. Lin Ling ordered, and then immediately attacked with the giant ghost. If they waited for all the gods to attack, Saint Guy and the others would definitely be affected. You want to kill us? Just with the likes of you? Lin Ling leaped up and rushed towards the gods, and a mighty punch was thrown out. It's enough to kill you. Governor Chang laughed coldly. He exchanged glances with the other gods, and then they all exploded with powerful divine energy. This also made Lin Ling realize that the divine energy had locked onto his chest and forehead, and was about to suppress him to death. Die. Lin Ling's terrifying punch arrived, killing more than 10 intermediate gods in succession. Rumble. Almost at the same time, the other gods' attacks also arrived. However, Lin Ling activated the Quafu Sun chasing boots and stepped into the air with flaming footsteps. Then, he disappeared on the spot, dodging the two powerful attacks from before. Ding. Ding. However, as soon as he appeared, countless gray swords shot towards him. The wills of shock had attacked. Come on. Seeing that there was no way to dodge, Lin Ling's divine energy surged, and he threw out a fierce punch. He had already used up all his trump cards in the battle with the night god. Now, only divine energy was left to deal with these gods. Rumble, the terrifying punch, mixed with endless divine energy, sent all the swords flying, and even destroyed a large number of wills of shock. This was the power of Lin Ling's punch. We must kill him. However, on the other side, the night god and a large number of wills of shock were surrounding and killing the giant ghost. In truth, after becoming a high god, the giant ghost was slightly stronger than Lin Ling. It was just that Lin Ling had many trump cards, and now, his situation was not as good as Lin Ling's because he did not have the Quafu Sun chasing boots. His speed was not as fast as Lin Ling's and he was trapped in the center. Giant ghost. In the distance, Lin Ling arrived with the Quafu Sun chasing boots. In midair, he punched out fiercely, as though he could shatter the heavens. The danger that the giant ghost faced immediately decreased by a fraction. Hee, it seems like we guessed correctly. Although Lin Ling and the giant ghost were slaughtering everywhere, Night God and Governor Cheng Yuan were not alarmed. Instead, they were very happy, because they could see that Lin Ling did not have any more trump cards. It's time for us to act. Previously, these high gods looked like they were attacking, but in reality, they were just putting up a show. They wanted to use the will of shock and the other gods as cannon fodder. Now that they saw that Lin Ling had reached his limit, they no longer held back. Fellow Taoist, let me help you. But at this moment, at the outermost part of the 8th floor, an old voice sounded. Following which, the will of shock and fear at the outermost part was completely annihilated. This caused the eyes of countless gods to tremble violently. When they turned around, they discovered that countless Lin Ling had appeared at the outermost part of the 8th floor. Avatars of the true body. Night God's eyes trembled violently. Moreover, these avatars seemed to have come from the outside world. What kind of avatars could break through the void and enter the 8 gods' celestial palace? So many, I'm afraid there are no less than 3,000 of them. These avatars are all mid-stage mid-gods, but they can fight late-stage mid-gods. Not good, stop them. The gods were alarmed. They could not care less about Lin Ling and the others. They used their methods to fight the avatars that came from outside. Lin Ling, Saint Guy and the others were overjoyed. There were so many helpers, and they were not weak at all. Kill. Lin Ling's lips curled into a smile. He exchanged a glance with the giant ghost and charged out from the center. This battle caused the heavens to fall and the earth to rend. Countless gods and terrifying wills died for it. Of course, many of Lin Ling's 6,000 doppelgangers had also died. In the end, there weren't many gods left. They were all extremely powerful existences, and the astonishing will had left behind many kings of will. Everyone was panting, and there were wounds all over their bodies. They stared fixedly at Lin Ling. They never thought that Lin Ling still had a trump card. Moreover, this trump card was an extremely powerful existence. I can't believe he's so powerful. So many greater gods and countless common gods. And yet, they still can't kill him. If this guy becomes a superior deity, who can stop him? Damn it, our gods are getting fewer and fewer. The night deity and the other higher deities were all dumbfounded and extremely displeased. Return. At this time, Lin Ling shouted loudly, and the remaining doppelgangers all returned. Kaboom! At this moment, a deafening roar erupted from Lin Ling's body. His soul power, physical strength, power of divinity, and even the divine steps had all increased slightly. This was because the doppelgangers had returned, and so had all the insights in them. Damn it, his strength can still increase. I've miscalculated. Most importantly, these astonishing wills are too useless. Those kings of will aren't doing anything. They're just putting on a show. The night deity and the others looked even worse because they could clearly sense that Lin Ling's aura was stronger than before, giving them great pressure. In fact, as greater deities, they more or less all had trump cards. However, since it was a trump card, they would only use it in a life and death situation. But now, it seemed like they had no choice but to use it. Die. Just as they were hesitating, Lin Ling suddenly moved, leaving behind flaming footsteps in the sky. When he appeared again, he was already in front of Governor Cheng Yuan. This punch, as if it had cut through time and space, arrived in front of Governor Cheng Yuan in an instant. This punch's power was monstrous, reaching the power of 9000. This also caused Governor Chang Yuan's pupils to constrict, as if his entire person was frozen in the long river of history. This was because the punch brought him great pressure, as if the fist of heaven's might was pressing down on his head, clang. He had just raised his broadsword when it was instantly shattered by the punch. Boom, the punch streaked across like a meteor, and easily smashed Governor Chang Yuan's head. Another greater deity had died here, following in the footsteps of Yi Bumo. After this punch, the aftershocks did not diminish, and it even killed a large number of gods and astonishing wills. So fierce. Although Governor Chang Yuan's strength is not comparable to Yi Bumo's, he's still a greater deity. He was actually killed by a punch. The night deity and the others began to gasp. Their evaluation of Lin Ling increased by another point. At this moment, they suddenly did not dare to continue fighting. They were completely afraid. Even if they had a trump card, they did not want to stay here and risk their lives. Some of the gods who had quietly retreated had already quietly turned around, intending to leave this troublesome place. However, just as they turned around, their pupils instantly trembled. This was because at the outermost periphery, countless poisonous ants had appeared, surrounding them so tightly that not even a drop of water could escape. Moreover, the ground and the sky were also filled with poisonous ants at this moment. It turned out that these poisonous ants had quietly surrounded them while they were fighting. It's over. Damn it, we should have left earlier. Why did we have to hope for a fluke? If you want to blame someone, blame those astonishing wills. They can't help at all. The gods became more and more panicked, as if they had been tricked. Even the night deity and the others felt the same. If they had known that Lin Ling was so strong, if they had known that the poisonous ants would come so quickly, they would not have given up on the secret of the world's will's host body. What made them feel the most helpless was that they couldn't retreat, nor could they fight. You're finally back. Are you the only one left among the 8 of us? However, at this moment, a gloomy voice sounded. Following that, a large hand suddenly appeared and grabbed at the giant ghost. At this moment, heaven and earth spun. All the astonishing wills were transforming, turning into green smoke and disappearing, being sucked into the huge whirlpool. This also caused the large hand to become even more substantial, mixed with a power that could crush one's soul. It's you. The giant ghost's pupils trembled as he stared at the sky as if he had seen a familiar face. He wanted to resist, but he realized that all his strength had been suppressed, and he could not move at all. Even a higher god was suppressed. From this, one could see how terrifying the person who had attacked was. Giant ghost. However, at this critical moment, a figure suddenly appeared in front of the giant ghost. Then, a fist fiercely punched out, resisting the huge hand in the sky. Bang. 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 Although the giant ghost's strength was suppressed, Lin Ling's was not. However, what shocked Lin Ling was that the person who came was extremely powerful. He was fine after taking a punch from him. Get lost. Looking at the palm that was still coming down, Lin Ling's eyes were red. He was like a madman as he punched out with both fists. Rumble, the whole world seemed to be exploding as countless meteors streaked across the sky. It was extremely dazzling. So strong. Lin Ling gritted his teeth. Although he kept blasting out powerful divine energy, he found that the palm was still coming down. Lin Ling, run. Behind him, the giant ghost could not move at all. He could only watch Lin Ling fight with all his might. Brother! Finally, blood flowed out of his eyes as he roared. Ha ha ha. Looking into the distance, an evil ghost floated out. It looked exactly like the giant ghost, but it looked even older. This was the frightening ghost. It was also the 8th level's god of will. Its strength was not something that Lin Ling and the giant ghost could fight against. Giant ghost, do you know why I didn't go to the 9th level? Because I'm waiting for you. For so many years, I've devoured other emotions and wills. Only you and the evil ghost are left. You have the evil ghost's aura, which means that the evil ghost died in your hands. Now that I've devoured the 2 of you, the 8 gods are mine, mine. The frightening ghost let out a cackle. Previously, he let the frightening ghost join forces with the night god to buy time. In fact, he was not interested in the secrets of the temple at all. He was not even interested in the host body of the 8th realm's will. The only thing that he cared about was the giant ghost, devouring the giant ghost to become the 8 gods. Break! Lin Ling's eyes were burning with flames as he punched out continuously. His fists were even filled with divine fire and lightning. It was terrifying. Rumble. Finally, the giant palm was destroyed by Lin Ling. Snowflakes fell from the sky, turning the ground white. Ha ha ha, what's the use? Frightened Ghost wasn't surprised at all. He stared at Lin Ling as if he was staring at an ant. I know you, and I know your background. But what's the use? The 8 gods are number 1. What will of the world? That's just a fart. So powerful. Is this the god of will? This strength, I'm afraid he's at the peak of the higher deity realm. However, he's actually not interested in the host body of the world's will, and instead, he's staring at that grimacing thing? No, they look alike. Night God and the others were discussing spiritedly, shocked by the power of the god of will. They had a feeling that if the giant ghost died, they would be in danger. The god of will would not let them go, however, even if they wanted to flee now, the poison diagram ants that were encircling them from behind wouldn't allow it. I'll see how you're going to save him. Giant ghost, you're an emotion and will of the 8 gods. How could you possibly be the same as a human? You have brothers, you have emotions. You don't deserve to be one of the 8 gods. Frightened Ghost was extremely excited, as if he was about to devour the giant ghost. In fact, he had been waiting for this day for tens of millions of years. Come here and die. He reached out his hand, and this time, Lin Ling was clearly unable to block it. The giant ghost was even more unable to block it. I don't know what kind of ghost you are, and I have no interest in knowing what kind of ghost you are. However, the giant ghost is my brother, my family. Anyone who wants to take him away in front of me will have to step over my dead body. Also, you said you were the strongest of the 8 gods? Bullshit. Suddenly, an angry roar rang out. Everyone saw that the one who spoke was actually Lin Ling. Lin Ling had not given up even at this point. He was no match for Frightened Ghost at all. He didn't even have 1% of Frightened Ghost strength. Lin Ling. The giant ghost looked at Lin Ling in disbelief, and more tears welled up in his eyes. These few years, he had always followed Lin Ling and also fought side by side with Lin Ling many times, sharing life and death together. Therefore, he understood Lin Ling and knew that Lin Ling valued relationships and loyalty. But when he saw Lin Ling block in front of him with his own eyes, shielding him from the wind and rain, his heart was still very touched. All of a sudden, he had a feeling that perhaps the 8 gods separated into 8 faces. The goal was to let the 8 faces each comprehend their own lives. Lin Ling, go away. This is a grudge between me and him. Thinking up to here, the giant ghost gave a loud roar. He did not wish to implicate Lin Ling. No, this is a grudge between us and him. But Lin Ling still did not retreat. There was no distinction between you and me, only us. Cyclic Sky Seal. Following that, Lin Ling gave a loud roar, urging his divine essence, controlling the cyclic sky seal to suppress down, rumble. In the sky, the 4 corners imperial jade seal suddenly appeared, spinning slowly. It did not look big, and its speed was not fast, but it carried with it the power of the laws of the universe, smashing down on Frightened Ghost. At this moment, everyone was dumbfounded. What is this thing? Idiot, how can the god of will be defeated by those small treasures? Night God said disdainfully, not believing that the imperial jade seal could be so powerful. In fact, even Frightened Ghost did not care. His target was still the giant ghost, Rumble. However, when the palm-sized imperial jade seal smashed down, a terrifying force exploded, making Frightened Ghost dizzy, and he fell from the sky to the ground. Ah! The deities were stunned, Saint Guy and the rest were also stunned. What was that small 4 corners imperial jade seal? How could it be so powerful? What the hell is this? On the ground, Frightened Ghost felt dizzy and could not help but let out a loud roar. But soon, the imperial jade seal smashed down again. Bang! The sound was not deafening, but the impact was not small at all. Moreover, only Frightened Ghost could sense the power. The others could not sense it at all. Frightened Ghost spat out a mouthful of blood, his eyes bloodshot. What is this? Why is it hitting people's heads? Bang! 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 Unfortunately, the cyclic sky seal in the sky ignored him and continued to attack his head. At this moment, his head felt like it was about to be smashed open. He could not take it anymore. In the end, he turned into countless Frightened Ghosts and fled in all directions. Moreover, he used his powerful strength to forcefully open up a path among the poison diagram ants and charged out. Quick, run! Night God and the rest gasped. They had no idea what was going on, but at this moment they could not care less. They just wanted to escape. Moreover, Lin Ling's treasure that specialized in smashing people's heads had completely frightened them. It looked very ordinary, but it had smashed the deities' heads full of small bumps. Even a superior deity could not escape the fate of being hit. This was too terrifying. This. Lin Ling, hurry up and enter the temple. Hurry up. At this moment, the giant ghost looked at the poisonous ants around it and hurriedly yelled at Lin Ling. Come back. Hurry up. Lin Ling originally wanted to smash Frightened Ghost to death previously. Unfortunately, his divine essence was also pretty much exhausted. In the end, he could only watch Frightened Ghost flee. However, the power of the flipping sky seal still shocked him. It was a vicious treasure that specialized in smashing one's head. At this moment, the giant ghost opened the door to the temple and led Lin Ling and the others inside. At the same time, the giant ghost said seriously, Lin Ling, don't be surprised when you see the stone tablet. Hurry up. That's why I wanted to keep it a secret. Hurry up. Actually, Frightened Ghost had already said it. It's just that no one noticed it at that time. Hurry up. Saint Guy and the rest frowned when they suddenly remembered what Frightened Ghost had said. Then, their faces changed and they looked at Lin Ling in disbelief. Why are you looking at me? Lin Ling felt strange. Most importantly, the giant ghost and the rest were looking at him with shock. Of course, he had a guess in his mind. Could it be? Lin Ling's mouth twitched and his heart seemed to explode. That's it. The giant ghost's mouth twitched and he smiled bitterly. He led the group into the temple. The temple was very vast. After entering, they were surrounded by dense white fog. It was very mysterious. 2 stone tablets were placed on the ground. The first tablet recorded the information of the 8 gods, while the second tablet recorded the host body of the 8th world will. Lin Ling, we will. Saint Guy and the rest knew that this was a serious matter, so they didn't want to see the secret on the tablet. It's okay. We're on the same side. There's no need to hide any secrets. Lin Ling shook his head and refused. He knew what Saint Guy and the rest were worried about. However, to him, those who could come to the 8 gods' heavenly palace were all people he trusted. All right. Saint Guy and the others looked at each other and nodded. Looking at Changwang Old Man and the others, they were all a little confused. However, they also knew that this was Lin Ling's matter. Therefore, they tacitly left and went in another direction. Lin Ling and the others arrived in front of the stone stele. The stone stele had a large number of complex runes inscribed on it. Others might not be able to understand these runes, but the giant ghost could, and it explained them to them. Everyone listened quietly as their bodies continued to tremble. Sure enough, the 8th world will host body recorded on the stone tablet was Lin Ling. The stone tablet even said Li Xiaoya's name. As expected, Lin Ling couldn't help but bitterly smile. Even though the giant ghost had warned him, he still found it hard to believe. Lin Ling, I've always been curious as to why you were able to surpass ordinary people and defeat countless genius gods. Now, I finally have an answer. I'm sure this is the answer that all of your opponents want to know the most. The giant ghost also looked at Lin Ling probably. Lin Ling continued to smile bitterly. Shengyi and the others were all enlightened, especially Shengyi. He had the bloodline of the Donghuang clan and was already extraordinary. However, no matter how much he cultivated, he would never be able to surpass Lin Ling. Moreover, the gap was constantly widening, therefore, he had always been curious as to how Lin Ling could surpass him, but now, he knew that Lin Ling relied on the 8th world will host body to surpass countless gods. It's really strange. Why can't I sense any power from the world will host body? Lin Ling shook his head. He saw that Lei Gong, Shaoluan, and Longyang had the power of the world will host body, but he didn't. However, the stone tablet was left behind by the 8 gods, so it couldn't be fake. I guess you haven't awakened yet. Take Lei Gong for example. When he was one of the 4 gods, he also couldn't sense the world will's power in his body. Shengyi said. Lin Ling immediately nodded. He still smiled bitterly, then sat down cross-legged. Perhaps this news was too shocking, and he still found it hard to accept. Let's go. Let Lin Ling be alone. The giant ghost led Xingyi and the others to the other side. They all knew that this news was too shocking, and Lin Ling would definitely not be able to accept it in a short time. After all, Lin Ling had been the enemy of the world's will all his life, and had fought it many times. And now, he was the world will. Then, why did he fight back then? What was his mission? In fact, Lin Ling was indeed confused, resisting against the will of the world. This was already his heart of martial arts. Now that he was told that his martial heart was wrong, he naturally felt confused. Is everything destined by fate? But if I'm the host body of the world will, why would the ancient gods help me? Patriarch Bodhi, pure young spiritual master, Monkey King, too many. Could there be a story behind all this? Moreover, if the stone tablet didn't record that I'm the host body of the world will, I wouldn't even feel that I'm related to the world will. That's right, when I walked through the fog barrier, I saw my earliest self. Lin Ling's eyes suddenly narrowed. He had walked through the fog barrier with Xingyi, and he saw that his earliest self was different from Xingyi. He was a speck of dust, and he had been split into two, and he had passed through a great universe, and he had always guessed that the world will was actually the will of the Creator God. This meant that Lin Ling's earliest self was the Creator God? But he had been split into two, and one half was the world will? And the other half was Lin Ling himself. This also led to him being related to the world will, and he had become the host body of the eighth world will? It's a pity that this is all just speculation. Let's not care about this for now. Whether I'm the world will or not, my martial heart is beyond the universe, and I'm on the path of eternity. My mission is to protect my family and friends, and that's enough. Take Lei Gong for example. He's also the world will, but he has changed, and his mission is to fight against the world will. That's right, although I'm the host body of the world will, it's not that I can't fight against the world will. Lin Ling kept talking, and his eyes became brighter and brighter. In his heart, his martial heart, which had been shaken before, not only did it not collapse, it became even more solid. Lin Ling stood up and looked into the distance. He saw that in a corner of the temple, the giant ghost and the others were sitting cross-legged, each of them cultivating. Everyone, I've made you worry. Lin Ling said to everyone. Lord Lin Ling. Everyone opened their eyes, and a smile appeared in their eyes. Then, they rushed over. I'm fine. I knew my lord was an extraordinary person. Haha, Lin Ling, you know you're the host of the world's will. You've seen through it so quickly, you're amazing. Let's go, where are we going next? Everyone spoke one after another. Giant ghost, do you know how to get to the 9th level? Lin Ling looked at the giant ghost and said, the 9th level probably has the final host of the world's will. This host of the world's will is probably incomparably terrifying, so it's best if we have the chance to know this secret. We can enter by following the temple. The giant ghost replied with a serious tone. However, when the stone tablet that recorded the 7th will of the world appeared, it was destroyed by a powerful force. That led to the disappearance of the 7th will of the world. Even now, no one knows who it is. The last will of the world is probably even more powerful. Ah, the world's will hosts get stronger the further they go? Then Lord Lin Ling is the 8th one, which means he's the 2nd strongest among the 9 world's will hosts. Whitewater Pure Maiden suddenly said. When these words fell, everyone's body trembled. Back then, no one could stop the 7th world's will host, and its strength was heaven-defying. It was said that it was related to the 3 divine gates of White Mountain, and Lin Ling was the 8th. Did this mean that in the future, Lin Ling's strength would surpass the 7th world's will host? This, who can say for sure? Lin Ling shook his head. He couldn't be bothered to guess such uncertain things. Rice had to be eaten one bite at a time. However, everything was as the giant ghost said. The final world's will host was probably very terrifying. Even if he obtained the stone tablet, whether or not he could read the secret within was still unknown. However, the secret was right in front of him. Lin Ling was really unwilling to give up. After all, if the world's will had nothing to do with him, Lin Ling would be too lazy to know. But now, it seemed that Lin Ling was already inseparable from the world's will. Seeing that Lin Ling planned to continue forward, the giant ghost nodded and led everyone in another direction of the temple. As for Old Man Chen Guang and the others, Lin Ling had them stay in the temple and wait for the poison diagram ants to leave before leaving the 8th level. The world's will host was a matter of great importance. Lin Ling didn't want them to know too much, and this was also to protect them. Around the temple, the colorful mist was like a curtain of rain, and the outside world could be seen from the temple. At this moment, it was filled with poison diagram ants. What was shocking was that the poison diagram ants that no universe could stop, and yet they didn't dare to enter the temple. As for the giant ghost, it led the group forward, as if it wanted to walk out of the temple and enter the encirclement of the poison diagram ants. Treasure God Nanwufingyu. Everyone was well aware of how terrifying the poison diagram ants were. The giant ghost was very confident. Everyone smiled wryly and continued to follow. After arriving at the temple, the giant ghost strode in. Looking outside, it was filled with poison diagram ants. The giant ghost disappeared as if it was swallowed by the poison diagram ants. This. Bai Shui and the others were a little scared. Let's go, we have faith in the giant ghost. Seeing their hesitation, Lin Ling could not help but smile. He was the second to step into the colorful mist. After Lin Ling entered, Xianxia followed without hesitation. Following that, the others also entered one after another, but what was surprising was that after entering the colorful mist, they didn't appear outside the temple. Instead, they arrived at a white space. There was nothing here, it was completely white, as far as the eye could see. Standing here, one would immediately feel a sense of insignificance and panic. It was as if they were imprisoned here. This is the 9th level. Lin Ling looked at the giant ghost in front of him and couldn't help but exclaim. The 9th level had less things than he imagined. It could be said that there was nothing here. The giant ghost stood there and nodded. There are only 2 ways to enter the 9th level. The temple is one, and the other is even more difficult. Even if you have the strength of a higher god, there is a 90% chance of death. And after entering the 9th level, in fact, this is the safest place. In fact, the entire universe is not as safe as this. The final 8 gods are here, and the final stone tablet of the world will is also here. Hearing the giant ghost's words, Lin Ling's eyes also looked into the distance. In the distance, it was still a vast expanse of whiteness, as if it was a parallel space. Let's go. Remember to follow me because it is easy to get lost here. Once you get lost, it will be eternity. The giant ghost led the way. Eternity? What eternity? You mean we will never die? Bai Shui asked hurriedly, a little frightened. Yes, we will never die, but we will never be able to get out. We can only walk here forever. The giant ghost glanced at White Water Maiden and replied. Ah. Bai Shui looked around, and her entire body trembled. Undying and indestructible, he walked through this vast expanse of white space. He couldn't see anything, he couldn't even hear anything. This was worse than killing her. It seems that the most terrifying thing about the 9th level is eternity. Lin Ling's eyes lit up, and he guessed something. To me, eternity is useless because I have a way to leave. The giant ghost spread his hands. No wonder he said that the 9th level was actually not dangerous. Unfortunately, this was a nightmare for the others. The group walked forward, not knowing how long they had walked. They even felt that they had walked for a full 3 years, 3 years of walking in this vast expanse of whiteness. If not for the fact that they had many people and good willpower, they would have gone crazy long ago. Of course, this kind of lonely walking was also a kind of cultivation of the mind. Therefore, Lin Ling and the others were sometimes talking non-stop, and sometimes they were silent, thinking about their own daos. The trials and tribulations of the path of martial arts in the past also poured into their hearts bit by bit. It was incomparably clear, not missing a bit. Perhaps, only in this extremely quiet world would they be able to let go of everything and recall the past. It was also because of this that everyone's strength more or less increased. Giant ghost, we're really not lost. Sigh, this old man walking on this path seems to be dead. On this day, Treasure God Nanwufingyu said to the giant ghost with a bitter smile. Grandpa Treasure God, I'm sure that we're not on the wrong path. The giant ghost nodded with a smile. Only when he was with Lin Ling and the rest would he reveal a smile. When he was with others, he was mostly fierce. We're here. Suddenly, the giant ghost let out a low cry. and then his eyes focused. How is that possible? There's someone here? In the distant horizon, 2 stone steels sat on the ground, looking extremely conspicuous. And beside the stone steel stood 2 figures, also very conspicuous. They probably came in through another route. But I'm surprised how they found this place. The giant ghost furrowed its brows. Let's go and take a look. Since they were already here. No matter who the other party was, Lin Ling naturally wasn't afraid. Everyone sped up, afraid that they would get lost, so they flew hand in hand. When they got closer, Lin Ling and the rest's expressions changed drastically, because the 2 people standing beside the stone tablet were the great god of Spirit Kingdom and Taoist myriad treasures. No wonder they couldn't see them at the temple. It turned out that they had entered this place, but how did they enter this place? It should be Taoist myriad treasures. Lin Ling guessed. Taoist myriad treasures had always been mysterious, so he naturally had a way to enter this place. Lin Ling. The great god of Spirit Kingdom and Taoist myriad treasures also stared at Lin Ling. It could be seen that they were even more surprised than Lin Ling and the rest. You guys, why are you here? Taoist myriad treasures said in shock. If you guys can come, why can't we? Lin Ling sneered, but he wasn't as afraid as before. That's good. If it's you guys, we can be at ease. Taoist myriad treasures and the great god of Spirit Kingdom looked at each other, and their expressions relaxed. Why? Did you find the 9th World Will's stone tablet? Lin Ling stared at the stone tablet beneath their feet. It was probably the stone tablet that recorded the 9th World Will's body. We did find it, but unfortunately, I don't dare to interpret it easily. The great god of Spirit Kingdom shook his head and looked at Lin Ling. Do you still remember back then? We found the 7th World Will's stone tablet and wanted to interpret it, but divine power descended from the heavens and almost killed us. Now, the 9th World Will's body is even more terrifying. You know it's terrifying, but you still came? Lin Ling sneered. Didn't you guys come too? The great god said with disdain, Lei Gong Lin Ling, there are some things that must be done despite knowing the dangers. We are only hesitating right now, but in the end, we will definitely decipher them. At that time, a powerful force will descend from the heavens and obliterate you. Lin Ling immediately interjected. After pondering for a moment, he suddenly said, why don't we work together? Last time, when we tried to decipher the 7th will of the world, a powerful force came and sealed all the secrets. At that time, we almost succeeded. Unfortunately, the stone tablet was destroyed. Since that's the case, you can continue to decipher it and tell us loudly at the same time. We will be responsible for stopping that powerful force from coming. That sounds pretty good, but how are you going to stop that kind of power? The great god of Spirit Nation frowned. Although it's difficult, it's not impossible. Lin Ling shook his head, because this is the 9th level, which is the safest place in the entire universe. It will be very difficult for an external force to reach here. Even if it does reach here, its power will be weakened by a lot. Therefore, we have to bet that we can stop the incoming force. Of course, it's still very dangerous. After all, the host of the 9th will of the world must have a terrifying ability. Therefore, we have to work together to resist it. Hearing this, the great god of Spirit Nation and Taoist of many treasures looked at each other, their eyes burning with passion. In fact, although they were afraid of the host of the 9th will of the world, since they were already here, they definitely had to decipher the secrets. It was just that they were hesitating before. Now that they heard Lin Ling's words, they felt that it was feasible. Sure, but the prerequisite is that you have to tell us who the host of the 8th will of the world is. Taoist of many treasures suddenly said with a smile. Old fox, Lin Ling cursed inwardly. I have a feeling that you guys definitely know who the host of the 8th will of the world is. Therefore, this will be the reward. The great god of Spirit Nation's eyes lit up. Is this a fair trade? You guys also want to know about the host of the 9th will of the world, right? This is just what each of us needs. However, treasure god Nanhua Fingyu immediately objected. This caused Taoist of many treasures and the others to fall silent. After all, this was indeed unfair. There's no harm in telling you, but there's a condition. But at this moment, Lin Ling said with a smile, the giant ghost wants to obtain the other stone tablet, so I want you guys to protect him. As long as you agree, I'll tell you who the host of the eighth will of the world is. The other stone tablet? The great god of Spirit Nation looked at the other stone tablet on the ground and finally nodded. Okay, the great god of Spirit Nation will be in charge of deciphering it and protecting the giant ghost. We'll block the power in the sky. Taoist of Many Treasures nodded and said confidently, don't worry, Taoist of Many Treasures, may look sloppy, but my strength is not to be underestimated. Lin Ling smiled. He believed in this was because he had never seen Taoist of Many Treasures use his full strength. Now, can you tell us who the host of the eighth will of the world is? Then, the two of them looked at Lin Ling expectantly. Lin Ling smiled mysteriously. The giant ghost and Saint Guy were the same. What does this mean? The two great gods of Spirit Nation frowned. How stupid. The host of the eighth will of the world is right in front of you. Haven't you realized it yet? Lin Ling smiled and said helplessly. In front of us? Wait, you said? Could it be you? Taoist of Many Treasures' eyes suddenly trembled. Lin Ling, you're the host of the eighth will of the world? You lied to me? The great gods of Spirit Nation were in disbelief. It was no wonder they couldn't accept it. Even Lin Ling found it hard to accept at first. For a moment, the two of them fell silent, their eyes flickering. Lin Ling smiled at them and didn't interrupt them. He knew they would accept it in the end. No wonder, no wonder, no wonder. Finally, the great gods of Spirit Nation nodded in realization. Taoist of Many Treasures also had a look of realization in his eyes. In fact, they had always been curious about Lin Ling's background. How could he be so strong and create miracles time and time again? But now, the answer was obvious. It turned out that Lin Ling was also someone with a strong background. After all this time, we're actually together. The great gods of Spirit Nation suddenly revealed a bitter smile. Thinking of the battle with Lin Ling, he felt that everything was very dramatic. Alright, now get ready to decipher it. Lin Ling didn't want to waste any more time. He nodded at the great gods of Spirit Nation and said to the giant ghost, the final stone tablet is here. You should have everything of the 8 gods. Don't worry, we will protect you. Okay. The giant ghost nodded heavily. His eyes stared at the stone tablet, and his expression finally became excited. Everyone knew that although it was a short sentence, it contained heaven's secrets. Whether or not they could reveal heaven's secrets would depend on this moment. Of course, during this process, they would face a situation where they had a slim chance of survival. It's starting. The great god of the spirit kingdom shouted as he stared at the stone tablet that recorded the final will of the world and began to decipher it. Only the great god of the spirit kingdom and the giant ghost knew about the runes recorded on the stone tablet. When the first word floated out, the entire 9th level remained silent. However, everyone was incomparably nervous as they knew that a storm would come in the next moment. The great god of the spirit kingdom's forehead was covered in sweat as he continued to decipher. The second word floated out. The 9th level was still silent. The third word, time seemed slow, but every minute and second seemed to be a century long. However, when the fourth word floated out, a taboo aura quietly spread out. Moreover, no one could sense where this taboo aura came from, but everyone felt a sense of panic in their hearts. It was as if the air had suddenly been sucked out. It's here. Lin Ling shouted in a low voice. Rumble, the 9th level began to shake as if a large hand was violently grabbing the 9th level and shaking it. One had to know that this was the 9th level of the 8 gods celestial palace, which was also the final level. The fact that the mysterious power could reach this level showed how terrifying it was. Everyone, be careful. Taoist Myriad Treasures said solemnly as his eyes stared at the highest point of the 9th level. It was a stretch of white as if there was no end, and no one could see through it. However, at this moment, a pitch-black dot quietly appeared in the vast white space. The black dot's speed was very slow as if it was floating at the peak of the space. Staring at the black dot, Lin Ling and the others trembled. They knew that the mysterious black dot came from the Tao realm or the primal chaos realm, crossing the endless void and universe to reach the 8 gods celestial palace. It's getting closer. What's that? It looks like a bamboo tube. When the black dot got closer and closer, everyone let out cries of surprise. No, that's a fishing drum. Finally, Taoist myriad treasures let out a terrified roar, dong. Just as his voice fell, the crisp sound of a bamboo drum could be heard. It was as if a stone had been placed in the center of the bamboo, and the sound of the stone hitting the bamboo, this sound seemed to be sealed by the 9th level, so it didn't have much effect on Lin Ling and the others, but soon, a second clear and melodious voice sounded, "Pooh." This time, the great god of the great gods suffered a heavy blow as he spat out a large mouthful of blood. His blood was white, and it immediately disappeared. At this moment, he was only saying the 5th word. Quick, stop it. The great god's eyes, great god of the god of the god of the great god of the god of the world. The goal of the fish drum was obviously to kill the great god of Ling Nation here. The secret of the host body of the final world must never be revealed. If an outsider wanted to attack the 9th level, their strength would undoubtedly be suppressed. On the contrary, their attacks were still powerful on the 9th level, therefore, when everyone's attacks erupted, they immediately blocked the sound of the fishing drum. At this moment, the great god of the spirit kingdom shouted the 6th word, however, this word seemed to be a taboo. The fishing drum, which was sealed by a huge force, shook again, and a powerful force spread out like a wave, boom. Boom, boom. Everyone around the great god of the spirit kingdom was sent flying. They couldn't resist the power of the fishing drum, dong. The fishing drum sounded again. This time, it was obviously going to kill the great god of the spirit kingdom. Come out. But at this moment, a figure appeared in front of the great god of the spirit kingdom. Countless sabers flew out, forming a saber array that crazily collided with the sound of the fishing drum. This person was Taoist myriad treasures, Pooh, but how could he resist the power of the fishing drum? He was immediately attacked and spat out a large amount of blood. Although he was injured, the endless saber array blocked the sound of the fishing drum. Break for me! At this moment, a palm fiercely struck out. It was as if it could split heaven and earth. When it landed on the fishing drum, it actually sent the fishing drum flying back a meter. What? Then, an incredulous voice sounded. It was Lin Ling. Previously, he had already used Pangu's sky-splitting strike, however, this was the first time he encountered something that could resist sky-splitting strike. Moreover, it was only pushed back a meter. It was hard to imagine. If it wasn't for the suppression of the 9th level, sky-splitting strike wouldn't even be qualified to leave a white mark on the fishing drum. Eastern Emperor, Gate of Heaven. At the same time, Saint Guy also activated the Eastern Emperor bell. It descended from the sky and suppressed the fishing drum, rumble. The fishing drum floated in the sky and let out a thunderous roar. But this time, the bamboo fishing drum, which seemed to be as thick as an arm, blocked the Eastern Emperor bell's descent. It was as if an arm was holding the Eastern Emperor bell. Chi. Saint Guy immediately sucked in a cold breath. That's it. Stop him with all your might. Although it didn't achieve the effect of destroying the fishing drum, at least it protected the great god of Spirit Nation. Therefore, Lin Ling also shouted. At this moment, the great god of Spirit Nation had already shouted the 8th word. He was getting closer and closer to the final word. However, the further he went, the harder it seemed to be for him to decipher it. Even if it was a simple rune, the great god of Spirit Nation would need a certain amount of time to decipher it. This also brought pressure to Lin Ling and the rest, until the great god of Spirit Nation shouted Tong. Boom, the fishing drum, which was being suppressed by everyone, suddenly shone brightly. Countless drum beats floated out, as if countless large hands were pressing down on Lin Ling and the rest. Rumble, Lin Ling and the rest were all heavily injured and crashed to the ground. Treasure God Nan Wufingyu and Pure Lady Bai had instantly lost the ability to fight. At the same time, a drum beat passed through everyone and attacked the great god of Spirit Nation. The great god of Spirit Nation was still trying to decipher the stone tablet. However, he could also sense the danger in the sky. It was about to kill him. At this moment, he was panicking. He even wanted to leave the stone tablet and leave. However, the answer in his heart finally supported him. He continued to decipher the next word. Demon subduing break. At the moment of life and death, a cosmic ray suddenly came and sealed the drum beat in the universe. Lin Ling had made his move. Lin Ling fell to the ground with blood flowing from the corner of his mouth. However, he had activated all his soul power. the great god of Spirit Nation stared blankly at Lin Ling. He had fought with Lin Ling for many years. However, he didn't expect that the one who saved his life was Lin Ling. Hurry up! Lin Ling let out a low roar. In fact, he did have a grudge with the great god of Spirit Nation. However, Lin Ling knew that his true opponent was the World Will. Perhaps it was the final host of the World Will. All right. The great god of Spirit Nation gritted his teeth and tried to decipher it again. Heavens! Another word was shouted by the great god of Spirit Nation. As soon as this word was uttered, the entire 9th level began to tremble as though it was about to collapse. Everyone could sense that a force was being born beneath their feet as though it was about to destroy everything. Could it be that the 8 gods' celestial palace is about to collapse? Taoist Myriad Treasure's eyes trembled violently. The final host of the world's consciousness seemed to be enraged as it began to destroy the 1st level of the 8 gods' celestial palace all the way to the 9th level. Dong! Dong, dong! Moreover, the fishing drum in the sky suddenly trembled and let out a crisp sound. It was like a divine song from the most ancient times. Everyone, together! Taoist Myriad Treasure suddenly stood up and roared. A wooden bowl appeared in his hand as he threw it into the sky. The wooden bowl looked ordinary, but it seemed to be an extremely powerful chaotic divine artifact. After floating out, it immediately blocked all the drumbeats and enveloped the fishing drum. Eastern Emperor Bell. Xianxia spat out a mouthful of blood as he forcefully activated the Eastern Emperor Bell to suppress the fishing drum. Sky-flipping seal. Lin Ling slapped the ground and sat down cross-legged. He poured all his divine origin energy into the 4 directions Imperial Jade Seal and attacked. The 3 most ancient treasures suppressed the fishing drum and sent it flying backward. The previous sounds of the fishing drum were also forcefully suppressed into powder. Puff! Puff! Even so, Lin Ling and the other 2 were still heavily injured by the powerful backlash. They didn't even have the strength to sit up. Teach! At this moment, the great god of Spirit Nation spoke again. This caused everyone's eyes to light up. They were getting closer and closer to the answer. They didn't know why, but at this moment, an obsession was born in their hearts. It was as though they had to know the answer. They wouldn't hesitate even if they had to be smashed to pieces. Crazy! Among everyone, Lin Ling was the calmest. But at this moment, he also had the same feeling and couldn't help but shake his head. Rumble! However, right at this moment, the 9th floor began to crack like glass shattering. A surge of energy rushed out from the soles of his feet, seemingly destroying everything from the 1st level of the 8 gods' heavenly palace all the way to the 9th level. With this tyrannical destructive power, the power of the seal on the 9th level was undoubtedly weakened by a lot. This also caused the fishing drum to suddenly shine brightly. The green light illuminated the originally white space, making it incomparably strange. Rumble! Next, the fishing drum stood upright and became incomparably huge. It was like a giant rod that could hold up the sky. It looked at Lin Ling and the others and smashed down fiercely. This smash was not only meant to kill the great god of Spirit Nation, but it was also meant to wipe out Lin Ling and the others. In the end, the secret of the World Will's host body could never be revealed. Is this the price? Looking at the huge pillar in the sky, Lin Ling couldn't help but laugh bitterly. Right now, he didn't have the slightest ability to resist. Taoist master of many treasures and the others laughed bitterly. They knew that they couldn't escape this calamity. But for some reason, even though death was near, they didn't feel the slightest bit of regret. Perhaps, this was their martial Tao heart. They felt that dying on the path of pursuing the martial Tao was worth it. This was also their obsession. I heard that people are the calmest before they die. Unfortunately, even though I'm very calm now, I still don't regret it. Lin Ling muttered to himself as he looked at the great god of Spirit Nation. He saw that the great god of Spirit Nation's eyes and even his entire body was trembling. Obviously, he was shocked by the powerful force in the sky. Great god of Spirit Nation, even if we die, let us die knowing the truth. Lin Ling suddenly roared. The great god of Spirit Nation instantly reacted. That's right. Since death is inevitable, I'll continue to decipher it. Even if I die, I have to resolve the obsession in my heart. At the moment of death, his deciphering speed increased. Perhaps, he had completely thrown caution to the wind. Master. When the last word fell, the entire space, time, and even the universe seemed to have frozen. the secret of the 9 world wills host bodies. The final world wills host body, which was also the strongest world wills host body, had finally surfaced. I didn't expect it to be him. Lin Ling was stunned for a long time before he suddenly revealed a bitter smile. Although the last 4 words of the great god of Spirit Nation were interpreted separately, when they were combined, it was the prime of Tong Tian. Others didn't know the origin of the prime of Tong Tian. However, Lin Ling was familiar with Chinese mythology and naturally knew what kind of existence this was. This was an existence that only 2 people in the entire universe could control, and one of them was the god of creation will. No wonder he had such terrifying power. Prime of Tong Tian? Saint Guy and the rest were puzzled. This was the first time they had heard of this name. The eyes of Taoist Duobao and the great god of Spirit Nation flashed, and then their expressions changed drastically. Like Lin Ling, they clearly knew how terrifying this was. It's fine. At least, we know who killed us. Lin Ling couldn't help but laugh when he saw the expressions of the great god of Spirit Nation and the rest. He immediately knew that they knew who it was. Indeed. Taoist Duobao laughed bitterly. Then, everyone raised their heads and looked at the huge, motionless fishing drum. They all knew that the secret had been leaked, and the fishing drum would not let them go. Sure enough, the fishing drum smashed down again, locking down and sealing everything. This smash was enough to destroy the universe. Rumble. But soon, a palm stretched out and suddenly grabbed the falling fishing drum, blocking the fishing drum from smashing down. Standing under the fishing drum was a white-haired old man. He was dressed in a white robe that was loose and gave off a lazy feeling. However, his strength was incomparably terrifying. He actually blocked the fishing drum smashing down. Fortunately, I'm here, the old man said indifferently. Then, he looked at Lin Ling and said, Lord Lin Ling, fortunately, I didn't disappoint you. I came back at the critical moment. Lord Lin Ling, everyone was blinking their eyes. Who was this expert that suddenly appeared? And he called him Lord Lin Ling. Even Lin Ling sucked in a breath of cold air. He didn't know this old man at all. Suddenly, he seemed to have thought of something and looked at the stone tablet. He saw that beside the stone tablet that recorded the world will's host body, another stone tablet had disappeared. 8 gods? Or giant ghost? In that instant, Lin Ling was tongue-tied as if he had seen a ghost. This old man is a giant ghost? Saint Guy and the rest gradually reacted. They stared at the white-haired, sage-like old man and then quietly merged with the evil ghost. For a moment, they were as tongue-tied as Lin Ling. Hee hee. The old man laughed. His other hand suddenly clenched into a fist and punched out. Rumble, rumble. Rumble. An earth-shattering sound came from the 9th level as the space shattered like glass. The degree of shattering was as terrifying as the collapse of the universe. Not to mention Lin Ling and the others, even if a true pinnacle higher deity was there, they would be killed by the collapse of the universe. Over here, leave this place quickly. The white-haired elder roared at Lin Ling and the rest. With a wave of his hands, large amounts of space fragments were swept away as though he was the master of space. Quick! Lin Ling forcefully suppressed the heavy injuries in his body and hurriedly supported the rest as he followed the elder. Shengyi, can you still walk? Go and protect Whitewater Maiden. At the same time, Lin Ling said to the rest. Yes, my lord. Although Shengyi was also heavily injured, he had the protection of the Donghuang Bell, so he could still barely move. He supported Whitewater Maiden and left. Taoist Myriad Treasures. Lin Ling looked at Taoist Myriad Treasures, who nodded with a smile and followed the elder with the Spirit Nation's great gods. Dong, dong. Dong, dong. Looking at the sky again, the fishing drum that had been sent flying earlier let out a crisp sound as it chased after the group like a demonic hand of death. Bang, rumble. However, the elder at the front waved his hand and controlled the shattered space to form a river of space that pushed towards the fishing drum. This force seemed to gather the strength of the entire 9th level, and it actually sent the fishing drum flying again. When the fishing drum chased after them again, a large amount of space and universe fragments submerged them, blocking behind Lin Ling and the others. This also made it difficult for the fishing drum to chase after Lin Ling and the rest. Rumble, almost at the same time, a large hand suddenly grabbed out from the ground. This hand was so big that it could be said to be the largest in the universe. When the hand suddenly stretched out, the entire sky of the 8 gods turned into nothingness as it was forcefully blown apart. The hand floated in the air and slowly opened, revealing a middle-aged man in a green robe. He looked ordinary as he slowly stared in the direction that Lin Ling and the rest had left. In the end, I'm still too late. I didn't expect that despite all my calculations, I still missed the 8 gods. Could it be that everything is predestined? My identity has been discovered by a few world will hosts. So what? World will against world will? Great god of Ling Nation, Taoist of many treasures, Lin Ling. The green-robed man muttered to himself. Then, he shook his head helplessly. His eyebrows twitched, and the huge arm carried him toward the sky, his palm suddenly clenched into a fist. With one punch, he blew up the entire universe and disappeared into the distance. Rumble. At this moment, Lin Ling and the others were still running wildly in the shattered space. Because the space was shattered, this place was chaotic. It seemed like they were in space, but in fact, they were shuttling back and forth between the void and the universe. It was also for this reason that the fish drum from before did not chase after them. What a terrifying feeling. Someone appeared on the 9th floor just now. Fortunately, we escaped quickly. Otherwise, we would have died for sure. This feeling is enough to make me tremble in fear. This person's strength is too terrifying. Everyone felt as if they had just survived a disaster. The corners of their mouths were trembling, and their faces were pale. Even Lin Ling was the same. It should be known that everyone present was an indomitable god. Unfortunately, they still felt as insignificant as ants when faced with the previous feeling. I guess that's Tongtian sect leader. In the end, Taoist of many treasures said with a wry smile. Don't talk nonsense. Follow me. If you lose him, the consequences will be unimaginable. At this moment, the old man at the front roared angrily. He constantly smashed the space fragments that shot over, opened up the void, and fled in all directions. Time quietly passed. Everyone felt as if they had been running wildly in this shattered universe for 3 days. Finally, a pitch-black darkness appeared in front of them. The pitch-black darkness was faintly discernible and very mysterious. Boom. But soon, the white-haired old man punched out. Something in front of him shattered, and a pitch-black darkness finally appeared in front of them. The starry sky. This place had already left the 9th floor and was in the starry sky. Looking around, there were floating meteorites and stars all around. A great path seemed to lead to the most ancient path of eternity. This is the path of a ruler. Lin Ling felt that it was familiar and said with certainty. The path of a ruler was one of the forbidden lands of the 9 prefectures. He had come here when he saved Longyang and the others. That's right. It's too dangerous to return to the void of the 9 prefectures. No one knows if that colossus is waiting for us. The path of a ruler is undoubtedly the safest. The white-haired old man floated in the starry sky and said while panting. Did we escape? The gods of Spirit Nation looked around and let out a sigh of relief. The host body of the last world will is undoubtedly the most terrifying existence. Perhaps he alone can almost destroy the world. Now that we know these secrets, he will definitely want to kill us as soon as possible. He wants to protect these secrets, so for the sake of safety, we have to spread these secrets. Taoist master of many treasures pondered for a moment and then said. That's right. Lin Ling nodded. Moreover, he is the strongest host of the world's will. His goal is to devour all of our hosts. We have to be careful. If such a god attacks us, how can we stop him? The god of Spirit Nation shook his head. He used to be the strongest existence in the 9 prefectures. However, he was as weak as grass in front of the gods of ancient times. Such a change undoubtedly made him feel that the world had changed greatly. I don't think he dares. Lin Ling pondered for a moment and guessed, first of all, if he is truly invincible, why would he hide any secrets and kill us? Therefore, I guess that even in the strongest world, he has opponents that he is afraid of. Therefore, as long as the secret is exposed, he won't kill us in the short term. After all, his opponents will attack him crazily. Lin Ling is right. Taoist master of many treasures nodded. However, although he won't attack in the short term, there won't be much time left for us. Sigh, if he really attacks, we can only wait for death. However, the host of the worlds will behind the three divine gates of White Mountain is probably what he wants to devour. If he wants to devour someone, he will devour that big shot first. The god of Spirit Nation suddenly laughed. Even if the sky fell, the bigger one would hold it up. That's true. Hearing this, Lin Ling was completely relieved. The group found a meteorite island and recovered on the spot. As Lin Ling recovered, he looked strangely at the god of Spirit Nation and Taoist master of many treasures. He felt that it was very dramatic. In the past, he and the god of Spirit Nation were great enemies. But now, they were fighting side by side and had gone through a life and death calamity together. If this was in the past, he wouldn't even dare to think about it. However, I didn't expect you to be one of us and also the host of the world will. But thinking about it, for you to be where you are today, how can your background be small? Moreover, you are the host of the 8th world will. In terms of potential, you are above all of us. However, no matter what, I still have to thank you for being able to escape from the 8 gods' celestial palace today. Perhaps because they had the same enemy, the great gods of the spirit kingdom were easier to talk to. If you want to thank someone, you should thank the 8 gods. Lin Ling smiled and shook his head. Suddenly, he looked at the white-haired old man and asked curiously, "Senior, are you the 8 gods or the giant ghost?" At this moment, the white-haired old man was sitting cross-legged in cultivation. When he heard Lin Ling's words, he smiled kindly. "In fact, I am the 8 gods, but I am also the giant ghost. It can be said that the giant ghost has already obtained everything of mine. As for the 8 gods' celestial palace, it has been completely destroyed. From now on, there will be no more 8 gods' celestial palace. The giant ghost is not as easy to talk to as you." Although the white-haired old man said that he was the giant ghost, Lin Ling still felt strange. "In fact, I prefer to see your ferocious appearance. Your kind face gives me goosebumps. It is as strange as you want to be." Xianxia opened his eyes and said, "Ha ha ha." The old man couldn't help but laugh. After a long time, everyone had recovered and planned to leave this place. "Lin Ling, see you in the Dao Tower. If you want to become stronger, the Dao Tower is the only way." Taoist Master Duo Bao looked at Lin Ling and said. Unknowingly, there was a trace of reverence in his words. He was once very ancient, so no matter how powerful Lin Ling was, he more or less regarded Lin Ling as a junior, but now, he knew that Lin Ling was the host of the world will. He already regarded Lin Ling as an ancient figure. "All right." Lin Ling cupped his hands towards Taoist Master Duo Bao and then left with everyone. "Lord Lin Ling, I have something to do in the chaotic realm, so I have to separate from you." At this moment, the giant ghost stopped and looked at Lin Ling with a smile. Lin Ling's expression also changed. The giant ghost had followed him for so many years. Was it about to leave? "Don't worry, I'm just going to look for something from the past. Moreover, little Kunlun is also in the primal chaos realm. Maybe I can find him. You guys go to the Dao Tower first. After I've dealt with the matter at hand, I'll come to find you guys." "Alright, you have to be careful too." Lin Ling could only nod his head, his eyes filled with reluctance. Then, everyone split up. Taoist Master of many treasures and the great god of Spirit Nation opened their Dao, returned to heaven and headed towards the Dao Pagoda. Since they came from the direction of the Dao Pagoda, they would return to the Dao Pagoda when they returned. As for the giant ghost, it was said that the end of the path of sovereign was the primal chaos realm. Back then, little Kunlun had also left from here. On the other hand, Lin Ling, Xianxia, and the others headed to Lei Gong's Great Hall to see Yu. This trip to the 8 gods' heavenly palace has benefited a lot. On the way, Lin Ling took out a large number of jade bottles, which contained a lot of will mist. The biggest gain is that Lord Lin Ling is one of the hosts of the world will. However, who is this Tongtian sect leader? He seems to be very powerful. Bai Shui Sunu said. Lin Ling recalled and said, "He is one of the 3 most ancient gods in the primordial age. He is as famous as Taisheng Laojun and Yuanzhi Tianzuan. The 3 of them are also the disciples of Hongjun ancestor. This Tongtian sect leader is incomparably powerful. He is the sect leader of Jia sect and has countless disciples. He caused a lot of trouble. His temperament is also very strange. He is neither good nor evil, neither left nor right. However, because he is very strong, the other two gods will give him face. For example, the god behind by Shan is actually a lower figure compared to Tongtian sect leader. So powerful? Saint Guy exclaimed. A god behind by Shan was enough to cause chaos in the universe. If Tongtian sect leader were to make a move, the universe would be destroyed. For example, your ancestor, Dong Huangtai, is also 2 generations behind Tongtian sect leader. Lin Ling looked at Saint Guy and said. Dong Huangtai was an extremely powerful figure, but he was still much weaker than Tongtian sect leader. Such a big figure is the host of the world will. If it weren't for the 2 gods, the entire universe would have been destroyed by him. But why does he want to destroy the universe? Bai Shui Sunu shook her head helplessly. Lord Lin Ling said that he is neither good nor evil, neither left nor right. It is not strange that he wants to destroy the universe. Saint Guy said. Then, can Patriarch Subhuti, whom I saw last time, compare to Tongtian? Nanwufeng Yu Treasure God asked. Patriarch Bodhi is probably comparable to the god behind by Shan, but still not comparable. Lin Ling pondered and said. No wonder Taoist cultivator of many treasures was so worried. Tongtian sect leader is ridiculously powerful. Nanwufeng Yu Treasure God sighed. Don't think too much. Just like the great god of spirit nation said, if the sky falls, the tall ones will block it. Lin Ling wasn't too worried and said with a smile. The group was getting closer and closer to the space where Lei Gong's palace was. However, just as they were about to get close, Lin Ling frowned because he felt many powerful auras in that space. Everyone, speed up. Someone has appeared in Lei Gong's palace. Lin Ling shouted at Saint Guy and the others. Then, he sped up and rushed into the space. At this moment, in the space where Lei Gong's palace was located, countless experts from Lei Gong's palace appeared and looked at the group of people in the distance with solemn expressions. That group of people seemed to be in a sorry state, but their expressions were solemn and their eyes were filled with anger. This is Lin Ling's Lei Gong's palace. A man sneered and licked his lips with a bloodthirsty expression. Who are you, sir? Yu and the others stared at these people, shocked by their strength, because they'd noticed that these people actually possessed the strength of a high god. As for the person who spoke, his strength was even more unfathomable. They could not see through him at all. Could he be a high god? Haha, Lin Ling's old friend. I wonder how you are related to Lin Ling. The man in the lead stared at Yu and said with a smile. After he finished speaking, he waved his hand and a palm landed on Yu's face, leaving a deep handprint on her face. Yu. Seeing that the man dared to hit Yu, everyone in Lei Gong's palace was furious. It's fine. However, Yu waved her hand and stopped everyone's anger. She said calmly, I'm Lin Ling's wife. Lin Ling's wife, right? That's great, that's great. The man in the lead laughed. He laughed happily. I'm sorry, but I'm here to bring you news. Your Thunder Lord Lin Ling is dead. We saw him being attacked by the poisonous ants with our own eyes. I'm the Night God, and I'm here for you. Because Lin Ling is dead, we have to return empty-handed. So, you have to bear all of our anger. Haha, Lin Ling, aren't you very powerful? You brought Lei Gong Hall to challenge us. Shout, I'll let him shout. The gods behind Night God stared at everyone in Lei Gong Hall. They thought of what had happened to the 8 gods' celestial palace. At that time, the temple was right in front of them, and the secret of the worlds will host was also right in front of them. As long as they could get it, they would get a supreme opportunity. However, Lin Ling appeared and brought the giant ghost and the rest to stop them and take the secret for himself. Not only that, he even used violence to kill countless of their gods, making them return with hatred to the gods from the Tao Pagoda and the Chaos Realm. This was a supreme humiliation. If you want to blame someone, blame your relationship with Lin Ling. Now that Lin Ling is dead, only you can bear our anger. Say, what do you want to die? I'll say it first, if you want to die easily, that's a dream. That's Lin Ling's wife, right? Very well, we'll start with you. An impulsive god flew over, came in front of Yu, and slapped her. A fierce slap landed on Yu's body, causing blood to flow out from the corner of Yu's mouth. You're courting death. Everyone in Lei Gong Hall roared, Indra and the rest all unleashed their strength, wanting to fight this group of people to the death. "Everyone, don't move." However, Yu shouted. She was very clear that these gods were all late-stage mid-gods, and Indra and the rest were only early-stage mid-gods, not to mention that there were a few high-level gods. They couldn't win at all. If they were too impulsive, all of them might die. Haha, as expected of Lin Ling's woman, you can see the big picture. The old man looked at Yu with a smile. Haha, if Brother Ling wasn't here, would you dare to be so arrogant? When you see Brother Ling, you can only kneel and beg for mercy. Yu was not afraid at all. She looked coldly at the old man and said. Although these people had high gods, Yu didn't feel that Lin Ling would be able to defeat them. However, these people hated Lin Ling so much. This meant that Lin Ling must have made them suffer a great loss. What a sharp tongue. The old man was furious, and his right hand slapped Yu's face. After that, the old man roared furiously, "Amir Lin Ling is dead. He died under the encirclement of the poison diagram ants. Moreover, all the people who were with Lin Ling are dead as well. Do all of you understand?" However, everyone in Lei Gong's main hall laughed. It was a disdainful laugh. They simply didn't believe what these people were saying. Moreover, they also believed that Lin Ling would never die. "What are you laughing at?" This time, Night God was furious as well. He was a high god, but these people weren't afraid of him. They were even laughing coldly at his misfortune. This made him feel as if he had returned to the temple and was ruthlessly humiliated by Lin Ling and the others. "We are laughing. You only dare to be proud when Lin Ling isn't here. If Lin Ling is here, you don't even dare to fart," Yu said disdainfully. "Bull**T. Night God shouted angrily. "I've already said that Lin Ling and the others are already dead. They can't be more dead. Moreover, even if he really is in front of me, he's just an ant. If I tell him to go east, he won't dare to go west. Do you believe me? Your mouth is on you. Whatever you say is the truth." Yu was still laughing coldly, but her words were very clear. She didn't believe it at all. Ha ha ha. The people in Lei Gong's main hall also laughed. They didn't believe it either. "You're courting death." Night God and the other gods were all furious. They were just a bunch of ants. Who gave them the courage? Alright. Laugh all you want. But let me tell you, even if Lin Ling is here, I'll kill you in front of him. As for Lin Ling, he can only kneel and beg for mercy. He won't even dare to fart. Night God roared and walked toward Yu. He was going to kill Yu in front of everyone and make everyone in Lei Gong's main hall fear and revere him. Is that so? Then kill me in front of me. However, just as Night God walked in front of Yu, a cold voice suddenly sounded. The entire void fell eerily silent. An invisible pressure suddenly enveloped all the gods in the Night God realm. This also made Night God's eyes narrow. This voice was very familiar. He couldn't help but look around and realized that everyone in Lei Gong's main hall was laughing. They were laughing as if relieved of a heavy burden. Not only were there more fearlessness in their eyes, but there was also a hint of mockery. "Kill, I'll give you a chance to kill." At this moment, the voice floated over again, making Night God's heart tremble violently. He finally slowly turned around. He didn't know when, but Lin Ling, Xingyi, and the others had appeared not far behind him and were looking at him coldly. Lin Ling. With just a glance, Night God's heart exploded. Didn't Lin Ling die under the encirclement of the poison diagram ants? At that time, Lin Ling and the others couldn't escape even if they had wings. How did he come out alive? It's fake. Night God kept shaking his head. He had seen how terrifying the poison diagram ants were. He didn't believe that Lin Ling could escape from the encirclement. Night God. Lin Ling coldly spat out a sentence and walked toward Yu step by step. His pace wasn't fast, but Night God and the other gods were silent. They weren't as arrogant as before and were all trembling. They had all seen the battle at the temple. Lin Ling's strength was monstrous, and no one could stop him. If they knew that Lin Ling was still alive, they wouldn't have dared to come to Lei Gong's hall. Lin Ling. Night God didn't dare to move and let Lin Ling walk past him. Even if Lin Ling turned his back to him, he didn't dare to attack. Meanwhile, the people in Lei Gong's hall were excited. In fact, they had only guessed before. After all, Night God and the others were high gods, but now, they were sure of everything. Even high gods were afraid of Lin Ling and only dared to be arrogant when Lin Ling wasn't around. When Lin Ling returned, they didn't even dare to fart, therefore, the mockery on their faces became even more intense. In the eyes of Night God and the others, they were so angry that their bodies trembled as if they had lost all face. Lin Ling, I didn't expect you to still be alive. Since that's the case, goodbye. Night God gritted his teeth and finally said. As soon as he said that, everyone wanted to leave immediately. The pressure that Lin Ling gave them was just too great. Wait. However, just as Night God turned around, Lin Ling's cold voice sounded. Lin Ling, what are you trying to do? Night God frowned. I just want to know who hit my wife. Lin Ling looked at Night God coldly and said. As soon as he said that, all the gods who came with Night God trembled. They didn't dare to say a word and could only look at the high gods. It's mine. It was a misunderstanding. How about this, I'll let you hit me back. How about that? Night God's expression changed and he finally said. What do you think? Lin Ling looked at Night God indifferently. Night God was a famous superior god in the Tao Pagoda. He had already given Yi Shiwen enough face, because to make him, a high god, apologize and let a mid-level deity slap him in the face, how humiliating was this? But Night God had also lowered himself and endured the humiliation. It's useless. You can only die. Lin Ling shook his head. You've gone too far. Night God was furious. He had lowered himself time and time again, but Lin Ling had repeatedly bullied him. I've gone too far. So what? Lin Ling took a step forward, and a powerful aura spread out. It was like the battle in the temple, where one person fought against all. All the gods gasped, intimidated by the aura. Night God's pupils trembled fiercely, and he subconsciously took a step back. He respected Lin Ling from the bottom of his heart. I'm from the 3 divine gates of White Mountain. Night God had no choice but to bring out his backer. Perhaps you don't know who the 3 divine gates of White Mountain are. Then I'll tell you. The god behind the 3 divine gates of White Mountain is a Buddha god. He's an ancient giant god, more powerful than the 5 emperors. I know you provoked the 3 divine gates of White Mountain, but I guess you don't know who's behind the 3 divine gates. As he said this, his voice became louder and louder, as if he was afraid of Lin Ling and was giving face to the ancient giant god. Unfortunately, he didn't know that when it came to the 3 divine gates of White Mountain, Lin Ling was more familiar with them than Night God. Not only did Lin Ling know who this god was, but he also knew that it was the will of the world. It sounds like it's very powerful. Lin Ling smiled. It was a mocking smile. Of course it's powerful. No one in the chaotic realm doesn't give face. Unfortunately, Night God thought that Lin Ling was afraid. However, Lin Ling's strength was still very strong, and he didn't dare to provoke him too much, so he said indifferently, let's forget about this matter. When I go back, I'll put in a few good words for you. Perhaps I can resolve the grudge between you and the 3 divine gates of White Mountain. Farewell. Farewell? Lin Ling laughed loudly and used the flipping sky seal. He looked at Yi Shen and smashed down. Boom, the cyclic sky seal didn't seem to be very powerful, but after it landed, the Night God felt dizzy and was in disbelief. Today, I will kill you in front of everyone. Let's see what the 3 divine gates of White Mountain can do. Boom, after Lin Ling's voice, the flipping sky seal struck again. Puff, Night God spat out blood and retreated, his expression changing drastically. How dare you talk about the White Mountain 3 divine gates in front of me? Let me tell you, even if the White Mountain 3 divine gates let me go, I won't let him go. Boom, Lin Ling bellowed and the flipping sky seal smashed down again. Lin Ling, you're crazy. Night God was severely injured and shouted with a pale face. Am I crazy? I see that the one who has gone crazy is you. You clearly know that I have enmity with Bai Shan, yet you still dare to come to my territory. You clearly know that your strength is inferior to mine, yet you still dare to use my trump card. Are you an idiot? Also, weren't you very smug before? Didn't you say that even if I was here, I would kneel down and beg for mercy? Now, where did your courage go? Where did your confidence go? Lin Ling controlled the flipping sky seal and continuously smashed it at Night God. Boom. Boom, boom. Night God's mind seemed to explode as blood flowed out continuously. He couldn't withstand the domineering flipping sky seal at all. Lin Ling's voice was like a knife that ruthlessly stabbed into Night God's heart. Embarrassing. When he looked at Lei Gong's hall again, countless mocking voices floated out. When the voices landed in the ears of the gods who came with Night God, their faces turned pale and they didn't dare to move. At this point, they also wondered if they were idiots. Of course, this wasn't because they weren't afraid of Lin Ling, but because they didn't know that Lin Ling could return alive. Lin Ling, I was wrong. Spare me. Night God was beaten to a pulp by Lin Ling. In the end, he could only beg for mercy. Idiot, even if you didn't come to my house, I already wanted to kill you at the Divine Temple, let alone when you came to court death. Lin Ling laughed mockingly as he controlled the flipping sky seal and unleashed a fatal blow. Boom, a crisp sound rang out as Night God's head exploded. He couldn't be more dead. As soon as the Night God died, all the gods trembled. Even the higher gods turned pale. They did not dare to have any thoughts of resistance. That was because the flipping sky seal was too terrifying. It didn't look powerful, but when it smashed down, no one could stop it. It specialized in smashing people's heads. Lin Ling. An old man trembled as he looked at Lin Ling. Say no more. I'm not interested in listening. Die. Lin Ling sneered as he activated the flipping sky seal and attacked. He knew very well that if he, Lin Ling, didn't have the ability to resist these people at the Divine Temple, the giant ghost and the others would have died long ago. If Lin Ling had really died at Lei Gong's palace, they wouldn't have shown mercy to Yu Yu and the others. Therefore, begging for mercy now was a pipe dream. Boom. Boom, boom. Another higher god was smashed to death by the flipping sky seal. Run. At the sight of this tyrannical scene, the remaining gods panicked and fled in all directions. Trying to escape? Saint Guy and the others stopped these gods. Saint Guy and the others couldn't win against higher gods, but they were only intermediate gods. Saint Guy could still easily deal with them. Lin Ling sneered as he controlled the flipping sky seal to chase after the remaining higher gods. No, Lin Ling, spare me. The higher gods fled frantically as they begged for mercy. Unfortunately, it was useless. Lord Lin Ling is so powerful. Seeing Lin Ling easily crush a high-level deity, the people in the Thunder God Hall all sucked in a cold breath of air. Brother Ling's strength has increased, and it's increasing so quickly. Yu Yu and the others were extremely glad. If Lin Ling's strength hadn't increased, they would have all died in the previous calamity. However, they didn't expect Lin Ling's strength to increase so quickly. Higher gods were like chickens and pottery dogs. My second brother's strength will increase greatly every time he leaves. I really don't know how he cultivates. Indra and young Master Yao's eyes were filled with admiration as they shook their heads helplessly. After a long time, all the gods fell, and their treasures were collected by Lin Ling. At this time, Patriarch Extreme Flame and the others arrived. Father. Linny also arrived. Once the sacred land of the rainforest, his friends from Jiuzhou all appeared. They looked at the indomitable man and were extremely excited. It's all right. Lin Ling smiled as he looked at everyone. Then, he looked at Yu Yu and found that Yu Yu's cheeks were a little swollen. This made Lin Ling's heart ache, but it was only a superficial wound, so Lin Ling didn't take it to heart. He brought everyone back to Lei Gong's Great Hall. The entire Lei Gong's Great Hall, and even the entire Jiuzhou, was filled with joy. For some reason, after Lin Ling's return, everyone felt that even if the sky fell, they wouldn't be afraid. Sakura and the others were dumbfounded for a whole day. Finally, they understood why Lin Ling was so strong. It turned out that this kid had a powerful background. However, although Lin Ling was the host of the world will, they were not worried about Lin Ling. They believed that Lin Ling would always stand with them. In the following days, Lin Ling entered the square prison. This was because he wanted to return the flipping sky seal to Xianxia. In front of the prison, Lin Ling looked at the green mountains and clear waters and couldn't help but sigh. Xianxia was indeed powerful. While others were in prison, he seemed to be on vacation. Moreover, Xianxia's strength must be very strong. He was probably as strong as the Buddha god behind White Mountain. Lin Ling, you're back. Where's the flipping sky seal? At this time, Xianxia appeared and smiled at Lin Ling. I didn't find it. Lin Ling blinked. Haha. Xianxia smiled and waved his right hand. The square imperial jade seal floated out of Lin Ling's body, which made Lin Ling extremely depressed. This was because Lin Ling also liked the flipping sky seal. It was easy to smash people's heads and was a great weapon for killing, therefore, he pretended that he didn't find it to see if he could deceive him. However, Lin Ling underestimated Xianxia. You are full of treasures and have countless supreme techniques. You even have the Quafu sun chasing boots. You still want to covet my flipping sky seal? Xianxia scolded jokingly, which made Lin Ling chuckle. Of course, he knew that although the Quafu sun chasing boots were powerful, it hadn't reached its full potential. On the other hand, the flipping sky seal was a ready-made treasure that had been refined by Xianxia for many years and could be controlled at any time. Senior Xianxia, now that I have completed the task, I wonder about the treasures you mentioned before. Lin Ling said with a smile. Do you know the final host of the world will? Xianxia didn't answer Lin Ling's question but asked instead. Yes. Lin Ling pondered for a moment and smiled faintly. Then, he saw Xianxia's curious face and didn't hide it. He said directly, it's the Tongtian sect leader. The more people knew this secret, the more chances of Lin Ling surviving. So, even if Xianxia didn't ask, Lin Ling didn't intend to hide any secrets. Tongtian, Tongtian, Tongtian. Xianxia gasped and his face changed. Naturally, he knew what kind of person was Tongtian Tongtian, never would have thought the sect leader Tongtian deity, if that were the case, the sect's leader, years ago. Seeing Xianxia's appearance, Lin Ling could not help smiling and said, relax, even if the sky falls down, the tall ones will go and support it. Those who are taller will go. That includes me as well. You've really thought it through. Xianxia smiled bitterly. If the sky-reaching church wanted to destroy the world, it would be them, the powerful gods, who would be the first to die. Only after all of them were dead would it make a move against Lin Ling and the other gods. You've thought it through? Lin Ling didn't comment. If he wasn't the host of the world will, Tongtian sect leader wouldn't do anything to him. But now, it was hard to say. He might be targeted by Tongtian sect leader faster than Xianxia. The treasures you want are all here. Xianxia shook his head and handed over a brocade pouch. Then, he bid farewell and left. Lin Ling guessed that Xianxia wanted to tell the news to others. This was even better. The more people knew, the safer Lin Ling and the others would be. These treasures. Lin Ling checked the brocade pouch and found that there were countless treasures inside. Many of them were treasures that only appeared in the Tao realm. Moreover, Lin Ling had already accumulated many treasures. With these treasures, it might be possible for him to form an 8th Dantian. After the trip to the 8 Gods' heavenly palace, Lin Ling knew how weak he was. Just like Tongtian sect leader, he could kill Lin Ling with just a breath. After forming an 8th Dantian, my strength will definitely be doubled. I hope these treasures are enough. For safety's sake, I'll stack up all the treasures. Lin Ling left the square prison and returned to the void where Lei Gong's palace was. He knew that the birth of the 8th Dantian was a matter of great importance. He couldn't be careless, so he had to be absolutely sure. Then, he returned to the Tao realm and exchanged all the Tao realm fragments for treasures. Only then did he return to the Lei Gong's palace. He also told Xingyi to take good care of the Lei Gong's palace during this period. Lin Ling then disappeared. He was now full of treasures, and the Wuqi was innumerable. He didn't leave the void. Instead, he found an extremely quiet place and sat down cross-legged to adjust his state. The 8th Dantian must have talent. The Tyrant Song sword is the talent of the 8th Dantian. But now, the Tyrant Song sword has merged with the Eternal Killer Mother. It will take some time. Moreover, the birth of the 8th Dantian is equivalent to the birth of the 8th universe. I must let go of everything and become selfless. Lin Ling sat cross-legged in the void, and all the martial arts that he had learned in the past few years went through his mind. He didn't even let go of the mortal martial arts that he had learned in the Guyan sect. It was as if he was building a solid foundation. His heart had forgotten everything at this moment. Only the martial arts, only the world of himself. Gradually, Lin Ling's body began to dim, as if he was an illusion. In the end, he completely disappeared into the void. Even if there was a superior god here, if they didn't come within 1 meter of Lin Ling, they wouldn't be able to sense his existence. And this was selfless. It was as if he had become the universe. There was no self, no other, only eternity. Time passed quietly. At the same time, the treasure on Lin Ling's body quietly floated out and circled around the void. It was as if it had transformed into a huge black hole. As soon as the black hole appeared, the endless energy of the universe slowly flowed into it, causing the black hole to become bigger and bigger. It started to devour everything. This powerful energy spread out, and the void where Lei Gong's hall was located was affected. However, the people in Lei Gong's hall had already received news from Lin Ling. They knew that Lin Ling was in seclusion, so they didn't find it strange. However, the other gods in the void were the opposite. Because the black hole was too big, it had already penetrated the void and reached other universes. This also caused the gods to be covetous, thinking that an ancient chaos treasure was about to be unearthed. Look, the void is faintly discernible. The treasure is in there. Someone could vaguely see the void where Lin Ling was. However, that void disappeared extremely quickly, only reappearing in an instant. It's mine. A powerful god couldn't restrain himself and tried to seize the treasure. However, just as he approached the void passage, a powerful suction force appeared, causing him to see a huge black hole. This black hole was as big as a universe, and it was also like an eye looking down on him. At this moment, he was completely flustered and wanted to retreat. Unfortunately, it was too late. An incomparably terrifying suction force appeared and sucked that god in. Finally, he turned into nothingness and became a part of the supreme black hole. The enormous black hole would appear and disappear from time to time in the void, absorbing the energy of heaven and earth. Within the black hole, boundless energy was surging. The energy was so terrifying that even a high god would be squeezed by the powerful energy and might even explode to death. The energy of heaven and earth was the key to a god's breakthrough. However, too much energy could also lead to a disaster. Time passed quietly just like that. Finally, the black hole completely stabilized and no longer intersected with the void everywhere. The void near Lei Gong's hall also stabilized. Can Brother Ling successfully break through? Yu Yu and the others looked at the distant sky. They couldn't see Lin Ling at all, but they could sense that Lin Ling was in this void. This void was originally devoid of spiritual energy, but now it's rich in spiritual energy. Is it because of Father's divine ability? Lin Yi, his wife, and daughter also looked into the distance with admiration. Your father is the reincarnation of a great god. He is definitely extraordinary. Our 9 continents, the void, and even the entire universe in the future will depend on your father. As his son, you should be proud of your father. Ancestor Taiyan said with a smile. I'm proud of my father. He's also my lifelong idol. Lin Yi nodded heavily. In fact, everyone had the same thought as Lin Yi. Lin Ling was now too powerful. He was a god among gods, an existence that couldn't be underestimated in any era, therefore, they admired and worshipped him. They even regarded him as their spiritual pillar. They had never imagined that a day would come when such a powerful god would appear by their side and chat merrily with them. Let's go to the Dao realm. Lord Lin Ling must have broken through for a long time. It's pointless for us to wait here. Saint Guy said with a smile. Everyone gradually dispersed. Those who were cultivating went to cultivate. Those who were in the Dao initiation realm went to the Dao initiation realm. Spring went and autumn came. Flowers withered and bloomed, time rolled by in this void universe. The void universe, which was originally devoid of spiritual qi, was now more stable, as if it had its own great law. These laws were different from the 9 states void, the Dao realm, and the chaos realm. It was like a new world. Although it couldn't compare to those ancient universes, it had boundless potential. Lei Gong had inadvertently obtained this void and gifted it to Lin Ling. Therefore, even if Lei Gong was present, he would never have imagined that this void could grow and even surpass the void of the 9 prefectures. 100 years quietly passed, more and more people entered the void, and many interfaces began to appear in the void. Naturally, the spiritual qi in the air became even denser. This also caused countless cultivators of the 9 prefectures to want to enter this place to cultivate. Unfortunately, the requirements to enter this place were very high. After another 100 years, this void became the god's void above the void of the 9 continents. It was the place that countless warriors in the 9 continents yearned for the most. It was also the strongest world. 200 years had passed, and Yu and the others' strength had also slowly increased. They gradually gained a firm foothold in the Tao realm, especially Xianxia and the others. Their reputations soared, and no one dared to provoke them. However, Lin Ling still seemed to have disappeared. He was still selfless, or it could be said that he had quietly become the embodiment of this universe. However, after 200 years, the entire void would occasionally tremble, and terrifying energy storms would constantly sweep out. These energy storms wouldn't kill the cultivators, and if the cultivators were lucky enough to encounter these energy storms, their strength would skyrocket. Skyrocketing, this wasn't a big deal. No one knew why this was the case, but this void had become even more attractive. Many cultivators even tried to sneak in. Moreover, there were experts from other universes who invaded and wanted to occupy this void of the universe, but in the end, they were obliterated by the master of this void of the universe. After a long time, no one dared to easily invade this place. Perhaps, only the experts from the Chaos Realm had the strength to dominate this void of the universe. There are so many energy storms. It's like a great opportunity. Anyone who encounters them can soar to the sky in one step. Yes, Big Brother Sakura also encountered one and used it to break through his realm. Now, he has the strength of a mid-stage mid-god. It's a pity that these energy storms come without warning. It's completely based on luck. I've been wandering around here for so long, but I haven't encountered one even once. Sister Yu, do you think these energy storms have something to do with Lin Ling? He has disappeared for 200 years. Yu and the others were always paying attention to the void of the universe, but Lin Ling still hadn't returned. At this moment, no one saw that at the end of this void of the universe, there was a stone platform. A man was sitting cross-legged there. He was wearing a blue robe, and his eyes were slightly closed. His entire person was like a stalk of heaven and earth's origin. That's right, he was like an incarnation of a treasure, an extremely rare treasure, and he was Lin Ling. The reason why he had turned into a treasure was because the black hole had entered his body. The black hole was formed by Lin Ling's countless treasures, and after 100 years of absorption, it had already accumulated an endless amount of heaven and earth's energy, and this energy was also Lin Ling's capital for the birth of his 8th Dantian. In order to birth his 8th Dantian, Lin Ling had prepared for 200 years. At the 300th year, he began to break through the realm. The Eternal Killer Mother and the tyrannical Song Sword fused to form the Eternal Killer World. Lin Ling muttered to himself. His voice was very old, like a rock. Let's begin. Lin Ling muttered to himself. As soon as his voice fell, a taboo descended. It was as if the great law of the universe had descended. On this day, the entire void of the universe was pitch black, and all light disappeared, and in Lin Ling's body, a black hole appeared, rolling continuously, and formed the 8th Dantian. Moreover, this Dantian was also madly increasing, directly rushing into the realm of lower deity and intermediate deity. The reason why it was able to increase in speed was not unrelated to Lin Ling's 200 years of preparation, and as the black hole continued to form, a sword quietly appeared in his Dantian, turning into the innate ability of the 8th Dantian. This sword was the tyrannical Song Sword, but after fusing with the Eternal Killer Mother, it had completely turned into an innate ability of killing and life. This was also the Eternal Killer World. It represented the endless slaughter of the Eternal Killer World, and after killing to the extreme, it was the creation of life. The strength of this innate ability was at the level of an 8th grade higher deity. And after awakening, it instantly reached the level of a 1st grade higher deity. This was also Lin Ling's most powerful innate ability among his 8 innate abilities. However, Lin Ling's potential had undoubtedly increased by a large margin after gaining the talent of a high-level deity. Every time he broke through to a higher level, his strength would increase by 8 or even 10 times compared to others. 300 years. After an unknown period of time, Lin Ling finally opened his eyes slowly. His expression was very calm. His aura was also extremely calm. It was as if he had never broken through at all. Only Lin Ling himself knew how much his strength had increased. He stood up and suddenly looked at the entire void universe. He shook his head as if he was laughing at something. He looked at it for a whole year. His whole person was like a statue. It was as if he could see through the entire void universe with just one look. Moreover, the previously endless energy in his body had finally begun to diminish. Your Excellency, you've been watching for so long. It's time to come out. On this day, Lin Ling finally spoke calmly. The void universe in front of him was still calm and peaceful. Your Excellency, do you plan to watch here for the rest of your life? Lin Ling asked again. As soon as he finished speaking, a figure finally appeared in front of him. It was an old man riding a big green ox. The old man held a wine pot in his hand and wore farmer's clothes. This style was exactly the same as the Kurishin. However, his strength was much stronger than the Kurishin. He had the strength of a late-stage high-level deity. Kid, I've been watching you for a long time. Are you a deity or the origin of the universe? Also, how did you find me? The old man looked at Lin Ling with a smile. He seemed polite, but there was a touch of dignity in his tone. It was as if Lin Ling had to answer. First, tell me how you found this place. Lin Ling said with a smile, as if he didn't know how powerful the old man was. Ignorant. The old man shook his head disdainfully. This young man actually spoke to him in such a tone. He probably didn't even realize how powerful he was. There's no harm in telling you. In fact, when the black hole appeared, I was already paying attention to this place. However, the heaven and earth energy of the black hole was too terrifying, so I didn't make a move. It was only when the black hole turned into a human that I began to pay attention to this place. This void universe is a very unstable void universe. However, because of your black hole, it has stabilized. Moreover, its potential is limitless. This really surprises this old man. Moreover, I know very well that the most powerful expert in this void universe is actually you. It's ridiculous that those non-entities still think that Hall Lei Gong is the master. The old man continued to speak, his voice full of majesty. Speak, what kind of treasure are you? Treasure? Lin Ling was taken aback and almost burst out laughing. This old man regarded him, Lin Ling, as a treasure. That's right, he thinks I'm a treasure transformed from a black hole. No wonder this old man is so confident. In fact, even if you don't say it, I know that you're transformed from a black hole. Moreover, you're one of the great origins of the universe. I didn't expect that when the universe is boundless, treasures can also transform into treasures when they reach the limit. TSK. Amazing, I can't afford it. The old man looked at Lin Ling indifferently as if he had already seen through Lin Ling. In fact, he really did think that Lin Ling was transformed from a treasure. Therefore, he had been watching Lin Ling, waiting for the right time to take this treasure. Senior, you must be from the chaotic realm. At this time, Lin Ling said with a smile. He knew very well that if a Dao realm expert wanted to enter this place, he would have to pay a great price. On the contrary, it was easier for weaker gods to enter. However, the chaotic realm was different. Even the path of domination led to the chaotic realm. It wasn't strange that this old man came from the path of domination. How should I put it? I'm not a treasure, and even if I was, it's not something you can take. Lin Ling said again. Shameless boasting. The old man was furious and his eyes were full of disdain. It's your fortune that I've taken a liking to you. Don't think that I can't see through your origins. You're transformed from the void universe and have the strength of a mid-level deity when you were born. However, let me remind you that there's always someone more powerful than you. You've just transformed into a human and think that you're powerful. You have no idea how powerful the Era Giant God is. As for me, I'm a late-stage high-level deity. A high-level deity? Do you know what that is? I can kill you with a single finger. After the old man finished speaking, a terrifying aura erupted from his body, causing the nearby area to shake violently. However, Lin Ling, who was on the rock, was not afraid. Instead, he looked interested. It was as if he was staring at an ant and admiring the ant's dance. You're courting death. You overestimate yourself. You don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. When the old man saw Lin Ling's expression, he was thoroughly enraged. he had subdued countless treasures in his life, but he had never seen such an arrogant treasure. Omnidirectional divine binding hand. Without further ado, the old man planned to subdue Lin Ling, the treasure, directly. He wanted to see how arrogant this treasure could be. Endless divine power erupted and stirred up the wind and clouds. Even in the Tao realm, this was a remarkable ability that no deity could resist. After all, the old man had the strength of a late-stage high-level deity. However, after the terrifying divine power surged toward Lin Ling, it actually passed through Lin Ling. Not only did it not cause any harm, but it did not even flutter Lin Ling's clothes. What? The old man's eyes narrowed. This was the first time he had encountered such a strange thing. I've already said that I'm not a treasure. Lin Ling was still smiling. Besides, you don't have to use any tricks because they're useless against me. On the other hand, it's easy for me to destroy you. Therefore, in front of me, you're more like a treasure. Bullsh*T. The old man roared. He was a giant deity in ancient times and had countless deities under his wing. How could this kid treat him as a treasure? Sigh, I really don't want to hurt your feelings. However, the truth is that you can't see through me. You'll never be able to see through me in this lifetime. Lin Ling shook his head, looking satisfied and regretful. He quietly pointed his finger and said, "Look." There was no energy fluctuation in his finger, as if he was just casually pointing his finger. At first, the old man was also shocked. However, after seeing that Lin Ling's action was not a big deal, he laughed sarcastically. It seemed that he had been overthinking. Look under your mount. However, at this moment, Lin Ling's voice was heard. The old man immediately looked down. Then, he was shocked and gasped. He saw that the big green bull under his mount had unknowingly turned into a small bull. One should know that his big green bull was extremely powerful. When it transformed into its human form, it could even fight a high-level deity, but now, it had unknowingly turned into a small bull. Look again. Lin Ling pointed his finger again. It was as if it could change everything. The big green ox under the old man quietly transformed into a pig. F***ck. The old man's eyes were as big as bells. He could not believe it. Look at yourself again. How is this possible? What did you do to me? Who are you? The child looked at his tender hands and almost fainted on the ground. He was a higher deity, and his strength had long since become impervious to all evil. His divine energy was invincible, and he could protect everything. However, Lin Ling had turned him into a child with a casual point of his finger. If he continued to point, wouldn't he turn into a baby? He had never heard of such a method before. Who am I? Lin Ling blinked and rubbed his chin. Then, he came to a realization and said, I am the master of this void universe. You can also treat me as the great law of the universe. The great law of the universe? Impossible. This void universe has just stabilized. How can it have the great law of the universe? Who are you? The child's face was filled with panic. He naturally knew what the great law of the universe was. The Tao realm had its own great law of the universe, and so did the chaotic realm. Any deity in it had to act according to the rules of the great law. For example, if a deity cultivated 10 million units of divine power, that was also the result of the great law. If the great law made his divine power disappear instantly and turn into 1 million units, that deity would not be able to change the result. However, the great law of the universe was rarely man-made. It was controlled by the universe. Now, he had encountered the great law of the universe, and it was the great law of the universe of this void universe. As I said, I am the great law of the universe. For example, I am the only god of creation in this void universe. I want flowers. Lin Ling smiled. With a thought, hundreds of flowers bloomed in the void. I want clouds. Thousands of clouds were born out of thin air. I want thunder, fire, rain, and wind. Following Lin Ling's voice, the entire void universe changed. For Lin Ling, incomparably terrifying thunder descended, divine flames burned the void, violent rain tore everything apart, and strong winds suppressed all directions. An omnipotent deity, this was the description of Lin Ling now. You are a superior deity, right? But in my void universe, I can turn you into a mortal. Lin Ling laughed again, but his voice gradually became more dignified. Under his voice, the insufferably arrogant and powerful old man from before disappeared without a trace. Perhaps he could recover his strength instantly after leaving this place, but as long as he was in this void universe, he would be controlled by Lin Ling. Spare me. Spare me. This old man was wrong. Senior, please spare me. The child stared at everything with his mouth agape. He now knew how terrifying Lin Ling was. When he saw Lin Ling, it was as if he had seen a god. It's too late to beg for mercy now. Lin Ling shook his head coldly. I know what you're thinking. If I leave this void universe one day, you'll kill me with one finger. You can do it, so I won't let you leave this void universe. You. The child's expression changed again, because that was exactly what he was thinking. Although the great law of the universe was powerful, it did have a fixed location. For example, Lin Ling could only be invincible in his own void universe. If he went out, he would still be a late-stage mid-level deity, because if he went to other universes, he would have to obey the great law of the other universes, unless one day, the great law of his void universe was comparable to that of other universes. Only then would he be able to resist. However, it was very difficult to reach this day. For example, the Tao realm and the primal chaos realm had been formed for a very long time and had long since stabilized. How could Lin Ling's universe, which had just grown, resist them? You'll be my first ghost in the netherworld. After you're reincarnated here, your soul will be marked by me. You can only be reincarnated in my universe. Even if you go to other universes, if I want you to die, it's just a matter of time. Lin Ling said calmly. With a thought, countless Lin Ling walked out from behind him. Fellow cultivator, leave it to me. Fellow cultivator, the 4 seasons of this universe are under my control. Fellow cultivator, the life and death of this universe are under my control. I control one of the netherworld. I control time. Space, leave it to me. Doppelgangers appeared one after another, all of them smiling and cupping their hands at Lin Ling. The great law of the universe also needed to be controlled. Only then could it become stronger and more stable. Go. Lin Ling nodded and turned to leave. Looking at the child from before, his face changed greatly and he kept begging for mercy. Unfortunately, he was eventually taken into the gate of the netherworld. Lin Ling walked forward, sighing in his heart. He had never expected that the birth of the 8th Dantian would cause so much power to gather, causing the void universe to change and completely take shape, and he, Lin Ling, had become the first master of this void universe. In fact, the master of the void universe could also seize it. For example, it was said that the person who reached the peak of the Tao Tower could control the entire Tao realm. The Tao realm was also a powerful great universe. Controlling the Tao realm meant that the Tao realm had a new master. However, it was very difficult to seize the void universe. One must have extremely powerful strength, especially after the great universe was stabilized. It was even more difficult. Lin Ling's void universe wasn't very stable at the moment, so it could still be taken away by others. However, if he allowed his 6,000 doppelgangers to control the nomological laws of the multiverse, others would have to mobilize the most ancient primordial giant gods to take it away. This void of the universe has become my backing. After I grow up, this void of the universe can provide me with an endless supply of power. Moreover, this universe doesn't have a name yet. Let's call it the Lin Ling universe. Although the name is a bit strange, it also means that this universe is my territory. Lin Ling kept talking. With a step, he appeared in the Lei Gong Hall. At this moment, there were many people in the Lei Gong Hall. Ancestor Extreme Flame and the others were all there. When they saw Lin Ling, they were all shocked because Lin Ling had disappeared for 300 years. Now, he had finally returned. Lin Ling smiled and chatted with Ancestor Extreme Flame and the others. In fact, although he had been in seclusion for 300 years, because he gradually controlled the universe, he knew everything about Ancestor Extreme Flame and the others. Yu and the others are still in the Tao realm. After chatting with Ancestor Extreme Flame and the others for a long time, Lin Ling smiled and said, "They have been in there for a long time. They heard that there was a big battle there, so they went to help." Ancestor Extreme Flame said. Lin Ling nodded. He knew that Yu and the others were not in this universe, but he didn't know what Yu and the others were doing in the Tao realm. Now that he heard that there was a big battle, Lin Ling immediately wanted to enter the Dao realm. Grandfather, I will give you a portion of power. You can control this universe. If there is something you can't solve, someone will help you. Lin Ling pointed at Ancestor Extreme Flame and a ray of light entered his body. If anything happened to Ancestor Extreme Flame and the others, not only Lin Ling's doppelgangers, but even Lin Ling would know. Moreover, Ancestor Extreme Flame had the authority to deal with ordinary matters. The heavenly Dao throne emitted a scorching light. Then, an ancient aura filled the air. This aura was clearly not from the void of the 9 states, nor was it something that Lin Ling's universe could possess. This was because this aura was the aura of the Dao realm. It was even more ancient. I'm back. Lin Ling stood on top of a mountain and looked down. The land in the distance was silent. The forest was lush, and the ancient mountains were magnificent. This was the place where Lin Ling had left. It was also the Yellow Emperor's territory, but this time, Lin Ling could not detect any gods. In fact, Lin Ling could clearly sense some traces of battle. Some of the ancient mountains had been blasted apart. It seems that something has happened. Lin Ling frowned slightly. Then, he floated down. Next, he transmitted his voice to the Yellow Emperor, Yu, and the others. However, to his surprise, the Yellow Emperor and the others seemed to have disappeared from the Dao realm. He could not contact them. How strange. What had happened? Not long after, Lin Ling returned to the cave residence of the Yellow Emperor. There were still fields planted by the Yellow Emperor. However, it had been too long since they had been planted. All the seedlings had withered and died. Are you Lin Ling? Suddenly, the earth shook. A mouse with white fur on its nose crawled out. This mouse was about the size of a palm, but it was full of spirituality. That's me. You are? Lin Ling smiled and said calmly. He knew that this mouse had extraordinary strength. In fact, it could already transform into a human. Therefore, Lin Ling treated it as a god. You're finally here. I'm at the tomb of Lord Wu Ting. The mouse was obviously happy to receive Lin Ling's acknowledgement. It smiled and said, now, the Yellow Emperor and the others have gone to the Dao Pagoda. Moreover, the Yellow Emperor, Emperor Shun, Emperor Yao, and Emperor Jun had a great battle. They are occupying the passage into the miasma. The passage into the miasma? When did this happen? Lin Ling frowned. It happened 100 years ago. Now, the 5 emperors have had several great battles. The mouse said. 100 years ago, Lin Ling had been cultivating in seclusion for 300 years, and adding the time he spent in the 8 gods' heavenly palace before his seclusion, it seemed like this great battle had been going on for a long time. Then do you know where St. Guy and the others went? Lin Ling asked again. It seems like they left with Lord Yellow Emperor. They'd been gone for 200 years. They were afraid that you wouldn't know where they went when you came back. That's why they told me to wait for you here. They told you to come back and go to the Dao Pagoda. The mouse said. St. Guy and the others also entered the Dao Pagoda? Lin Ling couldn't help but be shocked. Then how do we enter the Dao Pagoda? Lord Wu Ting said that he wants you to go to Firmament City and find a deity called the Heavenly Dao Commander-in-Chief. He will bring you into the miasma. Okay, thank you. Lin Ling nodded. Right now, he could only enter the miasma and then make a decision. After the mouse finished speaking, it drilled into the ground and left. Lin Ling also left and flew toward Firmament City. Lin Ling had been to Firmament City once, but now that more than 300 years had passed, there should be some changes. Flying according to his memory, after a long time, an ancient giant city appeared in front of him. The city was filled with immortal energy, and the words Firmament Palace of the Golden Arches were still there. Deities entered and left Firmament City one after another, talking and laughing as if they were talking about the past. I'm back here again. Lin Ling secretly sighed. Of course, when he first came to Firmament City, he, Lin Ling, couldn't even deal with a high god. But now, an early-stage high god was simply not worth mentioning to him. The birth of the 8th Dantian had undoubtedly caused Lin Ling's strength to soar by more than several times. The Heavenly Dao Commander-in-Chief? The Yellow Emperor's people. Following the crowd into the city, Lin Ling looked around and found that the city hadn't changed much. But the faces around him were unfamiliar. which made him feel a little helpless. Of course, Lin Ling had disappeared for more than 300 years, so there weren't many people who knew Lin Ling. Not many people remembered that he had teased Emperor Shun and Emperor Yao as time had passed, and the 5 emperors had fought several times. Fierce. The War of the 5 Emperors 100 years ago caused countless deaths and injuries. Many people were killed to the point that they no longer had the chance to be protected by the Dao realm. Yes, in order to fight for the miasma, the 5 emperors gave it their all. But now, most of the miasma has been divided among the 5 emperors. Some of the smaller miasma areas are not safe, so very few people dare to enter. Some miasma are strong and some are weak, just like the miasma we encountered when we entered the Dao realm. Lin Ling found a restaurant and entered. As soon as he entered, he heard a lot of chatter. Restaurants were always the best places to gather information. Miasma? Lin Ling ordered some food and wine and quietly listened to the conversation. He had long known that to enter the Dao Pagoda, one had to pass through the miasma. But he didn't expect that these miasma were the same as the miasma when one first entered the Dao realm. There were strong and weak miasma, moreover, some miasma were even dangerous. It seemed that one couldn't reach the Dao Pagoda at all. It was no wonder that the 5 emperors wanted to fight for the safer miasma. Lin Ling obviously didn't intend to enter the dangerous miasma. He looked around and his gaze fell on an old man. He walked over with a wine jug and said with a smile, "Senior, everyone wants to enter the miasma now. Why are you drinking here so leisurely?" After saying this, Lin Ling poured a cup of wine for the old man. The old man suddenly smiled and said, "I'm not interested in going. The competition in the Dao Pagoda is too fierce. Everyone wants to improve their strength and control the entire Dao realm. People can die there at any time. Gods are actually people. It's good to be able to live leisurely. Why do you care so much?" Lin Ling was stunned. He was only inquiring about information. He didn't expect to meet such a strange person. "If I don't improve my strength now, when the great tribulation of the world will comes, it will be hard to escape death. I'm used to being a god. Who wants to be free and unfettered?" Lin Ling said with a smile. "Hee, if the sky falls, the tall ones will hold it up. If the tall ones can't stop it, then my strength will be useless. It will still be hard to escape death," the old man said with a smile. Lin Ling shook his head helplessly. He thought that he had met some strange person. It turned out that he was just a person waiting to die. Gods were the same as humans. One kind of rice could raise hundreds of different kinds of people. Similarly, there were hundreds of different kinds of gods. Like the old man, he seemed to be leisurely, but in fact, he was the most passive. Not to mention the great tribulation of the world will, even if a powerful god came, if they didn't like the old man and attacked him, the old man could only obediently kneel down and beg for mercy. If one wanted to be unconcerned and wanted to be free, the price to pay was dignity. True freedom was to be in control of everything. One's strength was so powerful that no one could stop it. "Oh, then how do I find a new miasma?" Lin Ling asked again. Hee, you've asked the right person. The old man smiled mysteriously. Currently, there are 3 teams in Firmament City that are going to the miasma. They are the 9-Crow Demon, the Star-Skinned Sand God, and the Heavenly Army. Hearing this, Lin Ling's eyes lit up. He poured another cup of wine for the old man and asked, "I happen to want to go to the miasma as well. Which of these 3 is easier to join? How about the Heavenly Army? It sounds pretty good. Kid, if you want to go to the Heavenly Army, you have to be quick because they are leaving at noon at the gate in the south of the city." The old man drank Lin Ling's wine and smiled faintly. He was about to give some pointers when he looked up and realized that Lin Ling had disappeared. What amazing strength! He actually disappeared in front of me without me noticing. The old man held the wine cup, his expression changing constantly. He was an early-stage high god, and the young man was only a mid-stage high god. He thought that the young man was a junior, but when he was about to leave, even he could not see through him. Only now did he realize that he had underestimated the young man. At this moment, Lin Ling appeared on the street and headed toward the south of the city. He wanted to enter the miasma with the Heavenly Army and then find Yu and the others. Fortunately, he had asked the old man before, or he would have missed the time. when Lin Ling arrived at the south of the city, a large group of gods was waiting there quietly. We are still short of one person. As long as it is not Emperor Shun or Emperor Yao's people, any god can join. A loud and clear voice rang out. It was a burly god who was speaking. There were many gods around, and at this moment, they were all staring at the burly man with hesitation. If they wanted to enter the miasma, they had to get the approval of the 5 emperors. Joining their team was undoubtedly the best choice. However, when entering the miasma, there would definitely be fierce battles, and it was easy to die. Therefore, if they wanted to enter the miasma, they had to choose a strong team. May I ask where you are from? Suddenly, a skinny old man asked. Yellow Emperor. The tall and sturdy man said indifferently. Behind him, no less than 100 gods had gathered, forming a powerful army. There were mid-stage high gods and early-stage high gods in the group. Yellow Emperor? Everyone's eyes lit up when they heard the robust man's words. This was because the Yellow Emperor was the oldest god emperor among the 5 god emperors. His tomb was also the strongest. He had once fought against 2 god emperors without being defeated. If he were to join the Yellow Emperor's team, his safety would naturally increase by a lot. We want to join. I am an early-stage high god. I want to join as well. Many gods spoke one after another. The burly man smiled, not surprised by the sudden change in attitude. He looked at the palace behind him and said, Sir, look. I just need 3 more people. An aged voice came from the luxurious palace. 3 people? So little? Let me. Scram, I'll do it. Everyone began to fight for the 3 spots. Alright, this high god, please join us. That high god over there as well. The tall and sturdy man kept pointing out, using his intuition to find someone. Although there were quite a number of high gods present, there were differences in strength between high gods. Some ordinary high gods might not even be able to compare to a god at the peak of a mid-level deity at some point in time. I want the last spot. At this moment, a hearty voice sounded. Then, a blue-robed young man slowly walked over. He was Lin Ling. When they saw Lin Ling, everyone narrowed their eyes. At first, they had thought that it was some powerful character. In the end, it turned out to be a young man. Most importantly, he seemed to be just a mid-god. This was especially true for the few higher deities who hadn't been chosen. They were able to tell Lin Ling's cultivation level with a single glance. You? The robust man was also in disbelief. I am one of the Yellow Emperor's men. Lin Ling directly reported his background. As soon as he finished speaking, the robust man's expression changed. One of the Yellow Emperor's men? This meant that he was one of them. One of the Yellow Emperor's men? Do you have any proof? The old man's voice sounded from the luxurious palace, as if he was suspecting Lin Ling. I know, ignore and listen. Lin Ling said again. Ignore and listen, it seems that you really are one of the Yellow Emperor's men. Alright, the last spot is yours. The luxurious palace did not hesitate at all and immediately said, and his voice was much more polite. This was because the Yellow Emperor had always been mysterious. Not many people had seen him before, and the blind and the heartless were his bodyguards. Not many people knew of these 2 names either. Only those who had seen the Yellow Emperor before would know of these 2 characters. What? We've waited for so long, and the last spot is his? That's too unfair. Just based on one sentence, they think he's one of the Yellow Emperor's men. Haha, I can do that too. That's right. I think they're just fooling us. The surrounding gods were stunned, and then they were all dissatisfied. That was because they had waited for a long time. In the end, the last spot was given to a mid-god. How could they accept this? He's just a burden. Lord Heavenly Axiom, you'd rather have a burden than a high god. A skinny middle-aged man sneered. Does my lord need your permission to choose someone? Moreover, you weren't in a hurry to sign up at the beginning. If you hadn't heard the Yellow Emperor's name, you would probably still be observing. Now that you're all dissatisfied, do you have any shame? The tall and sturdy man immediately shouted coldly. He was also extremely dissatisfied. Who the hell did these people have the right to say who their team chose? Everyone's faces turned ugly after being scolded by him. However, another early-stage high god smiled sinisterly. Who knows if you're deliberately fooling us? You didn't mention the Yellow Emperor's name at the beginning, and only mentioned it after the fact. Why do I find it so strange? Remember, our time is very precious. You're wasting our time. That's right, that's right. The others echoed. Lord Heavenly Law's chief soldier, everyone is unhappy. In fact, if you had chosen a higher deity, we wouldn't have dared to say anything. But you've chosen a middle deity trash. This is an insult to us. The skinny middle-aged man at the beginning said coldly. He had the strength of an early-stage high god, and he felt that he had been looked down upon when he was not chosen previously. However, although he was dissatisfied, he also knew that strength was respected. He had no choice but to accept that his strength was inferior. But who would have thought that a mid-god would be chosen in the end? How could he accept that? Haha, you're not convinced? At that moment, Lin Ling smiled faintly. My young friend, don't say anything. We'll deal with this. An old man walked out of the gorgeous palace. This old man was 2 meters tall, with a straight back and eyes like lightning. One look and one could tell that he was a powerful god. However, just as the old man was about to use his strong aura to suppress the crowd, Lin Ling's voice suddenly floated out again. Senior, if it were anything else, I wouldn't care. But he called me trash just now. I can't be indifferent when he called me trash. Lin Ling also walked over slowly. Is this kid an idiot? The burly man was speechless. Originally, Lin Ling's strength was not enough to convince people. He should have shut up and let the commander of the Heavenly Axiom deal with him. But who would have thought that he would be so arrogant? Wasn't this giving the other party an excuse to make things difficult for him? In fact, even the commander of the Heavenly Axiom was a little surprised. Haha, I called you trash. You don't agree? The thin middle-aged man laughed. He also thought that the young man was an idiot. I don't agree. Lin Ling nodded and continued to walk forward. He seemed calm, but his eyes were filled with a terrifying killing intent. It was like a surging universe. In fact, he didn't want to show himself. But he also knew that if he wanted to join the commander of the Heavenly Axiom's team, he had to show his strength. You are an early-stage high god. Do you want to get my spot? Lin Ling continued to walk forward. At first, the thin middle-aged man was full of disdain. He wanted to suppress Lin Ling in front of the commander of the Heavenly Axiom. However, as Lin Ling approached, a terrifying killing intent enveloped him. This killing intent was so terrifying that he instantly lost the ability to fight. It was as if he was facing the universe. He couldn't summon any desire to fight back. He is at least a high god's divine fetus talent. Moreover, the steps of God are very strong. The thin middle-aged man thought in shock. The people around were waiting for the thin middle-aged man to show his strength. However, they saw that he didn't dare to move. This made them a little confused. Someone couldn't help but shout. Bang, but who knew that this shout would make the thin middle-aged man's legs go soft and he sat down on the ground. His forehead was now full of cold sweat. He didn't fight but sat down on the ground in fear. Subconsciously, everyone stared at Lin Ling, their eyes filled with shock. Lin Ling smiled faintly and retracted the eternal killing world. Everything returned to normal. So strong. The Heavenly Law Battalion chief was also shocked. He had seen how a mid-god could defeat an early-stage high god. However, both sides had been fighting for countless years before a victor was decided. However, the young man in front of him was actually able to intimidate a high god with his aura alone. This meant that the young man's strength was incomparably powerful, surpassing that of an ordinary high god. Are you still unconvinced? Putting away his thoughts, the Heavenly Axiom chief soldier looked at everyone and said. Everyone was silent. The chatter from before had now disappeared, and their faces were filled with reverence. If no one disagrees, then we'll take our leave. The Heavenly Tao's commander-in-chief smiled faintly. Then, he led several hundred deities into the distance. Lin Ling was also following along. However, the people in the team stared at Lin Ling with a look of surprise. After all, there were many mid-gods in the team, and they were all very strong. They could fight an early-stage high god. However, compared to Lin Ling, they knew that they were still much weaker. Your Excellency, may I know your name? On the way, the Heavenly Law Battalion Chief Soldier smiled at Lin Ling. Lin Ling. Lin Ling cupped his hand slightly and bowed. Lin Ling? Good name. The Heavenly Law Battalion Chief Soldier nodded. Your Excellency, good strength. No wonder you can recognize disregard and listen. Along the way, with your participation, we will definitely be able to pass through the miasma smoothly and reach the Dao Tower. Senior Heavenly Law Battalion Chief Soldier, will we enter the miasma together? Lin Ling asked curiously. Of course. The Heavenly Law Battalion Chief Soldier smiled and explained, it's difficult to pass through the miasma alone. Even I don't have such confidence. So, when we go to the Dao Tower, most of us go together. Alas, we are unlucky. When we first reached the Dao realm, we didn't appear at the Dao Tower. Otherwise, we wouldn't have to go through so much trouble. It seems that the miasma is a great danger. Besides the miasma, what other dangers are there? Lin Ling asked again. Did you just reach the Dao realm? You have the nerve to ask such an idiotic question? Before the Heavenly Law Battalion Chief Soldier could answer, a disdainful voice sounded. 5 people came from behind him. One of them was an early-stage high god, and the one who spoke was a middle-stage high god. Along the way, we will have to face challenges from the other 4 emperors. This is dangerous. The other 4 emperors all want the miasma. How can they let us enter so easily? However, there are experts of the Yellow Emperor guarding the miasma. Our mission is to help those experts block the enemy and then enter the miasma. Do you understand? The man's voice became louder and louder. In the end, he even snorted disdainfully and said, Heavenly Law Battalion Chief Soldier, you are always looking for burdens to drag us down. Tianyu, he is more powerful than you. You are not qualified to say that. The Heavenly Law Battalion Chief Soldier seemed to have known the man's temperament, so he could not help but say coldly. Upon hearing that, the man secretly gritted his teeth. Originally, he was the strongest mid-god in the team. However, after Lin Ling appeared, he became the second strongest. Now, the juniors in the team liked to stare at Lin Ling and completely ignore him. This made him very unhappy. Is that so? There are early-stage high gods among my men. If there is a battle, the few of us will contribute the most. The man named Tianyu said coldly. The Heavenly Law Battalion Chief Soldier had obviously been provoked several times. This time, he could not hold it in and wanted to speak again. It doesn't matter. However, Lin Ling waved his hand to resolve the conflict between the 2 sides. He smiled at Tianyu and said, Thank you for your guidance, Senior. I understand. Do you see that? Your Excellency Tianyu is a friend of the Yellow Emperor, and so is this Lin Ling. Look at you, and then look at him. The Heavenly Law Battalion Chief Soldier snorted coldly. Who knows if he really knows the Yellow Emperor or if he is faking it? He is just a mid-god. The way I see it, the Yellow Emperor doesn't even know him. Tianyu smiled mockingly and finally left with his men. Your Excellency Lin Ling, we have embarrassed ourselves in front of you. These people are the Yellow Emperor's friends. That is why they were recruited into the team. If I had known their temperament, I would not have wanted them even if I was beaten to death. After Tianyu and the others left, the Heavenly Law Battalion Chief Soldier looked apologetically at Lin Ling and said. It was because he was the Heavenly Law Battalion Chief Soldier that Lin Ling had been reprimanded. Otherwise, Tianyu would not have known Lin Ling at all and would not have deigned to speak to Lin Ling. It's fine. The Yellow Emperor has tens of millions of friends. Not all of them will be easy to talk to. Moreover, I see that he is here to suppress me. So, even if the Heavenly Law Battalion Chief Soldier is not here, he will still find an opportunity to show off in front of me. The team continued on their journey and encountered waves of danger along the way. However, the team was strong enough that they managed to pass through without any mishaps. A day later, Lin Ling and the others also appeared in the God's Fall Void, where they were besieged by a large number of spider evil gods. There were more than 100 million of these spider evil gods, causing several gods to die in the team. Lin Ling was also helping during this process. He was also very emotional when he saw the God's Fall Void. Back then, Ning Qingxin had died here. He wondered if she had reincarnated now. Lin Ling had been practicing martial arts all his life and had seen too many storms. However, this was the first time he had seen someone as determined as Ning Qingxin. Your Excellency, Lin Ling, are you all right? After all the spider evil gods were killed, the heavenly Tao general walked over with a smile. I'm fine. Lin Ling shook his head at once. Your Excellency, Lin Ling's strength is really unfathomable. I saw him kill 100,000 spider evil gods with one punch just now. He didn't even blush or pant. I guess he didn't use his full strength at all. A god laughed. Not at all. Lin Ling replied humbly. In fact, he could sense that many gods didn't use their full strength when facing the 100 million spider evil gods earlier. Now, the entire Tao realm was in chaos. No god would easily use their full strength unless it was a matter of life and death. All in all, Your Excellency, Lin Ling, has also killed a few million spider evil gods and contributed to the team. Seeing Lin Ling's humility, the heavenly Tao general laughed and led the team forward again. Lin Ling shook his head. In fact, he had wanted to kill 10 million spider evil gods earlier. However, the team was too strong, and too many spider evil gods were killed by others. This was because only Lin Ling knew that the spider evil gods could exchange for Tao realm fragments at heavenly Tao realm. Of course, in a team of 100 people and 100 million spider evil gods, Lin Ling had killed a few million. In fact, this number was already quite a lot. Tianyu and the others are really shameless. Along the way, one of the gods said disdainfully, that's enough. Forget it, it's just the spider evil god. However, the Heavenly Law Battalion chief shook his head. Skyfeather and the other gods did not make a move when they were surrounded by the evil spider gods, unless the evil spider gods targeted them. However, the few of them had only killed a few 100,000 evil spider gods, which could not compare to a single person in a large group. If they had acted as well, no one would have died before. If I didn't know the Yellow Emperor, I would have chased them away long ago. The god from before said unwillingly. After a long time, the large group finally passed through the God's Fall Void. In front of them was a barren land. Countless divine mountains rose from the ground, but there were no plants on the ground at all. It was filled with yellow gravel. Moreover, from time to time, rumbling sounds could be heard from the distance. It was deafening and world-shaking. Those rumbling sounds could destroy the 10,000 worlds in the void of the 9 prefectures. It was incomparably terrifying. Come on, we're almost there. After seeing the great battle in front of them, the Heavenly Law Battalion chief's eyes finally lit up. Then, he said to Lin Ling, legend has it that this is the shattered land of the great battle of the world wills. That great battle killed all the gods and demons, and the Heavenly Law collapsed, causing this place to become a forbidden area. If not, it would still be difficult to step into this place. Barren land. Lin Ling looked around. He could also imagine the intensity of the great battle back then. Everyone, speed up. After the Heavenly Law Battalion chief said a few words to Lin Ling, he immediately led the group and rushed forward. After walking for half a day, a terrifying great battle finally appeared in front of them. The whole sky and earth were filled with divine light. The void continued to shatter, as if heaven and earth were falling apart. Countless gods were clashing, forming a storm that was incomparably ferocious. The great battle has begun. Seeing the scene in front of them, someone in the large group said solemnly. Yes, but the great battle didn't just begin. It has been going on for a whole year. The Heavenly Law Battalion chief murmured. In the direction of his gaze, he saw a huge whirlpool in the sky. The whirlpool was rolling and emitting a pressure that could crush one's soul. That was the miasma barrier, which led to the Tao realm. In front of the miasma barrier, hundreds of huge fire trees were planted on the ground like a magnificent city wall. The huge trees were dazzling and occasionally spewed flames into the sky. When these flames smashed into the ground, countless gods died because of them. The fire mulberry tree was still as red as the sunset. It was like a catapult, bombarding countless gods who tried to invade. Those gods all want to enter the miasma barrier? Lin Ling was also secretly shocked. Then, he asked. That's right. Those are probably Emperor Shun's men. They want to take over this miasma barrier, so they attack this place all year round. The battle here has been going on for a whole year. The Heavenly Law Battalion Chief said, because this is a newly discovered miasma barrier, the battle hasn't been going on for long. I heard that the battle in the southeast has been going on for 100 years. Countless gods' Tao realm protection opportunities have been wasted there. Opportunity for Tao realm protection. Lin Ling nodded. No wonder these gods didn't fear death. It turned out that they were taking advantage of the opportunity for Tao realm protection. This meant that every god had 3 chances to attack the miasma barrier. After they used up their chances, they wouldn't dare to come again. After the 3 chances are used up, the God Emperor will allow them to enter the miasma barrier. This is their reward. As if guessing Lin Ling's thoughts, the Heavenly Law Battalion Chief explained, unless you are a friend of the God Emperor, no one can violate this rule. You are a friend of the Yellow Emperor, so you don't need to attack the miasma barrier and can enter directly. In fact, we have already attacked it in the southeast and used up 2 opportunities for Tao realm protection. Now that we have one more chance, we are allowed to enter the Tao realm. The Tao Pagoda is really too attractive, especially after the calamity of the world's will. All the gods know that if they want to be eternal, they need supreme strength. If they run away now, they will die even faster in the future. The Heavenly Law Battalion Chief explained. Lin Ling suddenly understood. After using up 3 opportunities for Tao realm protection, they could enter the miasma barrier. After all, every God Emperor had their own miasma barrier. However, they also wanted to take more for themselves. Let's go. Under the flames of war, we will rush to the miasma barrier. There are people guarding it, and they are also completing their mission. As long as they can defend against waves of attacks, they can also enter the miasma barrier. Next, we will send someone else to guard this place. The Heavenly Law Battalion Chief led everyone forward. There are so many Tao realm gods, but it's normal when you think about it. After all, this is the convergence of gods from several eras. Lin Ling followed everyone forward, rumble. Just as they flew forward, a white elephant war chariot rushed over. Its power was vast and incomparably terrifying. Looking at its 4 limbs, it was actually made of wheels, but its speed was incomparably fast. All right. All the gods felt their blood boil as they unleashed their powerful ultimate techniques. There were many superior gods in the team. Even if they were only mid-level gods, each of them was an extremely powerful existence. After unleashing their ultimate techniques, the huge white elephant chariot was overturned, rumble. The huge wheel was broken and smashed onto the ground, causing the earth to shake and the sky to shake, rumble. Next, the white elephant chariot fell, smashing countless gods on the ground to death. If it had been in the myriad realms, this smash would have caused the myriad realms to collapse. At the same time, countless 5-colored rays of light flew into the sky, and a large number of gods were taken away by the Tao realm protection, but soon, a large number of gods descended. They had just fallen, but they immediately returned. Kill. Their eyes were red, and their bodies were filled with killing intent. They came from different eras and did not know each other. They did not show any mercy when they attacked. It was either you die or I die. This was the cruel battle of gods. So fierce. Lin Ling unleashed his full strength, and the power of his 7 dantians also surged out, constantly killing some gods as he advanced with the team. At the same time, he realized that such a battle was not just on his side. It could be said that it was happening all over the battlefield. Teams like the Heavenly Army appeared in all directions and rushed towards the fog barrier. Along the way, there were also fierce battles. As for Emperor Shun's gods, they were also in the form of teams, constantly killing the enemies. Some gods who had used up their Tao realm protection were unlucky. Corpses littered the ground, and rivers of blood flowed. Some people were in a frenzy and had long forgotten that their Tao realm protection had been used up. Some people tried to rush into the fog barrier after seeing it, but they overestimated themselves and died. The Tao Pagoda was constantly attracting them. Be careful. Not long after the procession had moved forward, the Heavenly Tao's commander suddenly shouted. Just as the voice fell, 10 suns appeared in front of them. These suns were incomparably huge, comparable to one of the 9 prefectures. One could even see the golden crow in the suns rolling over. Help me. The seemingly huge suns were extremely fast. When they rolled over, a god in the team was immediately injured. Someone wanted to help him, but in the end, he was implicated. Next, 2 people were taken away at the same time. and their Tao realm protection was used up. Divine God, Lord of Heaven, come back immediately after you leave. If you fall behind, we won't wait for you. The commander of the heavenly Tao said to the fallen god at the same time. All right. The gods who were taken away by the Tao realm experts all nodded. Soon, they would return. Everyone, look. Someone pointed ahead and said. More than 10 gigantic mountains appeared in front of him. They were lying on the ground, emitting an oppressive aura that could crush one's soul. Taking a closer look, these weren't mountains but mountain-sized divine silkworms. These divine silkworms were golden in color and covered in armor. They didn't have eyes and were extremely mysterious. Heavens, someone actually brought the golden god coiling silkworm. When the heavenly law chief saw this, he couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. This is the divine beast that the gods used to attack cities during the war between the gods and the worlds while during the Age of the Gods. I remember that back then, hundreds of millions of golden god-wrapping silkworms were mobilized to break through the world's will's first wave of attacks. There are more than 10 of them there. How are we going to face them? The sun from before must have been activated by them, right? Looking at that divine power, it should be as much as 400 million. The others spoke one after another. Some of the older and more knowledgeable gods had grave expressions on their faces at this moment. They knew that things were going to get troublesome. You guys fight. We won't go. At this moment, Tianyu suddenly said solemnly. Then, he led his men and fled in another direction. Tianyu, you actually dared to leave the team without permission. Have you forgotten the rules? Many people immediately cursed. Tianyu was too shameless to run away when he saw that the situation was not right. Ignore them. If they split up, the danger will be greater. The heavenly law chief sneered. He had long been eager for Tianyu and the others to get lost. Moreover, there were only a few of them. If they encountered Emperor Shun and the other gods, they would definitely die. If we don't deal with those divine silkworms, we won't be able to pass at all. Then, the heavenly law chief frowned and looked around. Unfortunately, there were battles all around. No matter where they went, they would have to face endless dangers. This meant that they could only attack from the front. Waterbird, Traceless, you two are the fastest. Charge over with me. These divine silkworms have powerful long-range attacks. I think we can defeat them after we get close. After pondering for a moment, the heavenly law chief suggested. Charge over? I heard that the divine silkworms are surrounded by a shield of divine power. No divine power can break it, unless it's divine power. However, our divine power is not focused on attacking. So even if we get close, we might not be able to break the divine silkworms. Yes, and it's not easy to charge over. Those suns were not slow and their divine power is strong. If we get hit, we will definitely die. Waterbird and Traceless frowned. Stop talking nonsense. It's more dangerous to stay here. Look, those suns are attacking again. The heavenly law chief shouted angrily. Waterbird and Traceless finally nodded. You two stay here and resist those suns with all your strength. Also, attract the attention of the divine silkworms. The 3 of us will go and defeat them. The heavenly law chief instructed. Then, he used his divine power and charged forward. The 3 of them were extremely fast. They used their divine power and directly teleported over. However, this battlefield had long been riddled with holes. The void was unstable, so they did not dare to maintain their teleportation for too long. Otherwise, they would be lost in the void. That would be even more dangerous, and they would not be able to return. Relying on this speed, they gradually approached those divine silkworms. However, when they got closer, they realized how terrifying those divine silkworms were. They were too huge, and their divine armor was awe-inspiring. It was as if the sky was going to crush them. Be careful. Suddenly, the heavenly law chief roared. In front of them, several suns were rolling toward them. They were incomparably huge, and their divine power was rolling. Escape. Formless. Waterbird and Traceless hurriedly escaped into the void and disappeared. The heavenly law chief did the same. The terrifying suns carried endless flames. They were like fireballs rolling across the ground. All the creatures they encountered on the way were all killed. That was close. After those attacks left, the Heavenly Law Chief and Traceless secretly rejoiced. However, at this moment, 3 suns in the sky smashed down fiercely like falling stars. They did not notice it. Instead, the gods in the large group in the distance discovered it. All of them were anxiously shouting. Unfortunately, at such a critical moment, it was too late for them to warn them. Wait, something is wrong. Oh no, we have been discovered. In the end, the Heavenly Law Chief was the first to react. His pupils trembled violently, and he subconsciously raised his head. In the end, he saw incomparably terrifying blazing suns crashing down. Heavens, there is nowhere to run. End of chapter 4792. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.